and it's the first one of the 2025 season. I'm your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer, and joining me today, I have our three wonderful casters. We've got Ark, we've got Uber, and we've got Kenny, and we've got 8 teams from the North American region to get through today, gentlemen. But let's just check in, see how you're feeling. Kenny, I'm glad to see you smiling. How you doing, bud?
It's good to be back. North America is finally here. Honestly, this region ended off in a bang last year, so I think we're picking up at a perfect time. It's going to be an excellent start to the year.
Hello.
And Uber, what do you think?
Muffin
I think
and
this
Sophie.
region has been taken by the ears and vigorously shaken.
I think Tribe is gonna
until
win.
we have completely different rosters, a real shuffle up across so many of these different teams, but a region that still is extremely deep in talent and experience. I think this is a hard year to call, and I'm very excited to see what our new look rosters in NA have been cooking in the offseason.
Oh yeah, we'll have those on full display
hell
as we
no.
get through the action
Don't do
today.
that.
Here's our bracket, starting off with the quarterfinal. We've got our first 4 matches all set, and we're kicking things off with Tribe Gaming. Good to see him in the saddle, and against a bit of a new blood team here. Kenny, take me through it.
It's going to be an interesting one, and like Uber mentioned, just to break it down for folks that were with us last year, just jumping in on the action, a lot
I think
of these
whoever
players and
wins
orgs have
the
all
first
been kinda
match is
mixed up.
gonna
So
win
this Tribe Gaming
this month.
roster was the
Yo,
number
Sarah,
1
like, are
seed
you?
from North America last year. They picked up this crew and put their belief in them, and I don't blame them for it. They were
Oh
excellent
my,
last year, had a
I
strong
am
performance at World, but I will
okay,
say,
though.
SKC
Oh,
are a
it's your
pretty strong
muffin.
team. I think they
Oh,
got a little
Sarah,
fight
like,
in them.
how are you?
I mean, look, I have to agree. The Pioneer Space Station gaming matchup on face looks very, very good. We're set for incredible semi-finals. I think whichever way you slice it, it's going to be confusing for fans of NA in the past who've seen all these names together on different rosters now, just trying to keep track of everything. And I just want to maybe put it out there and say some of these teams, may not have had the chance to quite come together, quite gel the way they have in the past here. So our expectations essentially kind of get flipped on their head. We have to make predictions. We have to have some sort of expectation, but I'm ready for us to chaos. I'm ready for my expectations to be subverted. quite
Where's
frequently
Teddy?
today, if I'm
I don't
honest
know.
with you.
Might be back
Yeah,
later.
nothing like the
Yo,
fires
Pika, how
of
are you?
battle to temper the steel, really forge these teams.
Yo,
And if
DW,
you're
how are
looking
you?
for some teams
Hello,
to
Jack,
follow,
right?
you want to zoom in on just one of them, because there is a lot coming at you. We've got Team Elevate for you. Now, popular roster, a lot of great players on this team. Uber, break it down for me.
Yo, Atlas,
Yeah, look, I mean,
how are you?
this team, look, in any other region, I might call it a super team, right?
I think
it is
Tribe
like a
wins
mix of
this.
Players from different rosters in the past that have all come together. Can't say it in NA because there are some teams that on paper honestly look even stronger, but this is such an interesting team. As Livia Course was on that Tribe roster, Juan Carlos made a name for himself at Worlds, if you didn't already know, of course, but from that space station team. And Zar was such a crucial part of that STMN roster's success. So the three of the 4 top teams, 3 of the 5, I guess, top teams in NA come together to sort of form the core of this roster with players that have just fallen short last year, whether they made it to Worlds like Juan Carlos or whether they
Yo,
just missed out.
Feather, how are you?
Well, there's a super
Who's
team for y'all to
underdog in my
follow if you
opinion?
just want
Vegeta's
one. But
team.
if you're looking to support all the teams
Or are you
and
saying
all the
in
scene, you
this
wanna grab
first
yourself
match
some of
is
the sprays
SKC?
that are available in the shop. Guys, we're running out of time. You've got them all. I think I've asked everybody. Everyone managed to pick up their sprays, Kenny.
I have. I supported my teammate Code Arc with this decision, but I also got to see kind of a sneak peek in the Brawl Talk. They showcased some of them in the background, so I'm pretty excited for the new ones as well.
Yeah, you guys did get a look at those. What did you think of them, Uber?
Good. They're less logo oriented now. They're like more like graffiti writing of the names, which is kind of cool. But if you do want the sprays that like sort of have those team logos, I picked up the SK one because I'm a bit of a fanboy. Grab that one and make sure I can make use of that, of course, in game. But the ones that are coming up also look great. It's nice to see a refresh of our team sprays. Even more ways to show your support in game.
All right, we showed our support.
Do I think
for which
Vegeta
teams we think
wins?
we are
I mean,
going to
he's definitely
see
not going
through
to win
the
the monthly
quarterfinals
finals,
onto
but
the
I think he
semifinals.
has a chance to win against
one
Kodo
difference
G.
across the entire board there. Uber, I'm going to let you explain that one.
Okay, so look, I mean, I think this one could go either way. Obviously, Pioneers and SSG did play in the qualifiers, right? They played in close qualifiers.
in
It was a
DSR,
fairly
okay.
decisive result there. Again, though, like there have been some
Muffin goal.
scrims happening throughout the course of the week. You know,
Quarterfinals,
hearing through the
4s, 50-50.
grapevine that,
That's
the
what I'm
SSG
saying,
team
bro.
is looking even better.
That's what I'm
It's hard to
saying.
bet
Like
against the
I've
core
I've
of
played
Bobby
against
Vincent,
Vegeta
longtime friend Chino
and
coming
his
in.
team
With that
in the
Pioneers roster, of
qualifiers.
course,
I
in
know
Fade
they
Titans,
they
Zulana,
got hands.
Yeah, they're kind of a household name. I want to
Go,
point out
no,
though
you muffin.
that most of the
Hello,
players of these two
Vay. How are
teams
you?
missed out on Worlds last year. Like these were teams that fell short in NA to like the young blood, the new.
I don't know.
crop
I'm not
coming
really a
up in
fan
this
of him,
region.
so that's I'm like.
You know, these
I
are
prefer
players that are
Tribe to
still
win.
fighting for recognition and now
I am
trying
a
to get
Tribe
themselves to
fan.
Worlds after many of them missed out last year.
If they're hungry, that's extra fuel in
Havoc
the
wins
tank.
against
Let's see how the
Lotus.
players are feeling
True.
heading into this first competition, this first monthly of 2025.
My expectation is get the finals. I see the bracket and I think we are prepared to get into
I
the
played
finals,
against this
have a
guy.
really good matches, and I'm really happy for be part of the Brawl Stars team.
So I mean, we definitely have high expectations. Like I said earlier, I think any team is beatable, and I think we're, like I said, feeling pretty confident, and we're putting a lot of energy and just like resources into
Hello,
it.
yo, yo.
So I think we'll do good.
Algún equipo que yo le
Hello,
quiera
Toby.
ganar, sí,
Iris,
es
thank you for the lurk.
a Juan Carlos, Sar y el Divi. Y más pues por la rivalidad que hay entre Juan Carlos y yo.
Okay, Jagra, you don't gotta tell me when every single person goes live. This is a stab reduct stream, not a fucking self-promotion stream.
Qué malos somos. O sea, nosotros después de haberle ganado todas las cream, no ganan solo un set. Y ya dicen
Good.
como,
I
qué malos
appreciate
somos,
that,
algo
my
así.
friend. Gotta make your day better.
I'm not good at trash talk, but I guess I could just say to my old teammates, Zulon, Fade, and Tyrant, I hope you guys win as much as you can this year, as long as it's not against me.
When is the next match, Reno? I have not been paying attention to them.
City Pioneers, we definitely want to make the Brawl Cup.
Just type exclamation point vanish or whatever James made it to be.
That, hopefully in the double half of the season with double points, make Worlds
Tonight?
as the number 1 seed in
Oh.
North America.
What's the next one
High
after that?
hopes from all of our players for the competition.
Pioneers.
This year. Cannot wait to see whose dreams will be coming true and who will have to fight again next month to
Is
make it happen.
Zulon
But
Fade
let's
Tyrant.
talk about what the community is talking about. That's going to be over on event.brawlstars.com, where our community is watching, tuning in, and hopefully answering
Hello,
some of our
Gita.
quiz
How are you?
questions. Answer enough of those right, and we'd love to feature you here on our stream or across the Brawl Stars esports social media. So if you're over there, hey, what's up? Good to see you guys. Anyway, let's get into our first match. I know that's what you're waiting for. We've got Tribe Daily. We got our SK
I missed
Kalalas.
the
I got two hype
ponytail.
guys rolling into it, but let's bring it again. Tribe Gaming, SK Kalalas, NA. Brought the power
Oh,
that
we're
time,
gonna
and
see their
Tribe
face
Gaming,
reveals finally.
Start of a new era for Tribe.
Did my
They
headache
released their
go
whole
away?
roster,
Yeah,
who are
it
now
did.
playing for Pioneers.
I'm tired right
And
now
we got
though,
Killer
but
moving from a player
I'm
on
chilling right now.
into a coach position, Kenny.
This team is strong. I think they're the #1 team entering this season for a reason. They left off last year on a strong
Hello,
note, winning
Rizzy
a monthly
Bear.
final,
How
going
are
to the
you?
World Finals, nearly toppling Crazy Raccoon, which is a little bit of a roster change of
Thank you
mid-tier
for
with
checking
one
on me,
player, but
Fuki.
historically has some of the best to ever play this game. These guys have not only proven themselves in North America, I think they've challenged some of the best at a global stage, and I think this is the year that they're looking to kind of take over this region and not just be a team, but be the team.
Starting out of the top seed of our NA Monthly Finals, a great start. Let's check in with Zeus and see what he had to say heading into this.
It's probably on Discord, Sophie. Like maybe like a private server
Yo creo que yo no le he asimilado
for the players.
que estoy en Try Gaming como. O sea, yo era súper fan de Soulan, Tyrant, es mi equipo favorito y sigue siendo mi equipo favorito. Y ahora mismo estamos mejores que ellos en cuestión de posicionamiento de las tablas, pero igual yo sigo siendo muy fanático de ellos. Y aunque ellos estén en el KCP, yo siempre digo Try por la costumbre, como Try Gaming, Soulan, Tyrant, el Divi, Fade, Cory y todo eso. Y la verdad me siento súper bien y espero poder representarlos de la mejor manera ganando ese trofeo del mundial.
For
Si se
real,
refieren
too, okay.
al pick de Juan Carlos, creo que es ese. La verdad, yo no lo veía tan mal, pero creo que se ejecutó mal. Y el equipo de Juan Carlos no tenía daño. Si no me equivoco, era una Amber, Kit y otra cosa.
Well, with those thoughts on Kid, I'll turn this over to Kenny to take it away. Thoughts on the new Tribe, thoughts on Zeus's thoughts.
Look, if Zeus is a believer in the kit, I might as well be as well. I think it's something that's still yet to be proven. I think it's circumstantial, but these guys are some of the best in the globe, so I will take their word for it. Look, the history speaks for itself, though. I think Tribe Gaming are a phenomenal team. I think they are the team to beat walking into this monthly final, and you can see it based on the resume there. I mean, a lot of first places last year in a region that's super volatile, in a year where it's becoming harder and harder to win in Brawl Stars. The fact that these guys had some level of consistency, I think, is what is telling of how good they can
Yo,
really be.
Jose, how are you?
They've got a very high ceiling. They've already proven so much, but on the flip
Huh?
side, their first opponents
What you
today,
mean,
SK
wager you?
Kamala, the NA or Uber.
I
We've
wager you
got
a
a
bull
lot to
race.
learn about these guys. What can you tell us?
Again, not a whole lot for exactly that reason, Rachel. This team definitely, looking through the competitors in this tournament, are the underdog, the less known roster. Many of these players, though, and this team that has the benefit, obviously, of being mostly, Mexican or sort of, Central American
chilling,
based.
Mr.
They
Cool, how
can
about you?
compete in some of those sort of South American run tournaments. We talked about it yesterday in our SA show. A lot of those like fast tournaments, the weeklies, monthlies, they can get their hands dirty and get involved in. They did manage to topple this new STMN esports roster, which is Pain, Steel, and Tacos, to get here, right? So I don't think they were even necessarily expected by many to have made their way through, but they actually end up winning that series quite handily. And that's that STMN esports roster, maybe not as, how do I put this? Well known as, their previous permutation, but have some quality players and definitely have some expectations. So I do think that's a very good sign. I think this team is definitely capable of taking sets, maybe, even matches off some of these teams, but they're up against the number one
No
team
way they
in
only
this
showed
tournament,
Ducky, right?
with the best tank player in North America. So I do think it's going to be a real uphill battle.
Eternal is now Eternal Fire.
We've got the maps, the game
Time to
modes
pack
all
it up,
lined up
Pika.
and ready for them. And as we take a look at this, Kenny, I want to know, what do you think a factor is with this new team coming in, able to topple some of these big names here? Is it the unexpected?
I think it has to be, and honestly, Tribe Gaming, I feel like, is one of the trickiest teams to draft into. When you're in that pick ban stage, you have to account for so many things. We have meta brawlers like Juju, Lou, Melody, some of these top brawlers, but like Uber pointed out as well, RBM is phenomenal on any tank player that he picks up, and that's something you have to take into account. They've been whipping out picks like Buzz and Scrims and been super successful with it. They are going deep.
Turn
in
up
the
volume.
bag.
Is it
So
too
you have to
quiet?
not only know what they're good at, but you also have to play the meta, and that's what makes them so strong, in my opinion.
Yeah, Uber, we've got this super well-known roster, this team that's been performing together for a long time here now under Tribe
Yo,
Gaming.
Werner, how are
What
you?
are your expectations as you're looking at this matchup?
Yeah,
Never
I think,
disrespect my
touching
goat
back to
Kenny
what Kenny
Cass,
mentioned,
Sophie.
there
The
are
hell
going
is
to be a
wrong
number
with
of
you?
opportunities that Tribe are going to take to try and play tanks in some of their comps, right? Right now, we are seeing.
I'm too
the
quiet?
combination
Bro,
of
I have my
Barry,
mic
and
maxed
intensity
out. I don't know what else to do about that.
Show pretty terrifying levels of mobility.
Should
from
I
a
make
tank. I
the
like Poco
the
Freight
casters
compositions
quieter?
That are also pretty darn effective on a few of these maps, especially Hot Zone, where it really matters about being, spending time on the objective. But looking ahead into this series,
Now it's
Jetball's
better?
the first
Oh.
map, and obviously,
I
like,
literally
that's one where,
changed
brawlers
nothing.
like Melody are still going to be hotly contested.
But,
Lou,
okay.
For example, brawlers that can really control that space pretty effectively. But Tribe are not a team that like to stack their roster, with those sharpshooters. They'll even play Meg on Bounty. You know what I mean? On those knockout maps, something like generally want to centerpiece around RBM when they can in general. And I think that's wise. This team fell short because I do think that they were picked apart a little bit, and kind of read
As
into
Fiki, nah.
tendency to try and go for tanks. But right now,
Bro
they're stronger
says
than ever.
as
Also,
Fiki,
the
but
gap
can't even
changes
get to
coming
a
into the
monthly
game.
finals
Some of these
himself.
things are going to get
Nah, this is
better
crazy.
Now that you have potentially unlimited uses of gadgets and they're not limited by a number of times, more so just the cooldown. So there's something to think about more into the future here. But this should be a 3-0, and I think if it's not for Tribe, that's definitely falls short of their expectations, because I do think that this is a team that really should be looking to get off the starter's block extremely fast, as previously the number one team NA, indisputably.
Yeah, we've seen shakeups for some of the top teams coming in other regions by some of the newer teams that have assembled and made it all the way to these monthly finals here. So, looking ahead, Kenny, with so much known about Tribe, with so much that, we're able to recite about what they're likely going to bring here, do you think
You lost
that
the lawsuit,
SK
bro.
Boss
I'm
might
not the
have an
one
edge as far
calling
as
Rafiki
preparation
ass.
and their relative unknown?
I wouldn't call it a preparation. I wouldn't call it an advantage. I think SKC are honestly practicing like one of the better teams in this region. I think they're contesting with a lot of teams really well. I've been kind of studying closely how they've been doing against some of these top teams, presumably coming into this. The Tribes, Elevate, SSG, a team they nearly beat in that upper bracket. Came down to a 2-3 result. That's what sent them to the lower bracket. That's the better version, or kind of the previous version of what STMN Esports were. STMN Esports, a team they even beat this year. And I think that's a team that
I think
a lot of people
OG
are looking forward
loses
to. I think
to
SKC are
Vegeta,
borderline a top 5 team.
but
I think unfortunately for them, they're just running
I wouldn't
into
be
this
upset
Tribe
if they
Gaming
prove me
roster,
wrong.
and until proven otherwise, I'm going to put my faith in this Tribe Gaming team.
I mean,
Well, let's talk
actually,
about that.
I
Yeah.
don't, I don't know if that was with
Like,
Yo-Yo
it's-
when I
it's
got
pretty
to
hard to see
semifinals
where
in the
SK Kalalas have an
Metrino.
edge outside of being
It might have
like a
been.
relative unknown, but these teams scrim each other, and word gets around in the brawl scene.
Did Elevate
Also,
just
SK
partner with
Kalalas have
Tribe?
to play
No.
in those, the close qualifiers,
Elevate
the monthly
is
qualifiers,
now
so their games
the
that can
players
be
from
huge.
Elevate are now
The Tribe
the
Gaming
players
should
for
really
Tribe.
have all the spears that they need to bring to this battle in order to win it out there. And yeah, like I said, if I start to see them struggling on certain maps, and if they have some sussy drafts, like that is something that we are going to be critical about with them, because this is a world, this is an
What is
NA
taking so
represented team.
long?
Like, I don't think there's any acceptable result that doesn't involve them blitzing through this game and starting to think about whether it's Pioneers or Space Station that they have to fight for that grand final spot.
And just waiting on one player here to provide you some context at home, but I do want to dive into that a little further, Uber, because one of the things we did shout out for Tribe Gaming, Killer, formerly a player, now moving on into that coach slot there, providing a lot for his team in this role. What do you think he's working on for this matchup?
Yeah, look, I think that it's important to know that Killer has definitely been sort of filling this role for this team for a little while. Even last year, like they loosely, I think, had a four-player roster, and they were able to sort of, make those substitutions in here. But right now, think about what we've been seeing out of these drafts, right? Let's think about what is being prioritized. A big conversation that we were having yesterday was about, are we banning Juju? Are we picking her first? Or are we
Yo, Mugo,
expecting
how are
our
you?
opponents
Welcome,
to pick her
welcome.
first,
Where
allowing
is
that, and
Zion?
developing a strategy
Okay,
around it?
Zion,
That's what a lot of
Fade,
coaches,
and
I think,
Tyrant
right
are
now
still a
considering,
team,
because
and they went to
using
KCP.
a ban slot on a brawler that is universally good across all maps is fine, but some of the niche heroes that are busted on certain game types like Gemfort will then creep in, and then you have to answer like that particular strategy. I think we saw it yesterday on Heist, right, where we had a Draco on Heist. And it was sort of
Okay,
all
so
living with this
how you
Draco
been?
running
Hope
on
you're doing
to
well.
the safe, and it was like really hard to beat. So when you ban someone like Juju, you do potentially allow some cheese strategies in through the pick and ban that can catch you off guard. So you need to try and read what your opponent's doing. Don't just come with a cookie cutter approach to this draft phase. Make sure you're being reactive, responsive, and securing every single edge that you can. A coach's job in Brawl has never been more difficult. Like, they really are earning their stripes now, because they need to research, they need to understand tendencies of opponents and find axes upon which they can attack some of the vulnerabilities. And a lesser known roster like SK Kalalas, that gets more difficult. You have to dig a little bit deeper for that information and for that insight. But again, I think this team is more than capable of doing that. They do have Sugus and Killer, who both have access to a vast array of resources in order to give their team the edge.
Yeah, we actually have another interview quickly with Zeus from Tribe Gaming, so let's check in a little bit further on their mentality in this matchup.
Por lo menos yo, lo que hago es, cuando salen mapas a
Yo,
jugar,
Drew, welcome, how are you
si
doing?
sale algún mapa que yo tengo que jugar en el partido, lo juego y lo juego por mucho tiempo. Y juego con los personajes que voy a jugar en el partido. No voy a jugar un Mortis en atraco, porque pues no voy a hacer eso en el partido.
No way
So,
they dodging,
todo lo que
right?
hago es intentar para que me ayude a mejorar para el día
Sub me in,
del
coach.
partido, y los días del partido yo intento dormir lo máximo posible. Si tengo que dormir 12 horas, duermo 12 horas. Y así e intento comer también mucho antes, porque para que no me baje la energía. Y ya, creo que eso es todo.
There's a sub and add in game.
Zeus, that's just
It
some
used to be,
generally
but my
good
friend was
life
just full.
advice. Eat just
I
a
don't
little
have
bit
any
ahead,
space in my
don't
main
get
account.
Sleepy. 12
Mhm.
hours though. I dream of getting 12 hours of sleep. You guys got your requisite 12 hours as casters, correct?
Not sneaking in, bro. I snuck into Qual's day 2. They can sneak me into monthly finals.
I'm so sorry, man. You're right.
No. I think I got like 6.5, a 7. So
That's
I'm
pretty
happy
good.
with that.
I respect that. That's a good.
I did have a
that's good night.
2-year-old summon me at 2:30 a.m. over the baby monitor, but you know, we bounced back. We
SK
keep rolling.
Kalalas has
I've
a
got great gameplay to keep me
South
alert
American
awake,
and
you know
North
what I mean?
American
So,
team.
you know, who needs caffeine?
That's true. You time it out in brawl matches. Every little time you gotta wake up.
Hugo, you talking about
Crazy for that,
Luffy?
Rachel. Cannot believe it. Oh.
Yeah. No, I don't know that life. I got 2 cats. They wake up at 5:30 to be fed, and you know what? They don't care if I have games on my phone or not.
Honestly, I'm about to go grab a
Actually,
snack because they're taking so long.
My eldest loves Brawl Stars. He's a big fan of
We're 20
sitting,
minutes in,
with me while I play.
but we've not got a single game.
Because he likes the different colors they can be, and he gets very excited when he gets a red or yellow one. So thanks, Supercell, for addicting my kid to your gacha, but no, it's fun. It's a great way I spend time with him. Again, hopefully, as he grows up, he'll have a game like this as an example to learn how to be a fantastic Brawl player. At some point, there might be some penalties handed out here if we can't sort of get into game on time. So I don't know what the detail is with that, but for those that are, listening to us, we're just hanging out, we're talking game. Obviously, at the start of a tournament, when there's not been any gameplay yet, there's a little bit less to dig into contextually. And I think that, I don't know about you, Kenny, Rachel, but we've definitely sort of wanted to talk a little bit about the metagame right now, because I do think at the start of a year, there's just so much, so much that is hidden away from the public a little bit, or those
Even
that are
like
sort of deep in the
Alex.
scene. And I think we got a taste of that yesterday, which kind of made for some really exciting gameplay. So fingers crossed we get some more spice in these matches. But I wonder if Tribe are going to show that against a team like SK Kalalas, or whether they just keep that for the more crucial
Hello,
matchups.
Sam. I think I'm gonna grab a salad for my snack
Yeah, I have to
because
ask
they're
actually,
taking 10
and
years
add
to
on
start.
that factor and then pass it on to you,
We're
Kenny.
already-
With so many
We're
changes
22
coming
minutes
down the
in,
line,
and we have not
new
even
brawlers,
seen all the
new
players'
balance
faces
changes.
yet.
Has anyone been keeping anything in their back pocket that they're like, well, use it or lose it now? I've got this secret strat, this thing I always wanted to try. Are we expecting to see any of that towards the end of the season, Kenny?
I don't think any of these guys are truthfully going to hold back. I think for a team like Tribe Gaming here, especially where they've got 3 maps that are almost identical to their potential
Why is the
semifinals,
quality of
both of these
Luffy's
teams have
camera
practiced
ass?
these maps a ton. There is a lot on the
Like,
line.
you compare
and I
with
think for a team,
RBM, so
especially
his
like
is
Tribe Gaming,
fine.
there's so much depth to them in terms of the brawler pool they can get to. I think that's one of the things that we pointed out earlier that makes it a little trickier for something like an SKC.
His camera
where
is so
they're
bad.
good
What the
players.
hell?
I've seen the
It's
mechanics.
like
These guys have been on fire
160p.
for a little bit here, but now they're starting to really compete with some of the best here. There's no established, best brawlers, iconic brawlers for them. Whereas somebody like RBM, first brawler I think of, Ash, who's phenomenal. Somebody that Uber pointed out earlier. That's the one I literally have highlighted in my Jim Fort notes right here, because they play it so much, they're successful at it, and there's something perfect about when a brawler is good in the meta and also good in somebody's hands. I definitely think that's something that's going to be pointed out for SKC. Those are the kinds of things that these analysts, these coaches are having to look for. And, just between what we said here, there's already a lot to juggle. This is just the surface level stuff too. I mean, these guys go above and beyond through their research.
Well, they're going to get a couple more minutes to go above and beyond, and we'll let Luffy hang out with the bear, because we're going to take a quick break and get our players sorted so we can get on into our first match. Don't go anywhere again. We'll be right back with more Brawl Stars.
Alright, I'm gonna grab a snack. It's looking a lot of this 200,000. Alright, nah, ain't no way, bro. It cannot be that serious, bro. What do you mean, why do they need every player to have cams on so they know who the hell is playing? Like, it's the official esports. Why would you not need to see the players' faces? Add back when? Where? I see. No, none of the pro players play on PC. That's not even a thing to worry about. Hello, Duck. How are you? Yeah, none of the pro players play on PC. Everyone, like 99% of the players play on iPad. And because they be banned, you're not gonna be banned for playing on PC. It's just not convenient. It's way better to play on mobile because it's a mobile game.
It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, want to check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live.
Impossible, Sim. You're acting for too much.
I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, want to check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. It's about to get live.
Alright, I'm gonna grab a snack. I'll be right back.
It's about to get live.
Sauvage et libre, je me lance, sauvage et fier.
I may have unplugged my earbuds. Hopefully I didn't break anything. Yeah, tell me if it sounds good. Playing on PC is technically breaking TOS. I mean, technically, but it's not a problem. No one really cares, to be honest. They used to spectate the monthly finals on PC. Sounds good. All right. Off to a hot start. Yeah. The part where we got to watch some games, right? Yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. Again. This time without accidentally unplugging my earbuds.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans. We're just getting ready for our first quarterfinal match here. That's going to be between Tribe Gaming and SK Kalalas, their NA division. Now, we're taking a look at Tribe here before. First of all, the backgrounds, love it. But as we were talking about this team, their history in this space, what they're likely to bring to this competition, I think both of you individually said you're expecting this to be a 3-0 result if we do get to kick this off soon. And you were breaking that down for us, Uber. A lot to do with the current meta and Tribe Gaming's choices. How do you think they arrive at such great decision-making ahead of each match?
Yeah, like I said, I think a component of this is definitely in scouting. So that is where your coaches and analysts go and look at what the opponents seem to prefer to play. There are so many brawlers in Brawl Stars that, frankly, no one team has like a style that they're stuck in and that, can be exploited. At this level, you're expected to be able to play any permutation of the, 87 or so brawlers that are in the game. So the best place to start
Are we still waiting
is
for
to
a
develop
game?
a comp that is best for you, that you think is going to be ideal, and you try and map out what an average pick and ban phase might look like based on the most commonly picked or banned brawlers. Now, if that doesn't go to plan, or if the bans and
What's
picks
happening?
don't
People are saying
work the way
Below
you
trying
expect them to, that's where the coach gets
dodge.
involved and goes,
Wait.
hey, Juju's open.
Trying to
Or,
what?
We can get a Melody here.
Oh, trying to
and
dodge?
give it
Like, he's
into,
just, like,
some
where's he
kind
at?
of, dust
That's what we're
combination
saying.
where we get a shield or something like that. So there's an element of prep and then there's an element of like raw agility during that draft phase. And the draft phase is really quick. So like you don't have time to like agonize over things. You've got to jump in and make those calls like we are now, I guess.
Yeah, looks like we're taking off with Gym Fort here. Great to see the map showing its face. This one's a really interesting one too, Uber. There's
Wait,
a
are
lot
we
of bands
finally
that I think
getting a game?
are almost must for me. I think Juju's in that mix. I think Lou can be in that mix, especially into a team, depending on who has first overall, of course. But if we see that Tribe gets a first overall, I mean, getting your hands on Lou could be
Yo,
important
Black
just
Belt,
because
how
of
are
how
you?
tanky they end up playing every time.
Balala's in this
Absolutely.
team.
And you know this, like you're
SKC.
like you're gonna walk into this game like, okay.
My favorite
What
thrower
have they got in store for us here?
is a
Gym 4
player
obviously
or
map where you
a
can make
brawler?
extensive use of those side lanes because you can get brawlers all the way down them and try and wrap around. And we often, as a result, start to see the map split. Sort of left to right as opposed to north to south.
We got
Sometimes
two
teams wanna
ICs here.
overload one bush, and that can create
Brawler,
an interesting scenario as well. We'll start with the bans here. I think that's definitely going to give us an idea of how we should be
Maybe
going forward.
Dynamite.
I think it's been talked about, but we have the max already taken away.
Oh,
The
hell
Gets
nah,
banned
Sam.
by Tribe, no less. Stu taken out, obviously hypermobile, and we know that Janet is really powerful right now, so no shock there to see her.
Meeple
and Lou,
open.
of course, is pretty
Is-
popular here.
I don't think
just to
anyone's
really
gonna play
control that center
Meeple
part
in
of the map.
Gym Fort.
Yeah, I talked about it a little bit earlier, but of the regions, Buzz has shown up quite a bit whenever it's involving
Not
the Stripe
Barry.
Gaming roster.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
Barry
little
is a
surprised
thrower,
it's them
isn't he?
banning it, but that might be something
Maybe
that they
Barry,
know
actually.
that deep down in the scrim play rates and all that jazz, that this guy's shown up maybe even more than I thought he was. Surge, a first overall pick. This is something very
I don't even
frequent
count
for these
Gym
guys.
Fort
This
as a
is
real
kind of their
map.
default safe
this
pick,
map,
if you will, on that 2-3 turn or that first overall. It's very good at preventing aggressive brawlers. Obviously, Surge at that tier 1 weak, but as he progresses up through
Really,
his
Leon?
stages, once he's at 2, 3, 4, he can dive on people, he can defend against these really aggro brawlers. So I think it's a very safe selection first overall. But SKC with a Sandy and a
I
Barry on
mean,
the other
it's-
end, now
it's
they can set
definitely in the
themselves
rule
up for
book that they have to
potentially
show
a
their
thrower for
faces,
those
so-
indestructible walls, and they could power up an aggro of their choice later on the line.
Yeah, I think that this composition is really saying we want to play in the middle of the map. We want to
Toxin.
be here around the
Stop
gem
being a
well, and
monkey.
we don't want to have to retake that space. We want to claim it, and then we want to control it. The hypercharge for Barry is incredible. So much coverage, great healing, and of course that Sandy Super now as well, giving a speed boost with the hyper to people inside of it, but in general it's great for that space denial. Here's Ash. We
Shout out
talked about
Toxin.
this team and their reliance on tanks. We have a very strong side
I don't
level
like this
Surge,
map,
who's
bro. I
terrifying
really
when they're leveled
don't.
up, given how their shots split within that fort itself. And the Ash here gives you that
So I can't
rundown, that
vape?
all-in
I don't
potential
think they
with a
care
burst of
about
speed that
vaping.
can often be really unexpected. I
I
like
mean,
this
maybe
looking
it's just
Tribe.
like a
SK Kaladas
a
have pretty
publicity
straightforward
thing,
approach here, but what they
but
kind of lack is, range. That's the problem, I guess, with Sandy. She's got stopping power. She can stun with that gadget, or rather, he can control that space. Excuse me.
Amber,
But
you
when it
called
comes to
it
someone at
Leon.
longer ranges that wants to try and keep tanks honest, they don't quite have that yet. And the Amber comes in to really.
I
light up
mean,
the
you
map,
saying it like
clear all those
kids don't
bushes in the
vape.
middle and make
Like
it
so many
harder for
people
this
vape these
shorter range
days.
comp so far from SK
Not that I'm
Kaladas
condoning
to
it. I
hide
don't
away.
like vape. I don't like vaping. I don't care
Tribe also
for
are
people that
unafraid
vape.
of
I wish
picking this
everyone would
Ash. I
quit.
would say just
but-
generally, it's going to take a lot to deter them from this pick, especially on this map. It's something they frequently go to. It's one of their strongest brawlers already, and in today's day and age, with this hypercharge out, I think he's one of the better tanks in the game anyway, so it's a good shout regardless. I think they
I like
need,
the
like you
Rico.
said, a little range, and the thing I was kind of looking for too, they've got a couple good control brawlers, but real no damage output.
I don't.
mean,
What is
Sandy
going on
is
here?
great at getting a stun, playing that defensive side of things, but not necessarily going to be some top frag for your team. Same can be said for Barry, so I don't know.
What is
if
going
this
on
right
here? I
side
don't
has a great
understand.
synergy. I don't think this is going to be your everyday composition, but I almost think it was necessary to grab some DPS for them.
You have to. They in their rule book they say you have to, but
Comp's basically locked in here and decent draft. I
we
think.
haven't seen
SK
Bilal or
Kaladas, I think the damage that Tribe
Rafiki.
Gaming setup has is pretty impressive. Their composition might be a little bit harder to pilot here. But I do think, like, Zeus on the Amber is going to be quite powerful. And the Rika, like you sort of mentioned, lets you just kind of dominate that side lane a little bit. But this is the problem. RBM is already looking to pinch here.
Tribe
He only
doesn't
has
lose
3
with
gadgets.
RBM
There's
Ash,
one.
right?
And RBM shrugs that one off pretty quickly.
It's a huge contention in the mid, but so far, so
Wait,
good
how
for
the hell did
Tribe. Zeus
Luffy
will
kill
narrowly
the
survive.
Rico?
174 HP is what it's going to take.
How did he
Luffy
kill
can
below?
expand now on this right-hand side. That's a great matchup into Surge as well. Surge is going to do really well into these lower HP brawlers or these tanky brawlers. He can push them away or just get them with a couple taps, and Rico is definitely vulnerable to that.
Well, Bilal, a little bit scary now as the little help has come on in and RBM has just dominated this side of the map. So
Oh, this game
the
is
issue.
over.
Tribe Gaming now can basically dictate the pace. They tell SK Kalalis when to jump and exactly how high. Luffy here, of course, has that window of invulnerability, dives on in, doesn't give up his life for it, but it doesn't matter because Zeus has already got
This
the
game
9
is
gems.
over.
RBM can
Literally.
throw himself at SK Kalalis and it doesn't matter. Now, of course, we have that countdown ready. Raviki want to come forward, doesn't have the hypercharge, but really that's much better defensively or to use to control this space that Tribe don't really need to compete for
You don't beat
anymore.
RBM
sees
Ash.
Bilal, he goes for a multi-ball launcher, it's not enough. Little Help is going to devour Rafiki, and that's that. First round, cleanly taken by Tribe.
That's what you expect of the #1 seed. I think SKC are a good team too, like I mentioned. I really don't think these guys didn't get here by accident. I think they more than earned it. They played some really good teams, had a close match against SSG, beat STM in the esports, two very established teams, and some players even on that STM in roster that have gone back a long ways. They got to find their footing though. I don't know if it's the nerves or what it was. I do think Tribe probably have draft here, to be honest with you, but nonetheless, SKC just not showing a lot of life there.
And this is the problem. The same issue still applies now. I mean, Tribe
It's
can
already
overlook one
over,
side of the map
yeah.
here, and there's no
Next set.
safe gem carrier here. If you're trying to use the Rico in a side lane, then who is supposed to carry your gems in the mid? Like, you don't have any good range off any of them. Like, Darky, I suppose. Once those supers start to get
Oh,
rolling,
Zeus is gonna die.
you can do a heck of a lot more to sort of control that space.
Uh-oh.
So we'll see that here. Darky with
Holy,
the super, so she's gonna clear
like,
those bushes. That will be
who is
pretty
spectating
fortunate
these
and will
games? They
allow
got
SK
worse
Kalalis to
Wi-Fi
see
than
this
me.
Ash coming. But Tribe have a lot of damage, and you know, SK Kalalis are playing a pretty dangerous game of having to basically stay grouped up, make sure that all of these Rico shots are hitting so they can keep the tanky lineup of Tribe honest.
Controls everything on this map too. I mean, you can see the sides of the walls there that are indestructible. Some of them are not, but all of those L-shaped walls are not going to get broken down in this. There's no wall breaks. So once you kind of take over control in the middle of the map, it's going to be really difficult to retake. The one thing that kind of counters that is that Surge jump. At least he can get a dive in or put a little pressure on somebody that's just hugging a wall. That's kind of the only easy access point I would say to get in there, other than maybe a Sandy invisibility.
Okay, so high likelihood we have come out of that round and that we have a result. Now, as to what that result is, I can't tell you, because if you joined us yesterday, you'll know that, yeah, we basically have become slideshow commentators in some of these situations. So bear with us now. We'll keep you as well apprised as we can of the set and map score as we go. But it looks like that was an SK Kalalis round, so their composition, Kenny, did eventually prevail once they had that control.
Yeah, it is the control-based comp. I mean, ultimately, that's a big part of this, and I think that's such an
Got
easy
below
surface level
added.
thing to say.
I
But
have
can't illustrate
below
enough, especially with the
Ducky,
mechanics that these guys have.
Luffy. What the
It's
hell is
really
going on here?
difficult to overtake. So
Huh?
going to be 1-1 overall. We are heading into a game 3. We'll shortly await and see what goes down there.
Yeah, again, I think we'll looking. It looks like there's about 7-8 gems.
I love
on the
Brawl
side of Tribe
Stars,
right now.
yes.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Zeus.
I love the
has
part
done
where I
a
can
good
actually
build map.
watch
This
the
is the problem. When
game.
Ash is running rampant in your backline, it's pretty scary. Ducky does at least get the sandstorm down, and RBM will sort of be revealed amongst those bushes, but it's a big lead for Tribe already to have, especially as Luffy has netted himself a gem as well. Ducky's got to get pretty close.
You had some serious. I was just about to compliment you on the eagle eyes. I mean, that was incredible to spot out of the corner of the tablet there. But Tribe are going to take a lead here. SKC just trying to do their best to group together as well. But this is where Ash is going to shine. Very expanding, but Luffy's still going to be able to get a kill here. One more jam, and they're going to take a countdown.
I mean, SK Kalalis are
This
controlling
is
that
quite a
space on the
game.
right side of the map perfectly, Kenny. It's just not the space that they want to control at all. That's not where the objective is, unfortunately. Riki, just pure weight of healing, is able to win that fight out, but now it's very risky. You're out in the open against an Ember. It's about as bad as it gets in terms of raw matchups. So this will be
Oh
Tribe
my
Gaming
God, bro.
taking away the round and the set. Gem grab
Yo, I'm
goes
so
to Tribe.
sorry.
That's what we expect out of them. I mean, the expectations are even higher this year than it was for them last year. They've been signed by a gigantic org in North America. They are the guys to beat right now. SKC obviously contending a little bit there. I kind of expect some of these sets to be a little back and forth. It wasn't my favorite draft. I think it was 3 really good brawlers, but sometimes you got to have a little synergy going along. I like the well-roundedness of that Tribe composition.
Yeah, I mean,
How you
look,
doing,
it's-
Sosa?
you can see, well, we didn't see, but you can see in your mind's eye, if you will, how SK Kalalis' composition can be really oppressive once they get some of those supers online. In theory, you dominate one of those side lanes.
Like,
you know,
what
with the Rico,
even
you
happened
dominate
this
the middle part of the
game?
map. With
It
the
was
Seed,
not even
3
serious
gadget
at all.
charges is obviously plenty. And then the whole while, you keep your team really healed up. But I do feel that you might prefer, you know, someone who's a little bit tankier than the Sandy to be the centerpiece of this composition. If you're going to, you know, use them in such a way, I know that like having the stun is really good, but that's not enough to stop RBM. Maybe if the Sandy is a different tank, for example, then all of a sudden, you know, you're getting a little bit more value out of that berry heal. It's a little bit hard to shift them off the map, and you don't have to strictly play just towards getting those Sandy supers down in order to be as oppressive as that comp wants to be.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see too much of that second game there where SK Kalalis did manage to pick up a game win, but you talked a little bit about how that composition did surprise you. They were able to pull some stuff out with it there. Kenny, I wanted to get your reaction to kind of, you know, before and after for that matchup and what your thoughts are.
I mean, that was kind of my expectation, to be honest with you. I think the composition that we saw them draft favored Tribe. Again, to kind of point out what Uber was saying, I like the well-roundedness of this, and sometimes I feel like pro players get stuck in picking the good brawlers,
Daddy
the brawlers that are
Jack Miller? Oh,
open.
hell no.
Sandy, a great brawler.
I mean, I
Rico
can't
could
like.
be really good.
I haven't
Barry
drafted
doesn't
for
necessarily
Gym
synergize them as well.
forever. I
think
don't like
they're
the
not
map.
bringing
I
the
don't
best
pay
out of all
attention
those
to it, so I
brawlers.
don't
They're
even
kinda
know
just
what I would
throwing a
pick there.
hodgepodge together, whereas I feel like Tribe had a calculated approach, and honestly, credit to SKC,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
they still ended up
So.
winning a game, and I really didn't think that would necessarily be an easy one for them to win. So they still made that set 2-1 nonetheless. I don't think they're out of this by any means.
I will say that, like, that's a pretty challenging sort of lineup to draft against. I think, like, Tribe were able to take the last pick and, you know, find a brawler that's especially good at canvassing, like, a wide area. You scout pretty well as that Ember if you want to. So they're playing sort of for a worst case scenario where, like, oh, okay, there's a sandstorm in the way. Like, how do we, you know, how do we put pressure down on these guys? How do we damage them? Amber is pretty good at doing that. But we're going to move on. Center stage now. It's time for Brawl Ball. So a little bit of a different approach, but those brawlers like Surge, still expect to see them be very powerful. Sandy's also quite viable here. Brawlers that have some form of CC or invulnerability frames or mobility are really highly valued, and both teams have banned the Juju out here. Neither really wants to deal with it. I think the Maisie ban is super interesting. She definitely you know, had her time in the sun and definitely like has a lot of fantastic, you know, pieces in her kit in terms of being a mid-range fighter.
It
That,
was
you know,
not a
has
fun time.
a dash, you have like a stun, you have decent damage at long range here. Tribe banning out a lot of tanks though. They're like, okay, they might have a tank in mind here that would be susceptible to both what Nita and Jackie can do.
Sad,
Easy ban,
he's
I think
getting
it's a very
matched.
calculated one too. North America.
No one
used
is
it a lot.
using a face
Surge
cam
is
for matching,
who I thought they were going to go
so.
with. This is something they've frequently done. Like I said, whether it's Gym Fort, Center Stage, there's a lot of maps where they feel that Surge is kind of the dynamic playmaker they're looking for, a way to shut down those tanks. And it's also removing a piece of the
That's good,
equation that could
Pico.
counter a future tank they want. I've seen them pick Buzz on this map quite a bit. They've had some real interesting bans.
I don't
Juju's
like
a
Surge
no-brainer.
first
I think they
pick.
just want that out of the picture. But they also take out Jackie and Nita, which are a couple
You
ones
need a
that could
buff?
really mess with
No.
the tanks that they want to play. And I think that's why they end up banning those.
Okay, so once again, Sandy, yes, gets picked up here. You have these relatively shorter range brawlers.
No,
but, yeah, it's
you
so
don't
good to have
use
Stu on
the
this map.
face
Again,
cam
if you
during
can have
match
speed zone
arenas.
that's, you know,
No one, you
uncontested,
don't even have
that
to
gives you a pretty
stream
big
during
edge.
match arenas.
Of course, you know, Sandy in a pinch
You only
can
have to
get a speed boost
stream,
as
or you only
well,
have to
you know,
use
under
a
the
face
right
cam for
circumstances.
these.
But, yeah,
It was just monthly
you know, Surge and
finals.
Sandy, these teams are kind of showing us a real preference to go towards those brawlers right now, and we can see like Surge in the right hands, a pair of aggressive hands that, you know, doesn't really fear, is pretty good. Berry here, great to have a thrower on these Brawl Ball maps, usually mix one in there. The fact that, you know, Berry does put some pressure down in terms of damage, but also can heal is good. Tribe really want to save this last pick, you know, for as long as they can, but they are going to have to give SK Kalalis a chance to respond to it. I'm expecting something tankier, but we'll have to wait and see.
Ash on my mind for
Explain
sure
it to
here, one of
me.
their favorites, and like I said, they could pull something crazy out of the bag.
Yeah.
I think Maisie was actually going to be in their equation as well, to be honest with you. It's something they've also done a lot. It's not just a them thing either. In North America, I've
Yo,
seen it trade with
Taj,
this
how are you?
brawler a good bit. But yeah, Ash is a favorite. I think having the rats into something like a stew can be very helpful. Obviously, if a sandstorm drops that's rude sands, it's
Ash,
going to
man,
eradicate those pretty quickly.
you don't
But
know
I think
about the
they've powered
RBM
up their
Ash?
and I think this is another instance
Literally
where
the
they're
best
so well-rounded
Ash player
comp.
in
It's
the
three
world.
good brawlers. They synergize
Okay, I
really
like the
well
primo
together.
pick.
But but you never know
We
what you're
moved
gonna
on.
get.
This is the
North
first
America loves
game.
to bring out the El Primo. They love a
License?
little
No.
flash, a
Is
little
that okay?
pizzazz. The ultimate goal scorer has entered
You
the
know
fray.
how
I am
good my
super
eyes
excited
are?
for this.
All right, obviously El Primo is very good at opening up the mat. His super destroys those, barriers and blocks. He also can take the suplex gadget and essentially strip the ball from someone while yeeting them backwards over his head. So very, very good on Brawl Ball in general. Like you mentioned, a great goal scorer. There's some cheeky tech that you can do, with that El Primo on this map. But just want to make it very clear, Tribe Gaming have locked the exact same composition, almost, with the exception, of course, of that Amber not sort of being here. So they definitely
Yeah,
really
this should have
want
been a
to
clean
apply
Rosa.
that pressure here on this map. Let's see what they can do. Ducky's already wrapped
Okay,
around, but Tribe are going to probably
Ducky's
work to get this bit
doing
of a
stuff.
death ball here.
Grab
and
ball
make it
Zeus, grab
very
ball
healed, but-
Zeus.
Okay, that's one suplex
Nah, they're gonna
already
score here.
used, as Rafiki makes it pretty hard for Tribe to get that healing benefit. And they should be able to walk this one in. Rafiki, excuse me, healthy
Oh,
enough
the
to
ball
shoot
just
that
went
in.
through Luffy.
Whew, a little closer than I would have wanted it to be, but I do think SKC played that quite well. They throw a brawler over their shoulders, tag team it, and then can work their way around. One of the benefits, I think, with this team is they have Stu, who's going to be able to cycle a lot of supers and therefore super shots. And additionally, El Primo is great on offense and defense, but Tribe responding quite well.
Yeah.
Zeus now expanding positioning for his team. RBM with the kick forward. It's just a lone Sandy. Bilal does get the sleep off. Ducky steps up, intercepts the ball.
Holy, Ducky is cooking.
Phenomenal work coming out of the red roster.
Now, this composition is really good for SK Kalalis. They have a stun to strip the ball. They have a suplex to also remove possession. Again, those gadgets will eventually run out of charges, but if you can turn one of those into a goal, then that's great. Even two of them together for a goal, that's perfect. Of course, the very hypercharge here means that Tribe can definitely play around this area with a bit more impunity, and Luffy is threatening to jump on top of Ducky and blow
Get
them up
Ducky
here, but
some
Tribe are not in a
help.
position to try and go for a proper goal, and the Rude Sands is going to
I know,
reveal the
Luffy's
forcing Luffy
gonna
to
die
use
here.
that super in a defensive aspect. RBM backs
Nah.
away, but might not be
Nah,
able to
they're
stop
gonna score
Rafiki as
though.
they go for a super to open up the map. Here come the little helpers with the
Sure.
hypercharge booster. There's a lot of them, and they chow down on Rafiki.
Ducky still maintaining a little positioning here, though. Zeus
I wish I
trying
had
to keep his
this
brother
Stu
afloat.
thing.
Ash gonna die to the fire. Luffy does have the ball in his control, though. El Primo gonna be shadowing this left-hand lane. That's a tough one going into a surge, even with the gadget available. He's just gonna take this ball and run with it. Bilal now approaching. Ducky's still on this right-hand side. Rafiki falls. It's a hypercharge going down. Ducky dashing forward.
He has really
gets
low
the
ping.
elimination, and Bilal can just walk it in.
I don't know if it's
SKC
zero. I
responding
can't
in
tell
set
if it's
number
zero,
2.
but I just
But
can
it's
tell
hard
that
not
it's
to
really
like this
low.
composition from SKC, honestly. Like the amount of, capacity they have with their gadgets to be disruptive. It is not easy in Brawl Ball to take possession of the ball from someone. You need a certain set of abilities. You need like a Daryl super or something like that. You cannot simply just take it off them. But having
Of course
Suplex,
Stu is a
having
good
Sweet
pick.
Dreams,
What do you mean,
really
Leanne?
effective. And then you just balance this out, I think, with Stu, who can really run away with the game if you let him. Great looks from SK Kalalis, and I like their draft.
I do too. I think it's a very legitimate one, and I think this is much better than the last map that we saw. This is a team with a lot of talent. It does feel like they have the potential to take a set off these guys. I don't know about winning, but for right now, they're looking great. RBM
Luffy?
goes down. Zeus still moving
not
forward.
Luffy,
Luffy
Zeus.
has the ball available. It's a one-on-one situation. Ducky survives just
Is this
long enough to
random?
bring
Who
Rafiki back
died?
in, so he's going to be able to grab this ball and keep it under SKC control. But hidden in the grass is a lot of Tribe members. This is going to get a little scary for SKC.
Okay, Root Sands, though, got to at least light this part of the map up for SKC. Rafiki has to be
you're talking
careful.
about
The
chat.
surge is already at level 3, so hitting extremely hard. And again, yeah, if Luffy can get Rafiki in his sights for long enough, that El Primo is simply going to cease to exist. A bit like he was never there. He's got to be very careful. Ducky spotted out on the right-hand side of the map. RBM, it's a stun. That is not how Bilal wants to be using that gadget. Just to stop an
Oh
Ash that
my
shrugs it
God,
off anyway and can
Rafiki
keep
just
going.
popped
Nice
him.
super, nice
Holy.
suplex from Rafiki, but Zeus finds a nice little, I guess the galaxies with this particular skin, but the ice cream drop to secure the kill and trade it out. Now RBM has to get back into the map and has a hypercharge super at the ready, so that threatens to overwhelm one or more brawlers. Great Rude Sands reaction though. All the little helpers are taken
They're gonna
down,
win this
and
set,
now
huh?
SK Kalalis are able to come forward with momentum and player
What a
advantage
shot.
and a goal to boot.
Rafiki is playing out of his mind. The
The new
defense and
Toxin? What
offense
you mean by
coming
that
out of El
short
Primo has been a huge instigator for
some
why they've been
ads.
able to stop goals that should have gone in and score ones on the other end. That was such a great return. Now Rafiki getting in on the action once again. A dive in, this time not enough for a kill. The Rats eating Stu up, and now Luffy can branch out to this right-hand side. RBM gonna take his time, heal up with the ice cream on the ground, and Zeus gonna join his teammates here. Tribe are gonna play as a unit here, and now SKC have to find a way to stop.
Ducky is
All right,
you
at
if
some
you were
point,
actually
Tribe have to
decent at the
overwhelm
game.
and get a goal. It's kind of hard to do both. They do expend some abilities here to try and control mid, but it's another rude sands. RBM's going to be too low for this. Oh, okay, nicely done. Gadget popped. Health now restored. And a hypercharge used just for the stat boost for
Holy
RBM.
RBM.
Oh, they get a second.
Holy
Rafiki is down, and
RBM.
finally, Tribe are able to break through and even up this round.
OT looking probable. 7 seconds on the clock. Rafiki does have a dive. Luffy activating hypercharge, but he's got this ball. He's got nasty intentions with it too. He misses though. RBM able to juggle this ball. Luffy
RBM
looking it
just
forward,
scored us.
trying to get the frags for his
Why did he
teammates.
pass it?
Rafiki dives
Okay,
away,
doesn't
but the
matter.
kill is too easy. Tribe Gaming match up in set 2.
Oh, I mean, great adaptations for Tribe here. They have to really play a very particular way around that rude sands. And if they overextend into a position where they're caught out by that one, it can really hurt them. The respawn time in Brawl Stars is short, but man, it is not short enough. If Tribe end up getting caught on the wrong side of the map by that stuff, they can't die in their own half, is the simple way of putting this. Dominate mid, control it with this damage and try and close out the game. But SK Kalalis have their gadgets back. The suplexes and the stuns will be there in plentiful supply.
Keeping an eye out on Surge here. Already has a super, so he's going to be a tier 2. That's a very early amount of time to get that in. So he's going to be much more of an asset for this Tribe
Luffy
Gaming
already
roster.
at
Rafiki
tier
left
2.
hand in, just lurking. He's been a player to watch too. Been super impressed outside of that maybe one mistake in overtime with a misconnection. That super, he was going for gold. I got to respect it. They are an underdog in
He
this, so you
missed
got to
this
make big
time.
plays happen sometimes.
Great
Wait,
movement
no,
from
Ducky's
RBM, but
going
Ducky
in
actually
anyway.
wraps around
Wait,
and pinches.
wait,
Same issue with
go,
Jeff
go,
Ford. You
go,
can
go,
sneak
go,
up that
go,
side
go.
like Zeus. Unreal. He was stunned. And he's able to shrug it off and still find the goal because he put some healing down on the ground for himself.
That was great preparation, great teamwork to get that ball up in time. They knew Zeus was going to have just enough in the tank. The Sandstorm going to be showcasing the entire grass. There's nowhere to hide. Tribe Gaming cluster together. They're expanding though. The Zeus hypercharge goes down. Luffy dives away, and now
Nah, this game
RBM
is over.
marching up the map. Ball still in the middle here, and Zeus is going to be able to grab this
Yeah,
with ease.
exactly. I'll get
Yeah,
that.
and RBM can disrespect Bilal, force out a gadget. He knew he was going to get it there as well. Here comes the elbow
Lede
drop from
understands
Rafiki, but
it
he's
now,
lost his
exactly,
defender
bro.
now. He's left suplexing a player that didn't have possession of the ball. RBM
Damn.
hits the gadget, gets a top up in health, and try and close out our second set.
They just had to warm up.
Another close one. A 2-1 in sets, and SKC are showing their teeth a little bit. Again, I think this team has a lot of talent. This time the draft came through much better. I thought there was a more impressive showing in terms of the set. They're certainly going to have to pull off the impossible. A reverse sweep against the #1 seed will be something for the making here in our month #1. But Luffy, RBM, Zeus, everybody contributing there. Ducky on the other end did have the kills.
Ducky
Rafiki maybe not as much, but
popped
I
off,
still think
but
they
it was-
played that
I
set
don't know.
rather well, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm happy with it, and I thought the composition was good. The idea,
Hashtag
was
Beta
really
Tribe,
good.
yes.
But if they get forced into situations, SKC, where they end up using those gadgets in ways that don't advance their game plan, like they're using it just to stay alive, for example, or just to disrupt the player without the ball, then it gets a bit scarier because those gadgets do go on cooldown. You don't have them immediately available for another use. When their actual intended use case comes up shortly after.
Like
Rafiki
below
also has a tough
Stormy.
job on this map. Playing this El Primo, someone who's really susceptible to surge
guess.
and
He
can
didn't
also
do
just
the
get
best.
burst down by them awfully
Yeah.
quick. So I like the idea. I think the composition had all the hallmarks of one that could work. It was just so reliant on gadgets and supers, and sometimes they don't come out when you need them.
I think it's just
I
showing
do have a
his
question too about
nationality
this particular
charge.
game mode, and
I don't
especially
think
when we
he's
saw
actually in
Rafiki just
Mexico
playing
right
so
now.
incredible in it, with all this extra stuff to think about as far as angles, passing, defending the ball, on top of the positioning, on top of the
I mean, but
kills.
Mexico
What are you
server
excited to
is
see from a player
Dallas.
that can really master Brawl Ball?
I think Brawl Ball plays out
But
pretty
I don't think
interestingly.
he's
I think
in
there's just so much to
Mexico
juggle,
right
honestly,
now.
Uber. I think there's so much to keep track of, and I think that's why it kind of makes that El Primo job harder, right? He's playing defense, he's throwing people over his shoulder, he has to nail his supers. It's a good blend of just game awareness, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a really unique game type. Also, Bounty, I would consider to be pretty similar. On face of it, it looks like, just kill the other guys more often than we get killed. But there is some nuance here. Controlling the blue star at the start of the round and, setting up the game to decide, who the attacking team, quote unquote, and the defending team is really important because there are some compositions here, especially on maps like this one, where you're favored being the defender. Like you're favored when the enemy has to come to you. And there are some setups where you don't necessarily, some maps, some comps where you don't necessarily have an inherent advantage there. So sometimes you want to craft your composition to snap that blue star up at the start of the
Game
round to
Ducky?
force
Wait.
the other team into an
Oops.
offensive stance
What match?
straight away. that's an advantage that can snowball out of control if the attackers take too many risks, get picked off, and give over.
Yeah, Mexico can
more
get pulled
stuff. But
into
Van Weiss
South
here,
American
one of those
server.
sharpshooters taken out of the mix here because Tribe, you know, they like tanks. They don't like
Like,
long range
I'm in
shooting
Maryland,
guys. We
so
have,
my server is
3 or
Virginia,
4 if you count
but
Byron, of the
also
most
sometimes
prominent
Florida, so I
sharpshooters
also play
already
against
banned
South
one.
American sometimes.
In terms of the brawler pool, this one's going to
The
shape
whole
up
thing,
completely
I think
differently. So
Tribe is
maybe
friendly.
good news for
The whole thing.
SKC. Shooting Star, like you mentioned, does have that same strategy. There's a lot that goes into the thought process, and honestly, a great breakdown of that attack and defense kind of mindset. Because it's true, especially at a professional level, they're not going to be nearly as gung-ho as, say, some of your ladder games. These guys are very calculated with every move they make, and a kill goes a long distance every single time. So having that Star lead does change up
Yeah, you
entirely
do,
team
Taj.
strategies.
You got better
Lola,
ping
an
to
interesting
South
one here.
American
One
than I
that
do.
I don't see too
I mean,
often,
but
and I don't think I hate it. Simply
the
because
server
there's
that
so many of these
connects
sharpshooters
North
already
America
removed. We have
and
no
South
RT,
America is
no
Florida.
Aislo, no Piper, no Bell, no Byron, and no Gus. I mean, there's a very clear direction that those bans were headed, and honestly, off the top of my head, Mandy, Nani, kind of the only 2 sharpshooters that show up here frequently left.
And I think Tribe are expecting a Gene Max composition here from SK Kalalis, so they are trying to sort of choose their brawlers accordingly. Lola is
Best
very
map?
smart, especially when she has an
Mm.
ego out. Right?
I mean, it's fun to watch, I
really
guess.
canvas one part of the map.
The
It
Carl?
feels like a longer range Meg in terms of how you can control that space just under threat of getting burst down. Carl here gets picked up for SK Kalalis. So not only do they have a strategy to bring Tribe to them in the Magic Hand, they
I mean,
have a
Carl
strategy to
Turner
bring
is
the
all
fight
right.
to Tribe with an all-in
Mandy
from the
gameplay
Carl,
for
and there's the Max. So
sure.
Gene Max Carl, very straightforward comp that really wants to use that burst of speed to close the gap
What do you
and to
like
clobber
pick here?
Tribe.
Great read out of you. I think when we see Gene, especially considering the bans that
Pearl.
we've got, Max is oftentimes the
Pearl?
point where they're going to go. I think Carl to go with this is good for piercing through Lola's ego, and also for that blue star. They're going to get a free gadget off the rip of the game, and they basically
you,
get a
Lambo.
guarantee of taking the lead early. They just have to be careful not to overstep too much, but
Melody.
they get access to the mid. On the other end, though, Melody is going to be great for kind of traveling throughout this map. You can get from one end to another in a blink of an eye with that
Melody?
super. It's a great brawler overall. I don't think I really fault Tribe for taking this, especially if they can get into the back lines.
Why
Somebody
granted
like a
is
Max,
great
somebody like a
counter,
Gene,
sorry,
not going to be able to
counter,
easily
sorry,
defend
sorry.
themselves if Melody's cooking with a hypercharge or
Lambo being a
musical
mod,
notes.
true.
I think one of the weaknesses of this Gene Max composition,
Already X Jagger at the
is
stop too. I
getting
don't know why he
Dovo,
keeps
getting
doing that shit
engaged
on
on
Twitch.
themselves. They
Or
SK
6
Kalalis
pick.
set
I would
up
probably
wants to
6
be the
pick
one that sort of
early.
dictates the rules of engagement. Okay, we're going to get
Is definitely
our
ready
max
with the
super,
Lola
and
pick,
we're
yeah,
gonna
for
use it to go
sure.
aggressive. We're going to be the ones that sort of set the tone. Tribe might say, actually, we've got other plans. We're going to get you low enough with our long-range pressure from sharpshooters, and then Luffy's going to dive in and sort of take these eliminations. And see, already, very aggressive positioning. Makes so much space for RBM here to shove Bellel back into a position where it's hard to farm that super.
Low
Some great shots
key.
coming out of Ducky here early. Zeus
Imagine
already backed
Meeple
off.
here,
A
bro.
phase shift pretty preemptively, but does keep him up. Almost necessary. A super to kind of expand that positioning as well. This is going to be the yin and yang that we're facing. Every time that max super drops, it's going to allow them to expand a little bit of their territory. That way they're not getting backed up into the backside of their spawn.
Oh,
What a
wait,
super coming out of
wait,
Zeus,
wait,
though.
wait,
Looks
wait,
like
wait,
Ducky
wait, wait, wait,
just
wait, wait, wait.
survived, and they're gonna
Oh,
be
he
heading to the back
missed
spawn
it.
once again until they get another super.
I mean, Tribe have to do this because Rafiki has that sort of flying pickaxe that allows him to get the blue star off the rip. And there was an overextension here that allows some stars to be handed over. The Lola just gets a little bit too close to the Carl. It's something you've got to respect. This is where, though, Tribe do want SK Kalalis to be held on the map in their own half, but they are giving up a couple of kills here because they're simply not respecting the amount of damage that can be put out. Ducky also has really kept Zeus at bay. Despite being completely outranged, they've been hitting some brilliant shots.
Why
I
are
think
we
maybe
letting
staggering
him?
themselves a little bit too. Tribe Gaming haven't really moved in as a unit yet. It's been Luffy going in, RBM going in. They're looking for these off
They need to
angles,
kill
and they
Rafiki.
haven't quite gotten the ones necessary to grab a kill. Luffy already low HP here too. Does have a super available. RR
good
is straight
kill.
through Carl.
One
Ducky
more
with a
pick.
hypercharged super and a 2-star lead for his team with 30 seconds. This is going to be up to Tribe. If they want to take this, they have to do it as the clock expires. They're not looking to do anything else but end with a lead.
Yeah, we're ready for the all-in here, though. SK Kalalis can come forward now and really try and start the fight. We do see
Oh.
Gene with the hand on line. Zeus going to get pressured here, but is able to bring Rafiki down.
No,
Now it's leading
Luffy,
game, but Blue Star goes over to
no.
Tribe. It's going to be Luffy
Oh,
falling here. Maybe not
Zeus
a
just
chance
hit
to make use of
air.
the gadget to get extra shielding. Never saw a hypercharge from the Melody either. And there's really just not enough time for SK Kalalis to end this now. A couple seconds left, but
Oh,
RBM falls
nah.
and the plan kind of falls apart for Tribe.
shows what happens when you get that blue star early. It's not a traditional comp, but honestly, that Carl grabbing that blue star allowed them to set the tone. They can dictate pace however they see fit, and even though Tribe were the aggressors pretty much the whole time, defense successful for SKC. They didn't give up too many stars. At best, I think there was a 2-star gap between Tribe Gaming and SKC as that progressed, and once again, going to be starting with much of the same. Going to be going for a flying hook early, grabbing that blue star, and now they're backing off. They're playing this together. This isn't a composition I think that SKC wants to have anybody go ISO ball. They want everybody to stick together and play as a unit.
If it was my Mandy, I'm hitting that.
Has to get close to sort of build
But I
those
think
illusions.
Lolo's
No, it's up, but it also
fine.
requires
I mean, it's
ability
not
to
doing
take
bad
a
here.
fair bit of poke damage.
It's good for the
Rafiki
max.
hit by the slow there by Zeus. Dangerous, but it seems they can't come forward. Phase shifter aggressively. This
Hello,
is what I want to
Mayo.
see more
How are
of
you?
from this SK Kalala's team. Ducky just closes the gap, and all of a sudden, the fragility of this Tribe Gaming composition gets exposed.
He
when
was
SK
doing
Kalalas
fine.
can go aggressive.
Got plenty of time to work with, though. Bilal does have a super, and honestly, just the threat of flashing it, maybe more than
Nah,
actually using it.
you're
Speed going
losing
down.
this.
Ducky has to survive. Luffy low HP and blasts his way through Luffy once again. Now they're up 5, but they're stuffed in a corner here. RBM and Zeus have to hold their position long enough to get their teammate back.
Another good phase shifter forward from Ducky. Look at they take space. Luffy has to tank shots for RBM. This is going horribly for Tribe. Rafiki dives on in, and this is perfect. SK Kalalas know just how much of the map they need to give up, and when it's time to move up and punish Tribe. trying to take
Taj,
so much
if we're
space
being
here.
real,
It is a real
SKC
time work that
would
you have to
probably
walk for both
win
sides,
like
but
against
SK
any
Kalalas
other
have
team in this top
navigated
8.
this really well. I mean, Zeus has tried to triple tap Rafiki down.
Zeus
There's
has not hit a
array
single
attempt across
super.
the map.
It's
It doesn't
so
really connect.
chokes.
Here comes Ducky once more charging forward. RBM's going to dodge these taps. The Max is now out of ammo, so they've got to rest for a moment. A magic hand though is scary. Here's the hyper from Luffy.
Luffy.
Can he turn this game around now?
Where are you
He's got
going,
plenty of shield, but the
Luffy?
health is a little bit low, and Rafiki's being careful about how he tries to engage. Nicely done. Luffy doesn't get any more for his troubles, and there's only 13 seconds left.
And they've got a long way to climb back. Luffy flanking left. Rafiki goes down. They're going to have to cycle so many kills now.
They gotta
Bilal is
kill
out of it.
Ducky.
5 stars is
You
all
gotta
they
go
need.
in,
Top
Luffy.
right-hand side has 6. Luffy going for
Nah.
gold. It's not enough, though. Bilal and his teammates hold strong, and SKC are going to get a set on the board.
I don't know.
Great
I didn't really
job
like
for
the melody
SKC.
pick, to be
You've got
honest.
to be pretty level-headed and, even keeled to win out against that kind of frustrating sharpshooter setup that threatens to pick you apart over the long round. They play to their outs perfectly. The Gene Max composition is popular, and this is why. It's so flexible. You've got area of effect healing from Magic Puffs. You've got the ability to get your Hypercharge online should you need it with that Max Hypercharge. Carl is just great for getting the blue star and for starting fights. Of course, Protected Pirouette gives some
Straight in
extra
SKC
durability when he
propaganda?
goes in
What?
with that
What's
super.
going?
There's just a lot to like about this SK Kalala setup. It's not reinventing the wheel, I don't think, but it's a very solid comp. And Tribe, as powerful as their brawlers look, couldn't find an answer.
So powerful they looked, and in every other match in the
Pearl would've
qualifiers
been way
up to
better.
this, Tribe looks so strong here. But what is it that SK Kalalas is doing that is making them look not as strong? Because their choices are good, but
Yeah,
is the draft
I
failing
mean,
them a
if
little bit
Zeus
here, where
actually
their
hit some
sharpshooter's a little too
supers
big
other than
now?
like the
Was that
first
a great
super,
call by our Kalalas?
they would have.
I think it was honestly
they
a
probably would've
little
won
bit
that,
of
like,
a misdirect. I
yeah.
think they do have some really good brawlers that can occupy space, and I think that's
Zero
something that you
touch.
pointed out, Uber, during it. Between the max speed, the phase shift, the tail spin, the flying hook, I just named 4 mechanics immediately that allow them to be in a corner at one moment and expand.
That's what I'm
occupy space, and that's a big
saying.
deal. I think having that presence on the map changes things up entirely. You know, we kind of had to do something and get creative. That was one of those moments that you mentioned pre-broadcast where you have to get
no
creative
idea.
sometimes. You
Yeah.
prep and prep, but sometimes something weird happens and you just gotta adapt on the fly. And I think that was an example of SKC adapting perfectly.
Yeah, and again, I don't think they came up with a comp that has never been seen before, right? I would have liked to have seen Tribe, respond. As soon as you see the Gene picked, I think you probably know they're trying to draft Max. Like, you don't normally see them separately, right? So Tribe could have tried to, take the Max away with a pick of their own and made that adaptation here. Kaboom Canyon, though, coming up. The Gale ban is an interesting one alongside the Crow. Makes perfect sense. Obviously, controlling the middle of the map is really important. It's also why Eve is banned away because she can traverse in and out of mid
It's only
fairly easily.
Duckies.
The jump pad for Gale on this map is very troll. Lets you just get on in there. There are other ways of obviously doing that. But Colette on a heist map. This is SK Kalalas. The first pick, Kenny, that doesn't really
Gale
tip their
ban
hand.
is very
She's just such a
interesting.
good brawler on this game type in general.
I guess they
The
wanted
Hypercharge is pretty
Daryl
nuts.
or Sam.
She's exactly where you want to be, I think.
Oh
for a
yeah,
first
they
pick.
definitely want
Just have to think
Rafiki
about what your
Sam,
comp
huh?
is supposed to look like.
Agreed. And I'm going to be looking out for Angelo here too, another brawler that can kind of go over this water and also has a pretty favorable matchup into Colette. I think Colette is worth the risk either way, especially knowing your opponent Tribe Gaming, who are likely looking for those tankier players. You know, something like a Daryl, very popular on this map. Honestly,
Colette?
the matchup into 8-bit for Colette can sometimes be pretty decent because she can shred through his higher health points. That's something that Colette does very well. But the sharpshooters
can really like
Colette, so there's a little bit of give and take with that. It's not a perfect pick, but I think it's so worthwhile considering the game mode. She absolutely destroys high safes.
Okay, 8-bit hero, of course, very important. Once you have that mid control and you can set up a damage amplifier, you are.
Is it really necessary?
Terrifying.
I mean,
really
it's
nice
quite literally
range,
in the rulebook.
Hit on the safe can nuke it down pretty quickly. So
it is what it
Tribe
is.
have, you know, a safe attacker. That's a great option.
Barry?
Barry here makes me feel like they just want to set up shop in
Huh?
and never let go of that
This
space.
is not Ring of Fire. What the hell is
Looking
going
out for
on
wall
here?
break options here now too. I think Brock might get in the equation here, or Colt, somebody that can kind of disrupt things a little bit. Both of those
Yeah,
solid
good
for high
block
safe
here.
damage. They've got the range, and
Very
especially
good.
into Barry and an 8-bit turret, they're going to want to get rid of that. Griff seems to be their choice
yeah,
for
there's
that. I
the
think Piggy
Sam.
Bank is where they're
I
going,
called
and
the
this
Sam,
is where
but
we get
obviously
real
it's
creative
Rafiki,
over
so...
Sam coming out. I've seen it before, but I mean, by no means is this an easy one to play.
Okay, what do you like,
Obviously Sam
Sticky?
is pretty deadly on the safe with the way he can throw his knuckle dusters at the wall.
Is that why they
and
went
pick them up
8-bit
pretty much
Barry? They
instantly.
knew that the Sam was
Great, obviously,
coming?
to have a speed boost on a tank to run people down.
What do
it
you
is
last pick
risky,
here?
And it can be exploited, but the Colette is, you know, on the side of SK Kalala, so you can't pick an obvious counter you know, to this max here. The Cordelius, though, is very good. A brawler that obviously, you know, we normally associate with being pretty aggressive, trying to take fights, win 1v1s, be the ultimate duelist. But on Heist, being able to drag an attacking brawler into the Shadow Realm instead of allowing them to go ham on your safe is really important. We've seen Cordelius used against like those Chuck compositions.
This is like a hot zone game.
A team that is trying to go all in. So RBM will be on ducky duty for much of this game, and we'll be looking to control them, the Sam, make sure they can't get up on that safe for free.
Yeah, Cordelius is simply full stop defense. They're going to have to rely on 8-bit and Barry to get high safe damage because Cordelius doesn't really cut it in that category. But he is phenomenal when it comes to brawlers aggressing towards him, dragging them in the Shadow Realm. He is the ultimate hypercharge eliminator because he simply removes them from the equation. Rafiki already going down the sidelines, working this right hand in, doesn't get to the high safe, but does get a trade. As a result, Ducky's able to expand a little bit.
What's in the rulebook that you have to use your face scan if you're in monthly finals?
Play there for Ducky and his teammates.
I love the Griff pick. It is
literally
such a good look here. Now there's nowhere safe either for the Berry to stand and to heal. Now you're going to be at risk of getting, you know, burst down by a lot of this Griff damage. Also the Colette.
Why destroy the bushes? Because you don't want 8-bit to camp with a turret and you don't want Barry to camp with heals.
That, you know, guaranteed uncounterable damage down. So very, very powerful setup here. You know, at this point, you're feeling very uncomfortable as Tribe Gaming. You don't really have like a inherent advantage on the map. Your Cordelius is out in the open, completely outranged by the entirety of the opponent's team. You know, Sam, I can maybe outrange Sam, sure, but Sam's going to be running you down. There's nowhere to hide your Berry. The 8-bit also, as durable as he is, feels pretty fragile against brawlers with any sort of speed or the ability to close the gap on you. So SK Kalalas have done an excellent job setting up, I think, the most favorable possible situation.
I mean, Rafiki is just going to be running down the sides the whole time.
At this point, if they lose, it just shows Tribe mechanics are phenomenal. I mean, truly, I'm really impressed with SKC. This was a team coming into this that I really thought could take a set. 3-1 is what I had jotted down in my notes, just based off the belief that I have in SKC. I think the mechanics are really strong. They've been drafting really well. Leading up to this event, they were one of the more impressive teams in the region to me in the draft. Sure, they don't have the long standing of some of these other rosters. There's a reason they're the 8th seed, but I think coming in this year, they possibly got a bright future ahead of them. They've got a Titan on the other end right now. Tribe Gaming contesting. Everybody just working for a little bit of mid control, and this is where RBM's going to shine. Couple attacks, they get rid of a huge factor. Colette immediately eliminated. Luffy survives, and it's just Ducky and 8-bit in the mid, and this is going to favor Ducky for sure.
Yeah, I'm impressed though at how well Tribe have been able to defend. They are behind. And, yeah, okay. Big damage on Bilal there. They might have only got one tick on the way in onto that safe. It's unclear. Either way, Rafiki chilling in the Shadow Realm right now will eventually emerge.
Corey's trying to get some safe damage in.
They're taken down.
Wait.
But at some point, Tribe have to get out of, you know,
wait. No, never mind.
That cashback is going to help. Here comes that safe pressure now.
I respect that
Something
tempo.
that was threatened by SK Kalalas for the entire round, and they have done more than enough to sneak this round away.
All right, SKC, one game away
I don't really like the
from
Barry,
taking us to a 5th and final set. give me a little bit of a flashback to yesterday where Loud were the clear team that we felt like was going to win, but you just never know in Brawl Esports. Credit to these young gentlemen on the other end. SKC doing really good work right now. I think Tribe Gaming clearly got a match on their hands, and they're going to have to really persevere here. They got to take 2 straight if they want to end this match in the 4th set.
Okay. Ducky here. Obviously wants to get up and break that second wall, but not until it's safe, not until he is not at risk of getting blown up by this Gary straight away. Also, Piggy Bank has applications on SK Kalalas' defense.
Honestly,
side
they
by
should just leave
taking out
ball.
that sort of safe part of the map for attackers in the bottom corner. You see the bottom right.
Oh,
here is
Luffy
the
just
top
got
left. So
bullied.
he can use the Piggy Bank to blow that up on his side of the map and deny like a safe little haven, which is being used right now by RBM. Away, there are obviously indestructible boxes there. In
I
front
mean,
of
but I
RBM,
feel like
again,
everyone
makes it
should,
harder to
like,
set up.
at least like
Okay.
people that watch NA comp
Well,
should know
We do
about the
at least have Tribe looking
Rafiki
to try and
Sam.
take control of the middle part of the map there, and they really need to be immovable from this area. RBM going deep helps, I think, with that. That means Rafiki and Bilal have to double back to defend here, but I mean, Zeus is probably pretty scared of that Sam. They're trying to like swap lanes, and I use that term loosely, away from the Sam. And now Bilal will be outranged by Luffy. RBM just drags Rafiki into the Shadow Realm. That is a big win, but again, you've got to turn this into safe damage.
I think it's the one thing they're lacking right now, but RBM doing everything he can just to kind of give his teammates a little bit of an advantage. He's dragging people to Shadow
pick
Realm,
from
getting these
Zeus.
kills, and this is where Zeus is going to shine.
Good
A lot of
damage,
damage
good
pouring out.
damage.
Luffy looking down this safe.
Would have been
It's gonna
nice
get
if
them a ton of
RBM got
damage. This is
Ducky
a
right there.
massive lead, by far the biggest of the
Okay,
set so far.
good damage.
Yep, absolutely. This is dangerous though. RBM
What do you
big
give
damage
for
does use that jump
predictions?
gadget
You
there
get
to
more
potentially
points.
avoid,
You get 100
some more
points.
oncoming damage.
On the
It doesn't
website,
allow
even
them
above
to
Source
survive
Icon.
quite long enough though. Rafiki is low, but Ducky is going to be a problem. There is just too much damage on the board here for SK Kalalas. The safe though is very, very low.
Oh no.
Bilal though, starting to rectify that. Nice little hypercharge super goes in, gets a chunk
Okay,
of damage on
good
that safe, and
defense.
even Ducky with a parting shot as they walk away. Make this a little bit of a closer game, but we're running now into the red zone. 30 seconds left in the round.
Oh nah, Ducky just changed
They can come
sabers.
back from this. You
They're
can
gonna
see what
win
a
this,
Colette
huh?
Super does 10% baseline, and that doesn't include damage gear, doesn't include hypercharge. We just witnessed that can do. And it's 60% to 37. I mean, 1 burst of damage, 1 burst is all SKC need.
They're gonna win this.
All right.
They have
Ducky.
full control.
Having to inch back just a little bit here. At some point, SK Kalalas have to come forward and actually fight for this game. They can take us to a
20%,
fifth
less than
and final set with a good
20%.
push here, but
Oh,
Zeus goes
no.
in, great super.
Never mind.
Rafiki can't quite get
Oh
purchase
my
on the
God.
safe. It's not enough damage. Zeus will make sure that there's enough of a buffer for Tribe Gaming.
Holy.
We've got an even set.
Match point now for Tribe Gaming as well. The #1 seed in North America with a chance to close out here. There's certainly been a ruckus so far, though. SKC giving themselves every opportunity possible. Truthfully, outside of that first set's draft, I mean, even then, they were still making sets 3 games. I think a lot of credit to SKC, but if they want to prove that they're a big dog in this region, they need to get a win in this game.
Okay.
They already proved
think
that
they
they're
have
a
the right
big
comp here,
dog.
honestly.
They've taken games
Can they
off
maintain
of
this
the
good
best
control?
team
There's
in the
Piggy Bank is
region.
going to be used. This is able to knock Ducky back with the gadget, but it doesn't stop that Piggy Bank from being deployed. So the map now is fully opened, and Tribe Gaming are posturing forward a bit more
Oh, this is-
aggressively. But that is a beautiful time to collect
Good
here.
super from
RBM is
Bilal.
able to drag Rafiki into the Shadow Realm. It should, and really needs to get a clean elimination here on this Sam. I think they need to walk away with that brawler advantage when they emerge, and Ducky is right there. RBM uses the gadget, doesn't quite dodge the damage, but still a player advantage being maintained for Tribe.
That interaction gave him 10% though, so SKC will hold for now. Rafiki
Good super
putting in
from
some work.
Zeus,
This
kept
time
the
the
Luffy
super
alive.
not as successful. Zeus will survive. Luffy getting healed, and RBM still lurking
I
in his
love
grasp.
Ali.
He's
Are
using
you?
all of the invisibility to his advantage, just trying to stay out of sight of the enemy team, and now he's immediately going to shadow Rafiki. He's going to be on that lane with
What
him
do you
the whole
mean
time if
Matrinos
possible. He's the
don't
best way
count?
of
They
shutting
still
this
have the
down. He's
best
getting
teams in the
aggressive. Now he's
region
popping up
playing in
Ducky's
them.
face, a jump away, and he will get the trade.
Oh.
RBM survives. Zeus going to be able to get a little safe damage, but we've entered a base race.
Yeah, it's getting pretty hectic now. SK Kalalas still
Oh.
with a lead, though, as Bilal goes forward and gets some safe damage. RBM in the Shadow Realm should look to take Rafiki down once more, and they do.
Wait, this is
getting
so
scary
much
for Kalalas
damage.
now as the damage booster comes
Holy
in.
damage! Holy damage!
SK Kalalas
That's
are gonna fall
crazy.
here in this series. There's not much that can be done as Tribe Gaming find a window to unload
Nah,
their
that was
damage.
insane.
Beautifully played by Tribe Gaming. They end up holding strong at the end.
No,
Smiles
NA
coming out.
Matrinos are the
Just a
sweatiest
little bit,
Matrinos.
but credit to SKC. I think this
And
is a
some
team
people
that shows
don't
great
understand
promise.
that. Like,
I was impressed when
every
we saw them debut
Matrino
this
has
season here
NA
today.
Pro
It's somebody
splint in
I'll
it.
certainly be keeping my eye on for future months.
have a look at here's our count back at the end of the game. Ducky did a heck of a lot, but here is the problem. As good as Rafiki and Bilal have been, and
I was
they've
just
had
saying.
plenty of safe damage to offer, they are getting dragged into
That was a good
duel
watch.
with RBM, with Zeus even to some degree. RBM is saying to Rafiki, no, you're fighting me. You're not attacking a safe. Look at me. I'm the captain now. Takes him into the Shadow Realms, beats him up, comes out with a
Bullshit,
player
and most
advantage,
people
and
thought,
sometimes
yeah.
is able to get even more
I thought it
value
was
by
gonna be
fighting
close. I was
Rafiki.
like,
So they could
whoever
go
wins
Cornelius,
this is gonna
used
win
in
the
maybe a
monthly
less
finals.
conventional
That's
way,
why
you
I
know, just to
predict.
shut down
So I think Tribe is
shut
gonna
down
win
certain
this
brawlers that
monthly
want to
finals.
all in, but it worked beautifully. The guy is a brilliant tank player, but on the Cordelius, he can also turn up when he needs to.
Little side-by-side comparison of RBM and Rafiki. I believe the Barry was with Tribe though, so it's gonna
I'm
be
like one of the
13
only
kills for
people,
RBM.
at
Look,
least
I think if he didn't play
here, that was
set
like,
very well,
I think
that would've
SKC had
gone
a
south for Tribe
chance.
Gaming. I think if RBM
They was
is
taking
not
games
able
off
to
for
hold
sure.
Sam back, not able to convert
Right,
as
I
many
cannot
kills as he
say
did
right
as
now.
shown there by 13, I mean that's a whopping amount. That's a huge game changer, especially for a brawler that can't do high safe damage. If he's failing, I think the team's failing.
Yeah, there were a couple times.
I said
even,
one
SK
up. I didn't
Koalas
say
managed
the
to slip
only.
behind enemy lines there in Heist.
The
And
hell
tell
is
me a
this
little bit
emote,
about
Sophie?
what that means as far as their communication as a player that our teams are going to
Yeah,
have to
Ducky
keep an
played
eye
that
on
really
for
well.
in these matchups.
I
A little
said
bit
Tribe
tricky,
wins.
a little
Yeah,
bit
of course I'm
sneaky
gonna
when
say
it comes
Tribe
to
wins,
his
but I
map
think it was a
awareness.
really close
Yeah,
game.
I mean, one thing you've got to bear
That's
in
why
mind
I
with
said
Shadow Realms and
originally.
Cordelius, you actually can't see where people are in the overworld at that time. So your teammates kind of need to give you an idea of if there's anyone that's going to be around you when you pop up. You kind of want to know that in advance so you don't just get blindsided by it, because people in the overworld can see where you are.
Nah, I think
So
Tribe
that's
wins
really
this whole
important.
thing.
So that map awareness is pretty crucial to some degree. I mean, in pubs you have to guess, which is really hard. But RBM emerging after getting rid of Rafiki, who was on the sand, by the way, and then I think turning around and getting rid of the Griff.
Should have been off the
you know,
rank
getting
at
a
that
second
time,
kill and
Icy.
then going after the safe. That's basically where this
I
game
was
is broken
hoping,
over, where SK Kalamas
Death
can no longer
push.
defend, and then the 8-bit
I
comes
love
forward with a damage booster, extra credits, big damage on the
What
safe.
does Nerf play?
50-odd to 0 in seconds. That's all it
I don't
takes
even know the
for this
bracket, to be
comp. Once
honest.
the dam bursts, it's over.
Yeah, we're taking a look at a 3-1 win here for Tribe Gaming, moving on to the semifinals in the bracket, but certainly does not tell the whole story or even
Already
a
got
fraction of that
masters. I
head-to-head
mean, I'm helping
matchup.
people that don't
SKC
have
really
masters.
bringing
So
it to them
I was
in
playing
that
with 2 people
quarterfinal
that don't
match.
have
Look forward to
masters.
seeing
So
more from SKC throughout the 2025 season. But it's Tribe we're going to see moving on today. Of course, they've brought us some great games already. Uber had a chance to reflect on that, but Kenny, anything you wanted to add?
No, I mean, this is kind of what we expected. I do think this
Fuck
upcoming
you.
match, though, will be
Anytime I
much
play with
tighter.
you, I lose
Every
brain
time these
cells.
two
So
teams play, obviously monthly qualifiers going one way. Pioneers win that 3-0, which ultimately that's why I'm going to pick them. But it always feels like a 3-2. This is always something special. It's a rivalry that's gone down for years.
Think
This is
so,
one
right?
that is a must tune in for the weekend.
Absolutely, and we'll do that right after these replays from our last match. See you on the other side.
wait, yeah. No, that's Nathan, Sam, and Razzie, right? Genie and Square didn't play. Oh, you mean? Wait, no, never mind. Never mind. No, he's talking about the signing on Twitter. Genie got signed, even though he doesn't play. Free money, literally.
Ooh, this was the last
Yeah, second OG Charles.
South America monthly final where I don't remember what happened. I think like a gene pull happened or like a
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
Brock.
That
I
was
think Brock
insane.
popped off or something.
That was insane.
Semantic got a hypercharge. 2024 World Finals. He got like a hypercharge to win the game. Or they were already winning. Wait. Yeah, I just think he got a hypercharge to win the game, I think.
That was insane too. That was fun. Knocked out first round. True.
I mean, just Kit right there doing Kit things. You either pop off or you do very bad. And for Juan Carlos, it wasn't too pretty.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Zulon face hero before it hit Stabby. Zulon's face has been known for like 4 years or 5
Welcome back,
years.
Brawl Stars fans. We're getting back
And I've
into the
faced
Brawl
hero
Stars
before,
Monthly
like 5 years ago
Championship
too.
Finals. This is the North American region. This is Pioneers
Zulon's face is
versus
literally
Space
on
Station
Twitter.
Gaming in our next quarterfinal.
Like,
and this is,
since
good to have
before
you
he
back.
joined
Art,
Tribe.
Welcome. How are you doing? Did you enjoy watching that first match from the spectator seats?
This is Ark. Yes, indeed. It was quite a banger, actually. I thought that it might have been a bit more one-sided than it actually was in the end. So, curious to see how Tribe are going to fare later on in this bracket against whoever comes out on top on this matchup. But what a bang we've got for the match number 2. Honestly, quite a privilege, isn't it, to go back in time in our time capsule for this. It's honestly just such a treat to see these players go up against each other. But again, as Uber was saying coming to the show, massive shift-ups in these rosters. It's quite the challenge to get your head around, isn't it?
I mean, it is. Yeah, it's going to take us some getting used to. But I like that Ark is using the term sort of go back in time, because these are teams that had to fight through LCQ in order to make it to Worlds. And in the end, neither of them were able to do it. That's right. I mean, we saw STMN, that STMN team sort of didn't even get there, right? Didn't have the chance to. Tribe, which was the Pioneers roster, were expected to again represent their region
Dude,
and fell
Fred, she can
pretty
extra
horrendously
mods.
short. Ultimately, in their matches, they did not get there after losing the totem. So
It's gonna be a
these guys
meatball?
here are
That
out
would
for
be
redemption.
nice.
I make it as simple as I possibly can. Both of these teams
No,
are
Zion
looking
isn't in
to
my
maybe
server.
get some respect back, because they were the kings of old. Many of them in this region, and now they've been eclipsed by newer up and
I don't
coming
even think he knows I have a
Look at
server.
Zulan. He's a spring chicken. This guy's not old. He's not washed. He's not a boomer. His glory days are not behind
Zion
him.
is my
He
goat,
needs to, though,
but
revisit them with this
I think
team. They need once
SSG
again
might
to
win
reach
this,
for,
to be honest.
again, the heights that they once occupied.
I've got to say as well, that match in the
Zulon is one of the. He's probably the best pro, like personality-wise. He's probably the best pro
They were
personality-wise.
not in the World Finals for the first time since Brawls existed. They were in the 2019 World
Zulon in
Finals, and
Dallas right
everyone
now?
from that
I'm not
point
sure.
on, this was the final year that they were
No,
not able
Zulon
to,
is
to do
definitely,
it.
like, the
Wade
best
joining,
pro.
of course, tried to lift the team up a great start, a monthly finals win in March, and it just dwindled down towards the end.
I'll
and,
put Semantic
Reply
at
System got a
second
2-0
best.
lead as well in that LCQ match, and then Tribe brought it back. And I thought
But
SNAV
so,
was
yeah,
the man
Semantic
to do it in
helps
Bounty,
like
just
smaller
going to
creators
town
out
on
as
that
well.
Mandy pick.
But
It wasn't
Zulon
enough,
is just
and,
a
it
chill
was
guy.
big, huge upset for 2024. Not seeing Tribe at the World Finals.
Well, let's see if Space Station Gaming is the team to bring it to Pioneers and their roster today. We've got
Okay, that was
Chino
a
and
that was
Sans,
one time,
all the way
Pika.
back
That
from
was a
2019
one-time
back
thing.
on Space
All
Station
right.
Gaming, but tell us
It
a
was
little
just
bit more about this
frustration.
roster coming
It
together,
happens.
and, whoa, that is a long way around there, Uber.
We don't talk about the 2019 space station situation because there was some controversy around it. But first, Bobby obviously is a player who's been around for a long time. Last year, they were so
Yeah, you
so
see how
close
Pika's the
to
only one
making
who
it to
disagrees?
LCQ. The fact is that STMN esports roster were frankly just losing out to Elevate Pioneers on a regular basis. They were not good enough to be considered a top 3 team, top 4 team even in NA. They did have a chance though, and they fell short. Even with they had to win. I think they had to win the July monthly finals last year, and they lost in the grand final. Heartbreak for them. Chino's been brought over from a Luminosity team that has consistently failed to really show what they're capable of, at the world stage. So Chino's looking for a redemption. He's looking for a team that can help him go all the way. But this Bobby and Sans duo have been together for the longest time. They're great players. Sans is the kind of guy who you get him onto the stage, he will pop off. Bobby as well.
You're not the only one who's interacted with Zulon. I'm speaking from experience here,
Very
Pika.
poetic. He
What
takes
the
his stuff
fuck?
very seriously, very passionate, and I think this team in general, should be fighting for these accolades. They should be fighting for top spot in this region, even if last year they didn't really come close.
Yeah, and as I stated,
I'm
Bobby
speaking
and
from
Sans,
experience
long history on the
interacting
same
with
side
pros.
versus Chino.
That's why
So,
I say
coming together for
Zulon
this
is the
roster
best
here,
pro
Art, what are your thoughts on this
that
right
I've
now?
interacted with.
Yeah, it's an interesting clash. I mean, when you go back to, sort of 2023 and you
I
sort
guess
of see how
Suzuku.
often they would run into each other, I think it makes a lot of sense for, for Bobby and Sans to pick up an opposition that was really giving them a tough time. I mean, that's how you kind of enhance your team. But
Wait,
it wasn't the case with
Suzuku actually
qualifications,
might be
to
the best
completely honest,
pro.
for Space Station Gaming. I mean, I was expecting to see a bit
I've
more of a
interacted with
convincing one for
Suzuku
me.
as well.
So I've got some reservations for that regard. We were talking about predictions earlier on, and you know, for me, that's kind of what it came down to. Pioneers made that look very straightforward.
Suzuku is a
Space
Apex
Space
bro.
Station, a 3-0 sweep, no sets gained
He
by
plays
Space
with
Station.
Slight
Just
Tempo
one
this year.
game in that third set that turned out to be the final set, and obviously that
Tyrant,
the Pioneers
Bobby,
came through that bracket
Zulon.
stage. So for Space Station Gaming,
They
today,
probably
want to
lose to
prove-
Tribe though.
Yeah. It was a pretty bad showing, I think, in that Pioneers game, Rachel. But you know, I hope to see them sort of bounce back, you know, in this game. And the scrims have been good. That's what I've heard. I've heard good things about them over.
Zulon is definitely not the one with the most ego. If you've seen all these other pros, Zulon does not have the most ego.
Canal Grande to kick off our series. It is a bounty map, of course, that is characterized by that strip of water that runs straight down the middle. So Ark, so many of those brawlers who can literally walk on water will be prioritized here.
I think Tyrant needs to prioritize the camera angle, mate, to be honest. Very interesting approach there.
He just wants to look like
Taj,
he's
this is
brooding
not
over Gotham City or
2022,
something.
fella.
The idea is
Or 2023.
Bounty and Canal Grande then bans. Looking decent so far for me. The Anjo and the Eve band quite key there for Space Station Gaming and the Juju. Pretty much the top three bans you can realistically have on this particular map. On the side of Pioneers, banning out the Brock, the Lu, and the Grey. And obviously the coin toss on their side, so they're not choosing to opt towards any of
The whole team they're
Jakes,
playing
heavier
against right
hitters,
now have
hoping
their
to be
egos.
left
Speak
something
of
really
Zulon.
on the side there from Space Station, but they did pretty well for me to really shut a lot of these ideas down. Artie, very safe pick. The legs, of course, doing a lot of work in those lead stages, especially in that
Literally.
mid area. This map for me is all about fighting for that mid. With the Juju ban there, you know, throwers are definitely a consideration. I think Sprout's more of a later pick idea, but for me, Larry and Laurie certainly can be used in a bit more of an earlier stage in that draft. But Barley as well, I think the additional heals that brings as a brawler can really do quite a lot. It's just a bit of an early stage to really go in with it too early. You want to save it for your sort of second and third picks.
Okay, but you can't
Again,
apply
Larry Laurie that comes
the
too early
comp
can get
scene to their
countered
whole
by a Barley,
personality.
you know, or a brawler with that long range pretty quickly, right? That's the scary part. I've even seen Sprout play it on this map. In fact, it's Livy used to do it all the time. So in a Space Station here, keep that in the back of their minds. They say, okay, well, that's a pretty solid brawler in RT. Outranges a lot of our brawlers. Obviously very good in an all-in fight. They still, though, want
Did
to
they show
take the
Fade? I
call.
don't
They
know.
still
I wasn't
want
paying
to,
attention.
you know, like we saw in that previous game, have the option to take the fight to Pioneers should it be required.
Oh, now's the time. You know, I was kind of not really sure about it myself, but compared with the Carl, it's a bit safer. I think not the worst of places to draft the Barley, but interesting to go towards that and not the Larry and Laurie. But again, for Space Station Gaming, those additional heals really are what you have to have in order to have a controlling, affirming position in that mid. And spamming those out early doors is not the worst of strategies because, you know, again, the earlier you can obtain that high ground, so to speak. Oh no, it was gonna happen, wasn't it? It was gonna happen at some point here today. In the hands of Pioneers as an organization, but not in the hands, of course, of Juan Carlos, who made it so infamous in the 2024 World Finals. But,
Speaking from experience, we're speaking from experience as well,
He's
though.
not on this team anymore. Do you know what I mean? Like, we've got to let him live it down.
Like,
Bro,
you're not
he's
the only
coming
one who's
into the game pretty
experienced
soon as a
interacting with them.
PFP, so I think that the game team themselves won't let him live it down. Daryl
Or
going to come
other
in,
pros.
an interesting idea as well for Pioneers, certainly. You know, timing that super through the middle of the map, that channel of water can really enhance the range at which Daryl's able to close the gap, very similar to Carl in that regard. But Carl's going to be going for that first blue mid star immediately with a flying hook off the bat. But certainly Daryl's a decent shout to have, and combined with the kit too, can be really difficult to take down. Nita, the Bruce Bear, the stun, I think is what they're kind of thinking then on the side of Space Station Gaming is a bit of a countermeasure for it. But certainly the Daryl and the kit combined is probably an instance where I actually don't mind it here for Pioneers. That additional slow with the tar barrel of Daryl can really make you very susceptible to being just eradicated so quickly. So I think Space Station Gaming need to keep their wits about them against this comp.
Yeah, he would
Yeah,
talk
I think
to.
having
You're
a
right.
stun that can stop the Daryl in his tracks is so important for this composition. And obviously, that is something you have limited access to, but only if Bruce is on the field. Again, I mean, getting a stun on Daryl means you're stunning two brawlers for the price of one, assuming that Kit is going to be stuck to them. So here goes Tyrant. Straight down the mid, of course, as, you know, without those legs, they can traverse these areas. And obviously, it's going to be very, very hard to attack their legs. There's another way of dealing
interesting
with the RT.
start.
So very reasonable strategy, although very rare do we see RT sort of used in this particular fashion. Fade wants to control mid if they can, and Sands really won't get any damage unless
Why are we
Fade
glazing
loses a bit of
Space
hard
Station
map.
in
Well,
chat?
they do this.
Let it
Zulan
go.
dives in, and here's the barrel roll to follow it up. I love it. It's less about the defensive use of Kit and more about using them to lock someone out of the game. But after that trade arc, Space
Holy
Station lead
lag.
with the blue star to boot.
Yeah, Blue Star can be so influential in those moments of very quick turnaround towards the end game. Of course, just waiting for the gameplay to catch up with itself just a little bit here. Sands got super as well. Going to be quite key to really have something of a deterrent for Fade. If he wants to roll in, then that Bruce Bear slaps straight on the ground, and stun would be quite a good way to try to make you more susceptible to being taken care of by your teammates. Certainly, of course, Sands, they're not looking too happy with how things are going at the moment. Very close game, though. All tied up in terms of the stars for the most part, until we can kind of catch up with the scoreline. But again, so much history behind these two teams. In that regard, they know very much about how each other like
Yeah,
to play.
I don't know,
and
that was
ways
interesting,
to really
Sam.
come together to try to have the best opportunity to come out on top here.
I mean, absolutely. I like the the Kit response here to the Carl. It means like one thing, Carl is weakest when he's getting dove on, because if he's not supering, he doesn't have that damage reduction from protective pirouette. He doesn't have that extra damage in the AoE around him. So if you hit super the Carl and then roll in with the Daryl, it's very, very powerful. Space Station, though, sort of despite this, have been able to stave off Pioneers for the most part now. They have a bit of a lead. It is a gigantic Hyper Bear on the battlefield. That is terrifying. Bruce does come in, finds a stun, but again, just the legs of Tyrant, so nothing to write home about. It's going to be a healing tonic thrown down here by Bobby to try and stay alive, and everyone is grouped up with that AoE damage. Nice looks here from Space Station. They're ready to be all-in. They're ready to be dove upon. They got the answer.
I couldn't help but chuckle there when Fade came in the middle of the map, the final seconds, straight through the mid-channel, but too low to really help much towards those final seconds. I was wondering whether the Kit may jump on him to try to bring him back to life a little bit, but the time was really against them in that regard. Space Station Gaming then taking the first game, but a pretty close one in all fairness. Tyrant already dropping the legs immediately just to try to get into the mid. Blue Star over to Space Station Gaming.
Can we stop wasting
Going
stuff
super
here?
aggressive onto Fade, and I don't see why not. Fade's too low, can't really do much about it as the top side of the map. Tyrant really going overly aggressive here.
Yeah, this might cost him. A flying hook used by the Carl towards the top of the map here. Tyrant, though, actually supers on out. But now it's going to have to come back as normal RT, so it doesn't have that close range, capacity to damage you through those walls. They now have to, play a little bit more standard. But Space Station have a Blue Star lead now. We have the poke element of Pioneer's composition, and that modality that RT offers is coming in handy as Tyrant wants to shove them into the back of the map, and it has to be a last call used arc to get SSG back into the middle.
More healing tonic from Bobby. Sands Bear as well to hand. There's the jump from Zulan. It doesn't connect, but Sands going to be exposed here. Bruce
What
Bear
was
for
the
save.
point of
And it's
doing
going to Space
that?
Station stay firm there, and I thought there was going to be a trade in all honesty.
Yeah, me too. Zulan just didn't get the follow-up he needed as quickly as it was required, and that really hurts. That puts Pioneers even further behind in this game. Fade, of course, has a hypercharge ready. Zulan is going to do the exact same thing, by the way. They're going to... Oh, okay. Instead of running it back now, they have to try and combine with Fade. This means that it's all in from the Daryl. Zulan, though, is going to be ejected from them. As Fade is holding on to that super. Does pop the hyper. Zulan wants to get close, and here we go now. Is there enough healing available? I don't know. Space Station still maintain a lead as Chino limps away, and reinforcements have arrived.
That was looking so gnarly. But Space Station Gaming holding firm with 3-star lead, but this is going to be a big push coming in for Pioneers. Huge splash there from Bobby, the hypercharge coming in. Now the Kit Daryl connection, the roll in. Sounds exposed. They choose to go for Bobby and Chino. Chino dashes away, and Space Station hold it strong and gain the set.
That was terrible.
Light work for the goats. You know how it is. Sands, Chino, and Bobby getting off to the perfect start in their 2025 campaign. Being able to take Canal Grande, which is a treacherous map even for the most experienced of teams. They've got a little bit of everything. They protect, they attack, and when it's time to get in there, they give them a smack. I like the fact that they can fall back, play defensively around the bear stun, plus Bobby with that healing tonic. But if they want to try and fight, they want to go aggressive, they get in there with the Carl, they get in there with the Nita, and they get the job done.
Yeah, solid stuff, really, for me. I think the Space Station Gaming did a really good job there, just kind of holding firm, especially with Bobby on a throw a pick on a map like this. I mean, Barley's very good, but it is still a support brawler, let's be honest. I mean, against the Kit, against the Daryl, that was a brawler that I had my eye on as being very susceptible to this comp. And for that reason, you know, you might consider bringing in Sticky Syrup Mix as a gadget as opposed to the Healing Tonic, just to have a bit of a defensive deterrent. But relying on his teammates that he knows so well to get the job done when those moments come in. I mean, look at this. What a flank from Fade there to come straight behind this. And I mean, really is all credit to Space Station Gaming here to hold as firm as they did. I mean, if Chino went down there, though, that would have been the difference maker for me. And that's why I had my heart in my mouth.
Honestly, if they have a bad year, Fade might be tired from this.
I enjoyed that thoroughly, though. Really competitive. And like you mentioned, Ark, yeah, I think Pioneers had the right idea, but when it came down to the execution, they pulled up short on a couple too many occasions.
Well, the ability of Space Station to kind of pivot in real time to call that out. Which player is their in-game leader? Who would you attribute that to? Or do they kind of have a group communication going on Space Station?
I think for me, it's kind of got to be Bobby. I mean, 31 monthly finals, 8 of which he's won, you know, so far. I mean, that's more than both his teammates combined. On the other side of the field, though, I've got to say for Pioneers, I mean, that is, you know, Zulan on 16 wins out of 32. So he's got as many of the entire roster combined on the side of Tribe. On the side, sorry, of Pioneers, again, that's going to happen a bit. Bear with it. It's still very early days seeing these players in such different roster names. But yeah, certainly I think Bobby has to kind of be that leader. I think Sans, though, is really quite the rock for me over the years on this roster. And you know, for me, it's time and time again, he just continues to blow my mind. As we go into Heist Safe Zone, Bans are in. It's going to be the Bell, the Angelo, and the Crow for Pioneers, to the Juju, the Bell, and the Eve of Space Station Gaming. Good stuff. I mean, certainly it's definitely a map that can cater towards Piper. A bit of an early stage in the draft to really counter down and go for
that was just a warm-up set, right? Surely they play better now.
We know what he can do with it. He's the most dangerous player in this region on it. But again, you got to know what you're playing into when it comes to that kind of brawler. It's quite risky. And yeah, Melody first pick. That's my concern. That's the first pick brawler to have straight away. The Juju's banned, but Melody on the safe. Oof, that's already danger.
Yeah, I think Melody and Colette are your 1 and 2 here. And you're basically just competing for those for the most part. Barry comes in again. Space Station absolutely love this brawler, but I think his hypercharge has really taken him to a whole nother level. Not to mention the fact that, of course, his gadget gives him a bit of self-peel by knocking back any sort of assailants. Akub Berry is absolutely terrifying. And Space Station have really lent, on their throwers on that previous map of, Canal Grande. So we know that Bobby looks really deadly in that situation. You might want to round this Space Station comp out either with someone who wants
I knew this was going to go Amber.
Someone that's going to give you range, but
honestly, I thought the other team was going to go Amber, but
this last pick from SSG,
I did predict the Amber.
It's a spicy one.
Yeah, it's interesting in North America how much they're playing Berry on Heist actually as game mode by comparison to some of the other regions. But I mean, certainly with the Colette, it's going to be a really frightful thing to see when you consider just how much healing that can provide the mid. Like Colette wants to come back to with that super, the hypercharge combination as well. I think that, you know, Space Station Gaming have got the chance for even like a 3rd and final pick, kind of tankier idea combined with that. They wanted to really kind of
even though Chuck kind of gets slammed by Amber.
Of course, the Pioneers, very dangerous if left untouched on the safe, especially with the Melody combined. I mean, that is going to shred through like nothing. Nothing.
Piper? No.
I mean, the 8-bit, I mean, some serious dangerous stuff coming on here on the side of Pioneers. I'm really quite scared and not overly convinced on the Lou, to be honest. I mean, it is very, very solid on defense. It's going to really shut down an idea for that Melody, for that Amber. But I think that you kind of have to. You have to go a bit more on the aggressive for me. I don't know. I mean, it's going to have that work cut out on the Lou on defense for sure. If they can manage that, then fine. But I think it's going to be very tough to juggle both a Melody and an Amber in that regard.
I can see what your problem is with this comp. I definitely see where you're coming from. That Lou pick to round out the draft for Space Station feels like they are accepting they're going to be the defensive team here. I think that they can't afford to pick up, you know, like a tank, God forbid, or anyone who all-ins because of the threat of the Amber. Like, there's just, you're forced to.
I mean, it's a Lou into
Melody,
though.
It's a little bit too much for anybody to want to risk facing.
Once you get the super is over.
Effective range, so going for someone that maybe can do a bit more space control is fine. You still have like a Colette that's amazing for that safe damage, but unsurprisingly, KCP have adopted the role of attackers on this map and already are starting to put the pressure on. But Melody cannot interact with the safe at this range, really. Zulan is just
their only damage is Colette. I don't know if I like that, to be honest.
And she playing it slow, keeping the heals coming in. Sans now has super, so they can spot an opening. Go on the aggressive to get Bobby in position. That's really quite key. And no real rush to do so just yet for Bobby. Would like to get the hypercharge as quickly as possible, but it's not going to grumble if he's able to push forward and get at least a little bit of a 10% start to the
How
safe.
is the Barry going to get to
Both
the
sides
safe? though?
playing a good game because they're just waiting for that moment to shine and just to get through the busyness of what's going on in the middle of the map here. I mean, ultimately, you want to lock in.
The problem is that once Fade gets a damage booster here, Sands and Chino can't just shrug off that damage with the healing. Right? All of a sudden, they have to be a little bit more careful, I think, because Fade can burst a lot harder now, more than Sands and Chino might be able to get healed up in such a small amount of time. So they've got to be wary now. They're much less interested in taking any of that damage. Like Chino already goes to half and he's taking hits from Zulan. It looks like he wants to get aggressive, Ark. I can feel him getting his engine started now. And Pioneers know that this might come down to an all-in. One last push. One single push, in fact.
Zulan will be the initiator for sure, but you've got to time it so carefully to get on the safe and have so much damage because the timer is quite rife for the Space Station Gaming to get a response in. It's dangerous for Pioneers, so they want to try and get everyone whistled down as low as possible. And for that reason, Sands got to come in clutch with this defense. Big taps from Fade on Sands as well. Now, Zulan strikes straight onto Bobby, and Bobby goes down, wasting super in the process. This is going to be disastrous now for Space Station Gaming on this defense. Sands coming in, good hills, actually. A pretty solid defense, all things considered, better than I was expecting. But in the meanwhile, there is going to be healing happening on that top right-hand side with that Melody pick. Chino knows it, it's got to shut it down, because now, Zulan comes in for the strike, and he gets the takedown, he's on the safe.
Good damage.
Yeah, and
Bobby doesn't have a
Space
super
Station
either.
to try and trade this damage out, but they simply can't. I love what we saw from Zulan Ark. He goes in initially, but not fully. Just gets the Colette and then baits Space Station back onto their side.
He almost brought it back.
It wasn't a full clear,
That's actually funny.
for Zulan until he realized he could sneak behind the SSG guys and get on that save. Really nicely done. Really disciplined play from the team that had to set the tempo to get value out of their composition.
So tense, really. For Pioneers, they just played it spot on. I mean, it looked obviously for a long time like a stalemate, but that is all leading up to the perfect moment, the perfect time to strike. For SSG, they maybe just left just a little bit too late. Maybe need to go a little bit touch more on the aggressive, but they can't overly aggress. If they do that and lose control, then it's going to happen, but be immediately over rather than be as close to the wire as it actually was. Now they're starting to do that.
Chino
They
didn't
can't
throw his
stay
super as
in that
well.
backside, in that back spawn. They've got to come forward
And
just a little
Zulan
bit,
went
get
into the
Bobby on
corner.
the safe.
Okay, here comes Sands coming forward
Oh,
and
they're
also
pushing
extending
hard
the
now.
radius of that
They don't
healing
win
zone.
this
And
game.
Bobby does get that free time to collect super onto the safe. It's good for 10% of that safe damage. Obviously getting a little scary once that hypercharge is involved. Zulan here is still respecting what SSG can do because you can dive in with this Melody, but there's so much healing now with that bearing in play that you cannot guarantee success with that all in. Good damage here from Fade though. That damage, booster getting deployed here really
They're gonna win
changes
this
the map
game
a lot.
because
Tyra
they
can
went
obviously
super
light that
aggressive at the
field on
beginning.
fire and counteract the effect of the heal for a time. But Pioneers are happy Arc to just sort of play this early game slow, even though they're behind by 10%. They don't seem to be stressed out.
Yeah, it's a good start, but plenty more still to come. Fade has now got hypercharge and might have to use it on defense here. Now he's going to pop it straight into mid. Don't mind necessarily. Bobby's actually going to use a super
Go
Tyrion
keep
for
it
it as
from
well to
Bobby.
eradicate it. He
Get
values
that
it
out of
that
here.
highly. Now pushing forwards with these hills again from Sands. Zulan goes
Zulan?
in and just takes Bobby out.
Zulan?
Oh, takes everybody else. And now the hypercharge on the safe. Oh my word.
Oh
Pioneers
my
exploding into
God.
this one. And how much time is there realistically for a response? 50 seconds, but at the moment,
Nah,
Space Station
why is
Gaming
Zulan
are
so
all
good at
over
this
the
game?
place.
I mean, you could give a space station the length of the entire Mesolithic era arc. I don't think it's going to matter because they don't have the kind of comp that lets them charge down the field like we just saw from Pioneers. Zulan, by the way, can just do that again. Shields off this. It was a hypercharged super from Lou there that freezes up Zulan, but there's no kill as a result of that. So a bit of poke damage comes back from Space Station, but they really can't throw a downpour of damage onto the safe like Pioneers just did. They can't walk in the amber in order to do so. They've got some map control, and they're using these Chino supers in order to achieve that. Now they've got to come forward. It's time to get aggressive as Sands pops that hypercharge, but Fade has another damage booster. 10 seconds left for Space Station to try and even this up. It's a tall order arc.
Oh, huge beams on the Sands and he falls down. There is time here, 49, 47%.
12%.
Just a little tippy tap here from SSG can be done.
Oh my
but
God.
They can't do it. The defense stands strong. Pioneers get a set and put one back on the board.
And again, it's a little bit like I mentioned at the start of this game. It might come down to one push being the difference. And as soon as Zulan noticed that Bobby on Colette was a little bit out of position, close enough that he could connect with her with a couple of dashes, and guarantee an elimination. He went in and it got better from there.
Right,
He's able
so
to
much
follow up
control.
off that into a
Yeah.
full team wipe on his own, ending up with 7 of those eliminations over the course of this game. Faded with top damage, no surprise there. Great control being exercised by a damage booster for the 8-bit, but Pioneers, they drafted specifically around a certain plan. They bide their time and they execute it. That's why they're some of the best.
Just to back up my man Sans there, like, okay, like 0-70, right? But his job is primarily to heal, okay? Like, but look, I mean, like, what difference does it make when you got Zula making plays like that? Absolutely disgusting. And especially when you consider just how much Space Station Gaming seemed in control in that first set. What a way for Pioneers to really kind of, you know, fight back in that regard and have something to say about it. I mean, you don't want to speak too soon when the Melody shows its face in the draft and say it's already over, but that was the brawler which did turn the tides for me.
Now, when you're Space Station Gaming, when you go up against Pioneers and you see what they've brought in that first game, did you see any scramble? Did you see any adaptation?
What do you mean how did
between game
they
one
get
and
so much
two
damage?
that
He's
might have
playing
given them the
8-bit,
edge to
and he's
fight off
playing
this top,
into
or
a-
was it kind of a done deal?
They
Very
know what approximately
heals.
they're probably going to get from this SSG team, and they've also, Rachel, probably scrimmed a ton. When you're playing
Yeah,
against
that
Zula,
was
you know
really
he's probably gonna be
good.
playing a really aggressive
Melody game.
He's like tank player. You see him on
How you doing,
Rosa,
Samantha?
or
Welcome,
you've
welcome.
got El Primo. He's going to want to get in your face. So you have an approximate idea of what you should expect from the draft based on scrims, and you just try and pick a comp that answers it well. You got the Colette. Colette is so good here, and she's really flexible, but there wasn't a super cohesive game plan around that. Knockout.
Why can't I do that on Melody? Because I need my teammates to hold him back. As I play Melody, my teammates just get pushed.
Use the gas encroaches, or you can try and set up a composition that is just good in every phase of the game. And Gus, I think, is a pretty good
Nah,
part of that,
but
right?
you know I
Shipping,
can't really play aggro
sending
brawlers
God
if my
from the
iPad
Melody
is
to just
dying.
go ham. There's
But if
tons
my
of
iPad is
space
good, then I'll do whatever.
need to be wary of here in terms of how they pick their first 2 brawlers.
Honestly, I can never be mad with Gus' first pick. It's just really, really solid. You can just combine a lot of synergy with it as well into brawlers like Pearl or
Can't
Melody
wrong.
as well.
Can't.
On the map and mode. But Knockout, notoriously, Gus can just do wondrously well. And
Like,
Cookie
you
Pop
cannot
gadget,
play
you know, really,
aggro
if you
brawlers
just
if you're
hold out
gonna
for your
lag
shots,
as soon as you
build up
go
that
in.
bar, can just eradicate very, very quickly if you land those 2 shots consecutively, followed by the gadget very, very quick.
Shut
So
up,
I think
Touch.
Pioneer's got the first pick bang on. RT as well, especially when the gas closes in. You're going to see that brawler have a great amount of time with the legs dropped. And
This is why I
mean,
don't play
with the
tanks
point
or,
toss
you
where
know,
it's
stuff
currently
like that
at,
in
I don't
tournaments,
mind necessarily
because
Kit in this position because they're going to have the final pick, the final combination.
I don't
of
wanna
what they wanna
lag
have
and
Kit
throw.
to. I'm still on the fence a little bit. I kind of see Kit being played out a lot this weekend and last weekend for that matter. But the win rates are not great. I think speaking to Kenny prior to the show, if memory serves correct, I think it's like a 35% win rate. Up, he did say, from 25, so there is progress being made, but I still don't think it's nearly as good as the play rates are warranting. Janet, for me, is a much, much better shout. In fact, I think it's smart from Pioneers to take that out of the hands of Space Station because that combination with the kit would be devastating. The hypercharge for Janet now is really elevating her into such a fantastic spot in the meta. And I think her gadget kit has got a lot of options too to both evade and
Yeah,
put pressure
exactly,
on the opposition. So
Touch.
I'm much preferring the draft so far from Pioneers.
fair enough.
I also think that, your gadget, if you're, going to use that sort of drop the beat gadget, will reveal Kit if they're trying to use the cardboard box to sneak up on you. It
Wait,
hides
what's the map?
invisibility, which is really important on such an open map. You'd think Kit
Huh?
honestly kind of struggles here, right? Because there's all this expanse that have really
Bowen
it's
out in the
fragile short-range
open?
brawler has to cover.
Why?
And it gets even worse when Zulan can reveal Bobby even through that stealth. So this is a great comp that Pioneer is going to keep Space Station at arm's length and say, if you want to try and dive us with the kit, you had better have an incredible delivery system. And Daryl might just have
Surely
to
a
be the
misclick,
answer.
right?
A tanky brawler with a gap close that will allow him to get in the face of Pioneers. Will it, though, be enough? Because we saw it from Pioneers on map 1, and it wasn't.
Bo is a bit of an oddball brawler, to be honest. I mean, I've always vouched for it, actually, much to the dismay of my co-casters. I don't really feel like this is the best map mode for Bo either.
This is not
so
a
that doesn't
Bo
really
map.
help me kind of like fight the case. I've always loved it in Double Swoosh. I've always felt that it gets a relatively good amount of map control. But here, I don't know. I mean, these are the pros. Dodging those mines is not really the toughest of things, but especially when you got like communication like this and with everything on the line. It's not really too much of a threat, even in like the late stages of knockout. This is how you play against the Kit. You
No,
already rush the
that's-
spawns early on. Do not allow
KCP
Chino
had the
to get
RT
to the
early.
connection to Bobby, which is kind of what's happened already. So they
Wait.
were trying to focus on him.
Wait,
but now this hit
no,
is
you're
coming.
right,
They've got to
Taj.
really all come
What the
together now on
hell?
the side of KCP to really get Chino and Bobby taken care of, because this could be very, very dangerous.
Oh god, the damage from the yarn balls, it's over 3,000. That is just terrifying to deal with. And Space Station have what it takes to all in this setup. I think KCP realized that they had to try and take some space away from SSG when they refused to step out onto the map, so I get it, but my goodness, the Kit and Daryl combo there looked unkillable.
Literally. I see. Why
Disgusting
are we
stuff.
playing Bo
You know,
here?
normally, though, it's kind of more of a cheesy ladder strategy, and that's why, you know, I'm just a little bit surprised that it's as effective as it was. Maybe being a bit fast to the punch to really shut down Chino would have helped somewhat, but didn't really seem to be like that was the issue. For me, SSG just powering through and getting done, and looking like a comfortable round, let's say. We kind of catch up with the spectate side of things. This Kit strat, though, you know, it does have some pretty strong weaknesses, especially just like if you get one singular takedown. I mean, that's all you really need to kind of have the house of cards come tumbling down here. So it can work, but it won't work all the time.
Yeah, that is fair. I mean, there are ways to play around this sort of all-in style, but your windows in order to do so are pretty limited. And Pioneers, you know, pushed up the map, which obviously ends up.
I mean,
giving
we
Kit a
we
chance
already
to
know
win that
the
super
results of this battle
you
anyway.
know, instead of maybe just
So
sort of sitting out in the middle and waiting for SSG to be forced out. So I think that's probably going to be part of the strategy because, frankly, you know, the composition from Pioneers wants to be in the open. They want to, like, you know, fight that more pitched battle. I know why they pushed up to really try and punish, because they knew that likely SSG had a comp that in the end game would just be advantaged if Pioneers didn't take the chance to build those important supers. So we'll see how that goes. We're struggling to get back into the lobby here.
Literally,
unfortunately, folks.
because-
So right now we are going to go again off players' reflections. I'm glad we've got some pairs of glasses here that I can try and read off of. It's your boy Sam, the pride of Bakersfield, if I'm not mistaken. Now ready to dish it out, and it is Space Station forced back into their corner of the map again, but this might all just be the plan, because once again, we're doing the thing, charging on in, and my goodness, that is
like,
sickening. It's sickening, Ark.
I don't understand.
Yeah, pretty disgusting. I mean, at the moment here, I think just basically getting the right players to just charge up their utility. Yeah, but they've taken everyone out so quickly. On the
This
side of
literally
KCP. They can
happens
afford to
every
leave Zealand here
single
and charge up their
month,
supers,
bro.
charge up their utility. I mean,
Every
let
single
Bobby get to the
event
next round and,
is
you know, also
bad
Chino.
production. I don't
they're
understand
really,
why.
Zulan can't go into the gas right now. It's not even there yet. It's been so early. He can't even just submit. And it's going to get, look, Bobby and Chino now have got to for the next round. Do this exact same strat all over again. And KCP just don't seem to have an answer.
There is, I don't know if there is a good one. This comp doesn't, I mean, it keeps people at arm's length, but it doesn't actually have the crowd control to force Space Station back. When Bobby goes in, he's going in. There is no question that that's what's happening. Here we go. Hypercharge pops, so now Bobby gets some damage on those rolls in. KCP have done a better job of staving this damage off now, but Fade is still going to fall. Tyrant, unfortunately, what goes up must come down. So far down. In fact, he's 6 feet under. What a dirty,
Yeah, they
dirty
really
set
don't
from
care about
SSG.
esports so
Oh
much,
my goodness.
Unfortunately.
I've not seen one like that, and I've seen a lot of brawl, Ark.
I mean, I'm still not overly convinced, to be honest. I think there was some options with the gas shielding that they could have maybe just been able to utilize.
It had to be a misclick.
But this is one of the reasons why Kit and that combination can be so daunting to face into. But at the same time, oh wow, I mean, look at that. Not a single thing to say on the side of Pioneers. I mean, that is just really quite disappointing. But I don't think, for me still, that the Kit comp is just unbeatable, you know? I think that sometimes, especially
That's
if you see it in the draft, you're
terrible.
going to expect it to
Someone
be heads and tails,
screenshot that.
especially in knockout mode. And Bo wasn't the pick. I think that's what I want to bring it back around to. Is the Bo was the third and final pick for Pioneers. They could see the entire picture on the other side of the field, and they didn't do anything about it. They
Nah,
picked
that
Bo.
was 100,000% a misclick. Because ain't no way you're gonna pick Bo when they have Kit and Daryl is
They're not
open.
operating the same axis here.
Surely not
You've
playing
gotta be
Bo
ready
and
for
out in
these
the
kind of
open
shit, especially
intentionally.
if you've scrimmed this team for a while. I was wondering if we'd see these strats brought out straight away or held back, and I guess we got our answer, Rachel.
Well, I'm wondering, we're heading on to Hot Zone next, and unlike some of these teams when they're super evenly matched, it's going down to the game. These sets are swinging one way or the other here, so heading into Hot Zone, I wanted to know, Art, what you're thinking this is going to swing to.
Yeah, it's pretty much just like old times, isn't it, really? I mean, a back and forth is exactly how you want this match to go. Dueling Beatles and Hot Zone, of course. And, I mean, this is really a map that you've got to get your bans right for. Certainly for me, Juju, I want to see it pretty much banned all day long. I mean, every single time yesterday where it wasn't, it got good results. Berry here, I think, has to be valued incredibly highly as well.
Was Lou banned?
Tanky
I don't
region,
even know.
And we were talking about, tank players on the side of Pioneers earlier today as well. I think FaZe is another player on that roster now, which can really bring a lot to the table in that regard. So I think Space Station Gaming got to be very cautious as well to really put up a good fight against any of those eventualities here. But the heals, especially Poco now, combining with a lot of Frank, we're seeing that having some good results in Hot Zone specifically. I quite like the old-fashioned strat of bringing in a Jesse mid on this particular map, which North America really championed so nicely last year. Haven't really seen too much of it this year, and I think for good reason. The meta's not quite in that place currently, but certainly there are some options available for both sides here. See what the bans are, and if they go for the long-range affair, Lou I think is quite highly considered here for a ban too, which it is on the side of Pioneers, along with the Stu and the Juju, the Griff, the Poco, and the Barley, which does leave a lot of heavy hitters open. I mean, I'm looking at you, Berry. First pick, funnily enough.
Amazing. Okay, amazing. So good at a ton of stuff on this map, but controlling the side lanes with really good range. But when she has to go in with that super, it's devastating. That hypercharged super as well, also firing those rockets out gives you like really good damage. And she's got great mobility. She can get away from people.
They can't even bury now.
The dash slows people down. There's just so much
I think
to work with here. Berry Ash is open.
Or
just want to throw
Barley.
that out there.
No, Barley's banned.
Also Pam, Byron, those kind of brawlers
those
are
are
best.
good bans and the first pick.
The really safe,
No, like you can't bury into Maisie, bro.
Something like this, and Zulan says,
it's just not the
we're
map.
looking the berry. We need to deny this potential tank and heal thrower strat.
I mean, for Space Station Gaming to pick Macy first and not Berry, to me, says that they've got something up their sleeve. It's just whether it kind of works. I mean, Macy is very underrated into big tanky brawlers, and Berry, of course, is looking to heal those big tanky brawlers. So I don't mind the Macy pick. It's not that wild, but it is a little bit wild considering just how high the win rates are for Berry. I think Pioneers here probably throwing in Amber because like they want to reserve the tank that they're going to combine with this. I would say it's probably going to be a Frank.
Should have been Maisie to the
let's see.
Stu.
That's kind of just how I'm reading the draft so far. I think to pick
I mean, but if Stu was open, they would take Stu, or they would take Berry.
So they've got the Maisie,
or nah, because Maisie would still be open.
Double down on a tank counter in that regard.
It's mind games.
Mortis,
Mortis.
in my opinion, he gets a hard rep. Mortis is wild, but makes sense when you consider they're trying to read the idea of it being a Frank, because Mortis would play exceptionally well into that. So I think Space Station Gaming might be drafting here really quite well, although it might look a bit like crazy on the outside. I think there is some method behind this madness.
Pretty reasonable against the Ashe as well.
RT?
Rounding this out with an RT, I think gives you like really powerful, like annoying side lanes that can pinch on Pioneers and really
what do you last pick here, Melody?
Very well. Maisie obviously is weakest at close range because that's where her shots travel the slowest. But she has so much in her kit that really makes up for that. Shockwave, that super, really, really good, and being able to stun on your gap close or your escape mechanism is really good. So I feel like she's all round very powerful, but it's not really been since like 2023, even earlier than that we saw her used ubiquitously. Surge here gives you a really strong option, but they're short ranged. I don't know how easy it's going to be for Fade to operate in those side lanes, especially not before they really start to get some levels. It is something that has stopping power though to deal with this Mortis if Space Station can't get full value out of that mobility.
Well, for me, Pioneers changed the script big time. As soon as that Mortis came out, they're like, well, okay, well, we're just going to not feed into that idea. Let's go Search. I mean, that's going to be a really, really great product to have, just to mirror the Mortis and really not allow it to do much. I was a bit surprised that we didn't see still the idea of just going with the Frank, because Fade's an amazing Frank. Or Draco, wouldn't mind Draco at all with that very combination.
You want to Frank into
so
Maisie?
On those brawlers. But I think it makes kind of sense. You've allowed Space Station Gaming to dig somewhat of a hole, and they've got a good answer for it. If they don't feed into Fade, that's the best chance to really make this Mortis work. But it's going to be very hard to do. Fade is going to stay on Chino this entire game.
Chino.
Hello, Muffin. Welcome back.
Space Station have spent enough time rotating on and off the point to get
How are you
lead
doing?
here, but Chino
Thank you,
goes
sir.
down now. This kind of rewrites the script a little bit. Bob's got great damage. He's going to go in. Okay, not quite close enough, but still able to finish off Tyrant because the slow means that Sans and Bobby can work them down. And very quickly, excuse me, Mortis
This
gonna
is
be back in the
actually
frame.
worse than my
Fade
Wi-Fi,
and
bro.
Zula don't really have the ability to push out and fight at length. And Bobby built another super with that double catch there. So, ooh, don't like the look on Zulan's face. Oh, I'm the only one for SSG to win. Oh, I'm going to gloat about it all day long. Oh, my goodness. Surely, Space Station here off to a good start.
Look at Bro getting so excited, and we've barely even scratched the surface yet. It's
it's
plenty more still to come, mate.
It's map 4. We're in there. I'd like to think that we are, you know, like at least ankle deep in the sauce. But you know, fair point. There's still some game to be played, and you know, if that Mortis doesn't work out, then I don't think the game plan for SSG works out. But I've got to do something to fill these gaps, mate. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, fortunately, we haven't got to listen to you much longer, mate. So we're
Being
back
off
into
by
the
odds,
game.
it would be better than
That's what
this.
he's talking about. I'm paid to talk about a game. Hello?
Very, very close match. Honestly, Shin trying to get behind this, not going to work. Too low HP. We're coming in again with some good value, but look at that. Great teamwork there from KCP to come together here, but they've got to be very cautious still. I think that if China can cycle against this comp, it can really open up some space.
I don't know if
Great
Ash
touch from
is.
Sands. If Bobby
No,
can stash and
does
get some
Ash
more
beat
no
Mortis?
gadget
I don't
Bobby
know.
now, that's
I
the
think
problem.
Mortis just gets
Now,
supercharged and wins.
starting to
Right?
get a little bit hairy as the hypercharge from Fade. Not going to find too much. A little bit of a scratch on Sands, but it's the time that's ticking. 10% is all that. now
Yo,
Pioneers
Speedy
need
Cyclone, how are you?
to get this game.
Chino just opens with a super, so no chance
Yeah, they
to
turned
actually
off
get value out of it
spectating
in
for
terms of, you know,
anyone
the
that's not, you
survivability
know,
in the fray. And
official.
Pioneers are able to outlast them here. They get the levels on the surge that they
They're
need.
good
and frankly, Space
Ash, I
Station can't be
mean-
nearly oppressive enough in the early stages of the round.
I feel like a good Mortis just gets hyper, right?
I was enjoying you getting so giddy for a second there, mate, but that is looking like a solid set so far. Not to say that SSG can't turn this around. They absolutely can. I think that Bobby hasn't fully cooked yet on this Macy pick. I think that absolutely that's the one that can very much turn the tides quickly.
Yo, Prob, thank you for the
and
raid,
Mortis,
bro. How
again,
was the
I
stream?
mean, China's going to have a tough time against Fade regardless. So if they can just open up some space where Fade's not available to really be there, then China can go more to town. You got a hypercharge towards the end of the last game, but it was just a little bit too late. That's the sort of utility that can really just
Player
open up so many
dependent, yeah,
opportunities for your team
I guess.
to get back on the zone, and it's very tough to retake in a map like Dueling Beetles anyway.
I don't
So,
really play
not
Ash that
too
much
focused
right
on the
now.
RT pick yet for
I
me.
haven't played it
It's
until
not a bad one by
Mortis,
any
so I
means.
don't
It's a
know.
very safe pair of hands, but it's just not as flashy as some of the other stuff that we're seeing. And I think the difference
I'm definitely not
maker for me is
RBM
gonna be
on
the Mortis or the
Ash,
Maven.
though.
Yeah, last round, I think a lot was pinned on the Mortis being able to get value, and they just didn't, right? You need to cycle those supers. If you're going in, you have to build a super, which generally means you need to be connecting with multiple enemy brawlers
This
on those
production
hits.
is
Now,
terrible.
normally we're seeing the Berry and Surge play somewhat close together, right? Obviously, in order to
If you play like
you know,
RBM, they
maximize the
win.
effectiveness of those healing pools that are getting thrown down. But see what's happening. Pioneers are back over the lead here. Chino's just, tough here to try and cut through this healing, but that was beautiful. Bobby with that off angle, able to bring Fade down, and there's a chance at least for Space Station to try and get into the game, but it's not looking good. I'll say that much.
All looking good, bro. But the heals are strong from Zulan. Time pushing forwards now, and Tara's an amazing Amber. I mean, he really, really is one of the best in this region. Chino popping the gadget, trying to get some value from himself, going in, and as quickly as that, going back out again, taken care of by KCP. But they need to get back
RT
on this
picks
zone. They
through.
are
I mean,
losing
it's
control.
working.
PlayStation Gaming have been starting to gain back this deficit now, and looking quite even apiece. They lose
Somehow.
control though, it can turn as quickly as that. Not too much to say whilst we get back into the spectate, but so far, PlayStation Gaming doing good. Retake Stan's going to fall now, however. With a hypercharge is a very, very dangerous thing on the Macy with a hypercharge, and you're able to cycle it pretty easily as well in that particular brawler. So definitely a daunting prospect for KCP to be able to retake with Bobby so firm in this mid.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to shake this Mazy loose, I think. You know, obviously Zulan does have that hyper ready, so you can really generate a great defensive zone on the map. And ooh, I don't like the look on those faces. I changed my mind. Perhaps we got a little ahead of ourselves there, but you know, just
Can you
having a
really
look at
tell
what
who
KCP
won
had
from
available
these
to them in
faces,
terms of
though?
those hypercharges. Yeah, it's fair to believe that they would be able to come back in. My guess is, yeah, we're probably going to have a set 5 here. Let's see. Oh, I'm hearing in my ear that SSG won that round. Let's go.
Yeah, I think they're getting
Let's
like
go.
just. But this is where it gets like the reactions don't match the results, right? That's the thing, and this is where sometimes SSG for me in the past have faltered. Sometimes just being on the brink of a victory can actually kind of be the very thing which makes it turn against them as the nerves can set in. So they've got to stay composed enough here, and you know, at the end of that game, they kind of displayed that they were not very happy with things, although it's quite the opposite, of course. So let's see. Pioneers with a good start, 20% in climbing already. Stan's now going to get burnt to a crisp. Crisp from Tyrant. Now Chino is the one that's popping off. Can't really go in for another
Tyrant should have just
finalization
went
on
into the
Tyrant, though,
berry
because
puddle.
the ambi shots around him with the gadget just really quite a good deterrent. And now FaZe
tired?
just right
Good
time,
night,
Chino,
Muffin.
all Bobby low as well.
Thank you for
She's doing
hanging
very
out
well
with me.
though, gotta say,
Appreciate
but it's
you.
not translating the
You might
objective.
go.
Okay, Zulan here, trying to maintain some presence, but he knows he can't really step out on that point and fight for it. Oh, lovely.
Holy.
That is a great gadget.
That
from
was like
Zulan.
a BB
Chino just
smack right there.
bounces off him, and that's exactly what Pioneers look to do. Beautiful berry gadget. Now that hypercharge build up, of course, but a space horsey. And Sands is taking a ton of damage on the way in. He just eats those shots. He can't be happy about that one. Pioneers have a lead that looks almost unbeatable at this stage, Art.
That was a crazy gadget
Time.
time.
But Zulan's got hypercharge there as well, ready to go in and save his teammates. Sands trying to make a dash for it. There it is. Perfect timing as well. Keeps everyone alive, and the pressure still on to Sands, on to Bobby, as Pioneers get the game and get the set. We're going to be going all the way to a fifth and final to decide this one.
Is that
Look,
5?
fair enough. Wouldn't have it any other way, to be honest. You can see the tensions starting to rise. Listen, I did think it would be over. I genuinely thought it would be over based on how it would look. But you know what? I never let the truth get in the way of a good story, Art. You know what I'm saying? We're here to tell a story. Yeah, we're here to tell a story.
As much as I
right
love
now,
Torrance, 14 kills there. Very great game, wasn't it?
I mean, look, I really, really enjoyed this. I do think that the Macy is such an interesting pick, and she does a lot of things relatively well, but just the one thing, you know, like, what is the idea? You want to control that space and have good damage? Well, you can do that, but if you get pushed on by a Surge, who, like, obviously, you know, can output more DPS than you if you aren't counting supers, I thought that Zulan played this really well. Look at these gadgets, man. Chino just getting thrown around the map. It's so frustrating to play Mortis when you're constantly being displaced.
Tyrant as well with the Dancing Flames gadget. I mean, that was a strong deterrent of that Mortis pick a lot of the time. And Zulan, the heals, just at the right times, really, for his team. I mean, we saw yesterday in South America, sometimes the berries would swing a bit late.
For
to
sport,
punch.
yeah.
You've got to be so quick, almost preemptive when it comes to those heals for your team. And Bobby just going to stand up, take his breath, and just stretch his legs, I think, because that was the moment that they knew that they could have sealed it.
Well, this was the only matchup that we had any sort of disagreement on with our predictions. And Uber, I got to give a shout out to you. You did call this and being pretty close. I'm rooting for you now to squeak out beyond us all. But if Space Station were to do that, what do you think they need to take into this final match here?
I think, like, the game plans are quite good in general. But, you know, I think sometimes, like, expecting Bobby to be a big difference maker in so many of these games, you notice, like, every brawler that's, like, key and instrumental to the comps, Bobby's being put on. It's a lot of pressure, right, for that one player. Before it was
I
like
looked
a
away.
Darren
I don't
White
even
that
know
had
what
Before that was
happened,
like
to
the
be
Barley
honest.
they were playing on Canal Grande. So I think creating a comp that sets Bobby up for maximum success, if you want him to be the guy that sets the tone, the guy that is the linchpin in your setup, then try and make it
Yeah,
as
I
easy
don't
as
know
possible
why
for
you
him. Not to
Mortis
say he's not
there.
capable of
I
it,
feel like
but
Mortis is only a
but
last pick,
this
or
is
if
a
there's
long
like
series
double
now. Mistakes
squishies.
start to creep in. If you pin it all on one guy,
But like,
to do it all,
I don't think you
sometimes that
Mortis
is a
into
failure
Barry,
point for
to be
some of these
honest.
strategies.
I hate to be the one to say it, but, you know, when you look at this Space Station Gaming roster and the fact that it's predominantly STMN, like from last year, I mean, they had, you know, sort of two instances in the grand finals and semi-finals where they lost on 2-3 score lines. They're not good at tying up the fifth and final set. No monthly final wins whatsoever last year for STMN and also for Chino and Luminosity Gaming as well. And Chino lost again in the grand finals 3 times last year. You know, this combined roster does not have a good streak
Go on
last
Bayern
year,
instead of RT.
really wrapping things up
Yeah.
cleanly. That's my
I
biggest
guess,
concern here.
but I think they was
Pioneers
just trying to
forced out
force the Mortis
back of
pick.
that
That's why they
last
went
set. A
RT.
little bit of a wind in their sails now, a bit of a spring in their
So you
step.
can't go
But they've got to still
Barry
maintain this
RT.
forwards. And this could be one of the toughest moments thus far today to really get this right. The draft can be so instrumental now. You can see how well they
what is the last map?
Also that we just witnessed. And that coin toss, I think, really played a good pivotal role in that and being able to just choose that final brawler. I mean, you can see how much of a difference it made when the Mortis showed itself.
Can we go to the
Having that
draft,
surge pick
please?
really counteracted.
Hello, Gritty, how are
and that
you?
got the job done. And I think it's caused a bit of frustration actually on the side of Space Station Gaming. Now sitting back down and taking the time with it. But I mean, that doesn't look like the face of people that are looking excited for this fifth and final set. Whereas Zulan's looking quite comfortable, I would say.
They just needed to not force Mortis,
This matchup is the
basically.
spirit
I
of
don't know why they
STMN
wanted that so
and
badly,
Tribe.
though.
Two teams that did this
Was
with
it like a
alarming
cheese
regularity,
pick?
took each other to set fire
Kind
to
of.
these epic
I don't know.
battles.
I don't know if
what?
that's the right
They always, for whatever reason,
term
seem
I'm
to
looking
happen
for,
in
but that's the first thing that
round
came to
of
mind.
finals. In quarterfinals, these two teams were fated to get paired up against each other time and time again. We actually so rarely were treated
Oops,
to watching
I
these
smacked
teams
my
fight
mic.
in
My
the
bad.
grand finals because they always ended up on the same side of the bracket. And here we are again. The more things change, the more they stay the same. It's the big 2025, and once more, Pioneers and Space Station Gaming, they're fighting for survival in the very first round of the tournament. No easy games in NA, folks. That's the truth of it. The deep region with so much talent that's honestly been built up over a long period of time, with support from these great orgs as well. Now we're headed into last stop. It'll be Gem Grab in our decider set.
Yeah, slight delay there as the players went into the wrong match, but now all good into Gem Grab. Last stop. Where it is literally the last stop for one of these two
Oh,
teams.
hell
The
no,
bands
Taj.
are in
No way you
Luke,
support him.
Juju and Stu. The Pioneers are the bands. The 8-bit, the Kit, the early first draft of Janet. Be a very tough lane for that particular brawler. Going into that particular brawler, I should say. 8-bit, Kit, and the Amber band out. Amber certainly looking at
Striker?
Tyrant on the side of Pioneers. A very strategic band there from Space Station Gaming for sure. And the Kit band, okay, possibly seen something in the scrims they don't like there, so I can understand it. I don't think it's probably the best Kit map for me, but nonetheless, a mid position and role to be taken now by Pioneers, in my opinion. An 8-bit would have been a lovely one for that, but Gene is available here. Not a bad shout. The vision gear, great for being able to seek out and destroy the visibility side of things, but Bell will be their choice. So that's going to be open for Space Station Gaming if they want it now into return, because I would imagine that Bell will take that mid position role and looking for something now aggressive for that side lane. Something maybe tanky could be the choice here at Pioneers, but it is still an early stage in the draft.
Yeah, someone who can really abuse that side lane and cause a collapse, I think is going to be really valuable. We've seen Ashe used to this effect. In the past, we've even seen, when she was stronger, Tara on this kind of map, someone who gets up close, does a bunch of nasty damage, and of course her super just kind of blows the game wide open. Lola getting picked in here. I think this is both a reasonable side laner and in some cases a safe mid. I do think the classic Bell put nest eggs on the gem well and deny the enemy team is pretty darn good. It means that Space Station
I don't really like Lola into Janet.
Eggs. You know, it's the only way they can do it safely here. But again, you know, with Amber out of the picture, and no access to like Lou to control that space, we are looking at those.
They can Mortises, honestly, if they want to force Mortis again.
Max also might fit that slot pretty nicely. I give you an option if you want to speed things up and run at the enemy team.
Interesting stuff here from Space Station Gaming. I wasn't massively sold on the Bell pick for Pioneers, to be honest, because it is quite a tough brawler to make work when you lose control of the mid, or trying to find someone on the side lanes to help your teammate out can waste a lot of time with Bell.
Us
Can
such.
do it very, very easily, much more simply, but can be overrun. So Max to join Space Station Gaming's comp here is such an aggressor, you know, on this particular map. The Bell's gonna have a tough time playing
Draco,
into. I really like it for that reason, and Draco as well. Really bold stuff here from Space Station Gaming. Not going to have too much to say on the healing side of that combination with Draco. They're not really too bothered about that. They've got the last stand gadget, which will primarily be the meta of what Draco brings to the table here. So just going to really rely on the aggression and the speed. Of course, Janet with the hypercharge. I mean, you can't really grumble with that comp. Just wasn't quite expecting Max for the mid, but I can absolutely see how it can work and be a tough one for Pioneers to play into.
Bro,
they're going to be going
what the hell?
To respond. I mean, it's not.
Ain't no way.
It's not too flashy. Kind of what I was expecting either.
Look, the slowing toxin counters out the speed from Max's super to some degree. So if you are still trying to get some space, you can use that. And obviously, if you're in a situation where you have to die the gem carry,
Misclick.
to get a timer reset,
Misclick.
you can go in with that crow hyper charge, even just the super, and try and go and get the kill. Decent scouting of the side bushes as well, I think. Obviously, because that poison ticks, it's longer before your opponent can actually become revealed again, you know, within those bushes. It's a little flimsy, this Pioneers comp. I wouldn't say it's Once more.
Yeah. Next week, Taj.
Keep Space Station at arm's length. On some maps, this has worked really well with the berry, right? The berry gadget to knock off the mortars, it's been great. On some maps, like Knockout, they were not able to do a damn thing about the Daryl rolling in against them. So once again, as always, folks, it comes down to execution. Pioneers don't necessarily, I feel like, have the gadgets to give them that kind of space, really. I do think the slowing toxin is going to be something that is subtle, albeit very important, in those key moments when Space Station want to go forward and get a gem lead.
I'm going to stay reserved on the crow pick for
Fully
now.
sounds good, Monkey.
not
What
quite
are we-
what he's taking for now.
What
But
the hell?
I'm going to say reserved just for a second because, like, the slowing toxin can be a good deterrent of the max speed. I get that. It's not what I was expecting. That's
Ain't
the
no
hypercharge
way.
absolutely devastating for sure. I was expecting Pioneers to really come in with a bigger, tankier option to really kind of overthrow this max speed and try to have something of an advance of their own there. That's not kind of what I was expecting, but it can still work.
How do you
Bobby
misclick
placement
like
Bobby
that?
is going to be good, but look at that. I mean, Zulan's already struggling that lane side. It's unusual for him to even be playing in. Normally FL mid, but this is already showing some pretty clear warning signs. But is Gems still in favor of Pioneers? So somehow they've been able to get that objective play more in the mid. And they've just forced Zulan to the left-hand side lane, it seems.
Yeah, look, Crow is...
Does Crow
really
not
is
lose
very
to
good for
Janet? I
Gadget
feel like that
because
should be a
Bobby is
thing that
unaffected by
happens.
poison. He dies instantly.
Lola
as soon
mid
as that
too.
last stand Gadget expires.
Bro, the only
So, a
the
little
thing
difficult
about
for
when
Bobby
it
to,
lags,
you know,
I
really
like
get
seeing the
close,
shot
and he's
like
gonna cover a lot of ground
animation.
here. This is a really open map. I think it's a
It's just
massive
sitting there.
to take the
It
Draco
looks
here,
kind of
honestly.
sick though.
And it's a pretty even game. Sands can control the map pretty effective with that, of course, with that Janet gadget. And Max is always decent to be your gem carrier. But guys, I just want you to close your eyes. for a
Okay,
second.
so we accidentally go into the wrong game, and then when we go into the right game, we like, yep, makes sense to me.
Let's have a seance here. I'm seeing Bobby have to use a phase shifter backwards to avoid some Lola shots. Yes. The Draco not quite getting close enough. Hard to see how the super gets value. But SSG have to find a way to break into the game now. With the countdown starting, I don't like how this
Countdown.
looks. Get
Oh.
it up here, but Bobby is just going to die
It's
because there's
10-10.
gadgets, and there it is.
Hey,
Gem number 11,
Fade
folks, and
has
SSG don't really
hyper.
have a great way to start a fight.
Go Fade. Go Fade. Fade. Just kill the Max.
However, still in the mid. It's KCP that are all over that side of things. Now with 13 in the pocket. They need a reset on the side of SSG, and the max speed will help to really close the gap, but it's not going to be an easy thing at all. Now, Bobby and Dragon Form, look at the mark there, just immediately taking care of it.
Yes,
Jump in,
Fade,
hypercharge.
finally.
I mean, everyone's just dropping like flies. The hypercharger stands, no time to pull it off. And that is a game, and then most importantly, a match point now for Pioneers.
Oh, buddy. This is scary. I think Pioneers are playing the more safe composition arc, and I think in a map 5 with the pressures really on, that's kind of where I'd like to be too. Nest eggs to create that spacing. The ability, of course, to slow people down as Crow. All go in. You have modality there. And honestly, a very reasonable mid in this Lola. Space Station are the ones that have to make all the moves. They're the ones that have to take risks here. And frankly, that seems to have put them behind the 8 ball in this particular game. We'll see how it plays out, of course, now as that slideshow continues as Chino wants to dive on Zulan.
What the hell?
Taps if Tyrant is going to
Look at the
collapse
double
on them.
shield on the left.
It's a great chance to practice my fortune telling. It's going to be my profession when esports is done. I'm going to set up a little seance booth outside of our gaming events instead. Invite you all in and try and tell you what's going to happen in your life.
Well, Tyrant's 5 gems. Now the speed coming in. Bobby making a big push for the left-hand side, but I think pops the nest egg as well. There's Zulan doing some good time there. Last stand for Bobby, not going to really
Zulan.
survive too much longer. Good amount of awareness from Zulan to place those nest eggs early on. Chino on the right-hand side, trying to push his way through, but low HP and some taps from Fade. A good pinch there should seal his demise off. Has got Superfood coming back in off the spawn, but again, PlayStation are behind. 4 gems down to the 7 of Pioneers. And look how deep Zulan
I'm not
is.
the one
Like, it's kind of
spectating.
funny to me how
My iPad is
Pioneers
being
just
used
kind of
as a
adapt
stand
away
for my
from, like,
mic.
the norm of this comp, and are just basically trying to be all over the map and be as sporadic as possible, really.
Bobby saves his super there. He knows he's going to get dove by Fade, but the poison that ticks down on him there is
Zulan's
makes this
high
really
fan.
difficult. So oppressive.
Love to see
All right,
it.
Bobby, how to train your dragon. Ideally not like that, otherwise Animal Protection Services might have to get involved. I won't lie, it did not end very well at all. 6 gems here for Space Station to work with. 1 more is all the
Let's
Pioneers
go,
need. Try and walk away with
KCP.
this one, and Chino gets blown up. That's the gas now coming out of the well. Bobby's trying to come forward, but Ark, it's looking dire. We've got a countdown for Pioneers.
Yeah, for me, SSG, they're just kind of running at this. They're not really
That'd be
together.
crazy, yo.
They seem defeated already, but there is still time for a reset. But look at this. The aggression is too much. Everyone from the side
Nah.
of KCP just going in
I'm
and killing the
glad.
aggressive Fade jumping in. And one final haymail.
I'm happy with this result.
It's not going to be
I'm
enough
happy.
as Pioneers
My
hold
goat's
firm
won.
and take the match.
We never doubt in the Crow pick again.
Oh,
My bad, goats.
Oh, Space Station Gaming, I'm busting my chops. come on, boys. What? The draft is just...
The whole time his
that's
bro was
rough.
playing in a
I
hallway.
mean, get that Draco across the map. I don't know, buddy. Yeah, set yourself up for disaster there. Pioneers, though, beautifully done. I mean, they read the tea leaves very well. Going
Look
into
at
this
these
draft.
stats,
The Bell is
god
such a nice pick, and
damn.
it's one we don't see quite as much lately, but man, she still delivers where it counts. In that map control, in that durability with positive feedback.
Zulon
The
was
fact that Fade
tapping
has
his
the option
ass
to go
off.
aggressive and strip
Bro was
Jim
looking
should
like
have
me on the
been
bell
needed.
against
Pioneers
him.
ran rings around Space Station in the kick and van.
I had faith in it, and the
Nah.
fact that PlayStation Gaming didn't tie up against that match point they had in the full set. I felt coming into this one that they were defeated. You could see on their faces, despite even getting to match point, the pressure of that very thing almost turned against them. Get the comparison here between Torrent and Sands, and it really is quite a night and day difference.
Sands
I
one
mean, Torrent
lane.
didn't even go
Who was
down.
Sands on
4
Janet?
kills to the 2 of Sands. 41% DPS is something to say about Sands, but again, the results speak for themselves. It's Pioneers are going for the semi-finals now. Space Station Gaming have to try again next month.
Some brilliant calls from both teams in the draft phase.
I think that's the
Obviously,
first
Pioneers
call that I
coming out there
missed.
in the end, but
But
talking
I
about
wanted
just
them to win,
in-game,
but I
their
didn't think they were
aggro or
gonna
their
win.
restraint, would you say, is a better feature of their gameplay? When you
Nah,
actually
I
play
thought
out there?
Space Station was gonna win, but I wanted
For me,
KCP
you
to
get a
win.
balance of it. It was tough
Bear
to say
back,
from the
okay,
final set how
Jagger.
it kind of went down, but certainly, in Heist we saw a lot of reservations there from SSG, which kind of they did adapt to in that second game. They did realize, okay, we need to go a bit more on the aggressive here and try to assert ourselves better in this mid, and they still got punished. twice,
Draco
on
was
that
not
MVP
the pick.
It was just ruthless. I think for me, the drafting was very, very smartly done on the side of Pioneers there.
I
And
mean,
they adapted to things as
like,
well. When SSG
I
had their
liked
hand
the,
on
I did
something,
like
they
the
were like,
Max
okay, we're gonna
Draco,
flip the script.
but the
Actually
Crow
not feed
pick
into
was
what we thought we were
actually
gonna do and bring out something you
something
weren't
different.
expecting. That kind of worked for me, time and time again. So
Never
think for
doubt
me,
my
yeah,
goal,
it came down to
Zulon,
the
bro.
drafting. SSG
I didn't
really
doubt
got
him.
comfortable in their own
I just
skin.
thought SSU
Yeah, an
looked
impressive
stronger.
opponent, though, Uber. I want to give you the final word on SSG. Let you feel your feelings and take a look at the bracket.
You name them something different, but they're still the same SDMN team, aren't they? My God, they do this all the time.
Honestly,
Bro, last hurdle stumble so hard. I mean, even worse for them, right? It's a
Havoc
bitter pill for them to
doesn't
swallow.
win.
And they have been force-fed so much
Vegeta
of that
is
medicine
so
over
good
the
at this
years.
game, but I
Not a
don't
great way to
think
start. Obviously,
I don't
falling
think
out
they
already,
got the
but typically
facilities.
they paired up against their nemesis again in the first round. This time they're just not able to overcome it. All right, boys. Next month, I guess. Good luck to you.
We shall see Space Station Gaming perhaps
Like,
next month, but we
give-
are going to see coming up
give
next
Vegeta,
Elevate
like,
and Synchronic
I don't even know.
Gaming in
Give
their
him
quarterfinal
some
match
other
right after we check out
semi-pro
these
killer.
replays from our last matchup.
I don't even know. Who's like not in these monthly finals that's a good semi-pro? Chepo walked OG only. I mean, Chepo is better than Banny and Evex. So probably. I don't know about Evex, but he's better than Banny. Even if he's washed, Chepo's washed. I should clarify. Vegeta Shine Chepo, that would be alright. Vegeta, Rafiki, Ducky, they would cook. Toast? Oh yeah, Vegeta Toast would be queen. I think Toast is like the only pro that I've played against recently that I could not cook, bro. His jukes were too clean. Hey Ray, oh hell no, still let it go. Toast is one of the best dodgers I've ever seen. I've hit RBM more than I've hit Toast. Which Toast? The NA Pro used to be? You played with RBM and Fade? Toast is flex. I mean, yeah, but maybe by 18, yeah. Toast is still solid, but he doesn't play that much like he used to.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans. You're watching the Brawl Stars Championship North America Monthly Finals, the first one of 2025. I've got Ark and I've got Kenny to take us into our third quarterfinal matchup here, which is between Elevate and
There was a
Synchronic
situation that
Gaming.
happened and he
Now,
retired
These
mostly.
two teams, very exciting
But now
to see them
he
matched up.
plays, but
Elevate
not
full
like.
of
Oops, I
players
smacked my
that have
mic
had a
again.
taste of
He doesn't
Worlds,
play
looking to
as
take a
like.
big old bite at it this season if
He
they
doesn't
can.
go as hard
Also,
as he
the
used to.
third member of
I don't know how the
STMM.
best way
We
to
saw
explain
two
it.
teammates playing out on Space Station Gaming, but diving into Elevate here, Kenny, what can you tell me
Yeah, I
about
think
this team?
Trevor just.
This is the team I'm maybe most
Oh,
excited
hell
to see
no.
play today, to be honest with you. I think they show a lot of promise and just a lot of question marks next to them. This is kind of a collection of players that were left behind.
I'm just
in a
had to
sense.
ban
Other
you if Genie
rosters
loses, so
formed
that doesn't happen.
It kind of resembles a similar
I
story
mean,
to
if Genie
the Humble
wins.
team last year, and obviously that doesn't mean they're going to win a world championship, but at the same time, they're really talented. They're very good. So I'm curious to see how this collective that doesn't really have any history together kind of join together and play out this season.
Interested to see how it's all gonna play out.
Nuh-uh.
Interested to see what Easy Livy has to say about this roster. Let's check in with him.
Ew, your goal? I don't like him. Only goal on that team is Juan.
My team prepares for tournaments like other pro teams. We scrimmage every day, usually at least twice. So that's about at least 4 hours a day of practice, and then there's ladder and there's streaming that comes into play as well. But just basic preparation. I'm sure when the monthly final gets closer, we will practice draft a little
So
bit
if
more.
you never say that again,
and
I will
we'll have
ban
to
you.
figure out a system that works for us when it comes to drafting. I think this year will be at least the same amount of chaos, if not more than last year.
Nah,
For the
I don't
team
care
to,
about him.
that I have my eye on that might have a breakout season this year is probably SK Kalalis. I think that's a really good team. And I think that the world doesn't really know how good they are yet, but I think that they will
Yes,
put up a
that's
fight
Sophie.
versus anyone they play.
Why do you think she types like a fucking monkey?
Great to hear from Ez Livy there, but not the only player on the team we want to check in with. Juan Carlos, and what a Kit fan, Ken.
Yeah, he is. I mean, obviously, this is something he's gonna have to live with. It wasn't the best brawler in moment in the world for him. In fairness, it wasn't him that drafted him, but nonetheless, he has to live with it. And I do respect that he's kind of played into it a little bit. I mean, that's a lot of internet trolling that he's gotten. So honestly, it's hard not to pull for the guy.
Use
He's had a
any
lot of
team
success
not
in the
named
past.
Tribe.
He's come close.
Fair enough.
But yeah, moments like that unfortunately define careers. But I think he's good enough to kind of reverse that.
Not only is he good enough to maybe reverse it, he's certainly clever enough to lean into it. We got a great clip of him here. Let's check it out.
0 and 0 pain, the Juan Carlos, 11 DPS.
11 DPS with 0 kills. Yeah, he's playing Kit. Come on. Try something different. Jump on someone's back. He hasn't even landed a super. It's really disappointing from Pioneers.
It's all your fault. I hate you. I hate you.
They really made a video about this.
I can't believe I'll let my team down. I'm never playing Kid again in my life.
Oh no.
Oh, Ark, I knew they were great players. I didn't know they were great actors as well.
What the hell?
I think Ark woke up the same way this morning based on how Kitson played this weekend.
Yeah, literally. I mean, I was casting that match as well at the World Finals, so I mean, it was certainly one of those things that I'll never quite forget. But like you say, Kenny, I'm with you. I mean, fair play to the guys who really kind of ride the memes and just play along with everyone else. I mean, it's quite incredible how much that really has resonated amongst the broad esports community, and yeah, some assets now going into the game from the back of that very storyline. So, I mean, if nothing else, I mean, they didn't have the greatest of World Finals in that regard, but some great memories nonetheless.
Hey, if you can't live forever in achievements, you can live forever in narrative. Something to strive for as well, and it's a chance that Juan Carlos can do both with the roster they put together this year. But first step is to get through Synchronic Gaming today. Now, this is a roster that we know a little bit less about. These players, though, Nathan and Razuin did play together a bit on Mystic. What else can you tell me about them, Kenny?
Honest, my goal.
These
I
guys
didn't
have
say
been
he's
around
my
the block
goal.
for a while.
I say he's the only one that I care about on
Necessarily
the
the
team.
success that Zars, Livy, Juan Carlos have had, but nonetheless have certainly competed. As you mentioned, they've been a part of Mystic Esports, and these guys have all had pretty good experience playing to each other in some kind of combination. 2 of 3, now 3 of 3 with Genie joining in here. All of them are seasoned veterans. like I said, they haven't had that pop-off moment, that substantial kind of result, and I think that's a big reason why Elevate to me are going to be favorites. I think this is the first one of the day where I'm predicting a 3-0 outcome,
is
so I think
like
any set that these guys
16
can
or
take would be a
17.
bonus.
We've got our maps, we got our game modes, and Ark, I gotta know, do you agree?
I think for me, there's definitely some things to be said about both sides of it. For me, Synchronic have got some stuff in the pipeline. I mean, we've seen as well. Nathan had a pretty decent Blast Brawl event. Knocked out STMN Esports in the quarterfinal stages, got to the semifinals where Elevate did really sweep them in that regard. But I mean, I'm with Kenny. I expect to say that they are the underdogs, no doubt about it. But in this early stage of the year, we don't know how these teams are going to fare and how they're going to sit. And like we mentioned, Elevate are that kind
I
of
guess
roster
he'll
of
sign
players
us up
that
for that
didn't really
match, you
have
know,
a
though,
home.
Sam.
They're all coming together, and yes, last year we saw that
You have no
same
one to
story
blame
with
except for
Humble,
yourself.
who went on to win the whole entire season. But this is the new year. We don't know how it's going to fare yet. It's still very, very early to tell. So I'm going to be reserved, and we don't know in that regard. I think for Synchronic as well, from the qualifying stages to present to now, it's definitely a different lineup in that regard. So there's going to be some adaptations to be there. I mean, one thing's for sure, I just hope that Genie comes away with some prize money, man, because I want him to upgrade his mic. He needs to get a new mic. I know he's rocking
Bro,
with
he's
distortion, but for
got
me,
like
I
60k
really
subs
hope
on
that
YouTube.
guy
He can
comes up
upgrade his
top.
mic,
Love the
Ark.
content, though, and it's always very entertaining to watch him in that regard. But coming in for his team
Wow,
here,
shout out
and
another
some good history
toxic
as well
streamer.
amongst his
Crazy.
teammates that go back a long way into Real Ones and also Mr. Esports as well. But no doubt about it for sure, though, Kenny. Elevate's still very much the favorites in my eyes.
We'll see how it turns out, though. Never know with a new year what's going to happen. We've already had some close calls here today, including that quarterfinal number 2, where some of these guys even have previous teammates that were competing there. But now they're
Wait,
on their
who,
own,
Pika?
setting a new standard and a new storyline for themselves. New opportunity to kind of write a narrative and prove why they deserve to be the ones that are a little bit better than
I
some
am
of the
not
past teams
buying
they run. You heard
Egg
his
though.
Livy in
I
his
don't care
interview
about Egg
in kind of our pre-day warm-up. But in his
Yeah,
interview, he
literally,
mentioned,
OJ bought
I wish
him a
the
new
best for my
mic.
past teammates. I hope they win a ton. I just hope it's not against me. And I think all of these guys have a little chip on their shoulder. And I think that's going to be a common narrative in North America in general. We've talked about it. All these teams have mixed up. All of these organizations have mixed up their players. I think every one of these guys have something to prove. And I think that's a strong motivation.
Well, Synchronic in the qualifying stages, going for the lower side of the bracket. They were beaten on the top side by Havoc, and that's certainly going to be on their minds. It was a sweep as well, so quite a convincing way for Havoc to enter the scene. But let's see. Sticky Fields, first pick of Mace, it's kind of a bit wild, I'll be honest. I mean, Juju is available, not necessarily the best match, but very, very bushy. Yeah, pick it up. I don't blame them at all. Certainly a very strong tank counter as well. Agree, going through the bushes can do a great amount of work. Sometimes it's not the worst ideas to eradicate the bushes and just actually change your draft. And I mean, Amber wouldn't be the worst of brawlers to do that. I mean, we
Loud
saw
is not
yesterday
equal
in South
funny,
America how
literally.
effective just even having the Brock was against Juju on certain maps. I think
It's
in that
not
regard,
funny
it's
in,
Star,
like,
very
the
different map
slightest.
and mode, but nonetheless here, it might be on Elevate's mind here just to kind of eradicate as much as what Juju can bring to the
But
party.
the game is
Max,
full of kids,
joining
so
Juju, definitely a dangerous thing here, but Elevate's
get your
not gonna
bread.
shy away from some tanks,
whatever.
I think, even into the face of a Juju, but let's see what they go for here.
Can never be too upset with the Juju selection. Maisie shows up a little bit more, I would say, in North America practices than it does anywhere else in the world. They're going to pair this with one of the most
Yeah,
powerful
his
brawlers
chest
right now
full
in
of
my
kids.
mind. Barry and a tank.
Doesn't like
This
get
is kinda
your
what you have to
bread.
look out for. I kind of think of this map like rock, paper, scissors a little bit. There is going to be some tanks, some anti-tanks, and sometimes some wall break combinations. So they're playing into the tankier side of things. Going to try and shred through their opponents, overrun the squishier Max, the squishier Juju. They got to make sure this is well-rounded, though, because this could get out of hand if they
Not
don't play it
really.
right. They're doubling down, though, Ark. Another tank entering in. We saw what El Primo could do earlier. He's flashy. he can
Razu
score
isn't really
goals,
washed.
he has a
Nathan
gadget
isn't
that
really
can kind
washed
of end
either.
offensive threats. I really like El Primo in general, but it has to be a favorable matchup for him. He's not an OP brawler by any means.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about because, despite the Juju being present, it doesn't seem to deter Elevate whatsoever. Just
Yeah,
bring in
Razu
attack
and
in this
Nathan are
regard.
not
And
washed.
Mortis is the answer from Synchronic. I mean, there's a lot going on the side of Elevate. They've got the wall break, they've got the heals. they've got the
Zem
Mace
took
tank
out
counter as
good
well, which is gonna be a
teams.
great
What do you
counter Into the
mean?
Mortis, into the Max as well. Having that additional
Zem
slow,
got
all these kind of
reverse
utilities
swept
on the
by
side of
Elevate
that I think could be
before they
very
joined
quite strong
Shad.
here. I love the El Primo pick. I mean, North America plays it so well in Brawl Ball especially as well, so definitely going to be a trying time for Synchronic Gaming here, but not to say that Elevate are going to have a stomp I know that you think that might be the case, though, and I don't blame you for it. I think this is actually one of those sets which might be an opening here for Synchronic to be able to get something on the board early on. Obviously, with Brawl Ball,
Twice. It happened twice. They got reverse swept by Elevate twice.
Right down the side of things and leaving things wide open. Well, Juan Carlos is to get the easiest goal I've seen in my life.
Yeah, I mean, 15 seconds and was already a bucket. Is Livy now able to expand? They've got a super down. Raz just going to be trying to dive in here, and Mortis not cutting it. This is Livy is going to go and try and get a little more space for his teammates, but there's so many health points for Juan Carlos that they're going to end this in 28
What the hell is a smuck?
Goodness gracious.
It doesn't even sound like a word I should be saying.
The chat. I'm trying to big you up just a little bit, but you're not really helping. I mean, that was literally one of the fastest Brawl Ball games we've seen, well, certainly all year. That is the fastest. Nothing that I can recall casting in this season has been faster than that. Was that 28 seconds for the entire game? That's ridiculous.
28, and Juan Carlos, if he hadn't let go of that ball, may have had another goal there. Genie couldn't have stopped him. As Livy there quickly to scoop this up, Genie doesn't even get an opportunity to use that super. So Juan Carlos is going to march it forward a little bit. I think they're going to have to
No way you ask if they are pros and you see this gameplay.
Yeah, undoubtedly a goal there. That was a mistake from Juan Carlos, but again, I don't think they're overly worried based upon just how quickly they gained the last game. Grigo going to come in now and cause some problems, but very, very quickly taken care of by as Livy and Zar. We're now hunkering down against these Berry Hills. A nice tailspin as well there will deter Raz. He's going to have to
What do you mean? Why is the difference so huge?
There for Elevate trying to force this ball through. Bit of delay.
It is what it is.
It's going to be going over the line or not, but it looks to me like it probably should. The amount of bodies that are there, it would take quite a substantial defense, but it does seem that was the case, and the ball breaks 3.
Yeah, it looks like they did get that goal. I think it's 1-0 on the top left, so it was really hard to tell. That ball was kind of floating in the air, but I think that's how we got so far back in a reset with all these brawlers. So I'm working under the assumption I think it's 1-0, and Nathan's now powering up his teammates, so we're contending in the mid. We're doing our best, obviously, to work with that, but a Juan Carlos hypercharge should be enough to punch this one through, and that's absolute domination. The easiest set I think we've seen all month.
But Synchronic, I respect the fact that you feel like it's time for me to take a break. You know, I get that, you know, but I'm okay. I've got the stamina to last this one out to a 5th and final set. You haven't got to think of me. You got to think of yourselves. And right now, this one is quickly, very quickly running away. That was the set that I felt may have been an opening, may have been a chance for Synchronic to get off the mark with something to really say in this series. But, I mean, that wasn't even close, Kenny. That was a stomp, and we haven't even got to the stomp that you're expecting to see from this. Just 3 for Genie, and Genie came into this kind of roster, you know, as a bit of a late comer. So, yeah, I mean, for Nathan and Raz, not the set that we were hoping for them, and stats that say very much the same story. And I don't think the draft was crazy bad or anything that really stood out to me as being problematic.
How did China make it?
It was a bit of the way it was
I don't
played.
remember who they
Moses
played
getting
against.
behind things and just leaving everything wide open for the Premier just to overthrow.
I don't remember who he
That
played
was gonna be my
against, to
question
be
for you,
honest.
Ark. In those like 30 seconds that we saw from that first game there, in that brief we saw of the second game, was it the mechanics, was it the positioning, or was it just the ability to recognize this great opening opportunity there on behalf of Elevate to kind of close it out? Ark?
Did they play against Koalas?
I mean, yeah,
I don't remember.
It's a very tough thing to take down quickly, and certainly when you're, going into the match fresh, a Juju won't have any of that utility, that slow from the Grigri at all won't be there until later on in the match. So it's you've got to get behind your team in that regard. But Mortis just kind of really going around the whole thing and not really contributing much to the defense that had to be present. I mean, that first game, Kenny, really, really quite disappointing.
Yeah, when I look back at that especially, it really feels like what we saw. It feels like a classic run it down moment. Mortis is really the only one that outputs a ton of damage, can cycle those supers a little bit, but outside of that, Max isn't cutting it. I don't know what you do. Gonna be keeping an eye out here for Layer Cake, and I have to mention it outside of the Juan Carlos memes. Kit is somebody that shows up here quite frequently in North America, across the world. Wouldn't surprise me to see it in the band stage. Juju, a possibility for sure, somebody that I'm throwing out in the bands. But other than that, I think if you're Synchronic, you gotta look ahead. I mean, you gotta basically ignore that ever happened. You're a top 8 team right now in the region. You have to believe in that. But Elevate sure showed us something strong there in that opening set.
Is that why Juan's so excited? Is he thinking, right, finally,
I'm trying to find the
and make
bracket.
it actually work? Is this redemption arc happening before our very eyes? I want to see what that was all about, but it might just be that they got the first set and they're feeling happy with that. Regarding this particular map, the Janet ban's got to be there for me. It's the first brawler pick to have, so whoever doesn't have the coin toss really needs to highly consider it. Certainly a map for pro as well. It has been done exactly that by Synchronic, so some good signs. I mean, they're making some okay decisions, but when it comes down to the actual mechanics, is where so far in that last set, it didn't kind of work out for them.
I don't remember
Multi-ban
what
on
the
both sides,
bracket
the Buster, the Gus, and the Gene as well by
website
Synchronic.
is.
It's certainly going to open up some throwers potential here on this map, and I'm looking at
Yo,
one
I'm
only,
heavy
and it's
pros
kind of
at
Juju, not
this
gonna lie. I
standard.
mean, it's not going to have
Crazy.
the best amount of slow on this particular map, but why would you not pick it up? First pick, you elevate on a map like Layer Cake. Yeah, sure, the response could be some wall break, but exactly that. Why
Ew,
take
Layer
the
Cake.
risk and leave it open? For
I don't
your
like
position?
Layer Cake,
I mean,
and I don't like
Synchronic
Gem for
could
it.
have easily left out. I mean, you've got to keep the Janet, but the RTE, the Gene, they're not as ban worthy to me as a Juju, are they really?
Yeah, it is really interesting to leave that open. I mean, Gene, Janet,
What'd
RT,
you
all
miss?
great
Not
shouts,
much.
fantastic brawlers, but are they truly a top 3 threat? Do they kind of craft drafts and shape them to go differently? I don't know if that's necessarily
Okay,
the
I
case.
do like
Gray
Gray.
gonna be where they go next. If you're gonna allow Juju go through, Gray feels like a good option here as a support brawler, but mostly for that walking cane. He's got a good blend of that medium to long range and can pull through walls, get the tearing down effect that you want, because otherwise Juju can just kind of lob up shots. I'm curious to look out for kind of a Brock here. I think Synchronic have to get a little creative. We saw the Brock incendiary and breaking down with those gadgets kind of be an answer for Juju. They need to get rid of as much grass as possible, because otherwise she's just gonna have limitless range.
I was kind of expecting maybe a berry, honestly, on the side of Synchronic there, especially if they're thinking Melody to have some support for that brawler pick. I mean, the Gus ban being present on the side of Elevate was quite smart, because if they combined that particular brawler with the Melody, that would have been really quite dangerous. But the Grey has got that teleport ability to go in very much on the spawn side and pick up some scraps, come out with some stars, get some heals as well along the way. The hypercharge allows you to have 2 on the map as well.
Okay, but
it's definitely
Evex has
not a bad
Vegeta
shout.
on his
That's
team.
what we were saying. Coming in this match.
This is growth.
Yeah, this is the redemption arc of Juan Carlos. It's got to be him on it. If it's not, I will actually riot. There's no way that coming out of that last set, this was the reason why Juan was so excited.
SG's Genie, Razu, and
the kit plays, and you called it
Nathan.
as well, so fair play. But if it's not him on this kit, I'm sorry, but he's let the entire Brawl esports community down and asked, go out on my sword to say it. It's got to be him.
I know he's putting some time in the offseason with him for sure. And look, memes aside, what happened at the World Finals is a very different circumstance, a very different map, and a very different brawler composition. And it's a
They
really
just go
interesting
tank
one
here and win,
Oftentimes you
right?
see Kit, you think they're going to pair it with something aggressive like the Melody on the other end, or a tank that can kind of walk with Kit. They're purely using
Or
Kit to
Sprout.
be a
They can
kind of
spread
assassin.
this.
It's not necessarily the support brawler right now, because what are you going to do? Jump on Juju and be a double thrower? Ruffs isn't going to get in their face. They're looking for Kit to use his super to kind of get the animation where he stuns an opponent, and then they line up shots for Juju or Colonel Ruffs. This is a super support comp on the left-hand side. I think Synchronic have a
Hank?
chance to really, run this down. Hank wasn't necessarily my top option, but when on a map with so many walls, this is honestly a
No,
more
Sprout
common
wouldn't be
pick
bad
than I think
there.
the public would tend to
Into
believe.
Juju and the Ruffs.
We saw it yesterday in South America, and I'm going to say the same thing. So if you watch that stream, I apologize, but the
Hank?
balance changes have not happened yet. Hank hasn't got the hypercharge, guys. Okay, you're early to the punch. Give it a couple of days, and then maybe. But I think it's even going to be in the second batch, from what I saw today. Anyway, it's not prawn ready, guys. It's still
Sprout
not
wouldn't
the
be
pick.
terrible into
I think it was
Juju.
with OG in the qualifying stages. They did bring him some goods on this particular map, so I don't mind it. But I also do mind it, you know?
And
It's
Kit.
just not the biggest of
Depending on your
contenders,
teammates to kill you to
especially
get
against
stunned.
like the Kit. You know, it's going to be sitting back and waiting for its time to strike, and that's going to be allowing the Kit time to get that jump ready to roll. It's just going to be kind of feeding into what Elevator trying to achieve here a little bit, because Hank is not going to be rushing. It's not going to be going on the aggressive. It's not going to be pressurizing too much. He'll be sitting back behind a wall, just blowing bubbles. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Kind of wild.
I'm gonna stay prawn ready. I'm gonna keep an open mind here. With all these
Stay
walls and no
positive,
wall
Kenny.
break, Hank could possibly be a play here. Look, I don't know if it would have been my first thought, and I know it may sound crazy, but I don't hate it. I'm gonna be open-minded about this. I don't think it's the worst solution. It's a little creative. To your point, the homing missiles look pretty sick with the Hank hypercharge. That could be an issue for future players, but right now it's gonna be Elevate who have to deal with it. 2-5 overall, and a good little fun there as we get into this one. But for now, it's gonna be SG all the way in the back.
Did you just see how much damage Genie took in that opening statement? That was actually disgusting, and surprised he even survived. As already Elevate jumping to the punch, but actually behind on the stars, and that is where the objective lands. And Something which Elevate
Wait.
are quickly making up for now. Hypercharge.
Did we just
Hypercharge
join in
not gonna be
halfway in the
helpful for
game?
anyone on this
Or
squad, so
was I just not
really
paying
nice synergies
attention?
there, but I don't think Elevate are going to be boring about it too much. Synchronic very much now on the back lines, and this is where it's going to get tough. Nathan has got Hypercharge though with that Melody pick. Swipe from Zar, so Gene to keep him low. Now the Grigu coming in the right-hand side as well. Nathan going to TP away from it, but this is not looking good at all here for Synchronic.
Oh, and Zar getting
Hello,
nice dive in there
loading.
as
How
well.
are you?
Genie, once these walls open up, is rendered a little more useless. And with 20 on the clock, they're going to have to find a way to punch their way through. No teleport, no Melody super, and Hank just walks forward. This could be a tough call as Zar gets a couple swipes, a kill, jumps onto one. Carlos is back, and now they're the ones walking away with a major gym lead. They're not going to be able to close this distance in time. Well played to Elevate to make
That
a
was
comeback
crazy.
here. And unfortunately,
That
for
was
Hank, this is gonna
crazy.
be yet another L in a game.
Hope you're taking notes, Juan Carlos, because Zar, he's showing you up right now and showing you what you should be doing with the kit.
Oh, no, that's him. That's crazy. No, ain't no way.
Just only stars above that man's head. Beautiful stuff.
No.
Zar gonna go invisible. Use that cardboard box to creep up this left-hand side, but Genie has a bubble ready. I think Zar's just outside of striking distance, though, and even if he does get in trouble, he can always jump away with that super. Without a way to teleport forward or kind of walk it up with all the health points that they have, you know, Juan Carlos is slowly building up his teammates. Note that
That is crazy, Sam. That is crazy.
Than Juju is a really healthy Juju.
Gregory coming in, slowing down Genie, allowing his Livy to get some good shot value onto Genie again. He's having a really tough time with this game. I think statistically as well, not going to be looking great so far. He's to bring something home at least for that. Could be worse than the KO World Finals. Just saying, it's a really tough product to make work, and realistically, haven't really seen him get any value so far. Big taps yet again, but it is just the 1-star, no kills or deaths, just in blue on the side of Elevate. The supply drop hands over to Zar. And those things do stack up as time goes on. This Synchronic
Can't beat the
trying to get the
allegations.
spawn trap in motion and get things to a time where they can try to strike towards the end and have Raz go in ideally with a dimensional doors and get some stars back for his squad. But 25 seconds on the clock, not the world of time. Good walking Kane.
Oh, that was a good pull from Rezu.
Might not have been the best of plays. They can get behind this.
But ties, it's just down to luck. Depending on who you go against in your bracket. If you go against pros, you're just cooked.
In this bottom right-hand side to try and power up his teammates. This is why they're grouping up together so much. On the other end, they need to have a coordinated strike. It's the only way they're going to come away with this.
We need a Juju super. Oh, there we go.
10 seconds down. Hypercharge yet again. Supply drop. Good. Isolation
Good
there for
jump.
Zar. And should just escape away from Genie, who's slowed down by the Grigri.
Nice.
Couple
Good,
box for Zar to
good.
be able to just move himself around the map. Meanwhile, Nathan comes in, and it's going to be too late. That set will go the way yet again of Elevate. And I'm going to say, I'm not looking forward to these stats, Kenny. Not
in
for Synchronic,
fairness,
at least.
yeah, I think it'll be probably a little one-sided too. In the second game, the kill count was a little bit closer, but yeah, that game one. I mean, this is just a telling story. And Bounty,
No, that's
you know, a lot
crazy,
of times
Sam.
we harp on. Well, don't
That was
only focus
crazy.
on the
That
DPS,
was
don't only
actually
focus on the
cracking me
kills.
up, bro.
That's all there is to focus on in this game mode. It's all about getting at the frags. And as Libby with 5 of them clearly made the Juju pick work, the fact that it wasn't banned, I think it's an easy click for Elevate.
Who was the third they played with?
Honestly, impressive gameplay from a kid who's not
Sam.
powering anything up. This is
They
kid
played
shining
with
all by
Sam.
himself. And honestly, after the weekend we've had Arc, I had to chat about it with pro players last night and get kind of a feel for them. And I think in their perspective, even though the win rate hasn't been there, it's just so frustrating to deal with. And I think this is actually a map and mode where I can see it working more times than not. I think we've been a little gung-ho with the kit. This is actually an example where I'm going to give it credit.
See, the thing is for me, like, I can't.
Oh,
even argue
right.
that
He
because
did
I
get
don't feel
DQ'd. I
like
forgot
Synchronic
about
really
that.
were able to stand up to any of the
Hello,
heat of
Snack.
which
How are
Elevate
you?
threw at them. If it was a bit more of a sided match, that was a bit more balanced, then maybe I
How
can
did he
get
get
behind it.
DQ'd? I don't even remember.
I'm still not sold.
He posted
I was
a
just gonna get a kit
picture on Twitter. They
Oh,
said
and
they didn't give him a
promised
full
you were gonna
reason,
write
but I don't know.
Arc, it was Zara on Arcade.
not
We didn't get that at all. And we
I'm
had
chilling.
Colonel
I'm chilling,
Ruffs
PT.
in there as well, something we didn't quite touch on there. What did you expect to see when you saw that one pick out in the draft, Kenny?
I expected the star power choice that they went with. Honestly, this is an old-timey kind of pick. In Bounty, every once in a while, you'll see Colonel Ruffs come out.
Wait,
and
I
it's when
missed
the comp
Icy's
wants to play
message.
really
What did
close
she say?
together. You'll see often a thrower,
E?
Colonel
She?
Ruffs,
Yeah.
and one other brawler. Sometimes
I
it's a
don't even know.
Gene to go for the pull. Other times, it's just some kind of aggressive
Better
brawler.
fit
But
for
oftentimes,
content
they're going to
creator.
take that squishy thrower. And
I mean,
over
in
time, the
this
longer they
society,
both stay
when
alive,
it's a whole
the
bunch of
more
kids on
beefy
YouTube,
that
yeah.
brawler gets. So it just makes Juju less vulnerable. Juju
VIP
already the
chat,
best brawler in the
true.
game right now. Now let's add on 1,000 or so health points, make her even tougher to take down.
Oh, for a new draft, it's hard to see or feel as though Synchronic can really bring this one back, based on what we've seen so far. Heist certainly is a game mode that can be that ability to turn the tide, but I was saying that about Brawl Ball, and then it was the most one-sided set that I've seen all season so far. For Synchronic, certainly,
reloading.
they're not looking very well together in my mind. I know you were all for that kind of Hank pick in the last set. I still feel like that was a bit of a missed draft opportunity. And I want to see them at least have something this time around that can stand the heat a bit more. Because Elevate mean business. They're not slowing down in any way. So the Cordelius ban there with the Lily, as well as the Edgar, Chuck open. And that Cordelius ban as well is the best kind of counter, in my eyes, for the Chuck. Not necessarily going to be the first brawler pick, but I mean, it's something to note that there's not going to be the strongest of counters to Lou would be that if the Chuck does show its face. Berry is kind of that brawler that is so strong in the current meta, but it also doesn't say much about the strategy or the combination that Elevate might be.
You might be
employ
right,
here.
Taj.
Rika going to come in, sure, not the worst of brawlers at all for Hot Potato, but it's very early in the draft. I mean, this map could be opened up. Sure, that would go against what the Berry's kind of designed for by its very purpose, but I mean, it is definitely a brawler which, if that is the case, and the map does get opened up later on, don't be doing as much.
In addition to, if you go for this wall break to kind of disrupt the Berry, you're also unintentionally hurting your Rico as well. Rico benefits from having those walls, and even though he's a DPS monster on that high save, could be a little trickier. So I'm curious to see how they kind of play this. Are they going to try and run down Elevate? Do they get aggressive here? Melody also on my mind as well, to kind of be an aggressor not only on the high save, but to get in Berry's face a little bit. I think Colette a safe pick. They're rounding out their composition pretty well, because even though last time and in previous times it hasn't always been Berry plus
forward.
tick or aggressive brawler, a lot of the times
I mean,
you
it's
can
a
kind of
tank
expect
counter.
that. I honestly think Berry on this map
And
and mode is
aggro
already
counter.
so good in terms of what he can do that you
I'm
don't
surprised there's no
necessarily
Melody
need some
pick here.
crazy high HP brawler. I think he can kind of stand
Is it
alone
not the
and get some
move?
value on his own.
Much bigger fan of the Colette pick for me. Also Synchronic. I'm still a little bit confused, Basil. Juicy for Elevate there. What are your thoughts on this Chester ban, by the way, on the side of Synchronic?
Chester ban? Misclick for
I
sure.
mean,
couldn't tell you.
It's a big tank counter, but like, is there something in the scrims that they're seeing there, or some kind of explanation behind it? It's just a bit wild. And you know, Melody's open here as well. I'm really surprised that brawler's not picked up immediately, so because that's really quite devastating. Crow to come in, to Elevate. I mean, the hypercharge, don't even need to talk about it too much. And the synergy with the buzz is actually quite strong. It's going to keep Synchronic on the defense more often than not. But certainly some
Another
big questions
Crow.
around this draft. I mean, considering the story that's being told, I mean, Chuck's still open as well.
Three to
And the
four,
Cordelius ban
probably.
being there for that reason is just, yeah, it's all a bit wild for me. And a bit disjointed. Draco going to come in on the side that hasn't got the Berry. It's going to struggle to really work its way forwards, despite the gadget with the last stand. I mean, it's going to be a tough thing to get into position and get the Flames to lick the safe. I mean, Elevate have got such a strong comp by comparison, but even so, a lot of questions regarding this draft.
This is a unique one for sure. I mean, as much preparation as we can possibly do and looking at these guys' practices and who's playing what, sometimes you just never know what you're going to get. This is kind of similarly how do I feel about the Hank last time. I see the vision. I kind of get where both of them are coming from, but this is something I've never seen before, so I'm just going to go in open-minded and see what happens. Elevate have clearly been the more mechanical players so far. This is
Are
not
you
being
really
close, to be honest
considered
with
as a
people. We'll have to see
monkey,
if Synchronic
Sophie?
Gaming can pull
Yes.
something out of their hat of tricks. It's going to be SG starting with Nathan in the mid, Genie flanking left-hand side, and one Carlos and his Livy staying together. One Carlos going to address Genie immediately. Czar playing back a little bit. This Crow's going to be good for scouting out opponents and some high save damage if they can get a hypercharge. And so far, so good. It seems Elevate more won that interaction than lost it.
Shooting now in Dragon form, making a run to the safe, holding W, but then Pankos has done a pretty decent job in defense so far, and will continue to do so. Last stand popped by Genie, but another stun there available for Juan Carlos, who does shut it down very quickly. And Czar going in and giving some good results as well, getting his Livy forwards. The heals continuing to fly through. Now,
Is that big
Nation
circle
on
or
safe.
small circle?
Nathan
That's
now, I
big
think,
circle,
I believe,
right?
taken care of now. As it's pretty back and forth for the most part. Now the hypercharge of Nathan, that's going to deal some real damage.
Hypercharge and Nathan.
Nathan has to be a source of high safe damage for them. This is going to make it much closer, but a Crow hypercharge will eradicate all of that lead.
Literally
It's gonna be an
loading.
immediate retaliation by Elevate, and they're the ones back in the driver's seat.
Oh my.
Oh,
That was
I
a
gotta say,
crazy
that was
super from
beautifully timed
Horn.
stun. Wonderful from him. And now hypercharge still available. Wants to get his super back though to Spider-Man forwards. Nathan again, though, trying to make his way towards the safe with another super. That's going to waste it on defense. That's not the way you want to play it. And now Elevate really pushing forwards on the safe.
He should have just waited. Someone could have finished the game.
Plenty of time here for Synchronic, but the safe is actually dwindling down there. 1%
Wait.
was left. It's actually
Wait.
Elevate
Was that a
managed to
berry
get the
gadget?
safe there to trickle it down.
One little scoop of ice cream and a little poison must have been enough to bring that down. It felt like it was going really slowly.
Oh, it
too,
was
so
a
they must have
gadget,
just been
okay.
Slowly over time, chipping away with that with a shot. Elevate now on a match point, though. Synchronic Gaming have to do something about it. Otherwise, their tournament lives are going to end right here, right now in this set number 3.
It's just a bit of a shame. I was just hoping for a little bit more back and forth, but it's really becoming an uphill battle for Synchronic. Already very, very swift takedowns there from Juan Carlos. Has been fantastic on that defense. Really shutting Genie down at every given turn.
Probably
Nathan there
not so
popping
good.
the gadget as well. Gotcha gadget for that additional healing, following the shots that will be landing hopefully onto the bodies of Elevate. And he was getting a decent amount of utility in the last game as well. The hypercharge, landing the safe. You need to be bringing those in for your team, but at the same time, Elevate just really been thoroughly in control this whole entire way through so far. It's hard to see how they don't finish this one here.
One interaction I wasn't sure how it was going to play out, Ark, is seeing this Buzz go against the Draco. And note too, Buzz was drafted before Draco. They end up picking this at the very end. And I think the logic is probably, hey, we have gadgets we can burn through. If Buzz stuns us, I'll just pop gadget and stay up. Instead, though, it's been Buzz just getting enough tags and cycling in those supers to keep that stun constant. I don't think Draco's really had a chance at this. Not quite sure what's gone on there. Juan Carlos showing the 0-11 merch. Wow, what a shirt out of the young man. No idea. Oh, there it is. Final score, 3-0. I was going to say, if he was waving the merch in a loss, that'd be a tough look.
Gotta respect it. Juan there, really doubling down. And, again, why not? Why not? I mean, pick yours up, I guess. But a very, very dominant victory from Elevate.
All right, who's
You
next?
can't deny it. I mean, there was just literally no moment there where I felt like it wasn't going to go any other way. Just did want to see just a bit more from Synchronic, especially in the early moments, but I mean, just immediately. It wasn't even like a growing pain, was it? It was straight off the mark, and Elevate meant business. Synchronic were just always tailing behind. I mean, the stats
Actually, I
not
did on
too
my
far off being even
22K
for the most
mini
part across
IC.
the board in that final set, but I mean,
That has like 10
that was
brawlers
the
on
most
it.
convincing win of the day, and Elevate thoroughly deserving of it.
Most convincing win of the day. I know when they were drafting it, Kenny, you raised a few questions. You said, I haven't seen this before, but I'm open-minded. I'm willing to see how it goes. So after that match, what's your assessment of that draft there from Elevate?
Look, I've been wrong many a time, so I just try and go in with an open mind a lot, and I'm frequently wrong. So you never know what these pro players are going to turn out. And honestly, I think this is a weird one too, because going into this, my assumption was Synchronic were a pretty big underdog. And in fairness to them a little bit too, they do have a little bit of a roster swap that happened
I can
maybe
read
1 to 2
Sophie.
days ago.
Can
So
you?
I think cut them a little slack in that. These guys have been around the block and competing in kind of a top 8 level for a while. So I still think better days ahead for them.
'Cause
I think
sometimes
now
you
my
make
biggest
me
question coming
question
into this
things.
month was how good of a team are Elevate, and that was a heck of a statement. So I think they have strong odds of getting out of this lower side of the bracket we've got going. I don't know. I think they're set for a grand finals possibly.
Well, you called about the bracket. Let's take a look at it here. We got just one more quarterfinal match to go, and that's between Code OG and Havoc here. 2 more teams that we get to see duke it out. The winner going against Elevate in the semifinal, like you said.
We can do it
Kenny,
after
we've had
monthly
an
finals is
exciting
done.
day, an exciting couple matchups here with
If
these
Top
drafts. I want to give you a chance
After.
for a final word on maybe what we'll see from these last 2 teams.
I think some unknowns for sure. Code OG, similar to Elevate, have kind of been a collection of past players that have been phenomenal in this region, but, kind of get left behind in the dust. One of them even moved to another continent, so they're coming back to North America for a little bit of a redemption tour. I'm excited to see how it goes.
We'll see if that comeback is everything it can be, or if they'll be wreaking havoc on this matchup. Of course, we got a couple replays from that last match we just watched. When we come back, we've got our final quarterfinal. See you on the other side of it.
Really something off these finals. Maybe the fact that we can't even watch half the games.
This interesting match. Team Queso have the pressure here. I think they can get one kill because they are only losing for 1 star. I don't know what will happen here, but I'm really interested to know.
Holy, that was insane.
Okay, I remember this part. I remember watching this on the World Finals, and that Joker was in the score.
Nah.
Oh, this one is another from Luminosity Gaming. I remember this on World Finals in the
True
last
chaos.
year, and that was a really impressive.
Nah.
If they score this, maybe the result will
Nah, he could have scored that. He's literally the whole reason we didn't get double NA Grand Finals, and then we didn't get the win.
What's up, Brawl Stars fans? You're watching the Brawl Stars Championship.
That was
This is
such
the
a
North
throw.
America Monthly Final, the first one of 2025, and we have had some powerful teams putting some lines in the sand, but now we are down to our last 2 teams in the quarterfinals. We've got Code OG, we've got Havoc, and we've got a match ahead of us here shaping up. Great performances from both to get in the qualifiers to get to where they are today in our monthly finals. But zooming in on Code OG, got a little bit more to talk about because this is a triumphant return from one of their players from the EU space. Tell me a little bit more about this, Art.
If you called me Ark, that's the greatest compliment I've received in a while. But I'll jump in because
I'm jelly.
that's a great compliment.
And Uber's here.
Oh, is it all right? You know what? You take it. Oh, you Uber. You got it.
I have Uber and Kenny for this one.
No, you're good. Look, I mean, I know we've sort of talked about this at length, but OG obviously took a punt and went over to Europe. Was out in Italy, tried to compete there over in the EU scene, and honestly, like, did a decent job, but kind of pulled up a little bit short.
Want Havoc
I think
to make it.
This return
I'm not
home
necessarily
should be considered
voting
triumphant
for
because that is a
Havoc,
really
but after playing against them in the
difficult scene to bust
qualifiers, I
into.
think
That stint
they are
on,
pretty
Foot
solid
Esports
team.
probably taught him quite a lot. The guy's still got plenty of years left in him.
Even though I
roster,
played
but
against
he's
them
built
with
around
Ark and I mean not
slaps
Ark, Ash and Jaxo,
OG,
and I was
welcome back.
lagging,
Let's check in with what you had
but
to say leading into the 2025 season.
I think they were pretty solid.
So this was the first one that we've done, and it's like the first time I've had a coach that is this involved, I guess. So we
It's
practiced
true
a lot
competitive
and,
form, literally.
just trial and error, kind of. I think a lot of the time in our scrims.
OG is my goat.
And, I mean, just analyzing like our opponents, like the maps, just pretty standard stuff. I think my team kind of prefers like aggro brawlers. So if there's like a way to play around those ones, that's something that
I think OG
we'll,
is the
like,
only
most likely
player
go
I'm
for.
cheering for in this match, to be honest.
Also, at the same time, we
But
want to
I
get
think
comfort,
Vegeta will
so it's
do
kind
well.
of like a balance between those two. But more often than not, we'll like pick the aggro comp.
Annie, hi Pookie.
He's
How are
You
you?
mentioned it was a triumphant return there, if you wanted to consider it that way. Uber, taking a look at these numbers, it's a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and this is only last year. So this guy has a really long history in Brawl, right? He's one of the more, older, sort of more experienced players, in the region. And obviously on that
Like
SQN
Sophie.
roster, even when he wasn't competing, like in the lineup, he was coaching them. He was standing next to them on the biggest of stages in the world, helping them out with their drafts. I do I don't want to sell this team short. We talk a lot about Bobby, but Charles obviously was a key component of this Luminosity roster.
I'm
fighting great
chilling,
success.
Annie. I'm
Second
chilling.
best had honestly, I thought he had a great Worlds run with Pioneers. They had some struggles, right? And in some
Hey,
games, they
cookies that
got
this
clowned
guy
on a little
had.
bit, but I thought second
All
best
right,
individual
chill,
really good
chill,
there. So
chill.
I think that this team is legitimately very good. I think a lot of people want to see if OG can still hang. After last year, I don't see why there would be concerns about that.
Didn't Cold OG beat a good team to get into monthly finals? Who did they beat? Anyone remember?
But they all got a pretty quick start finding their way to monthly finals in the following year, 2024. Now they're looking to see how far they can take it in 2025. What odds are you giving them,
What
Kenny?
the
Where do you
hell,
see them
Diego?
going for today?
This feels like a 3-1 for me, favoring OG.
They got a
Honestly,
whole
in practice
crew
league,
back there.
OG's team hasn't been as strong, say, as some of these other ones in win percentage. Havoc have been doing pretty well, but I'm just going to side with the veteran presence, the experience these guys have. Diego Gamer and his teammates have been great, and Diego Gamer even put up a top 4 at the Blast Bash just towards the end of last year. All of these guys have been grinders. They've been around the block. You see
50
some experience there
Pookies.
with
Oh, nah,
CT
Annie.
at the time, and even Rakana
Nuh-uh.
popping up for Vegeta there on the right. These guys aren't rookies by any means, but they certainly don't have the accolades, say, of Charles, OG, and second best. I'm kind of with you, Uber. I'm going to default to these guys. It's only month number 1, so I'm just going to go with the tested history that these guys have provided.
Yeah, I do think like this Havoc team, the young guns, I think they're like quite talented. I'm pretty sure it was like Evex or Vegeta, I think we were talking about last year when we watched them. They
Nah,
had some
Annie.
incredible games.
I don't even know 50
and we were sort
people.
this felt like a team that was next up.
Oh,
to
not
start to
have
knock on the
50
door of that
bookies.
top 4, top 5 in NA. Can they do it with this roster? Remains to be seen. But I think there's a ton of potential here. They have a
Yeah,
clean
Muffin
slate
is
to build
sleeping.
their reputations on, and it starts here.
Absolutely. Speaking of clean slates, we got our 5 untouched maps, our beautiful game modes, and this is where they'll be duking it out. Hoping to bring
Wow,
it to Code
we haven't got
OG
any.
here.
Wait, no, we got
talked about a lot of
Kaboom
experience on
earlier.
the OG roster.
We had triple
but
too.
With the success that Havoc has
I didn't see the
found
last
in
map.
just the last year separately and hopefully
Don't
now together,
SMH me,
what kind of
Annie.
experience do you think that they're going to be able to bring to bear here based on what they've built up so far, Kenny?
I think one thing to note too is
What,
they have found a
Sophie?
little bit of momentum and success, especially towards maybe the second half of last year. And like you said, it hasn't necessarily been as a unit. This is still untested.
okay.
But same
I
thing
will
was
not
said
wake
for
up
OG.
Muffin.
And you heard him say it. I don't think it's a secret. Second best loves playing these aggro brawlers, and I think the
Let
other side
Muffin
is going
sleep.
to know this. Havoc are going to have to prep in that way.
Sophie,
especially
that's
in a
your
meta
last
where
strike.
aggressive
Say
intake
anything
your
out of
brawlers are
pocket
doing
again,
so well.
I'm
I
banning you.
think Havoc will have a game plan kind of ready to take away the strengths of this Code OG team. So I'm curious to see how Code OG adjusts, how all these guys kind of perform, and what brawlers they bring to the table here in this set.
Yeah, look, I think that this is the kind of map, again, like many gem grab maps, we'll be thinking about safe mids, powerful side laners. That's the key to sort of setting up this kind of map. And because of the way that, this map is laid out, you can get a little bit closer up towards your opponents than you otherwise would. I love second best with the shout out to Novi there as well. Obviously, yeah, European player. I guess he's with them in spirit. A lot of these
Higher
guys
chance
also
of
hang
getting a
out,
critical
over
than
in,
second.
Helsinki and definitely
Not
forge some
really.
friendships
Second
there.
has more,
This
way
Havoc
more
team, of
support
course,
than I do, and he's in
I respect
the
Eclipse,
pro scene.
jersey as well. I like it. Okay, these guys both sort of
I'm not
making
in the pro
homages to
scene.
players out of that European region. I respect it here. Let's see what Havoc have for us. Expectations
A collab
for
with
Code OG's
Travis
roster
Scott
are
of
high
all
based on
people.
name,
You choose
power,
Travis.
and Havoc get to be the underdogs. They get to come in with little to no expectations, and they get to try and surprise us. Here are our bans for Hard Rock Mine. We have the Maisie again being looked at here, and the kit surge being
It's a
taken away
face
by
reveal
Havoc.
type exclamation point
This
reveal.
is really interesting set of
Even though
bans,
it's
to be
like
honest
years
with you.
old,
I
but it's
think it's
still
kind
there.
of clear that the right-hand side probably has that first overall pick. Obviously, we have a timer, but even if we didn't have that context, I think just based on the brawlers they banned, they're a little more frequent. Maisie, like I've been saying,
Wait, why
is
can he not
just
get a code?
really a presence in North America.
I don't
compared
watch
to the
his
other
content at
regions.
all, so I
It
don't
hasn't
know.
been successful in the few times it's been played this weekend, but clearly they've stumbled upon something in this region that makes them feel that it's a ban-worthy pick.
Okay, I mean, we know that obviously, I sort of alluded to the potential Sandy pick when I said this is the kind of map where you can creep up on your opponents a little bit more. Being able to, blow someone out very quickly with, a Sweet Dreams gadget is really impactful. See OG here, up on his feet.
No,
sure
your
that there's
ass,
plenty of,
Taj.
opinions here being
His
offered
content is
up
right.
in terms of
Oh,
this draft. Securing such a powerful brawler and
I
Melody,
see.
though, seems
Well,
like
I guess I do
great
have
way
a
to start. Yes,
higher chance to get a
Jesus
critical than
Epic will be
second.
stopped in their tracks by this Sandy gadget, but there are windows where you can exploit the lack of availability of that stun and try and get in and make hay while the sun shines.
Really like this Melody pick as well. I think it's one of the stronger brawlers available, and just being able to
Is that
dash
actually me?
towards
Would
the
I
end of
put
the map, whether
random
you're trying to
phase
steal
as my
gems to
phaser
get a
role?
kill, or just trying to run away with a heist, I think it can be a real good way to do that. Great for backlining enemy brawlers, especially
Nah,
some of the squishier ones. And they're gonna use
Taj,
the
you were
maps, which
playing
is
on
why
a
Charles
brick,
is no
and
stranger
my
to, and a lot of
Wi-Fi
North
was
America, of
dog.
course, are not either.
I don't know
But
what
think
you
a key thing to
expect
point
us to
out,
do.
Max and Sandy synergy is also
Anyone
very
else has no
solid, so I think
excuse, though.
removing that from the equation, also a pretty good
How is
call.
that
Seems like
something
they've
I
got
would
a lot
do?
of mobility, which is something great, I think, for Jim Grab.
Okay. Tons of ways you
Is that
can go
my
with this comp
Pookie?
here for the
Pookie
Code OG
Pookie
team.
Pay?
I mean, you have now Melody that
Welcome
gets to
back,
play a
my
side
friend.
lane, and she can really, move up the map.
How was that something I would do, Gritty? Are you saying I'm a fake
Talk
person?
about raw stopping power, though. Buzz kind of has it all. A hypercharge that lets him basically cross the map with that super until it expires. You have mobility for Buzz that you never really had before, and of course,
What is this pinned message? I don't know what
most part,
is
you are stunning
pinned
people when
actually.
you hit them with a ultimate, that super, excuse me. So raw stopping power for
A
both
good
brawlers
prank?
here on the Havoc
Do I
side.
seem like the kind of
Makes it a little
person
bit
that
scary
does
for Melody to get
pranks?
too close, and the shield of Gus is adding to that deterrent factor.
Spicy draft on that right-hand side. Going with Buzz as the aggressor is definitely an interesting one. I don't think it's the most frequent across the world, but a couple of these tanks have just stood out to me a little bit more in practices for a lot of the teams here. Buzz and
No,
Maisie
I would
are
not
two
do something
that
like
really
that,
get
Gritty.
played in
I'm
North
not that
America
type of
more than
person.
any other region, so this is clearly a well-kept secret till the final day of the weekend here in our last monthly final for our opening one. Final pick going to come through here. Tough decision here for Code OG. And it's going to be a Cordelia, so this is going to be a defensive mechanism for them. They're going to be using the Shadow Realm to try and remove Buzz from the equation and end his pursuit of hypercharges that can be endless at times.
Okay, there's a lot to work with here for both these comps, really. I like the idea of, again, like removing one of these key support pieces from Havoc's lineup, with that Cordelius, right? I do think that, as a team, Havoc's lineup is really good, but when they get segmented, when, players get plucked out of the game, maybe, beaten by Cordelius in the Shadow Realm, all of a sudden you don't quite have what you need, or the critical mass of, like, defensive options to shut this Melody down. Something for Havoc that I think that they're going to have in spades is raw mechanical skill. And I think they've picked a number of ballers that do depend on that to some degree, whilst also being pretty serviceable in general. You don't have to take the world over as Gus. Gus gets some, good connections, threaten, eliminations with Kuki.
I actually ate the hero here. Fair enough, my friend. I'm glad to have you back in chat. Annie was just here. I don't know if she's still here though.
Don't think it's perfect for either side, but I think definitely some opportunity for either end. I think Havoc are going to have to express some serious mechanics. It's going to take a lot for that Buzz to kind of pierce through a Cordelius, and some of these brawlers at the other end have selected. Again, one thing that I think they kind of match a little bit by picking that Buzz and the
I did not
he
even see
has,
the draft
Max
win, to be
and Melody
honest.
can dash across the map or at least propel a team onto the other end in a moment's notice. So I think having that is a good option. Here we go, though. Jumping in, when catching up, it looks like Havoc are going to be up 7-2, folks. This is game number 1 of our quarterfinal 4. We'll see if Havoc have what it takes to pull an upset.
Okay. Yoga Gamer here with that gadget at the ready, but nowhere to put it. Code OG not really stepping up to give an opportunity here, and here comes Evex. That's nasty. 3 uses of
He
that
said
super gets connection.
Evex.
Charles able to take them to the Shadow Realm. Will prevent them from picking up those gems, but it's a little bit too late. It's a great Gus super from
It's
Vegeta,
funny
of course,
because
second best
Vegeta
in
said
balance,
he
straight
thinks he's
after
gonna
the
get
gap.
swept,
We
but
got
I
what
don't
we
think
wanted out
that's
of
the
this game.
case.
Havoc have the mechanical skill to back this composition up, and now Code OG are on the outside looking in. They've got to get over towards these gems, but they're being stopped in their tracks, and Diego Gamer shuts second best down before he can address the gem carry.
Saw a peek of a thumbs down emoji coming out at second best. Some things never change. New
Is that
year,
Lotus standing in the
same
back?
Emote, a little protesto going down.
Are they all
Whether
just
he's
like
winning,
chilling together
whether he's losing,
in a
chat, that's
room?
just how it goes. For all y'all joining in for this year, one of the more fun things that we had from last year. He's a very animated player on the field, not as much off though. He's a pretty chill.
That might be Lotus, to be honest.
Yeah, I think
Not
so.
Lotus, really?
Relatively
I have no idea what he looks
maybe
like.
just saves it for for moments like this.
But he
whether
looks
they
like a
try to sort of
coach.
appreciate. Now,
Vegeta's
all
little
about
brother.
getting this Goldie set up to do
Wait,
what she
you
needs,
might be
which is
right.
frankly take over the game. She is feast or famine as a brawler. Oh, Charles, the god! He jumped over the stun. That is so sick. And now he's dragged the Sandy to the Shadow Realm, who will, of course, tick down to the poison damage. That was some slick tech.
Hello, Sages. How are you?
Nicely played, and now they have
Movement is definitely a big thing in this game. What do you mean? It's like one of the only things to do in this
brawler. He
game.
strikes again. Another brawler for Code OG goes down. This is an immediate retaliation by the red roster.
Oh, nice. My god, get.
Best knows they have to go in, but where the music notes, folks, doesn't matter. Diego Gamer does not want to be pushed up close. It's not where Sandy is at her strongest. Here's that hypercharge. If Vegeta is going to drop those gems, second best. Gets up to 3. FX is still a threat here with that hypercharge, but if they go after the buzz first, they can burst him down. Now, Cordelius has that super available. So even Vegeta ain't safe. Diego Gamer this time is able to
Good
deal
pick.
with Charles, but again, running out of those
Oh.
gadgets to make use of. FX always seems to have a hypercharge. That is kind of impressive to me. But there's
Oh,
9
nah, my
gems
god, get.
on this Code OG side of things. Taking FX out of the equation will give them access to the gem well for
Surely I
last.
know what.
The level of disruption that Buzz has brought to the table has been unbelievable. It still isn't enough in game number 2 yet. Gym countdown for Code OG, and now Buzz on that top left-hand side has to be somebody we watch. Diego Gamer is going to allow his teammates to creep up. They're going to be able to strike from any angle they wish. Diego Gamer right,
Vegeta
face
just missed his
left,
shield
second
on
best,
Evex.
dipping. He has a super if he needs to get out of this situation, but the Shadow Realm will remove
Wow.
him from being able to grapple onto the blue side. This is going to be a match
Floor movement
for
is
Code
ass. I
OG.
mean, not
And it's gonna be
ass,
1-1.
but it's not as great as iPad.
Not too shabby. Now we start to see this
Guys, I have a phone and an iPad. I used to play on my phone for like 4 years. Literally my whole high school life I played on my phone. Literally since freshman all the way to senior year, I played on my phone.
On Hard Rock Mine. Now once more, going to be maxed out towards the middle part of the map here. FX going to use a gadget to try and get a quick super, but it doesn't have the stun component on it. It means there's no stopping power there. Gem already dropped here. At no point, I think, is Vegeta ever going to be truly safe unless they have that super, Kenny.
It's gonna be all about whose aggressive brawler can bring him
You
a little
disappear
more
to
value.
sleep?
And right now,
Okay,
it's
my
not
friend.
Buzz. That's 0 for 2
Hope you
this
can
game.
fall
Hasn't been
asleep
able to
soon.
get a kill of his own, and instead has been removed from the map several times. With Charles lurking top left as well, he's got a Shadow Realm available,
Wow.
so he can
Nice
continue to
leg.
give his teammates the advantage if they pull somebody down.
Okay, well, we are.
Yeah, I went from playing on phone and data to iPad and Wi-Fi. And then my Wi-Fi was really bad for like a year, but now it's actually kind of solid. But my iPad might be dying, so
Actually put that damage down. I see some fast thumbs going to work though, so it looks like
nice
that's
night, you too, Pookie.
been part of the plan. An early lead here for Code OG and an important decider round here on Jeb Grab. They definitely don't want to let this get away from them. It looks like a potential countdown for Havoc here, so a little bit afraid for Code OG, seeing that red glowing bar on the right-hand side of the screen.
Now, even now, I play on my phone sometimes if I'm bored, like if I'm playing with
Climb into the tablet. That's right, a countdown here for
people
Havoc.
off stream. I
Gems
probably
loose.
play on my phone.
FX goes down, but this is not enough for Code OG to start.
Unless I'm trying to
They're
carry
on
in
their own, 'cause
ranks.
Vegeta still holds
That was
horde of them.
interesting.
And OG there actually looking to try and fight Diego Gamer. That was pretty ballsy stuff, but we are up at 8-6 now.
I mean, OG was spamming.
What was
up,
that
but
hyper
he
for?
was pressed to get a kill there, and it certainly turned out well for them.
Holy
Now it's Code
leg.
OG's team who are backing away just a little bit. Havoc with 6 gems, still very much in it. If they can find a little more presence in the mid, grab some of this map control, they're definitely going to have a chance. They're going to be hovering over the super button. I'm looking out for Buzz to try and make a big play happen. Early game wasn't able to do so, but all it takes is one valuable kill to
Yeah,
sweep
I
all
got a
those
new
ships away.
phone. Like, I got a new phone when I got my iPad.
Gus shield at the ready means that
Wait, no. That was my old phone. This phone that I have now is an iPhone 15 Pro, and I got it last year. Because my old phone was dying. Okay, looks like Vegeta won
That
it.
is a fist bump here. Havoc feeling very good after that first round.
Yeah, I'm no expert, but
Oh,
that's
it's from
gotta be a
Twitch? Yeah.
celebration. Surely they did not lose that.
I got a new phone
No
and
shot.
iPad from
We'll get
because of
confirmation for
Twitch.
sure, but I mean that's a lot of smiles going around for Havoc, and honestly a lot of success too. Buzz stood out to me, but honestly just the way that they nearly got retook there. I mean you could have easily hit the
Wanna
panic
do a
button
co-watch
if Code
party?
OG's team
I don't
run
feel
away
like
with all
setting it
those
up.
gems.
I'm
They're
just
the ones
chilling
with
like
3 to
it.
4 in the lead. Instead though, it's Havoc pulling one out, but it's definitely a close call and did receive confirmation. Havoc are up 1-0 officially in the set score.
Yeah.
tactical
nicely done.
lag
Good
for
to see,
sure.
from this Havoc side, and again, they had the chops mechanically, I think, to handle what Code OG were throwing at them. And while this team essentially functions as a gigantic billboard for one player's creator code, it also features some very strong players in their own right. Second best looked pretty good when he was able to dive in on that
Yeah,
melody.
this phone that I have right now I got from Twitch Money, and my old iPad, or my iPad is from Twitch Money as well, from like 4 years
so many
ago.
things that say, no, get back, I'm going to stun you, I'm going to, use a shield to knock you back.
Resemblance
There's
and
so
what?
much for Havoc here.
No,
I've
I
got
have
to
no
applaud
idea
the
what you're
draft.
talking about.
They knew exactly what Code OG were trying to do as soon as they saw the melody first pick.
Yeah, actually, I want to return to the draft there, Uber, because not only did they seem to have a great read in what they picked,
I didn't even
but
see
they
the
did
stats,
ban
what
the
were they?
Mazy. I know a little confusion of that early on. We're kind of learning how this scene is regarding the Mazy pick, but tell me, like, how you think that would have really messed up what they were trying to do had they allowed that to go through for Code G.
Yeah, so Mazy is another safe mid option, right? So and what she offers over the Max is
Also, my
some cracker
Wi-Fi is
chop. She
also
has
because of Twitch
slow,
too.
That's a part of her super. She has a similar
Funny
dash
enough.
that Max does, but also this range that is really annoying to deal with. She ends up being a sharpshooter at those longer ranges.
And my
So
laptop
she's
too.
just
My
a
laptop is
stronger,
also
more
because of
versatile
Twitch.
option, I think, to bring in the mid in some cases if you're not specifically trying to use like AoE speed as a core part of your strategy. So she's a nuisance. Her hypercharge makes her very powerful, and she has an onboard nuke, so it's not something you often want to leave to chance. Hot Zone here, the kind of map where some of those longer range brawlers are going to be effective, and also ones that can control areas effectively. OG, the dad stares there. I do appreciate it. He needs to obviously to make sure this draft goes a little more smoothly.
Definitely. That was a more unique one, but I think
It's not
Buzz is
really
just a
that
power brawler for
successful
Havoc,
though,
something to
my
clearly
friend.
watch.
I
Mark on
mean,
the sidelines
obviously
watching mentioned that
it's
Max
alright
was really, really good at
for
this brawler, and
Twitch.
boy, did he deliver. So I'm definitely going to be keeping my
10
eye out
bans?
for any
Hell
of
no.
these
I
other aggro or
wish.
tankier brawlers that he might potentially be
Twitch
going
doesn't pay
to.
that much.
For this map,
This is,
comes to
you gotta
mind.
remember, this is over the
threat
span
in
of
the
me
game in
being an
general, but on
affiliate
Hot Zone,
slash
his
Twitch partner
super
for
can
like
cover the entire Hot Zone and
4
give you free
years,
stuff
or I mean
on the
5
enemies.
years.
Can be such an easy way to
Because
kind
I
of
got
rotate that. So those
I
are
got
the bans that I'm definitely watching out
affiliate
for.
in it's either 2020 December or 2019 December. I don't remember. And then I got partner 3 months later.
Constantly safe throwers that want to sit back in their own bushes. Some teams
But you gotta
with favored
remember,
mobility
it's still
or
not
the
that much
potential
for
just to
Twitch.
basically say, we're gonna lose a lot of brawlers. We're gonna get eliminated.
Yeah, it would
but
be,
We're
Sam.
gonna keep you.
It literally
alive.
would be.
We're gonna keep you in chaos. We're gonna keep you
Still or
staggered,
something. Yeah,
so
that's
that you never
true.
really can fight for this objective properly. Stu's great.
If
Obviously,
I earned
someone who
10 bans, I would
stay on
actually
point.
have like a updated iPad, and I would have
Safe speed zone that can be
like
thrown down behind them to just increase
probably
their
1
speed.
gigabyte speed Wi-Fi.
Code OG have a very different plan. I think I see where this way is going. This is a very telegraphed start to their draft.
They're going to grab Poco.
That's more than my whole
likely a
Twitch
tank
career.
later on.
Sam.
I'm kind of with you. I think when you see a Poco, you immediately assume that they're going for something more aggressive. They don't draft
TwitchCon is a live event for people that want to, you know, meet creators.
Immediately in the ban stage, B and Griff deleted. They didn't want this to become a open map wall break kind of strategy. I think
Vegeta
with Draco,
still.
Lou out of the equation too. I do think you're kind of running out of some of these.
Oh yeah, they all have
options,
0
so I
ping
think
right now,
Havoc
don't
have to
they?
tread
Oh
lightly here. They have to
no.
be really careful.
Oh
no.
no.
Rounded composition. Melody is a brawler that was left on the table. It's a good one to kind of dive in and out. It's a quick way to get a few percentage points at a time and chip away with it while also applying some serious pressure and damage to the enemies.
Okay. Big fan of that one. The melody
No,
comes out.
do not do that,
The Ember
Sophie.
can be
You'll
conditioning
fail.
very good. The fact that she can also wipe out the bushes on the other side of the map.
Melodians.
You have a more advanced notice if someone from that red side is coming your way. Also, just the threat you can generate by having that.
What did they
down
last
is
figure?
pretty good. However,
Kenji.
this is nothing about the tank that they're going to.
This is just 0 ping merchant.
Someone who's really happy to throw down. And
Heaven.
frankly, that super is crazy. It gives you, a window of invulnerability. Can put down really significant amounts of damage, and he's also a brawler.
What's wrong with saying
His star
Melodians? The hell?
power, in a way, functions like a tank too. You just, 60% damage reduction on that first hit you take in a certain space of time. Can be pretty powerful, but it's not that good against Amber, whose shots come very close together.
Chuck.
Whoa! Chuck coming out here too.
What?
This is a really spicy draft. I feel like there's so much to unpack here in the sense that Havoc are, kind of this underdog team. They've been around, but all these players are left-hand in.
Shout out to all my Melody minions.
Great results, but they're the ones kind of pulling out some crazy stuff here. Chuck
Nah, that's
before
crazy.
on Ring of Fire and in Hot Zone, but it's usually at a very casual level. I think it's not.
Who's
altogether
William
pro,
drafting
so
for?
I'm curious to see how they utilize this Chuck,
Yeah.
and if it actually ends up working out.
Okay, I like it. Obviously, the Chuck is really hard to pin down. Guys always on the move. Here it's, you know, we see
Drafting for Havoc? I see.
to cover the map and to put that safe pressure down. Chuck,
Alright, calm
does
down,
his best
Tyus.
damage
Calm
when
down.
he's running over you with that super. He
We're
doesn't
just
actually
chilling
run
here
over
having fun. You don't gotta go that far.
with these poles, and second best to try and run rush shot over Havoc as much as possible.
Is he making a
Speed zone,
Z?
though, and you can see it does help Vegeta and Diego get a dodgeable
Oh no,
damage,
what
and
is
they can
this?
keep their toes on the point here and get themselves an early lead. This means that Kodo G are now the defender, or rather the attacker. They've got to force Havoc away from this area.
Wait, I guess
Kenji
that is
terrifying.
kind of a Z.
You know, something they've definitely got to respect, but they have, you know, decent amounts of healing here, and the Amber is not someone you just want to stand around and let damage you.
You know,
Second
it'd be
best
nice
able
to actually
establish all
see
of his train
if he
stations,
cooks.
too. So if he pops off with a super here, I feel like he's somebody that's going to be really difficult to bring down. Melody is going to take up close range to kind of get him out with the musical notes. Vegeta on the Stew is going to take several shots and maybe even more than a full magazine. I think it's going to take a lot of focus, and he's just going to be able to kind of dash
Wow.
in and out as he pleases.
Oh.
We'll take a look and see how it's going, but it's more than even right now. I mean, this is really close.
Oh,
Okay, another speed zone being used here. Second best again, doesn't really hit anyone, but is able to get behind that bomb stack and be a real nuisance.
the setup
Accessing that
is
position that
the
second best is in, it's something
interesting.
that a lot of brawlers spend all round trying to do. It's really annoying, super powerful, and the fact that second best has the zigzag setup means that he can get so much damage and cycle these supers. He's going to be a real pain to deal with.
Wait, this is actually so good. Oh my god.
They're climbing. They've eliminated the entire other team, and that'll be an easy 100%. It took them a while to get set up, Uber, but once they established
Once he gets
control
that
of
set
map,
up,
it was
it's
just Chuck
over.
moving in and out, and it's so difficult to kind of, even though you see the movement and where those stations are
Exactly,
located,
my
the zigzag
friend.
is so hard to keep up with because Chuck's just
Second
flying
best
through
Chuck in
map.
the world.
Absolutely. You can't.
You put him
it's
that
never
high up
predict where he's
there?
going to come at you from, and it doesn't take much for Chuck to keep, you know, more of those supers
Really?
coming. It really
I've never
does.
seen second Chuck
zone
before.
control, but it's not a way that we normally see Chuck use, which is why is this so fun in general. Charles here, of course, has a gadget that punishes anyone trying to close the gap on him. The dancing flames around them hit extremely
Bro, they over here dashing with zero
and it's
zero
gonna be
ping, and we
Joker's
can't even
afraid
see
Havoc,
it,
but he's
bro.
kept someone on the point at all times, so they happen now to, you know, generate a bit of a lead here. And if they keep trickling on like this actually is all well and good.
He said
As
go to
time goes on,
Chuck,
second
really?
best is gonna get
There
more
no
of those poles
paint?
set up and be able to be a
That
bit more
paint.
active and zigzagging across the point, hoping to run people over.
I think for that to work too, Havoc can be a little staggered because ultimately you're playing the objective. If every one of their brawlers is getting a good 5 or 10% with every life, you're
What
probably
is-
hanging in there. But once Kodo G gets
What
control
is
of the
that
map,
between the
the
stew and the
second best can
Chuck?
preserve his life as much as
What is
possible.
that?
I think Havoc have to have an established lead for that to really work because they're going to chip away and
Will be
chip away. And we
Mewtwo?
saw a
I don't
little
pay
runaway
attention to
with
what
it
Mewtwo
towards the end
does.
of
How
that
would I
game
know
number
that?
1. So no telling if that's going to change up here in game number 2. Not sure how it's kind of playing out in the mid game here. What allowed Kodo G
That's
to
an
get
Amber
there.
Flame,
But
really?
nonetheless, the Chuck pick is something that I'm definitely have to keep my eye out on in the future for this map.
No doubt about it. That is it's a development that is a little bit more
Oh,
recent.
looks like
as far as
Havoc
I'm
won.
concerned. Here in this round, you know, reading the tea leaves, if I must.
The skin.
That
Oh.
Havoc were able to, you know, just spend enough time out on that point themselves, just dip their toes in, and sometimes like making sure that even if like you're losing these fights and you're constantly in 1v3s, just kind of having someone on the point at all
Melody
times,
started cooking,
in some
apparently.
cases, you know, result in a successful run. Of
Why
it.
do you ask
Especially once you
Sophie?
get, like the supers rolling, you know, as this Melody, making use of that hypercharge, then you can start to really take over.
This is going to be an early low HP for the Kenji, and he doesn't connect with that super very well. Charles ends up getting the kill on Diego Gamer, and for the first time, it looks like Kodo G are going to have possession of the hot zone a little earlier on. They've
You
got
know,
multiple
I
angles
love
to
the
attack
part
from
where I
on the
can
side of
actually
Havoc,
watch
but
the
it's gonna
game.
have to convert into kills. Otherwise, we're just going to continue to see this
Free
blue
Kenji
side run away
game.
with it in
I'm
game number
kinda
3.
technically.
Okay.
I really like it so much anyway because the production is ass. That's why. Holy.
Evix actually able to find that super connection. And second best found himself
Slice.
in pretty unsafe territory. Now Vegeta, of course, with that hypercharge, he can keep dashing until it runs out. And of course, he covers the map with that fire trail. Second best doesn't really hit anyone there. A little bit of a field goal, but
It's
the
always
crescendo that comes out
bad.
from Poco helps with
Literally
sustain.
always
It
bad.
isn't quite enough, though, is the issue.
They're gonna lose this
Havoc
game.
now have that lead. So Kodo G gonna have to wager just a little bit more in order to take this round away.
Bro,
because the
look at
hypercharge
this
now available on
ping.
Melody. I think
Holy.
this is getting extremely dangerous for the blue side.
I think so too.
Bro, what is
Work
that?
on the blue side, they all have to be together. They're getting staggered, set apart. Second best, they're learning his.
Bro, they should just have the person spectating and sitting in Evex's house.
Super, not enough. The damage could be already done.
Or just Vegeta's house, whatever.
Okay, there's Vegeta trying to keep it going, and that's all it really takes. FX is going to come in, of course. That shield staves off the first bit of damage.
Literally, my fan. I wish my stew moved like that too.
KodoG. It's been a tumultuous time, I think, for these three players. You know, trying to come together to form a team that, you know, felt like they could be worthy of representing the region. But these young guns are not pulling.
I literally called it though, didn't I?
And frankly, the Chuck setup.
I called
does not work
Vegeta.
out.
Dangerously close, but yeah, just not quite enough. Look, these are some big names on the left-hand side. I think a lot of question marks coming into this month if they have what it takes to compete with some of the best. Havoc have had some good results towards the end of the year. This is a team and a roster of players who are a little newer to the scene, I would say, at least to the public eye, but they've certainly got the skills and mechanics to back it. I think their drafts have been
Clean
fun.
up is crazy, literally.
Close set, obviously, and KodoG certainly had a chance, but nonetheless, a 2-0 lead for Havoc cannot be understated. A reverse sweep is hard to do at any level.
You can see it here. I mean, this is, yeah, again, I feel like KodoG's comps, they're so flashy.
Like,
There's always, like,
getting
something
swept.
that
Can
makes
they
you go,
take
"Ooh,
a
okay, this is
game?
really
I mean,
interesting."
can they
Like,
take a
this is
set?
definitely,
Just
you know,
one
the kind of
set.
pick that you definitely need to be pretty sick at the game.
Can they just
But,
take one
yeah,
set?
some of these strats can fall over against the more solid. I wouldn't even say it's easy to play what Havoc are playing, but some of these more like durable comps that have some more contingencies against even the
OG
wacky
isn't
stuff
on.
in Brawl. So maybe KodoG might want to go back to basics here in this next set.
Yeah, I have to wonder too.
Havoc has Lotus. Lotus
Havoc,
clears like
they
everyone
started out
right
fighting
now.
the second round uphill. They lost that first game.
Ask too much of them? Nah.
Team with so much
Surely
history
second
here.
does
They look
something.
Cool as cucumbers on the camera,
Right?
not giving up at all here. You think they're gonna ride it to a clean 3?
Isn't this y'all GOAT second?
I mean, it's looking like
Oh,
it's
yeah.
close. I don't know if it'll be a
Pascal?
3-0
What?
just because every single one of these sets have been so close. And I still do have a little bit of belief on our blue side. But look, they've earned every bit of it so far. They've been the ones that have been playing with really
Why
good
did you
mechanics.
ask if I
mean,
know
Chuck, for what it's
who
worth,
Paint is,
a little
Sophie?
bit more of a unique composition. It's not a standard, kind of like Uber pointed out. And Havoc have played the more, I don't want to call it regular Brawl Stars,
Y'all?
but it
Yeah,
is kind of the
y'all
point.
is
It's not
Taj.
some out-of-the-box thinking. They've been the ones
A lot of
taking the
people
more,
here like
I would
him.
say, normal picks, and they've been the ones making it work. I don't know if KodoG need to reconsider if this has been the game plan all along, or
How I
if they're
got
just kinda
swept in my
getting creative on the
first
fly.
Funky Finals.
Regardless, though, I mean, KodoG have to find something here. It's
Okay,
been close,
but why would I care
nonetheless,
about
it's
that,
still a
Sophie?
2-0 deficit. You have to get a result.
What does this have to do with me?
And I think that, you know, at this point, they likely have a lot of their like comps sort of already baked in, pre-programmed, right? So like it also gets to an awkward point where you're like, hey guys, like these plans that we had, like we had these comps prepared in advance, or at least the idea of these comps.
Taj, is this not your goal?
Do we need to pivot on the spot now, you know, decide a map, or do we stick to our guns and keep going with what we've been working with? Try and be, you know, a team that busts out these spicy comps that you know that we've been cooking.
No.
I don't
Alright,
think, like,
then you're
there's
my
this
GOAT,
question about,
Taj.
like, whether you want to doubt
For
yourself
that.
at a point like this, especially in a situation where, like, I don't know if I'm not comfortable calling this an upset. It is on name brand, right? But
Jester
we
playing
have
her
seen
unplayable.
these Havoc
Fair
players
enough.
here and there last year and have always had positive things to say about, like, just
Yeah,
their
I don't
mechanics.
watch his
When they
content
come
at
together
all.
like this and have time to prepare for a team, knowing
I'm
they're
not a
gonna be in
fan
the
of
finals,
him.
I don't know how upsetting it is of a win if they're going to take it, really.
I don't think it's the craziest upset. And honestly, like I said, these guys in scrims have been practicing really well. It's just you kind of never know what you're going to get in 2025. So I kind of just set the expectation based on that name brand a little bit. And I don't know if that's super fair to Havoc. Obviously, they've earned every bit of this. And now there's somebody that I'm definitely going to take even more seriously. I mean, they've definitely come into this with some confidence. You could kind of see the way that Diego Gamer poised himself in that interview. They truly believe in themselves. They think that they can win this. They think they can go all the way. And they've had some good results in the past. I don't know what's stopping them here today. And honestly, keep it up, fellas. I mean, 2-0 lead right now on some very good veteran players that are coming together to see what they're tested in. A 3-0 results here would be a big statement.
Lou, alright.
Ooh, okay, the Lou comes in here pretty much
I like
straight
the
away.
Lou.
Again, on a Brawl Ball map.
Why did they ban Frank though? If they go in Lou first, or maybe they didn't expect Lou to be open. I don't know.
It's really about, you know, controlling space. However, Lu's hypercharge is still terrifying. The fact that
Why does bro ask me who a player is just to glaze them? Like, you do not need to ask me about them just for that.
Lu was one of the first brawlers in the game to actually receive a hypercharge, and I think people were quite astounded by the power spike that hypercharges in general could provide to this game. Lu still gives you that sort of factor, and again, also can freeze other people on their own. Like, just shoot them a couple times, depending if you have the right gadget as well. You can, slow them on up. You might also have, I think, was it the star power that decreases their reload speed. So there's a few options here, I think, with the Lu that can be annoying to deal with. Second best though, already gets himself the Ash.
They still go for it. Lu is traditionally going to be somebody that has the ice rink that he can drop down.
Great.
Especially for a tanky brawler with closer range. If Lu gets a freeze off, it's easy pickings. They're going to pair this with Gray. So Gray can provide a teleportation. If they go for throwers on the other end, he has the walking cane. So if he lands his gadget, he can also pull them, disrupt the walls a little bit, which would help the cause if they so choose to go that direction. With Larry and Lori banned, with Juju banned, they are a little bit limited on the options. Barry shows up here quite a bit. Barley shows up. The occasional splashy Dynamite. So Havoc certainly have their options, but I am a little bit surprised that they still commit to this tank so early on in the draft, even though they see blue in their faces.
Mortis here, coming out, of course. So, Kodo G have a way of getting this Ash, or frankly, the entire team, where they need to with those dimensional doors. The Mortis obviously can, cross the map pretty effectively and really harass, like someone like this Gray, who doesn't really have the damage output in a pinch that's required. Also, Ash's attacks are relatively telegraphed, not unlike Frank, where you can dash behind them as they're winding up. So it can actually get really hard to hit the Mortis, and I just love Nita.
Wait, I just realized they don't have Banny.
With it deployable, especially with hypercharge.
I don't know why I realized that.
Really, really hard. And if you have a stun them, or if you have the bear with me star power, where you're getting health back for what the bear does, and vice versa.
Go to sleep. Midnight check, right?
I'm curious that we're not seeing any throwers here. Juju and of course Larry and Lori have been banned, but there are some
How do you recover this?
Barley in a pinch might be pretty effective, a good way to try and punish, but you're always so scared.
What the fuck?
So we take a strong mid-range brawler in Chester.
I mean, I would too, Taj.
Access to a stun, has access to a slow, has a bunch of things that really make him just very powerful. And Kenny, now that first shot is really strong with that star power. At no point is Chester really
I feel like Amber would have been better.
He's very solid.
I wonder if this is their way of trying to address the Mortis. And to your point about the throwers,
OG don't even know. OG is like, we're just trying shit and seeing if it works.
Go with a thrower, low HP brawler that Mortis can dash onto, get a quick kill, get out. If you go Nita, you're addressing the Ash pretty perfectly. You have the bear that you mentioned. It's an extra spawner on the map that Ash can't focus two brawlers at once very easily, and his rats get pierced through by Nita. So this is about as perfect of a response, I think, as you can get. I know the Mortis is a little wild, but I think that's more what they're going for. No matter what the selection was for Kodo G, they had an answer for it. And I think my best guess is, because we saw it banned earlier too, and Chester's name suddenly popping up when we haven't seen it all weekend long, that this is maybe their best bet at trying to address with some high damage output into that Mortis a little bit, because if Mortis dashes onto you, well, Chester's going to do quite well to you at a close range as well. So no telling. I'm curious to see how this goes, and I think Kodo G have potential, but I gotta say, I did like what Havoc did there.
No, not the sweep. Not the sweep.
Honestly, it just feels like such a great way to
Please take one set.
Let's see how it plays out though. Their second best, still protestoing better than anybody else. Charles is being respected somewhat, of course. That Gray hypercharge, can he also definitely?
How does Mortis already have a hyper? What the hell?
And again, no shortage of mechanical skill on this
Charles.
team. Kodo G though have it as well as Charles hits that.
Oh, that was beautiful. The teleport from the teammate as Gray dribbled it up the map. That's much more of the fellas of old that we've seen in previous years. But nonetheless, Mortis is certainly getting his values worth.
No, they're going to score here.
Super cycles a second. Now it's Diego Gamer dribbling. The freeze goes through. Nasty work out of the young fella.
It's important to point out that when you're frozen, you cannot receive the ball. You cannot interact with it whatsoever. You may as well be thin air in terms of actually stopping that goal.
Nah.
Oh, buddy, zip him up. Kodo G are on the verge.
Matrino 730. If they win this game, they're not going to be able to play in that Matrino, but this is way more important anyway. So.
The second we finally saw a little life from Kodo G, they snatch it away. the Mortis gameplay. Unbelievable. This guy is so good at these aggressive brawlers we saw with Buzz. We've now seen it with Mortis. This guy is a problem.
I mean, if you have negative ping, I would hope you're good on 0 ping
Really
brawlers.
starts to get going. Hypercharge super though, brilliant. I mean, it's very, very hard to stop you once you send it out. And when it goes out and it comes back in, so you're getting that much more lifesteal, that much more damage. And this is the issue with Code OG. Now, Havoc is showing them something a little flashy in the Mortis pick, and it's hard not to be overwhelmed by it. How do you feel like the Grey is functioning in this
Welcome
team
back,
comp? Because it definitely
TT.
feels like, you know, with the Hypercharge,
Are
it
you
is
Pooks?
pretty important that those portals do give shielding now when you pass through them. It doesn't feel like it's been enough durability extra.
It hasn't. I do see where they're coming from because, like you mentioned, that Grey Hypercharge can really change up the way the map operates, especially the fact that you can have not only an extra teleportation down, but you also get a little extra shield. So building that up can
You have
definitely
fun with
help.
that, Soldier.
Havoc already have a goal jumping in here, though. They're up 1-0. They're on match point. Second best, OG and Charles have to find a way to overcome this. Little Lou Ice going down on the left-hand side, and second best cannot skate. He's going to be forced away. And
Did
this time, I think
Charles
that
some
thumbs down
help?
is a negative one.
Who can he even team with though?
Can't blame him really.
He has like no one he can team with.
Does get frozen up. And Havoc
Nah,
is
this is so shocked.
Pack it up. Havoc have been unceremoniously thrown out of our monthly finals.
And a big celebration coming out of these fellas. They've certainly got the mechanics. They've more than proved themselves here in this opening set. And of course, that means they will be taking on Elevate, a team coming in this month that we have many questions about, but they will have opportunity to see if they can go the distance to make it to a grand final. There he is, the man himself. Vex gonna get star player here. 6 kills, most in the lobby, and it's on a Mortis.
483 DPS. Yeah, those rounds were very, very, very short. Obviously, Mortis doesn't always have the ability to take a game over like this, but we're talking about a brawler who wants to close the gap. There are ways you can stop this.
Yeah, what is Evix? His name is Eve X.
During the draft, it's like, oh, and now I have to draft these brawlers that have stopping power against this Mortis. Like, do I really have to now, like,
I don't think anyone ever said Evex is washed. Bro was just a ladder warrior.
That's a great way to stop the Mortis. There's a ton of ways. Havoc drafted a comp with 3 brawlers that had that ability in the first map. They respected the melody and said, we're now going to change our approach to protect us against that all-in potential. Whereas Code OG were too deep in draft to actually make an adaptation to stop this Mortis from running over them.
Yeah, and Uber, that's a great point, because what does that flexibility mean for this team, where not only were they able to pull out these great pivots in draft, but then they were able to play them with such mechanical perfection that
Let's
not
go,
only did they
loading.
slam home those 3 sets, but they
We
did
have
it
it
in such
literally
a
a week
decisive
ago.
factor,
Oh,
so
really?
fast, in fact, in Brawl Ball.
I saw them if
that,
they were
Kenny,
cheap.
I don't know,
Oh
kind of,
no.
what was the skill expression that you saw from Havoc that made you go, whoa, most today?
Ark was saying it beforehand. He had memory of Vex being really good on this Buzz. We saw it brought out, and it kind of gave me some flashbacks of previous showings. It's been a little bit. It was last year towards the second half, but it's a good kind of consistent point. This has now been multiple occasions where these guys have been good enough. Maybe they've got what it takes to make a little bit of a splash in this region. They've got tough opponents ahead of them.
I need to
top 4
post
is a
this
big
sneak
deal,
peek
not only
video.
for this month, but future seeding for monthly
So-
qualifiers and such too.
I'm excited to see what they bring against Elevate in our semifinals. We're going to take a look back at that match that they just played against Code OG, and when we come back, we'll head right into that next match with Tribe Gaming Pioneers.
Isn't that Uber saying Evix? Everyone called you crazy for saying Havoc clears OG. I mean, I said I thought they had a chance just because I actually played against Vegeta, but he had Banny on his team at the time. They definitely upgraded with Diego. Elevate should clear Havoc, yeah. They upgraded with Lotus, true. Diego the best on the team? Bro, Vegeta is right there.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans. We're getting into our semifinals now for North America and their monthly final. We've got Tribe Gaming versus Pioneers. Tribe Gaming coming out on top.
Vex ping
in
is
a
so
way
gross. I
closer than
agree.
expected matchup against SK Kalalas, and of course Pioneers taking it to the
Like
limit
how to
against
try the
Space
first
Station
Lotus,
Gaming to
yeah.
get all the way here. But both teams looking sharp, both teams bringing fun in the draft and great mechanics on the field. Of course, Tribe Gaming, as we're taking a look at them now, have to bring it together against an even tougher opponent. What can you tell
SSC
me
did not win.
about the history between these two teams there, Ark?
Well, I mean,
I'm happy with
big
Zoolan's
storyline here
team.
really is the fact that Pioneers are the ex-Tribe roster, you know, so it's like them going up against their own organization as times have now changed, and you know, Tribe not making the World Finals last year had to really kind of rethink things through, take on some fresh blood, and the Elevate roster of 2024 was that very move, and they were the #1 seed going into the World Finals in North America, so it made a lot of sense to pick them up. And so far looking so good, and you know, it was a fantastic thing to watch them flourish last year for me, realistically. I mean, we were seeing them go from strength to strength as many in the region were starting to take them a lot more seriously, and the World Finals as well went the distance, double match point against Crazy Raccoon. Very few come out of that sort of thing alive.
They've got the Stormbringer Zeus on there, Uber.
I mean, yeah, this guy's kind of done it all. Over the last couple of years, has really cemented his place as a mainstay in North American Brawl Stars. Even back in 2023, you know, I really think that we started to see this guy come alive. And in 2024, I mean, it was very, very clear that this guy was, you know, very, very dangerous.
Yeah,
And
Sam.
again,
That's what I was saying. I
Tribe
think
part of the
Tribe.
top.
I think whoever won Tribe
Last year
SKC
for
wins
us
the whole
was a
thing.
changing of the guard.
To be
Like, these
honest.
lesser-known players, also more from like, you know, Central America, really started to
Oh,
shine.
some food sounds
over the
good, loading.
household names, you know, your STMNs and tribes that we've gotten so used to over the years. And now the story is those older players, or the more, you know, previously known players, trying to fight back that respect and recognition.
I think
Just because
Tribe
the
wins
teammates are
this.
different, just because the teams have switched
New-
doesn't mean that
new
this
Tribe,
team are gonna give
not old
Pioneers
Tribe.
any respect. They like that top spot, and they're here to keep it.
Yeah,
They
Pioneers
play everyone
now.
here,
A lot of history
yeah,
with that Tribe
but
brand,
I don't
a
think
lot
that's
of reasons
happening.
to fight. I do wonder what is the temperature emotionally between these two teams, between these orgs and these former players. What can you tell me about that, Art?
Tensions are going to be running high, for sure. I mean, this is going to bring up a lot of memories from last year, a lot of roster
But
memories also.
if
But
Zulan Fade Tower wins this, it's gonna be so funny because they
got the
just
most
got
monthly
dropped by
final wins
Tribe.
out of anyone in this region. There's 16 in total. This is Zulan's 33rd monthly final. That's crazy. That could well be the most of any player in any region. I need to double check my numbers on that. But you know, to be on your 33rd monthly final, it is kind of wild. You know, dating back so much with Tyrant, you know, 4 world finals appearances, I must say. 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023 with Tribe Gaming. But again, that sore spot, not making the World Finals for 2024 really was a bit of a deal breaker. You know, not making it out of the LCQ, losing to Reply Totem in what was, yeah, sure, a double match point scoreline, very, very close down to the wire, 1 game away from making the World Finals, but that was devastating. Yeah, it was the biggest story of last year for me leading to the World Finals.
And all us NA Shields were sat in that studio in Poland, just so upset because they were obviously, you know, there were no of those like NA teams that were able to get out of the LCQ. So it was a tough one to see them lose, and that's the kind of stuff that's going to put a fire in your belly.
I'll see how far that fire can take them. We've got our maps, our game modes set up for this head-to-head between Tribe Gaming and Pioneers, and it's so interesting to hear the emotions at play, not just the strategies when these two teams face off against each other. And I do have to wonder too, you know, they do have to practice against each other. They see each other at LANs on the scene. Are they still friends? Where are the friendships on these two teams? And where's the enmity lie there?
Yeah, North America is a region that for me are all very friendly. We heard like a little bit of smack talk between Zeus and Juan Carlos as well, but you know, generally a lot of that stays as, you know, just online or just like a little bit of.
Oh, there's
you know,
one
some stuff said
KCP
here
vote
and
from
there,
Arc.
but most of the time behind the scenes,
Respect
these
it.
guys are all pretty close knit, I would say, for the most part, and it's all in kind of good competition sort of stance. So I'm all for it. It's the one time that I'm going to start against you guys.
Why does bro
today.
tag
I think for the most
Potato?
part,
What does Potato do?
Quite the upset as well. I've got to say, it was a huge upset for me. I thought Code OG would make it through the semis, but I don't know. I have a good feeling of Pioneers. I think that they played pretty well for the most part of this day. And you know, my question is, were Tribe really tested as much?
Did this Pioneers team ever beat this Tribe roster last year domestically?
Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they struggled. I don't think it's a terrible. I don't think it's a terrible prediction either. This is definitely one that's like could go either way. For me, it's going to be the most exciting game, short of what our grand final promises to be. But yeah, history has definitely been on the side of Tribe Gaming.
What would you say this matchup kind of pivots on as far as where they could differ from each other, come out ahead against each other, Uber?
Okay, so
I wish we
Fade
could
and
get
RBN
Sunny
are both
back,
really
but
familiar with one another. They're also
you know.
both incredible tank players. Zulan also
Or at
is.
least
So I want
F
to see
dot.
these teams lean into like some of those tank-centric compositions. But Zulan for me is the kind of player
Yo,
that
Exis, how are
will
you?
be the one to go and make the difference. He'll be put in those high-risk situations where he has the impact to either make the game or lose it.
Or get
He's someone that,
semantic
has to keep working
as the
composure. I love
host.
him. He's up to the challenge. He's such a good-natured guy. He's really motivated. So I do think that
I miss Falcone,
Tribe Gaming are so
but he
solid.
doesn't do anything,
They're so
bro,
dependable
anymore.
here. You know, that it's gonna
Falcone was
take
the
more than
goat.
just a little bit of flash in the pan here, I think, to overcome them in a long series.
I'm so glad
Just
you
got to
mentioned
worry.
that because
Good
those
luck,
two
good
players
luck.
are so alike in that regard. I think that's where we're going to see a big
That was
battle
an
on our
it's been
hands,
well.
and, I'm sure Fade certainly
Mostly
wanted to
expected
gain some upper
outcomes,
hand
at
because
least
RBM
for
is so notorious
me
for
and
it.
Sam,
you know,
I
you
guess.
can't really
too.
deny that he is like the king of tanks for me in North America. I mean, looking back through though, I've got to be honest. You know, I can't see an instance, even in the qualifying stages, where Tribe Gaming played
Actually,
last year.
Sim, did you think Pioneers was going to win our SSG? I thought Pioneers was going
Crazy
to
when
win.
you think back to how things were, but certainly just
Oh, you're
you know,
100%?
it
Alright,
was
alright.
a
Yeah.
randomized bracket every single month. They never really crossed paths. So
No, but like, she just asks what the casters think about stuff. She doesn't even like comment on the game whatsoever.
entirety of last year, kind of crazy.
Like, the casters can already say what they think is gonna happen. They don't need someone to ask them questions about stuff they were already respond to
They
regardless.
used to run into either one of them and sort of end up falling short. So I mean, God, they say that the toughest battles get given to the strongest soldiers. That was something that Bobby literally tweeted last year. So this time, though, finally, we get these two teams dragged out to take each other on. And like I said, I Fade and RBN were teammates on that SSG team last year. It wasn't a stint that lasted very long, though, as that team was ultimately ill-fated and sort of dissolved. But again, these guys a lot of these guys know each other so well. Brawl at this level is not a big scene. That's why when teams like Havoc come up, we're so surprised. And even they have been, you know, in this ecosystem for quite a while. They just haven't managed to, you know, break in with consistent results. So we have our NA teams here just taking their time. Looks like behind us there.
Let's take it a Let's take it so
some
long.
predictions. I don't know what
Oh, let's see. I might grab another
predictions
snack.
there as what
I've only
the Tribe
snacked
Gaming
today.
thought that they would be able to pull off. They probably
I did not eat an actual
how
meal.
bravado works, but here we go. Gold Arm Gulch is up first, our knockout map. Let's dive into the bands.
Yeah, I was watching Tribe's social media account going down over the weekend. Some interesting posts as well. They've been threatened by a player with a knife before, but that's what I saw from Zeus. They've got their sprays and pins in the fridge as well, it seems, on the side of Tribe. Always great on the social media side. Check them out as well if you haven't already over on X or Twitter, whatever you're calling it these days. But as the bands come in for Knockout Goldham Gulch, you know, we have some kit already today. I really hope you don't see more of it, but I mean, I don't always get my wish here. Certainly in combo with a big tanky brute like a Daryl, kit band. Exactly what I wanted to see on the side of Pioneers, because you know, Tribe Gaming are that squad that would absolutely want to pick it up and combine it. So I think already some good bands. The Grom band, very underrated band to be seen there, as well as the Berry. Juju left wide open here. Maybe not the strongest of maps for her, but certainly definitely an option that I think Tribe should heavily consider here. Tick, as well as the Grey and the Piper band out by Tribe on that side of things. So I mean, it's definitely left some options open for both sharpshooters and throwers, regardless of those bands.
Oh, yeah, your masters. Wait, did you access? I missed it. I went to sleep.
Doesn't track that Grom band. So Gene gets picked up here. Really popular, very safe pair of hands. I think Pioneers now might need to take Max in order to deny that sort of Gene Max look, which does seem to feel like it has like this inevitability sometimes, especially as those rounds start to drag on, get a little bit later. Max being able to be aggressive like a Hornet and constantly get magic puffs healing as well as, you know, can feel quite oppressive to play against sometimes. Alternatively, Pioneers might just say, no, you can have it. You have the Gene Max. You know, it's not, I wouldn't say it's a broken comp. It's just very dependable and solid. RT, I think, is something we've seen Pioneers trend towards on multiple occasions today already. Getting picked first, not a shock to see it come up.
Damn, X's, let's go. Congrats. I haven't 7 pro anymore literally. He's just like me now. Except 1,000 times more toxic. Yo, Squishy, how are you?
Don't mind that at all. Certainly the sort of late or sort of mid to early game, really, Andrew's going to have a good time just trying to pick off and get some early utility down.
And better ping.
The lake side of this map really open up a lot of space. I think Pearl, I really do for Tribe Gaming here. It's a big tanky option.
Everyone is sweating ass off X's this season.
With the Overcooked, and it's a good pairing with the Gene. Bring in someone and just
Like the
immediately
Gene first. What did they second pick?
It's quite a daunting prospect. You need something
Bell.
like that. They got the RT on the side of Pioneers to combine. Bell, sure, I get it. Bounce shot's certainly going to be able to shop.
Yo, Levi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. It's getting plus 15 every game. Yeah, I see. Both games, or at least on 2 of my accounts, like on my main, I got 4 elo off, and on my second account or third account, I don't remember, I was at 89999.
I think the bans are really curious. Like the tick ban is can be pretty impressive to deal with. Okay, so I could have seen this going so
I'm doing
many
well,
ways,
Levi.
but I
How
don't
about
know if
you?
I imagined that Kenji would be
Just
the one
chilling
to
and
round out
watching the monthly
competition,
finals.
but, this was a pick that we saw RBM try
Is
to
it
make use
I'm
of
playing his Stabby's basement? Oh, nah, Toko.
Always try and get the Kenji. You've got
I would not have him play in my basement. I want him to have low ping.
It gives you a lot. He's a pseudo tank in my opinion because of that star power, and with the control that you can get, with the constant poke of Gene and oh god, how do we just see this sneak through? Hey, Juju picked up here. She's not an insta win, but again, a thrower that sort of provides some real pressure at every stage of the round.
Yeah, it's certainly not like her very best. I mean, it's going to have a lot of mobility around the water areas.
I don't know
of
who
it,
wins
and
this.
Juju's standing there and able to get some
I
shots
do like the
off
Gene,
that connect. That's
but
supposed to be pretty devastating to something like a Kenji for sure. But without the Grigri on the map,
I don't know.
Kenji can get some good value. So, and in the hands of RBM, I mean, there's no one finer to really go with that kind of brawler pick. Certainly not my kind of favorite here, but in the hands of Tribe Gaming, yeah, I mean, that's the brawler that can really get some great value. I mean, we saw like Lanao playing for Heretics over the last weekend for the EMEA region. It's still really viable in the perfect
Who's
hands.
not playing with
Not
Fade
for
and
everyone,
Tyrant?
but certainly for someone that can really thrive with tanks, Kenji's still very, very strong. But Juju, yeah, final pick. Not
Why do
very
you
often
keep
you're gonna get to
sending
say that
emotes
in
of
the current
The
meta for
Rock?
sure. It's normally snapped up
Selfie.
straight away if it's not already banned. So interesting to see it being saved into that final pick. But some big heavy hitters weren't considered here, which is quite surprising. But both of
They
these
get
two teams
fined
really are
apparently,
drafting
Touch.
players specifically.
Apparently,
rather than just kinda going
Rafiki and
with the
Balog
meta
got
for
fined
ideas. Players
$700.
are in the game now, as it looks like from the player cams, but we're just waiting for the spectators.
Obviously,
to
I
catch up with
don't
that,
got
and,
direct
rest assured, we'll get the game
info
on as
from
soon as
that.
we possibly can.
Okay, well, I will let you guys know that there is a game happening right now. As you can see, we're going to jump in and try and catch it for you. Wow, the gas is already coming in. And frankly, Pioneers are in trouble. The big Slashimi comes straight on down. Luffy in a 1v1 has the dash, of course, to come through. Fade with the shield. Gregory's on the field. Another Slashimi. There's really nowhere to go for Fade. He's trying to survive.
Holy Fade.
That is ridiculous, Fade.
I mean, he's a tank master himself, so he knows how best to play into Luffy. He's actually playing on the Kenji. I'm surprised that it's not RBM. Nonetheless, however, that was a very tense,
Access. I don't really know how that works, but
Pioneers to be able to secure that.
she was
Crazy
literally
stuff.
spamming before I
Let's
VIP'd
see
her.
how the responses from Tribe
And
Gaming.
the messages didn't
I mean,
pop up
again,
until she got
very, very, very
VIP.
clutch. That Gruger
It was
came in
weird.
at just the nick of time there for Fade and kept calm composure and got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautiful. Obviously, having a star power, that means Gregory comes out with that
Nice
shield.
internet,
is
literally
so
freaking
important
shield.
in situations like this. From what I can hear, we are still in game. That second round.
Imagine a Grom Hyper Super at the end of a knockout game. Oh my god.
Tribe for at least allowing us to see what's happening on those damage. Yo, honestly, not that bad. Keep me on that view. I can kind of see what's going on right there. Did they just straight up draw in the wall in there, by the way? I hope they have a way to clean that up.
Someone I had
It's amazing,
beef
like,
with?
Zula's playing in a very confined
What?
space. It's almost like a little wardrobe
Who did
area.
I have beef
Or a
with?
corridor, in fact. But okay, let's see. I think they may have just dropped
I don't
the game
have
there.
beef
There's
with Lisa. What the hell?
I'm actually kind of surprised that we have to look at the iPads to get an idea, but it looked to me there like there was double-sided. It could well be a game there going the way of Pioneers. Certainly Zulan's looking.
It's not beef.
Communication flow.
I just don't want to associate with that person. But what does that have to do with you not being able to chat without VIP?
It is one apiece at the moment. Now we're going to go in. We're going to see some bloody gameplay. Zeus here in that middle part of the map. Nest egg drop down.
Oh, really loading? I mean, I've never had an account banned before, so I wouldn't know.
Up and step close, they will be slowed up and they'll be easy pickings.
Well,
so Lisa got your account banned, Sophie.
If he was thinking about it, but that shield is of course going to be pretty heavy deterrent on the side of Pioneers. They've got to be very cautious of that.
Look at that bell shot. It's actually kind of clean.
Some nest egg placement into the mid there as well could prove costly if RBM can find a pool in the later stages and try to line that up. Certainly leave someone very susceptible to being taken care of. Tyrant has the leg fall now as well, and
True
that's
touch.
protecting Zulan in the eventual
And he never got shadow banned.
as well. Now super down too. That poison's gonna be piercing as now the gas closing in.
But Loden said it's happened to him before.
Okay, Luffy, healthy enough, looking to come forward, marked up though. Tyrant looking dangerous now, gonna drop the legs, but gets blown up instantly. Luffy trying to stay alive here. RBM does take an arrow, and Fade is gonna try and hide behind Grigri. How could
Oh
you,
my god.
PCP with another round win. That is pretty ridiculous stuff, and they've looked so good here on Gold Arm Gulch.
Very methodical. That was very, very calm and collected for me from Pioneers. Everyone doing their bit. Tyrant putting down the legs, really did land the mark and just
It's too great, yeah.
for the
It's
pickup
Lil
and
G.
every single shot landing. Now, Luffy just trying to close the gap, but look at that. Zeno can just literally
Yo,
hover over
make
the lake
sure
and
you.
nowhere that Luffy can really go. It just feels to me like this is a bit of an outdraft moment that Pioneers are really in control of, and Tribe Gaming struggling to make
And
anything
then
work, but this
Monkey also has something weird going on with his Twitch account too. So like I kind of do believe it.
Zuno will pick it. Zuzo regardless.
RBM is dead.
RBM's gonna be weak here. Poison trickling down. Taro with the legs into Kanji. What can Tribe Gaming do?
There's so much going on here. It's crazy.
And the sets will go the way of
Hello,
Pioneers.
Tori.
Oh, buddy, that is.
How are you?
It's a nice draft. You were the one that called it, Ark. You said.
So why are we not taking Juju until the literal last pick?
Ballers are that have not been addressed at all through the ban phase. And I thought, I guess, you can play RT, that's not banned. I guess you can play
Is
G.
RBM really number
Then
one
I
in
see Faye
A?
look in the Juju, and I'm like,
Yes.
we're in for a heck of a time. And it wasn't just the fact that Juju's incredibly long range and so oppressive in that regard. No, it's the fact that
Yeah,
she
well, I
can
don't know
play
why
towards,
they
like, a
didn't
late
put him
game
on
kill
it. I mean, I know Luffy is good on
develop,
Kenji, but
very
like
brief on the map,
RBM is
and
tank
have some not only
player.
the blocks shots for her, but dishes that damage out as well. And Sulan has
How you
done
doing, Tori?
really well in that such claustrophobic situation. Normally, Angelo does not want to be in this position, but his snipes are so clean.
But yeah, with Monkey, if he gets banned from a chat and unbanned, he can't chat. He has to go to support to get or to
Everyone doing their bit.
be able to
Tyrant
chat
landing the
again.
mark as well, just allowing those swift takedowns, and everyone coming together so nicely. Fade, fantastic on that Juju pick. And,
Hello?
the element
Wait,
is,
Tabby
element
is not here,
as well,
Selena.
that additional shielding, really cutting the mark, and everyone's doing wondrously well. So
Hello,
far. It's still early
City.
days,
How are
though.
you?
Strong plays by Pioneers. I want to return to the Kenji pick that we saw from Tribe Gaming. You saw this is, you mentioned this is something you've seen like RBM try and play at Worlds before. Kind of what was he going
Luffy's
for
a
here
better
with it?
Gen
What would have been the
2. Wait,
ideal
really?
scenario for the Kenji in this matchup, having it worked out?
Selena, Tabby is not here.
Look, I mean, you need to get him. It's really simple. You need to get him up close without taking too much of that poke damage. The Kenji for me is not an issue.
Yeah,
He's
autocorrects,
alive at the end of the
really?
game. He's healthy. He sometimes has the shield. More often than not, the rest of his team are dead, or the Jin's not there. There's no magic hand pressure at all
how are
because
you,
they got
Selena?
sniped
Tired
by
at
the
work,
Angelo.
I'll get
So
up at
for
work,
me,
City.
it's really about finding
The
creative
bot
ways
dead?
to
No.
not get shot in the face.
Touch, if
for
you
gas
have the
closes.
Pokemon in your decks, it doesn't show any message.
Well, Tribe now.
A nice Tori. Hope you're having a good
Definitely a
time.
bit of a missed opportunity in that last draft. Again, I can't help but bring it up, but I just kind of feel like the Kenji pick was a bit of a mistake for me. I think that there's nothing it can realistically do against the Angelo in that regard. And
No, he was probably
I
using
wanna
the
see
same
RBM on
device,
those
to be
tanky
honest.
picks too. I want to see him pick them up. Bounce Shooting Star. Don't necessarily think it could happen. It's possible in certain comps. A max rush idea is an option, but I think it's still very early. Tick's not actually banned out very often so on Shooting Star here. So kind of curious to see whether that might be someone to have, and Nanny Band screams to me Piper as well, because Nanny's the best brawler to play into that. So definitely, okay, first pick, but then the max counter is an option now for Pioneers.
Is an IP ban when it's your own
really is going to be a
like
struggle
device
for
in
Tribe
that
Gaming if they want to go down that option. And then you can start to think, okay, well, maybe we combine take Melody as well here. I mean, that's the biggest option that I would go for. Gus is banned now, so they can't combine that with it. But regardless, Melody for me all day long here for Pioneers.
Okay, I'd be more than happy to see that. Once again, it's just not possible to ban out all the powerful brawlers. Melody and Zulu. Okay, so something. Okay, I mean, it might just be a pick that you want to secure. Pioneers at this point are probably saying,
Max?
I mean, we can't let them have Jean and Piper, right? That just seems like too much. That game plan that you mentioned, though, still very much on the table. If the Pioneers, they have an opportunity just to try and round this set out a little bit more. It's a long map. Sometimes we've seen before, you know, like Nani picked up to answer, but that's been banned. So Bell has sometimes been brought in here because you have good control, but you tend to be outgunned a little bit by Piper. So it's not always a matchup that goes favorably for you. But here, if you can push up as the aggressor, take that star lead, you can back away behind those nest eggs and turn
I don't know
them into
how I feel
potential
about the
kills if
Bell
they get
here.
tricked.
Interesting. Not what I was expecting at all, actually, from here from Pioneers. Bell, never a bad brawler to have. Not the worst of synergies. You know, pull in your mark and applies to a very swift takedown, but some ideas that are yet to be explored. Are they just being quite coy in their style so far, trying not to give anything away to Tribe? But now the option. Byron coming in. Okay.
Byron is fine.
Still no real speed from Max or aggressive ideas from Melody, and they kind of need to pick the Max almost to have on their side so that it's not the final pick of Pioneers. And Byron's never a bad thing to have, right? But you know, you can end up being on the back lines the entire time, just constantly healing your teammates. And that's my only reservation really here for Byron, is that you want to be able to tap.
Players you want to be Tribe. They got
survival
dropped.
rate the entire
The whole
time.
team got
Frey,
dropped.
but Tribe, interesting draft, to be honest.
So it's really sharpshooter heavy of a comp. For a team
Gray.
that's known for, like, you know,
Sorry.
centering all their setups
Did they
around
Max
tanks.
here or did they Sprout
But
here?
it might be a concern, like, hey, we
Or
just
do they-
don't want to have to try and play a gap close
NG?
brawler against Nest Egg. That's just really, it's just too risky for us. We
Oh,
don't want to give away
Mortars?
too many of those kills.
Oh,
So
they want Mortars,
Pioneers
yeah.
are saying, right, what is left that actually gives us some equity into like a very long range matchup? Mandy is an option, right? If you feel like it's going
Okay,
to be
there's some
nothing
Max.
but those sharpshooters, and yeah, like we said, the Max was left open. She's a no-brainer in this setup if you really want to push into the map. This also lets you get back into the map after being shut out of it as well.
This is a really pivotal
Oh no,
moment
no,
for me,
you're right, Sam.
because
Never mind.
you know, going with the Gray instead of that Max,
I don't know why I even
it's
said
really
more.
got to pay off here. Tribe
Like
Gaming.
Kenji would have been
I
fine.
mean, it was a glaringly obvious counter that they didn't capitalize on and didn't consider highly enough. So
Brock,
it really
no,
does need
not
to be a
until
comp that they can
Piper
make work
and-
without it. And you know, certainly the auto aimer gadget from Piper can stun, can have that slow. And the eventuality of being pushed, that's the best saving grace for that brawler, aside from obviously being able to jump away with the super and leave some bombs for good measure, or get the hypercharge, go with the aggressive jump in to the swing of action, try and get some good knockback and some slow. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough to play
Yo,
into
the
this
thrower,
Max.
bro. I love
Piper,
Eagle and
those
the
shots will
thrower,
be landing
bro.
time and time again.
Great.
Great has an exit strategy for sure, but how good is
This
that
is
when you're
supposed to be like the best of the best, so I don't know.
And there are some dedicated people out there that
Literally,
play stream
Tori.
data, right? Which aren't official matches, but you know, it could be a fun way to try and get an idea of how these teams match up. And these two teams in scrims are really close. It's like a 60-40. You know, and Tribe Gaming tend to win out in a few more of those situations. But these official matches are a complete departure from.
I've
everything
never
that is going
had
on.
really
So
had a
don't read too
problem
much
against
into
like Gray,
but
as
that's
long
maybe
as
the
my
reason why
team
people
doesn't
home,
feed
you know,
him
getting
super
behind
in 2
Tribe, a lot of
seconds.
them sort of voting for them. These two teams, my point is, are really, really evenly matched, and we're going to get a great
Oh,
round either way. I love the Gray setup there. Zeus was, I guess,
RBM
making
on
sure
the
they were able to
Byron?
get that, the
Really?
blue star and get out. It's a wonder to me that no one was actually able to punish that.
Yeah, no takedowns
I
at all.
love
It's just
Smash,
blue star
sorry.
now finally, after 1 minute of play, over. In fact, some speed coming in from Pioneers. They weren't able to make really much from it. They've got a magic hand for Fate. 3 nest eggs down for Zulan on the left-hand side now, just really suppressing Luffy back into the back left-hand side corner. Now a super as well, so he can mark someone up. Typical from Pioneers, ready to play the slow game here. Miss mark from Zulan, going to be maybe costly. but they're trying to time this at the very final moment. So FaZe's got to land this magic hand, as now Tyrant and Zillion spiking this left-hand side.
Oh, the aggression! There's
Oh,
Luffy, goes up in smoke.
good
Beautiful
double.
stuff there from
Run
Pioneers.
away.
Here comes Luffy trying to close the gap.
Oh, Luffy!
This now
Luffy
gives Tyrant the
Piper!
lead, and the walking game secures the kill
Nah.
on the Tyrant. Now they've got the advantage. and
Nah,
Zealand's got nothing
that's
to do
crazy.
Here. Man, Tribe Gaming were losing until they weren't.
The Luffy Piper.
What a turnaround from Tribe. I did not see that one coming, in all honesty. Really quite tough to do so under such immense pressure. And Luffy jumping towards the end, even if the shot did land, not gonna matter. He had like the blue star in their side, regardless if it was a tie. So confidence now from Tribe, but leading up to it, I didn't feel like that was quite there. So quite an impressive sign to turn things around the way that they did, because I thought that was just going from bad to worse very, very quickly. But certainly, for the most part, I think that Pioneers had the better strategy. I think the timing was spot on there as well. Just a couple of micro misplays towards the end that proved costly.
I tell you what, though, that was pretty sick. Pretty exciting, because you see just how explosive both of these like setups can be. The grey TP let you get in, take those fights, and on the other side, it's the max speed that lets you come in with a G, and there's the threat of the magic hand. This is kind of a dream
So I
draft
come
for
in
me,
Piper
because both
literally.
teams are such clear ways to win, but they really depend
The entire
on that
roster was
individual
semi-pros in
skill, knowing
2022.
when to
True.
go. It's not deterministic. It's
Zillion
not
the
like,
only
oh,
one
we
with a
got
cam.
numbers, we got
No,
power.
Tyrant has
No,
one
it's
too.
really
I don't know
comes
if Fade
down
has one
to
though.
how these teams execute
Can we get the
their comp. For me,
spectate going?
That's what makes a brilliant game of Brawl. I think we're getting that here.
Well, players clearly in, have been for quite some time now. And again, apologies for spectate issues that we had this weekend. But players are still playing under the fairest of conditions possible, so there is that to be at least in the back of our minds here. And hopefully we can find out where in the game they're up to, the final moments of what will be left of this set. But for Pioneers, let's see how they can respond, as their strategy was, again, the right one to have. They really wasted down the clock into those final seconds, but the push just wasn't quite there enough to secure the stars. Or rather, the exit strategy wasn't quite there to really come out with the goods last time round. So this.
No, sorry. I mean, Arky made a great point. I just
I
it made me
can't. I
think of, like,
clutch
you
it
do
like
need
that with
to
Piper.
know what you do
Hey,
after you
I've
get
never
to that
had a
up.
time where I
think
needed
that
to
star
clutch
lead,
like
right?
that.
That should be
At
kind of part of your
least.
core strategy. And if there isn't a great getaway play, then you might be in trouble. Sometimes the best defense, though, is a good offense. Tribe seem to agree, at least, as
Wow.
Tyrant wants to come forward, but there
Nice.
ain't no time. And there you have it, Tribe Gaming back in this match arc. I tell you what, you
I don't. I've never had a time where I had to clutch like that on Piper. Except, wait, is Tox in here?
The great pick for me there, as it displayed in the first game, was quite a turning point. Zeus there played it so well. And
Toxin. Surely Toxin's
they were
here,
able
right?
to really take back the stars. Pioneers were about to escape with the wins. And it was Zeus that each time came in with the great pick, Dimensional Doors to really close the gap immediately so, and come back for his team. He was the reason why that they are still in the conversation, in my opinion, so far for Tribe Gaming. So certainly going into this third set, some discussions to be had in the background as to how they can keep up that level of consistency, because first set
Am I in
was
the
so
wrong
bleak,
country?
so
Yes,
favorable in
Taj.
favor of Pioneers,
Do
really.
better.
And it's only that Tribe started to really give a bit more of a fight.
Yeah, this is sick. Oh, they beat the Gene Max comp as well, and they did it.
Nah, I actually did have a Piper clutch like that. I'm ranked. I was carrying Toxin.
And as you said, after a kind of
It was
devastating
funny.
loss in that first set to
It was against
Pioneers,
Solar.
so decisive in favor of Pioneers. This one's so obviously in favor of Tribe Gaming. What's the biggest swing that you saw in Tribe Gaming's play, what they're bringing to the battlefield, that helped them pull out this win here, Ark?
For me, certainly that great pick. I mean, that was really what saved every moment where Pioneers were
Taj
about
is
to
the
run away
best
with the
Jamaican
stars.
player, but that's not saying much.
I think the Pioneers, they had the right idea.
Alright,
We saw
now
for
work
the
for
most
the next
part,
3
Tribe
hours and
playing
40
slow
minutes.
and calm
Good
and
luck,
collected.
City.
But
Hope
the other side
it
of things, Tribe were not really
isn't
deterred
too
much by
bad.
sitting in that back spawn area. As long as they had the Dimensional Doors in the favor of that great pick and some good Walking Cane gadgets as well to get some good pulls and some good breaks, they were okay with it. They weren't too fussed around
Yeah,
the
this
fact that the
map
max
is
was there.
terrible. Wish they
Really,
would
for me,
remove
I
it,
think as
to
well,
be
Pioneers
honest.
should probably have won that through the draft. I mean, that's the way that I was kind of interpreting it going into the matchup. But you know,
Taj, you gotta put Jamaica on the map.
all credit to Tribe, really, because when you're pushed into a corner, especially in a mode like Bounty, and you're able to hold your own in the way that they did, that shows great composure.
I think like the most important thing about the Gene Max comp is that third brawler. Like how you round it out, how you make use of that speed, how you make use of the peak potential of the magic hand. And I think that like there's a lot of debate on what their good third brawler actually is in that situation.
Trying to get
I like
things
what we saw
somewhere
from Tribe,
here. That's
though.
good,
A
City.
laser-focused draft.
I'm
in terms
glad.
of what their comp was designed to do, and tell you what, oodles of mechanical
Same with
skill
Late
to
Kick,
back it up.
literally.
That makes me
Same.
pretty excited for this next map in this series. Like I said, I mentioned this before. These two teams are always
Is
playing
room?
it close.
Wait,
This
who?
is really
I
entertaining,
wasn't
folks.
looking at the
Gem
screen, to be
Grab
honest.
Up next, we're looking at Gem Fort again, a map where Arc we've already
I mean,
seen,
to be
you
fair,
know, the Lou
you
looked
just
at
try to
pretty close
play
to
where
the
you're
band.
comfortable
We've seen
at.
some teams try for the Crow. We've seen the Melody be really common, and that has been left open here. Do Tribe take the bait?
What do you pick here? I don't even know.
I think Juju mid though. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. You know, it's just that map that's completely surrounded
Oh,
by bush.
Surge.
Search with 10 counters.
Is Surge's
They're
insta
trying to
pick on
think it,
here?
and probably for that reason, gonna go with a tank themselves.
The new
as well.
gadget types? I haven't really looked at it, no.
They really are evaluating
Probably
the
should.
Ash pick, I would imagine, in the hands of RBM. There's no one finer for it.
Oh yeah,
And
true,
they
City.
clearly think that Surge
I
is the best
mean,
counter for it. I'd
for the
be one
camera,
to
they
tend
just
the
gotta be
room
able to
as
see your
well.
face, so
So whatever Pioneers do
he's
next,
just
I
chilling.
think they've got to heavily consider the prospect of that. They've banned out Lou for themselves.
Hello,
as well,
Sharky,
which,
how are you?
Again, might be a bit of an error here. They need something for it. They're gonna go with the Max again. No, it's not a bad shout.
Am I
It's not what I was
streaming
expecting.
tonight? Oh, it's the update
Usually the worst
tonight?
10 counters herself, but no,
Ugh.
I think that Tribe might be cooking here.
I just wanted a break.
I like the Surge so far. It can be really impressive on this map. And again, the way that his shots start to burst and break, within the confines of that Gemwell area on this map it lines up really quite well. But there's so many directions you could take this Max pick, right? Let's get a strong side laner. That's what I'm thinking. You've got to sustain it. You've got to safe mid with a dash for protection.
Like, can a duck get a break,
Who's gonna collapse
please?
the map? I don't hate the idea of Anita moving up on the left-hand side. Hopefully it's enough to overwhelm the Surge, who, as we've discussed, fares pretty well into tanks.
Anita is that brawler which is all about playing into tanks. Now, do Tribe continue to double down with this? I mean, it'd be kind of weird if they didn't. But Surge can be that brawler which can absolutely be with any kind of comp. It doesn't have to be there just to take away a tank counter.
What, yeah, what's
I think
releasing
RBM,
tonight anyway?
You have to go with something like that on this map. Frank's definitely a response of a possible here. It's going to be Ash, exactly that. That is pretty much RBM's bread and butter all day long. So I'd be incredibly shocked if it's not him playing it. But then I was kind of surprised that he wasn't playing the tank of Kenji in that sort of
Ranks?
first
Wait,
set of
ranked
knockouts.
ends
So,
tonight?
I think with Ash though, it's going to be in his
no.
hands. There's
And
no
he
better
didn't
for
get
it. They're
masters,
lacking a
so
gem carrier
close.
for sure. It's going to be on their minds now as to what one they go for in that regard.
Yeah.
I don't mind Gus. It's quite hard though if you haven't got the wall breaks to open up some of the side of the mid. They're going to go with Gene, and that can do just that. Especially if you can get a magic hand connection. to
Oh, it's on the
drag through those
25th?
that are on the-
Not the
opposite
24th?
side of the indestructible walls. You can open up some space for yourselves there as well. So do Pioneers now go with the Frank? Just open things up, get rid of some bush, get rid of some cover, and leave this Ash hanging, I mean, why not? Close the gap.
Yeah, I don't like Amber here because as good as it is against the Ash, I think she might get poked down pretty heavily against the Surge. Jessie!
Okay, then just
We talked about her a bunch. We
focus
talked
on the
about her on
exam.
Boom Canyon as a good option. She never came out there, but if you want someone that is very good
It's
at
on the
really stacking her
25th.
plate
That means
in
I'm
a
taking a
certain
break
area
tomorrow.
with a hypercharge that only improves her
No stream
ability to
tomorrow.
control space and
So I
make
can chill
Scrappy super powerful.
before I hit the
Fair
grind
enough.
again.
You've also got the potential to, take the slow gadget for Scrappy to, make it a little bit harder for Ash to close the gap. You also might need the bear stun and not the faux fur, I think, with your Nita pick. Because Pioneers, their setup's decent, but they can't let the Ash run up on them. I think they've really got to, mitigate the impact.
Jessie
of it.
is
But what we've seen,
interesting.
Mark, is the Ash just walk out one side of the map and then split the map left to right instead of top to bottom, and then slowly pincer.
Well, to be honest, I've been waiting to see Jessie all weekend long.
I will be
Every
going for
time,
pro rank, for sure.
primarily in in hot
The
zone,
thing is,
doing
it's gonna be like all the pros going for it
absolutely
too.
where
It's
Jessie
gonna be
can
like
thrive.
Power
You
League.
get that hypercharged turret right into
Oh,
the mid into a spot
Zulon
where,
is dead.
It's gonna be hard to shake. But
Bro,
the thing is,
it's the
Kenny's been built
RBM
to earn it
Ash.
first.
You
At
gotta
the
know
moment,
about this
Poppy's being
already.
kept suppressed on that early stack stage on that Surge pick. That's the one saving grace. They haven't got the gems, but it's pretty evenly matched for the most part, 3-2. Let's see though. Whoever takes that mid control, realistically, the hero is going to have a good upper hand. But if Tyrant gets hypercharged with that Jessie, that turret goes down. It could be
Oh
very,
no,
very costly.
loading.
I mean, it happened right at the start of the round, but Zulan walked into RBM in the bushes and very quickly died a horrible death. Just got swept away literally by the Ash. So that obviously gives you the chance to collapse into the middle of the map a little bit more.
Literally,
Makes it
Toko.
harder to get that Jessie set up in the way that you want to. Slideshow Gaming. will be keeping you guys abreast of what happens. And I feel like I've given more commentary on human body language than Brawl Stars over the course of this weekend, but I appreciate the chance to flesh out that part of my skill set. We'll
I've stared at the same 2 rooms longer than the gameplay this whole set or this whole match.
Continuing on with things, and they will not be affected. That is the most important factor here. It certainly does leave a lot to the imagination in that regard. But in terms of the drafts, I mean, Tribe have got a very good opportunity here to come out on top pretty well. I'm just worried about this Jesse pick. That is for me where things can change, and you might see.
I respect these professional yappers.
Okay, we're going in. Fantastic. 8 gems to 9. Tribe only telling by 1 hit. Tyrant out of position though, low HP, forced away. Zeus coming in from this left
Literally,
side
Sim.
of Zulan. Really trying to look at a good corner for Tyrant if he can. Hypercharge coming in now. And it's Tribe that are going away with the countdown currently. Zulan trying to have a save for it. Gets a good tap.
They can
reset here. Fluffy.
They can reset.
Body blocking all the way back to Tyrant. Coming in the bouncing shots.
Wait, RBM.
Just getting enough for his time. RBM doing his best. Tyrant falls. Those gems will go back into the hands of Tribe.
RBM was sneaking around.
Zulan is a little cracked. It's a little heavy for my liking. However, Pioneers have got to walk into this now, and there's a magic hand at play. Scrappy Turret doesn't feel nearly as good.
I
when you're on the
respect the
offense, but it's time to go.
professional level
Gets
yapping.
drawn in, all the gadgets go over, but Zulan's going to pop the super. Luffy able to stay alive long enough. And
Nah, he
RBM
definitely
ends up
makes
with
way more
14
than that
gems
Taj.
to their name.
This is their living.
Oh man, that was kind of sick, and I'm not sure if it was amplified by my desperation to see gameplay, or if
Yes,
it was
RBM
just
moment.
my general incredulousness about how nasty that was from Zulan. But it was an exciting round to be sure. Tribe take the first.
Very close though. I mean, did Tribe deserve to get the save there?
I respect it.
RBM for the win, absolutely so, but that could have easily gone the way of Pioneers. So
It's
I don't know how
literally a
this
living right
just
there.
yet.
Just to
All things
talk
pretty much a 50-50
about a game that
what
you
we saw
enjoy.
So far. But again, Tyrant looking to get those connection shots, get that hypercharge as quick as he can. And the speed of Zulan will be quite crucial here. Faith to RBM. RBM comes out on top. Magic Hand now available for Zeus. So I suggest he just goes for it now, despite the max gadgets and speed. Just open up that side wall, but it shows better of it. The gems still very much for Tribe, and the control most importantly too.
Oh, nice. I love that scrappy gadget. Beautiful. Luffy slowed up there. Tyrant also going to have a little turret there to play through the middle of the map.
Hell no, Taj.
Charging RBM down.
Where do you get that
This is all
information
conducive
from?
to Pioneers being able to take that map control, but it won't
The average for Americans, like if we're not talking about like the top 1%, is
Zulan
like
will have to bide his time a little bit now, but
maybe
he has
20K,
unfettered access
maybe
to that right-hand side of the map.
lower.
It's definitely something you want to look out for. He's been brilliant. Mechanics have been fantastic. Been putting a lot of damage down.
Well, again, I have to say who's out on
Nah,
top.
it's like
For the most
it's
part, the gems
actually
have been
really
pretty
low.
evenly split. Probably come down to those final moments.
40.
That countdown.
That's actually higher than I was expecting.
Again, tough to realistically say here. Tribe, they've got some momentum coming back in that last set.
Making more than
Pioneers
the average
don't look
American.
nearly
Yeah.
as confident as they were in that
Let's
first
see.
set.
Minimum wage here
Let's learn. And
is.
I'm going to go out there and say that Tribe got that one.
15
I know it's a bit premature, but some of the celebrations have been a bit ambiguous. That one seems to be a bit more confident. And again, I'm judging on what I'm seeing with the players and their faces. It's a 2-0. We can get confirmation that those games went the way of Tribe. It was a clean sweep in that set. And they're now 2-1 up.
Okay. Wow. That's kind of sick. I mean, Tribe are up against a pretty difficult situation.
That's
in that
30K.
game. You know, the Jesse is really oppressive, but what do you think about this Nita in the end arc? Like, in terms of how it advances the sort of the game plan of Pioneers, because she's got to play against, you know, the Surge, and that was picked into the Surge. I think that was like one of the later picks here for Pioneers.
Oh hell no, Taj.
Does it sort of work in your opinion?
Its aim is to
The
play
minimum
Ash,
wage in
but
Maryland
again,
is
it's RBM
30K.
on the Ash. Yeah, it's very hard to realistically
A year.
do much when that man is on that brawler.
I'm trying to drop
Just a
Brawl
solid
Stars.
draft from Tribe, starting to now cook a little bit
I
better.
will be quitting the streaming.
Oh, you touched on the Jesse
And
too,
getting a
Uber,
9 to
and I know
5.
before the match you called out that it was something that y'all had been discussing as a potential you're expecting to maybe see it a little bit more often. But why do you think we saw it here, and why do you think we don't see it so many other places there are?
Yeah, I mean, Jesse's a really powerful brawler in that, much like, you know, Nita, you're deploys a teammate or a pet onto the map, right? Scrappy is like a Bruce, but it's less tanky and it's longer range. Your hypercharge makes it even stronger. So your opponents are taxed their resources. They've got to clear the Bruce the Bear and they've got to clear the Scrappy. It's just so much. It's like being in a 3v5. She can be really overwhelming and you cannot just disrespect her and run at her because of that turret could slow you and all this other stuff. So that's the game plan.
You get me, right, Soko?
As we head on to open business, this is also the kind of map where you can try the Nita or the Jessie. Nita even more so, right? Because she gets to push up and take some of these closer angles arc. I do think, though, that if you're Pioneers, this might be time to bring out the big guns. This is your tournament on the line.
Yeah, true.
But if you don't, you
I mean,
go
streaming should only be for
that
fun.
stage now where, like, you know, no better time
Don't
like the
stream like
present.
Stabby Dog.
Certainly, that's where I feel like this has been, you know, battles won for Tribe. You can see as well their confidence is boosted by that very fact. They are that momentum-based team, and I feel like that was where I feel like if that second set had gone the way of Pioneers, I don't think Tribe would have been in nearly this position. I think they probably would have got swept. But right now, feeling very confident, very much in themselves. And again, this is going to come down to draft. Pioneers need to pull out something now which shuts down what Tribe want as their comfort picks. Bans are
Open
in
business, Barry's open.
B on both sides being banned out, the Griff as well as the Barley for Tribe. The Grey and the Janet banned out on the side of Pioneers. Interesting stuff.
Surge, Larry and Laurie, all possibilities. Nita can come in here. Frank is an option on this map if you have the architecture for it, i.e. can you heal that guy? You know, that means that sometimes you might want to think about Byron here. God forbid. Berry is an option. Lou is great.
Lou is open too.
So satisfying watching how Lou's super and the hot zone just line up perfectly. They're about the same size, you know? Quite convenient.
There's no final first pick, really. I mean, when Lou's not banned in hot zone, the hypercharge is just so devastating. Certainly some options for Pioneers. I think opening up the map wouldn't be the worst of ideas. The Griff being banned by Tribe is there for that very reason. They're banking on these walls being open. Juju's available here as well. Stu coming in. Great first pick for Pioneers for me. Speed zone certainly gets everyone in very quickly into the map. Breakthrough, I don't think it's
Tori
nearly
D really
quite
thinks
on
she
the cards here,
streamed.
'cause it's better to
Definitely
bring in level
did.
4 to break those walls, if I'm honest. But then you got to consider how much your throwers can realistically do when you go down that line as well.
Yeah.
But Stu's a fantastic choice. I mean, the hypercharge can get a fantastic flank, get behind the action in that regard. So I don't mind it for Pioneers. They're up against a very brutal first pick inside of Tribe. And again, with the threat of tankier options here, I'm a little bit scared. There's no Berry on the cards yet. That's where I'd be thinking if I were Tribe. Bringing the Berry, bringing the tank, now's the time. I think that despite everything that Pioneers have got here, if you combine those two brawlers, that's going to be a winning comp for me.
Do they have the same idea? This is Tribe Gaming. This is RBM's team. Are they huge fans of that Berry combo? We're going to see it here either way. They've got to make their last two picks right about now, and let's see it. Berry it is. Okay, we've read that one pretty well, and that should obviously give us an idea of what their last pick is going to be. It has to be someone that synergizes well with Berry, someone that can stand on the point. It doesn't have to be strictly a tank, but I think that's definitely the way to be going about it. Haven't seen Frank picked up here. We're just going to go back to the Ash shenanigans again.
It's a tank. It's a Frank. It's it's an Ash. It's RBM going crazy whatever comes next, because you combine Berry with it. I mean, again, Pioneers didn't really kind of see this coming through. There's no way it's not okay. Well, not what I wanted to see in any way, shape, or form. The worst brawler in the game for me. But again, when you've got a Lou and a Berry, I don't think you can realistically go too far wrong regardless.
I'm not getting
but
your
Ollie
egg
for me is
recall.
not the pick. You got Draco, you got Frank, you got anything but. Ollie is so weak. It's so weak, and we know that he's going to get an incredible buff soon for good reason. It's not the play, but I think regardless of not even seeing Pioneer's third and final pick, they will still win the draft.
Okay, it's pretty based here. You could argue that there are a lot of tanks that could.
Let's see if RBM cooks. I'm not gonna doubt it until I see it in action. I played against a fucking Ollie Kit and Bell's Rock, and it was so toxic.
A zone of threat around him. I don't know if you agree with this, but you absolutely, I feel, need the Renegade Star Power to give you that 4,000 power shield after you dash in with your super. If you don't have that, you have about 10k or so health, right? A little bit more, 11k maybe, so pretty durable. But I think without that, you're in a bad spot. Ollie, of course, has some mobility in his gadget, Regulate, that allows him to jump and do a rad kickflip, hypnotize enemies where he lands. So there is some extra mobility built in there. Keep an eye out for that.
There, the
Hypnotize is a
RBM.
very
Yeah,
powerful
exactly.
effect if you can hit it, unlike just then. It came up short.
Holy shield timing.
Pyre breaking through. Nice takedown there of RBM. But in the meanwhile, 20%.
I do want to see this go to set 5, though, at least.
These berry hills got to be eradicated. Look at that Zeus quickly then helping Luffy stay alive just that little bit longer.
Holy
RBM
flips.
jumping, no real gonna find value from it. He gets to pick up regardless. As Fade and Tyrant now do come together already. A lot of time lost. 30% deficit still down. Look at that. Just very swift takedowns from Luffy and Zeus there. Pinpoint precision. Now coming back onto the zone.
Tell you what, Ark, in the Song of Fire and Ice, the Arctic is certainly winning, mate. Fade gets shoved back there by Luffy, who hit some pretty nasty little taps. RBM, another gadget used forward. Homie is limit testing.
Long dash.
That's all he is capable of doing, but it doesn't matter. 66% here for Tribe Gaming and counting. Pioneers really have to lock this down. This next rotation of supers might be where that happens, or at least it has to be.
Well, hypercharge for Tyrant. And again, couldn't have come at a better time. He's a fantastic Stu player. Has been for a long, long time. Great taps into RBM.
He's not even doing that bad on the
Ollie.
Ollie.
Finding a tough spot here to go in. And RBM
He's been keeping control
again,
for the
still
most part.
questioning this Ollie pick, you know. I think it wasn't the one for
I don't
me.
press
I think
pair.
it
Hope you
still
don't
work,
look.
but at the moment, KCP are all over this zone. I mean, this is certainly looking already like a very convincing set with the way the walls are broken up now. KCP
They're
have
losing
got
it.
themselves into a fantastic spot, bringing back this deficit, getting things ahead. And let's try to take this zone. I'm worried for them in this game.
Holy
RBM is trying to
dodgers.
play against an Ember. I just can't, it's hard to take this seriously. And here's the Hypnotize hit. Unfortunately, that shield gets burned through pretty quickly. There's a lot of ice cream and snow and ice in general on the zone. Here goes Tribe Gaming with the Ollie comp. Managed to get that first round. Based.
Match point. Match point for Tribe now. And normally places in which they will close this as well. You got to remember, Pioneers very defeated. They looked very decent though in terms of playing the objective there for me. I think that was a game that could have very much been their way. But the heels of this berry, I mean, you know, you got to ban it. You really have it. I mean, in Hot Zone, it's a ban pick for me all day long. But Pioneers can break these walls again and get Tribe back on those back lines at an earlier stage. It's not unwinnable for them here.
No, not at all. It is just a nuisance to deal with Ollie. And I do think that just the extra 4,000 health that he gets with the supers is kind of a big part of why Tribe are able to get these early leads. Not to mention that, I mean, you see just how good this Lou pick is on this map. It's incredible. It's so powerful. It
Get in
controls that
pressure,
space,
yeah,
it lays
exactly.
inside, you know, one
That's
of
all
those
you need in
things
hot
that
zone.
up.
It don't matter how many
Really,
times you
really
die.
impressive. Pioneers, I don't know if they've accounted for this kind of composition, but boy, with the healing that RBM has, it's just another permutation.
No one was expecting Ali. You cannot expect that at all. That's, I guess, a surprise pick.
It's a substantial lead as well for Tribe. I mean, despite the setup being there, the wall's broken up and would otherwise put them in a difficult spot really to retake the zone if they can get forced out by Pioneers.
We get tired, bro.
I don't see it necessarily happening so far.
We still got
Play's been absolutely on point.
2 more games
Themselves
after
probably
this.
feeling the stress of the situation, and Tribe looking like they're going to be, yeah, that's the win. It's got to be, right? There's no way that is not a win. Tribe, surely we'll get confirmation in just a minute. But it
Looks like they
were
won.
able to stay on the zone, and most importantly, take the set. Tribe are through to the grand finals here today.
Clean work from Tribe Gaming.
Literally
Love to see it,
touch.
honestly, really impressed with the showing that they put on here. And honestly, where there were maps where like the comps were skill based,
Look, you sleep. You should sleep. It's past midnight for you.
Bounty map especially. When it came now down to like having a strategy that was hard to answer, they bring out the Ollie, and frankly, they probably made Ollie look as good as possible right now. Just being a baller that maybe is a little undertuned in some parts of his kit, but there are a couple of things that work really well for him. He's got great base speed. Ollie is fast. He also has a longer range than a lot of
1 a.m. Are you 6 hours ahead? I thought you were 5
He
ahead.
has basically a free shield with that super with the potential to, you know, hit people with effective crowd control. And he's got a lot of healing from the berry, by the way. That guy wasn't leaving the point for anybody.
I gotta bring it back to what we were talking about at the beginning of this matchup. This is the new Tribe Gaming roster. Pioneers representing the old Tribe Gaming roster.
Yeah, Tori is 5 hours ahead of me.
These two rosters, these orgs. What does it mean now that the new roster has prevailed, that the crown they wear seems to fit this head maybe a little bit better for the year 2025 here, Ark?
It's looking very good, isn't it? Very good indeed, especially to come back in the way that they did, because that first set, I mean, it was a GG go next, really. I mean, Pioneers absolutely dominated it, and I was getting quite excited for my prediction of that first stage, but as quickly as that, you know, Tribe up the gears, and you know, whether that was just, you know, bad drafting on their part, or whether Pioneers didn't really shut a lot of their ideas down, it just didn't really seem to phase them too much. They just kind of literally just got composed, stayed in the moment, and you know, they were the #1 seed last year for a reason. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Tribe Gaming take the whole day.
Again, I just want to, I mean, fair point. The matchup, if they get Elevate in the finals, would be incredible, because Elevate's drafting has been chef's kiss. Like, they've been so sick in that pre-game phase. So keep an eye out for that if Elevate, of course, get through Havoc, which is not given considering how they look. I think either way, we're going to have a fantastic last couple of games today.
Now, thanks for teeing it up. We're going to get right into that game after these replays. We'll see you on the other side.
I did not make too much money. I did not make enough money. Yeah, you did, Sam. You actually called that. It's crazy. I wanted it to go to set 5. I would never buy Roblox. What do you mean, why? No one needs to spend that much money on a watch.
We're back for the Brawl Stars Championship North America Monthly Final. This is our second semi-final. We're getting.
They don't want to spend that much money on a watch, bro.
Facing off, and we've got
Waste of money.
Kenny here to take us through the action. An exciting matchup. Elevate, our team to watch earlier today. Havoc, a team that was not unexpected, but certainly not a slam dunk against Code OG. Taking a look now at Elevate once again, seeing how they're sizing up in this matchup. They got Juan Carlos, as Livy, and Czar. This roster, a lot of history here, a lot of achievements.
Is it bad that I want Havoc to win this?
Under the Elevate title. And Kenny, this is looking like a strong contender against Havoc, would you say?
I would say so. To me,
Hold
Elevate
it.
are
No.
more clearly
I wish I
favorites in
was,
this
bro.
one. I know Havoc were super successful in that previous one, but you can even see on this graphic here. I mean, look at
Streaming for
Livy, a part
fun.
of two of the greatest
Oh,
franchises in
I need
Brawl
to
Stars
stream
North American
less.
history.
I'm gonna
Just the
start streaming
parallels
less.
that
Like,
come with that.
if I have a day where I just have like
Tried
no
and tested against
plans
each
or
other for
whatever,
so
I'm
many
just not
years,
gonna
and now they're
stream on
finally
Twitch.
together. They've got a chip on their shoulder coming into this. I thought they were the favorite
Where
to
is
come out of this
Vague?
lower
That's a
side
great
of the
question. Where
bracket.
is my
I'm sticking with
Pookie?
that here. I don't think that's going to change with one Havoc performance.
Have Havoc
Art, that was you
winning? I
that
hope
put
you're
those
right,
extra
Sam.
notes on that graphic, right?
It always helps when you're extra handsome. Yeah, I mean, a huge perk here in the BSC. I mean, that is
Never
really
hurts.
what can just tip the balance in your favor. If you're handsome, automatic buff for your team. Yeah.
Cheers for him. Now let's see how far it'll take him against Havoc, a lineup that we saw overcome the OG roster and
I have
really
none of my
not
Pookies
even
here
crack
right now.
a sweat doing it as we watch their player cams here. Seem to be in for more of the same calm, composed gameplay going up against Elevate. Do you think they can
Oh,
bust it
except
out
for
here?
Tori. Tori's here.
When you've got like 10 people drafting, yeah, I mean, there's so many people in that room. Getting some big, you know, sort of boy band vibes, by the way, as well. To be honest, I'm very surprised that Havoc made it out of the quarterfinals. And no disrespect, but Code OG, they just had a wealth of experience behind them, which to me just says that their drafting was just.
What do you mean you don't know how he's a pro? He literally went to Worlds last year. What the hell?
Plays last year from the squad. You know, for a reason. They are being underestimated, I feel. And I think they are that kind of squad that could have a breakaway moment, having some of those brawler picks that people aren't expecting, the buzz again, distinctly in my brain.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a snack, use the bathroom. You're back, chat.
The brawler. So the gameplay is absolutely there, but against this squad of Elevate, I do have reservations. I want to see that underdog prevail. What a story that would be if Havoc made the grand finals in the first month of the season. But it's going to be a real tough order. I didn't expect it would happen in the quarterfinals. I'm still not expecting it to happen in the semis.
Well, we've got our maps and our modes. Do you see any room for innovation in there, Kenny? And we got our predictions up here too, looking like all coming out for Elevate, but that doesn't mean we can't see creativity.
This casting desk has been wrong before. In fact, we were earlier wrong about Havoc, so who knows? This one feels like a 3-1 to me. I think Havoc's mechanics are good enough, and the drafting that they did earlier may catch Elevate off guard for one set, but that's kind of the expectation I have. I really do think Elevate walking into this are one of the more seasoned teams. In terms of scrims leading up to this, no, practice isn't everything, but it's all we have to go off of so far, and I think Elevate were above the rest, one of the top 2 coming into this, and Havoc were honestly pretty solid as well, just not quite what I saw in Elevate or say Tribe Gaming on the other side. Those are the 2 I have my eye on out today, Arc. 82-18 though, that is pretty extreme. I think 80-20 is pretty close. I don't know, maybe a 70-30, but I don't think the community's too far off on this one.
I agree. Yeah, I wouldn't say 70-30 for me personally, but I can see the argument for it. Look at Juan Carlos getting so zen there. I mean, one thing I'll say about Havoc is that in terms of the qualifyings, they did sweep pretty well for the most part until they met Tribe Gaming, where they got swept. In the matches that they won, they swept. In the matches they lost, they got swept. Which to me says a little bit of a story regarding that, consistency, perhaps. As a team that are still relatively new to the BSC, and relatively unknown by the viewers of the BSC, they still got some stuff to learn, but they got that result today. Their best result, really, for me, so far against such accomplished players, like OG, like Second, like Charles. Again, a squad not too dissimilar, let's be honest, to Elevate. Players that didn't really necessarily have a solid home coming into this season. But from what I saw earlier from Elevate, I was pretty impressed. I think as Livy, Juan Carlos, and Czar today have done really, really well so far. But can Havoc continue this kind of assault? Because it was an assault. I don't think they should have made it through the quarters, but they deserve to. And that's what matters most here. If they made it this far, they can certainly go all the way.
We'll see how far it can take them. We heard players talk about it a little bit in our pregame, but this Brawl Cup is something that people want. Having a strong first half of the year, still very important. So Havoc, as much as they can buy themselves here, will be able to take down some of the Titans of this region and give themselves a little bit of a buffer in this opening month. Byron going to be the selection on the left-hand side, Gus for the right. I think Gus and Byron, both super safe picks. I would say Gus a little more common in this day and age in the current Brawl Stars meta, but by no means is Byron about shout.
I mean, they got the Gus. There's no Melody's ban. I feel like Elevate need to pick Melody, or they're going to endure it, surely, on the side of Havoc. It's definitely a brawler pick, which is in their... Yeah, exactly that. You kind of have to. There's no way around it. And whether that was the plan for Elevate, I mean, the Byron pairing is not the worst, in all fairness, but it's definitely second best to the Gus. The Gus is the kind of key there to have. So the band's there, taking 6 unique brawlers off the field. Definitely going to be a tough thing to bring in, like a tick, which in other regions has been prioritized as a ban.
Okay, I am back. How's the matches been? It's been pretty fire. Tribe just beat KCP. Hello, Duck Duck. Welcome back. How are you? I just wanted to grab a snack. That's why I was gone. I got some flavor blasted goldfish.
It's going to lack the speed. I wonder whether that might be an inkling as to where they're thinking with this third and final pick.
It is a slow furnace, kind of traveling the map. It does have a shot that fans out. It's good at applying pressure. A little bit trickier to secure kills unless they're in their faces. Alongside a Gus, you're going to be a little extra ability to maybe power somebody up, give them that extra 5,000 or so HP. But with so many sharpshooters banned out here, we have Angelo gone, RT gone, Bell gone, Piper
gone. I don't like
gone,
seeing all the Melody picks here. Hopefully they're not
a little tricky to kind of draft in this. We're running out of options, and so we're just going to go for something completely nuts.
Bang!
I mean, when was the last time we saw a Fang in competitive? Another surprise.
Definitely a surprise. A brawler which has had, a decent spot in Shooting Star historically over the years. It makes a little bit of
the
sense.
Semifinals is this match, and it's
which makes sense for the squad.
It was
But I don't know how much
Tribe
fair. I mean,
and
the 8-bit,
KCP
I'm
and
not a
Tribe
big fan
won.
of it in Shooting Star, never have been. I understand the argument for it. But the fact is to be able to like just ping pong off the back of that damage booster anyway. So it's not the best of to really
8-bit
bring in
last
with the Fang
pick?
there,
Okay.
but just banking on that damage
It's
booster,
interesting,
having
but let's see how it goes.
packing the punch to eradicate it swiftly, I feel. Fang, it's a bit of a Hail Mary brawler, to be honest, on this kind of mode. And I think Elevate, to be honest, not going to be too dismayed by it. I think having that Melody pick as well on their side is
It's
saving
Tribe
grace
and
in that
whoever wins this, yeah.
If nothing else, these guys have come out with some surprise picks for sure. And I think if you're an underdog, especially in this spot, sometimes that can go in your favor. If you're keeping us on our toes in the draft, we're not really sure what's going down. I think these pro players are probably caught off guard a little bit too. Like I mentioned, we
Who am
haven't
I
seen
rooting
Fang
for
at all
here?
walking into this day. This is the first time, I believe, this weekend that he's touching down.
I'm
on
not
the map,
really
and he's
cheering for
certainly
either
a fan
particular
favorite, but
team
at a
here.
pro level, he
Maybe
does lack a little
Vegeta,
bit on
I
the
guess.
list.
So going in the aggressive, nice shielding there, but not gonna lead to any death on that side of things. Havoc still have a lead and that blue star, and more to add to the tally. 5 now, and Diego only just surviving there as well with that splash from his Livy, but surviving nonetheless is the most important factor here. Is Elevate now waiting for their squad mate to join the party again, but no sign of any stars yet for Elevate.
Elevate are going to have to play a patient game. I think it's going to be really difficult for them to bring any of these enemy brawlers down. Byron's not going to be able to chip them down very much. Juan Carlos is going to have to be really aggressive.
Oh, he got
coming up. It is a
knocked back
trade,
into
though,
him and then
that's still going to
killed.
favor Havoc. Once again, a strong start for
Did
these fellas,
Charles
showing
play
some
yet?
teeth
Yeah,
and
Charles
grit
lost
as we
to
start our
Havoc.
monthly final season.
4 stars in that Gus. looking
Said the
quite
SSG
tasty
lost. I'm
snack.
happy.
Time is ticking though.
And the
for Elevate
KCP
here. They do
won.
need to go on the aggressive somewhat and get some results. Nice stun there
Good
by
kill
Alex
from
there as well.
Evex.
Bringing more to the tally. 10 and the blue now. Elevate's not really finding much of a rhythm right now. Being quite slow to get into the mark. Yet Zal knows it in that sense.
Low key
Now with 30
good.
seconds
They are
remaining,
good.
Fang Super available
What do you
too
mean?
here. So some more aggression surely going to be coming in. Even if they get a pinch, they got a lot of stars.
I think
to get
if I
inside
played
Elevate
against
now.
this team in the qualifiers, I would
Supers
not
in a
have
full
even
house,
won
but
a
it's shut down
set that
immediately
I
by
did win.
Diego Gamer. Massive lead now. 10 stars being the difference. Zar diving in. They have to find kills quickly. And Juan Carlos speeding himself up with a super. As Livy back to help out his teammates. A kick forward from Evex. It's going to be a trade. One takedown, but they need more. And they're going to hunker down in the
Nice.
back right-hand side and
So
survive
Infinity
it
was in
all.
the early
Havoc
pro. Oh,
starting
nice.
things
Stepped
out
up.
hot in game number 1.
Yeah. If I played against, if they had Diego
It
Gamer
is,
instead of Banny
Havoc might be that
in the
team, you know?
qualifiers, I think I
Imagine
would
the
not
upset.
even want to
If
set
they can
against
play
him.
like this. Like,
Welcome back, Toxin.
I don't want to sound rude, you know, but like they don't have a right in my mind because the teams that they're playing against have got so much background. There's so much history behind them and their achievements to date. This is what I love about the BSC in a brand new season. It's a complete platform for anyone to demonstrate their skill and where they feel that they belong. If they can back it up, then absolutely so. They deserve to be in the spot.
Wait, what's going on,
It is still
Tori?
early days. Can Elevate take the learnings of that
Oh,
last game
wait.
and
Oh,
give a bit
okay.
more fight? Because
I
they
think
were
you
way
said about
behind the
Tori.
Styles early on. So let's see if they can build a bit more of a composure in this set and give a bit more fight.
Two very unique drafts, playing out very differently right now. Zar in and out. He's just trying to move forward. The pop star able to dive in and counter out the Fang. And this time it's going to be Elevate starting with the
You
lead.
guys
They are the
going.
first to strike.
Oh hell no, Toxin, never that.
Much better. Let's see now as they go back into the spawn side.
That's
Zara
first-
gets
oh, I
the
see.
hypercharge. Damage booster as well.
Hopefully
but
he gets
importantly,
better
the fucking
free
star
for-
power, the speed that will allow Juan Carlos
Nah,
to be able to
Toxin.
navigate around. Will definitely help.
Earlier,
Great
Luffy had a
deal.
crazy Piper play,
aggression
and
still
Sim was
there.
like, "Why can't I do a crazy
That
clutch like that?"
mid-control part of the map.
But remember my
Sometimes
Piper
hypercharge
play
just
when we
the
was
right
doing
time, and
rings?
an area of weakness that
I
will
clutched
alleviate
up
so much
hella on the
his team
Piper.
though, but Havoc in that regard doing a much better job of just healing up and just gradually pushing forwards. And look at the clock, 25 seconds. Hypercharge is now going back in a defensive way for Juan Carlos there. All the fight going in, and he won't come out. A takedown for the trade. It's a 1-star lead for Elevate here. The blue star on their side.
Oh hell no, Mikey.
As long as Elevate have a lead, they're more than happy. Havoc have to be the final team to strike. They have a Fang super, a Pearl super, and a Gus super at their disposal. It's all going to come
Nah,
down to
you
this.
yapping, Toxin. You're Piper, no.
The
Shut up,
MX there,
Mikey.
who's
Do I know
thinking about going in,
Strats?
but
Yeah, I
now
do know
thinking
him.
better of it. Trying to heal up, has got shield to his side. It's going to be very, very tight. Diego, though, cooking very strongly. Juan Carlos is getting shredded down here, but stays alive. Oh, my word, Elevate still stays standing. They learned from their past mistakes. We are tied up.
Yeah, nice. He pops in here sometimes. I think he streams on TikTok, right?
So close to being a takedown.
Is that
but
Shaz
well done by
now?
Elevate. I think they made good adjustments, like you mentioned, and sometimes that's the way that the game goes. It comes in waves in Bounty. This is a real offense and defensive mentality. If you get that blue star first, if you're the first to find the kill, sometimes you're just going to turtle up. I think this is a team with Juan Carlos has 10,000 HP. Czar, of course, can expand, but Byron by no means is going to be able to get you a quick kill. I think you're going to play with your lead if you're Elevate and let that clock expire. You're just trying to hold on for dear life until the very end.
NX really looking to get super.
I see. I need to stream on TikTok again. I haven't been on there in at least a month or two. I need to be more consistent on TikTok.
LA were just pushing into a storm which they just couldn't really battle against. And the Stars gradually fed. So they're going to have to be able to come out with something here and bring back the control. Nice gadget there from Vegeta as well on the left-hand side. And Carlos now leaving the heals from Eslevi. Eslevi needs super himself to really provide some support for Czar. He was getting burnt to a crisp. That pearl pick from Diego. Now,
why is Vay face palming me the first time message she gets back this stream?
Much better against it.
Full house for Havoc. Utility galore, every super in their back pocket. But Diego Gamer's being forced in this corner. He does have a super which can eradicate those walls. And now you see the Fang flashing. They're looking to make a big time play, but the patience unmatched right now. Some good taps from Juan Carlos working this right hand side and 5,200 HP being applied to Vegeta.
Big after this, Adler is done. But I don't think I'm gonna stream it because it's gonna put me to sleep. And I don't want to put my chat to sleep.
Narrowly survives, but now he's juking teammates
wow,
clean up, and it's Elevate escaping with their lives.
That was great.
What is that emote?
The support from Eslevi was good. Hypercharge is there for Juan Carlos as well. Probably going to go back on that turret in the exact same spot as it was in the last game. Exactly that. Poison trickle down for Diego on the right-hand side, but he's got Overcooked at present. The shielding is going to be quite nice as well.
Oh,
what a lovely cheat card just there from Juan Carlos at just the right time. As the next
yeah, it would have been a fire finals story, but it ended up being
still for a little bit there, a bit too long for
semi-finals.
Regardless, Elevate turn around the set and get it done. One on the board. They reverse sweep it. Nice stuff from them. Because it wasn't looking nearly as clean in that first game.
Game one had some learnings.
We just started using Trace more recently.
Even a team as good as Elevate sometimes needs a little time to get adjusted. 3, 4, and 4. Everybody doing their part on the left-hand end, and a well-rounded one for Havoc too. It's actually Diego Gamer
so
getting
much.
our star player here, highlighted in that purple. 254 DPS for him, but honestly, just an all-around interesting.
Tell them to stop hating, bro. You tell her to stop hating. What do you mean?
Everything about that was pretty unique. Havoc have clearly shown that they're trying to bring out some unique picks, and I think that can throw off drafts a little bit. I think that's why we're seeing teams like Elevate, while we saw teams like Code OG maybe go for some more unique things. I could be totally wrong, and maybe Code OG and Elevate, this has always been the plan all along, but I don't know. I feel like Havoc are throwing some stuff out there. Sometimes it's sticking. In this case, it didn't.
To be honest as well, the 8-bit, that wasn't too much of a fan of. Really was a bit of a decisive make it there for me. I mean, that like defensive strategy towards the end was what kind of gave the win over to Elevate both times there.
Yeah, we talked about the adjustment from game 1 and game 2 there, and actually, Kenny, I want to ask you, like, what were they adjusting to with Havoc? Was it that the fact that they brought Fang, it was a little bit of an unexpected thing, or was it just kind of like an overall pickup of, you know, their cleanliness and executing their rotations?
What do you mean, Tori?
I think partially the Fang pick. I mean, it's definitely an unusual
What's
one.
the problem?
I don't know how much preparation they have into that in general, but also just kind of settling in, making sure that they got that opening kill. Because in that game number 1, they weren't playing with the lead as much. They were down a lot of stars, so they kind of have to make up for it for the end game, and their composition doesn't really favor that way. They're not looking to be on the offensive. I think a Byron plus an 8-bit that can teleport away are more looking to play the back lines, use their distance to their advantage, something that Pearl maybe struggles a little more with. Fang, sure, you can throw a little boot at you, but what's it going to do? Not even 1,000 damage. They want to keep them at bay, and I think they did a much better job of setting themselves up for success with strong starts in games 2 and 3.
Heist, safe zone, bans coming in. For me, Anjo's got to be up there. Melody's got to be up there. I mean, they must have bans here. Juju, I can understand not being banned.
That could be clipped out of context.
Being picked in, as is Chuck too, but it's a very wide open map. It does and it not seem to deter.
That's valid, actually.
On the side of Elevate. I'm for it. I am for it, but it does have some weaknesses here, I would say. Carl, Daryl, those kind of brawlers.
Nah, TT, stand on business. What is this?
As well. On both sides here, but I would say more so for Elevate, who've got a good stance in this draft, going in the back and forth. But Eve Band, Ando still available as a good option there, but as well, the Melody Band.
Okay, so I want them to win this set. I mean this match, but I won't try to win.
for sure. Angelo was one that was on my mind as well. 3 brawlers I had written down were Choo-Choo, Angelo.
Sophie is scary? Oh hell no. How you gonna be scared of a yapper?
Surprisingly, I think
Angelo, I know
that one, but that's very
Tori's
rare. She's
happy.
banned more sets than she has played, so definitely a statement on how good that brawler is, and I think just another showing of how good it is to be able to travel over water. 8-bit was one that was on my mind too. I just think the extra long range, the turret setup, depending on how the wall break plays out, sometimes we'll see
As soon as you win, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Be right back. All right,
Angelo
Tuckle.
plus 8-bit, I think it's a pretty strong pairing. You got Angelo, who's not great for high safe damage, but going to be a pretty favorable matchup into a lot of the other sharpshooters, and 8-bit's tanky and can apply a ton of pressure if he can get to the other end of the map. He is very slow. That is one con I will say for the arcade machine.
They just go Bell. Never mind.
This is where, to be honest, Havoc going to be put to the test for me.
Penny, fair
because,
enough.
Again, interesting stuff. We haven't seen barely any Penny in North America this weekend, which is honestly very surprising to me. It's such a great brawler pick. It's one that I've just kind of.
What do you last pick here? What the hell?
Been utilized by
Amber?
North America
No.
much, and I really quite like it here.
Lou?
Especially if you can just put your opposition on the back ropes. Very hard to get out of that
Daryl?
kind of chokehold, especially with a hypercharged turret, and now the Daryl as well coming into play for Elevate. The Carl is still an option for Havoc if they want to go with that same kind of dive approach for me, so there's definitely still options here, but that 8-bit cannot be left on the safe, so Elevate do need to take care of that for sure. But some scary stuff going on this left-hand side for me as well. I would go with
They're
the
not
Carl
using
this time. I
Ollie
think
here.
that
Let it
Havoc
go.
have got the best opportunity to do that and match the Daryl. But maybe they want to have something stronger on defense. Maybe you're like
Lily,
a move. They
fair
really
enough.
are scared of that Daryl. Lily, yeah, I don't mind it. I would probably prefer the Carl, but it does relatively the same sort of job. Can't be left on the safe in much the same kind of way, but it's not going to do nearly as much damage, in my
Grom?
opinion.
Nah. They would not Grom into a Daryl. You would get
The Shadow Realm is
harassed.
what makes Lily so valuable. It's a surprise pick every once in a while. Just on the Penny real quick too. It's so interesting because last month when we had our Brawl Stars Invitational, all these EU pros, they were catering to Penny a lot. She was one of the most played and most banned in practices leading up to it. Got a fair showing. She's barely cracking the top 15 coming in today. Or excuse me, she's just outside the top 15 in terms of picks this month. So they've definitely cooled off on her a little bit. And to your point, yeah, I'm a little
Toxin had
surprised
to get
not
the
see her
pro
as much. I
patch
feel
on
like
his
she's just the same
E-Girls.
pick. Here comes that Shadow Realm I was talking about, though. Getting sneaky, going straight onto this high safe. It's going to take a sec for his Livy to bring her down. She's actually staying up for a good amount of time. It allows for a Vegeta to expand, but
26%
Elevate
in
definitely with an
10
opportunity
seconds.
to counter now that they've got a couple kills.
Yeah, Evix did well there to create the space, but those gadgets won't last forever. That's the thing. Even with ball to your arsenal, it's only going to be there for so long. The 8-bit did connect, but now on the side of Elevate, they are connecting to the safe. As the Gree helps, as Livy tank some shots forward, Star getting some good value there as well. Another salty barrel down, and already another turret. Probably not too far away from Hypercharge himself, as Juan Carlos now going in on the safe
Thank you,
and diving
son.
in a big way, giving Elevate the lead now. Evx has got super now, going for an assassination attempt, possibly going for his Livy here. And being a bit hesitant actually, and then goes and misses it. Some big signs of nerves for me on the side of Havoc.
You know, I didn't even notice the audio was delayed until you
I think the
pointed it
Salty Barrel
out.
just such a great answer as Livy, Czar able to keep raining down on this high safe. Just a couple more tags will do the trick. Elevate extended their lead in this match. It's going to
Oh,
be
hell no,
1-0 in
Toxin.
our second set.
Go get a pro pass on your E-Girl.
Elevate were in control, really. That one moment at the beginning where the Lily just dived in and then forced them on the defense, had a little bit of an opening there for the 8-bit to land some shots with the extra credits onto the safe. But not that much more to say about things on the side of Havoc there.
Oh, hell no, Toxin.
And when
Go
the
play
going
with
got
her.
tough, they just
What do you
got
mean?
really flustered. And as quickly as that, all the firepower in the world came down on their safe. And again, good opening start.
Nah, TT, there was a thing earlier, but they lost with
Side
it.
there as well and connect some shots.
But it was
But
1-2
now,
in the
time
set.
two picks down. Again, that's the second gadget. Evix can't
Don't
do
play
this all
that
day long.
game.
There is gonna
Bro,
be an end point, and when that happens,
she
that's
literally
when Elevate
carried you
return fire.
in Genshin.
And then she carried you in Brawl Stars. She can surely carry you in Marvel Rivals as well.
Lily alone is not going to cut it. Another miss coming out of Lily. No Salty Barrel even needed. This is going to be another gadget. Still one more in the tank. It's going to be a dive forward. Zara able to counter. Juan Carlos there to save the day. It's going to be a trade out. Now a dive in from Juan Carlos once again to the other side. Crosses the
But
lane.
then they have no damage, TT.
Nice shot.
You still need safe damage.
Havoc possess map control and hold on.
And this is the last gadget for Evix now, so
Marvel Rivals
this
is not dead.
now just going to be tied up realistically for me, and they're trying to do just that. Diego gets some good shots on the right-hand side. The 8-bit as well now.
Daryl would harass 8-bit, so
They've got to realistically here, and they should do. Yes, they do. Nice stuff from Havoc. Because if he didn't secure it then, the counter push was going to be deadly. It had to be then, and it had to be now for them to secure that game.
Boring,
So,
really?
whew, they dodged a big bullet, but I'm still not convinced that this Lily
How
is
is that
enough
fine
to
if
do
your
the damage.
DPS is getting
It is
harassed the whole
working for
game?
the most part now, at least in that game, but in the first one,
Yes,
it wasn't doing much at all.
Lily definitely a tricky one, but with 4 gadgets, you can get a lot of value out of it. And the same strategy employed once again.
Is
This time it's gonna
Angelo
lead
to
to a
do damage?
12% lead, but there goes Juan Carlos rolling away. Is Livy honestly doing a pretty decent job of keeping himself afloat on defense, whether that's using the
There's
gadgets
no
out
way
of
a
shield
thing
like
is
we're seeing
spawned
here. Now the
that thing.
teammate scooping him up, whether it's using Gree to assist him as well with an extra spawner. That's an overwhelming amount for Eve. So it's going to be, or excuse me, for Ivex and Lily. So just a tough one overall. As Livy
The thing is not spawn camping a Juju and a Penny.
and this is where the damage can start adding up.
Oh, look at the rolls as well.
With the Juan
Nice Diego
fucking.
now taken care of, but that was some fantastic results there for Elevate. Now finding themselves on the
You're not
defensive,
chaining
and
supers
the
on a
8-bit is
Juju
definitely
and a
now
Penny.
a cause of concern, focusing their
It's
attention
not
on the damage
happening,
booster, as Juan
TT.
Carlos is still popping up
It's
hypercharge
not
going
ranked.
forwards now as well. As Avex does find 1, does find 2. Can he find his Livy now? Is he even going to go for it? He does get the triple, and now on the save for Havoc. Good damage raining in. Havoc are looking better and better.
This game is literally Juan versus
Bit
Evex.
turret established on the top right-hand
I'm
side. Diego
eating
Gamer
some
looking for the
goldfish.
takedown, doesn't find it. Avex lurking, popping up right in front of Zara, drops a Salty Barrel, not enough though. He's already cycled another super. Gree gonna deter him for now, but all of Havoc still remain tall.
Tight game, 52 apiece. The last gadget there from Evix going in, trying to find Zara as well, and doing pretty well.
Juju literally has a super that kills Fang.
The defense is strong,
PC.
and now hypercharge Bazaar, hypercharge Juan Carlos, gonna go on the defensive with it. Interesting choice. I don't mind it with the amount of time that's left on the
Alright.
clock, because they know that
I haven't
all it
had
is
goldfish
one
in like a
push,
year.
and
Or no,
Elevate
2 years
the time
actually, when I
well
still worked
and
at Big
get this
Lots.
set.
Honestly, I want to find another Big Lots to go to. That was kind of fun, low-key. As long as that wasn't on the register.
It's not going to make any connection there. Now they're going straight for that high safe.
We say Gree, probably.
Zara
TT.
has a regular turret he could deploy. It's not doing so yet.
But Juju literally has a super that kills Fang.
Resources, but it's not enough to equate to much of
It's
anything,
the
with Jade
Flavor
getting
Blaster.
aggressive here. Low HP Zara will capitalize.
Thank
3% being the separator now. Daryl rolling in, looking for the high space race, and it's going to be a back and forth here. Elevate, small lead now, 5 seconds to go. Angelo closing out. Zara has to be on full defense here, and it's not quite enough.
Holy defense.
Elevate hold on in the final moments, and will extend to a 2-0 lead.
Talk about
How many times is Juju getting her super? What do you mean? She changed supers off of a
sigh of
Fang.
relief the Elevate have had all day long. It's gonna be so close. What a match, what a game. Juan Carlos on 11, which is quite a high statistic for a Daryl, honestly. Playing out of his mind. And you can see there with
Yes,
the DPS
TT.
on the other side of the
Fang
field.
gets
Havoc did
farmed
very
by
well. I'm
Juju.
still not sold on the Lily pick, but I think in the hands of Evix, they gave it the best possible chance. And it was whiskers away, honestly, from being a set going the other side. But whew, Havoc are playing out of their minds. I mean, I'm really impressed. Their showing today has been so good so far, despite being very much behind in this series. I mean, they're a team to watch already on my horizons for this season if they keep this up.
I totally agree, and obviously a 2-0
TT,
deficit
this
not
is
the
why you
result that
stay
they're
in my
looking
pocket.
for, but clearly these fellas can play. And one thing to touch on too, the way they're doing it, the way they're playing, this isn't your normal everyday draft pick. Sure, we see Lily on the occasion, maybe every once in a while a Buzz. They're not bringing in the stereotypical brawlers.
Especially
This is kinda what I
Lotus.
touched
Yeah,
on with
Lotus
Drive,
is the best
why they're
draft
so
right
hard to
now, for
draft
sure.
into. If you don't know what they're going to go, how can you prepare for it? I think Havoc are doing a good job of catching enemy teams off guard. Sure, it hasn't equated to sets here, but it's definitely equated to games, and it was a clean sweep in their quarterfinal.
That's got to be so frustrating for Havoc here to become so close game after game and then to lose it just by that sliver there. It looked like they just had a slightly narrower window than Elevate did to kind of push through and make the most of their composition. But what are you expecting to see them learn here heading into this last and potentially final set for them?
It's very close. I mean, you know, it really is. This could go the distance. I don't think it's over yet. My reservation is just simply that, you know, do a squad like Havoc have the experience to turn things around, to reverse sweep? That's really which separates, you know, the very best from the up-and-comers, I would say. So if they can, I mean, they would have just...
Nah, that's crazy, TT. That's
by far
crazy.
their biggest success so far in their careers. And the draft is still yet to come through for it. So let's reserve our thoughts until we kind of see the big picture here. Doing the Beatles, Jujuband, the Stu, and the Lou that elevate. The Poco, the Draco, and the Grey banned out by Havoc. And a first pick, Byron. It's not the first pick order that I was having in my mind in any sense, to be completely honest here. And less so for Dueling Beatles. Amber, I get it for Elevate. Nice start for them.
True,
sure.
Tori.
The tanks have still yet to show any sign, and that's the only thing that I can think of on the side of Havoc.
Oh, wait, I
mean,
can't
I
see
see a
either.
Barry picked up now by Elevate,
TT.
and something then in the back pocket for later to combine with a tank and have that
Oh,
option.
Smurf that boy.
Barry is never a bad thing to have, and certainly not on Dueling Beatles and Hot Zone. You want that in your back pocket. What are they thinking with this? Oh, okay. Wild stuff here, Kenny.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because the bans on the left-hand side were 3 of the 4 I had noted, Barry the other one. But on the right-hand side, I think Havoc just eliminated a really cheesy composition, to be honest with you. Poco plus Grey plus Draco, it's just kind of cycling that teleport in and out. And that made sense to me. I get the bans, but like you said, Byron is a first overall pick. It feels like North America is selecting this brawler a lot more than the other regions combined, to be honest with you. Coming in today,
Yes,
he's picked
Hudson.
8 times
After this
entirely
is done.
between our other 3 regions. And we still have more to play out from this entire side.
After this is done,
There's
I'm
the
gonna
Barry
rate someone
coming
and
in.
then we can
I
just
guess they're going to be
do
powering
the
up a
mega
brawler
pick real
here. It
quick.
would be a darn shame to me to pick Byron and Barry, which are so capable porting a brawler, and not picking something tanky. I wonder if they just go for Frank for the
I don't
HP
know, Gordon.
points,
Yeah.
or really what they're thinking here. But otherwise, I feel like you're doing yourself a disservice if you pick a Byron and a Barry, and it's not to assist somebody.
That was my only thought with the Byron. Was I'm thinking they're going to go Byron Frank, you know? And I thought that Elevate would surely get the Barry and kind of take some of that idea away.
They got a
I mean,
tank here.
If you're going to play Kenji,
Ash,
why wouldn't
okay.
you do... yeah, Ash, I mean, that works too. I mean, no, I just kind of... I don't know why...
As
they
long as they're
didn't
not
reserve
TT on the
Kenji till
Ash, they
later
win
on
this.
sort of Elevate and pick the Barry. It would have been pretty decent to have that combination, but you're leaving yourself now open to a point where this is dangerous. I mean, looking ahead to an
There's
Ash,
a back?
Barry,
Hell
to a-
no.
to a Byron in Hot Zone. I mean,
Alright, pipe
I
down,
mean,
TT.
Is any brawler going to be enough to really counteract what Havoc are cooking up here for me?
I
Go with
low-key like the
Barley.
barley.
I don't think even that's going to be enough.
We've
I
had enough
think
of
this
what?
could be a pretty heavy outdraft, to be honest, there, Kenny.
I think the Kenji and the Amber can get through Ash's super. I think Kenji, honestly, probably a decent matchup into Ash, right? I mean, that's not something super normal we've seen throughout the weekend, but with the amount of healing Kenji can do to himself, he can slice through a super.
Why
I
didn't
think
we
he can
Frank?
keep himself
Great
afloat. The
question.
problem is, now they've got Barry and a Byron backing him. Barley, if he doesn't have control, it's going to be really difficult
Hank,
for him to kind of
let it go,
retake.
TT.
I'm really
Let it
nervous with
go.
Elevate's comp.
No
that
more
if they-
drafting
if
for
they
you.
have a poor start, let's say, they're going to be backed in their spawn with no wall break. It's going to be Zara dashing forward, feeding a super, and it's going to be Amber playing behind close quarters and has Livy too far away to strike.
Yeah, this is what I'm worried about. It's going to come down to experience here as well. Elevate, you know, have got a comp that can win. It's just been very hard to
True,
get the
Tori.
aggression that they need with the amount of heals that are behind Havoc's comp here, and they're already dropping like flies. I mean, as Livy's the last man standing yet again, but I mean, you know, it's still very early in this set to say for certain. But what you can say is that Havoc have been playing the objective all the time so far, and Elevate have yet to really get an open door. This could be one of them, though. The healing tonic down. does keep them still alive here. But again, I mean, where are they on the zone? 3% now, 5. It's not really much to say.
Same can be said for Havoc, I think. I think they're going to have to punch their way
Evax is
through
not
if they lose
RB on
brawlers. The
Ashe
issue
for
is their
sure.
healers are healing their healers, and their other healer is healing the tank. It's just a constant cycle of keeping
Listen, how can I listen when you're not talking?
A super, but Vegeta there to give his teammates a walkway. The puddles of ice cream.
Hello,
really
Kenan, how are
helping
you?
out as Diego Gamer's holding his own on this right-hand side. I feel like he's been able to preserve himself pretty well.
Despite every attempt from his living now with the hypercharge as well. They're just not on the zone. As Elevate have just got no DPS to handle the amount of heals that are coming out from Havoc here. We're now approaching 80%. A hypercharge for Berry, as we know it's going to be getting nerfed relatively soon because the cycler ability of that particular brawler is so strong. And look at that. Hypercharge for his living not going to really do much because Havoc can just evade it. Literally leave the zone and come back straight on it. I think this is honestly just chalk it up from Elevate. It's now draft. The GG go next. I cannot see how they can break this comp. And it was
Diego is tapping for sure.
They just didn't value that Berry pick, and they've got no reason not to.
Nah, I don't even think the barley was that bad, to be honest.
The win rates are through the roof.
I don't know, they should have showed something else.
Why would you value a Kenji above it?
Not sure
Is
either.
that Mexican too?
Not going to speak for the fellas, but coming into today, Barry had a 67% roughly win rate, one of the higher ones, and one of the highest played on top of that. So he's certainly a proven commodity. Letting that go, something that will definitely leave me with some questions as well. Kenji, certainly a solid brawler, but Elevate going to need a much stronger start here. That's exactly what they're getting. They need an early pick, but somehow they keep Vegeta up. As a result, though, Diego Gamer goes down. A slide forward, ice versus fire, and fire will survive, but only 3 HP. Juan Carlos going to have to back off for now.
Yeah, Elevate just confident the objective. They're trying their best.
What does that mean?
Situations are spending some good time on
What does
the
that
zone,
mean?
but as quickly as that taken care of, and then it's again that same story. It's needs the last man standing, and everyone just evades the Barley shots. It just buys a little bit of time, but not really much at all. I'm going to pull down yet again. Zar going to go in with another dive attempt that's surely going to be outmatched upon his landing, which he is. It's just there's no way.
This is what TT is on.
So far, which gives me in any way confidence that they can turn this around.
Dominant performance so far from Havoc. Elevate already have more percentage points, I believe, than they did in the entirety of game number 1. And Zar looking to swipe forward, doing his best. There's the healing and some good output. They have Ashe, who has the ability to heal himself. They have Vegeta, who can heal him. Diego Gamer can heal him. And as a result, they're just going to keep walking over him.
Yeah, and more heals coming through from Diego. Again, Zar doing what he can on the zone, and then just evade the hypercharge from the Barley, and wait for it to wear off, and get back on the zone. Again, chalk it up, boys. Elevate. GG's well
That's how
played,
you
but
take
that
great
draft
TT.
wasn't it. I mean, again, leading up until that, their experience has really prevailed and shone through. And I hope that that's not the moment in which they've just given over all control. Because
Reverse sweep incoming.
Havoc wanted to get something on the board. They've got nothing to show for this series thus far.
You saw the
and that
TT,
was
Tori?
an open door, and then they just walk straight through it. 10 for Alex on that Ashe pick. But again, the shining star for me is always the Berry here, and the heals had to be there to allow him to get that job done. Just an outdraft. It's that classic meme, isn't it? We got outdrafted, and Elevate now.
It's taken
put that
like
in the past
10
and
years
come back
this
to where
year.
they started this series in the next set.
Yesterday
And
took
that
what,
wasn't it.
6 hours or 7 hours? And we're on 5 hours right now.
I mean, just even in the replay, it's just so convincing.
Alright, I see Tori.
Really
You saw the
lose of
TT.
control. The best Elevate were able to muster in that set. 29%. Not a great result. And you can see the frustration coming out too. I get that. I mean, this is a good team. They've been drafting well all day. That's the first set they've dropped, I believe. So I'm sure they're kicking themselves as well. The momentum was swinging with them the entire time. And that's kind of the first signs of cracks that we've seen out of this team today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this little bit of a setback does for Tribe here and for Elevate getting set up to fight a little bit harder here. But I'm glad for Havoc to have
I don't know about that one,
this win
TT.
on the board in a set. They've been fighting so hard, earning so much. It's nice that it's not going to get a 3-0 here.
Always good to go the distance, isn't it, really? And for a team like Havoc that are really looking for that opportunity to prove themselves, to demonstrate that they've got what it takes to hang with the big boys, I'm all for it. I really am. And, this is a map that I feel like you actually kind of have to ban a bus. And I didn't think I'd be saying that today, but against a team like Havoc, this is the
No
very
comment.
map, the
No
very
comment,
brawler
TT.
which just popped off in the quarterfinals. and Evex on it again. That memory stained into my brain from last year. He goes crazy on it, and yet look at that. I mean, they're even banning it themselves, which is kind of interesting to me. But Elevate actually had to do it. It just is a real problem on this map for teams that get banned. So I'm all for it, but still some heavy contendership here. Gus mid gonna be really nice for me, and a great
double ban. Oh, I mean, Evex played it against OG.
For me, to go for Juju first pick. So, yeah, I'm all for that here as well. A good tank counter in itself. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Certainly for Elevate, not going to necessarily prioritize the mid too quickly, but I would advise that they go and get that Gus in early and get that sort of pairing going on. But the Juju not being banned here, definitely a tough thing to bear the brunt of.
If it's any indication of how strong they are at playing the Buzz, the fact that Elevate don't have the first overall pick, they ban Steel and Melody, and the pick they give up is Juju. And so the other side is going to grab that. I'm looking out for Janet here. Somebody who's
the game is so watchable now. Yeah.
I see Kit. That is a pretty nasty combo. We ended up seeing that yesterday in a different mapping, different game mode. But Janet flying in the skies with a Kit on the back, or just having Kit to get those extra frags, I think can be solid. This is a game mode where I'm not always convinced that Kit is the best overall selection, but nonetheless, this is a team that made it work earlier today. We'll have to see if they can do it again.
You'll have to see it. Gus picks up by Elevate, and that gives me some strong hope. The Kit, I mean, in
last pick Ash, or last pick
with something as a final pick could be quite devastating for Havoc. So
or last pick Ali,
definitely backing down the hatches as far as that's concerned.
Last pick.
It's certainly a map where Kit can really utilize the cardboard box gadget to go invisible and then really play into the minds of your opposition.
Or last pick Primo.
Ash is a perfect brawler to take off the hands of Elevate. I really like that for
last
Havoc.
Pick Primo, guys.
Now Elevate probably kicking themselves just a little bit, but they couldn't really go for it other than what they've got. They want to obviously pair this kit with something, right? So they were kind of hoping that it would be left open. Now that's off the table. But it may not have been the plan for Havoc, let's be honest. So they do need, in my opinion, a bit more of a mid. They're probably going to play Juju mid, though, to be honest. But
they're not going to Juju
mid. The
mid.
best of brawlers to have against the Gus, to be honest. I mean, the range will be there, but it's going to be pretty dangerous. Max mid, it makes a lot more sense to me. I'm all for it, but the question is, what do Elevate pair now with this kit?
Last pick
I'm
Daryl.
not sure 100% what the left side's going to end up doing here. I mean, if you end up selecting the Kit, Gus isn't somebody that's going to be able to easily secure kills. It's going to take him a few taps. Damage isn't really where Gus shines. He's going to be more of that point guard, dishing out that bubble to his teammates, so Kit can be a little bit more aggressive. On the right-hand side, I feel like this is a more well-rounded comp. I think they needed a mid, like you mentioned. I think Juju's going to have to kind of play this wall / a pseudo right-hand or left-hand lane here.
Yes,
now it's going to be a little trickier for Juju. You're playing into Daryl, and even though you do have Gree as a little extra support, Daryl is going to be able to stomp any of these enemy brawlers if he gets up close outside of maybe a phase shift or some rats from Ash blocking things out. The Kit plus Daryl combination, tested and true, can be very solid. Elevator going to put their faith in it here. Havoc, underdogs for the day, have an opportunity to do something special. Elevate, number 2 seed, walking into this competition for our opening month, but these players certainly have what it takes to play very well. They're gonna have to do it for one more set if they want to bring us to a 5th and final here.
Yeah, I think that the Daryl was the secondary approach.
I do let some draft because I don't feel like drafting.
What happens if we don't get Ash kind of approach? Zar going in, finds Diego as well, now in a good spot to continue the assault as Carlos as well gets a lovely pinch. Those gems, very risky there. Still in the hands of Havoc, but only just.
Now a rush down to the other side. Momentum swing with the Max Super, who at least allowed them to expand across the map a little bit. Juan Carlos hunkering down, trying to dodge out Diego Gamer. Now a dive in. Zar looking for
this Muffin call me? Lazy duck?
Alongside his Lydia. There's a whole team focusing that down. That way they can bring down the big beefy Ash, and that's where the tides turn. Juan Carlos able to continue forward. But nonetheless, Havoc standing their ground. They're actually the ones with the gym count, despite the kills probably going Elevate's way.
Mean Doug? Nah.
Nice gadget. We're not going to be doing too much.
I'm not main TT.
Now push back in for mid for the
What you saying?
is there for Havoc. We're starting to really get some good momentum. Now the kick connection onto the Daryl is there. The balls of Yarn flying forwards as the hypercharge comes in for the Max at just the right time, but now the roll is there. Oh, could be a steal potential here.
Nah.
A good gadget pop there on the Juju for the shielding. Keeps Havoc with the gems just about, maybe a couple trickled over. to delay the onset of his countdown just for a little while. The Hyper just popped. Now the rats hit the ground. Elevate are faltering and falling back in the spawn. The gems now, all they're taking for Evix, they want them as well. They're going straight for the Eye of the Storm. They want the 6 on the Juju. Coming back with some. Evix shuts the idea down. Oh my word, it's back and forth.
Vegeta with the phase shift away as well. Now they're playing defense. Once again, a reset. Immediately reclaimed, and now Gregory's on the ground as Livy.
Nah, I am not mean. What do you mean, TT?
10 seconds to go on the shot clock. Zar has a super. Going for the cardboard box. Gonna be looking for mind games, but it's a phase shift. It's a little extra speed, and they're close to bringing him down. They do. They reset it.
What? How did Zar even kill her?
But not enough to get full kills. They're taking their time to start up this clock arc. They better hold on. Now it's split between 2 brawlers.
It's crazy. So much work to be done. Shield hands over to Juan Carlos now. He's got the hypercharge as well, going straight to MX, and the rats are going down. But look at that. Such a good takedown. The gems are not there.
Oh my god, bro.
Fly all over the place. I don't think Elevate gonna be able to get out of the spawn yet again. It's just crazy.
Oh my god. Just let the game be done, please.
They can't steal them away. They're constantly going down, but then back into the hands of Havoc.
With 5 seconds to go, right in the back for a very short amount of time. Diego Gamer able to hold on to 14 gems. Momentum officially has swung. Arc.
What a game.
Havoc are now in the driver's seat for this set, and what could possibly be turning out to be a set 5 banger once again on our Sunday.
I mean, you gotta hand it to Havoc, in my opinion. I mean, they're really standing firm and up to
Oh my mean TT. What did I do?
Looking like they're gonna get swept going into that 3rd set. Elevate really faltered, and they took advantage. And now they're actually giving a very, very good fight that Elevate don't really have an answer for right now. Trying their best to reset, and every time Havoc were able to stay firm. Really commendable stuff. But can they make this all the way to the 5th and final set? Nice schedule there from Livy. Shielded over to Zar, who's invisible, and then goes into MX, who knows where he's going to be now. So, the greatest of moments, but 5 gems as Livy now. The 6th still laying on the map there now. It's better for Elevate, but as we've seen, this can change so quickly.
Whatever happens, safe to say Havoc have been nothing short of entertaining. Juan Carlos sweeping through alongside Kit. But as Livy has been forced away, now they have to go defend their teammate. That's a big-time kill. Diego Gamer goes down, and alongside it, 1 gem with it. Juan Carlos able to hold on to this one. He's going to be encroaching on this left-hand side. Rolls forward. The slowdown there. Powering it up with the shield as Livy. Not enough to give him the assist, though. Zar scoops up a couple gems, but will go down as a result as Livy extending, trying to grab these. Has the bubble to work with, but has to be careful.
That's close.
A nice dodge there out of the long-range Diego Gamer shot as Livy will hold on. In fact, grabs that kill. What a shot.
Very tense. Hypercharge for Evix as well on the max.
Why did they keep calling him Evix?
If Jesus can get a super as well, combine with it at just the right time, it will really force back things. And as Livy needs to heal now. He's the gem carry. He's got to stay standing. Zar finds Diego, gets the stun to the middle of the map as well. But now the Hypercharge rats are going to pose a big from for Juan Carlos, who's going to hand over 1 gem in the process. Now an 8 from the middle. As quickly as that, Havoc tie it up. Another 9th now spawning in, and 1 away from a countdown.
Just Livy on this left-hand side, not something you want to see. Vex on the Ash can work with these side lanes much better. The close quarters is exactly where he wants to live, and Juan Carlos separated from Zar. Zar does have a super available.
It's kind of good, but it doesn't really make a difference, I guess.
We're going to be able to roll out now. 5 seconds to go. They're playing the clock, looking for a kill. Right-hand side, they tie it up. Low HP for Vegeta. There goes Juan Carlos again. The rats trying to defend him. Not enough, but the
wait, Ezlivy died? What? How did he die?
Oh, there's a 12th there as well, but he hasn't got the roll. He can't go
what happened?
Now, Havoc tied up. Meanwhile, though, as well, Vegeta very low HP has got to heal back up. Zar immobilizes Evix there as well. Juan Carlos has the roll. He has the hypercharge. Now he's got 11 gems as well. He's going to be cautious despite the shielding from his Livy. Gets 12 and
Diego is
welcome now as the 13th sitting there as well. Countdown yet again for Elevate, but 1 that can be then cancelled out again by Havoc. They keep control of the mid.
What a game. Hyper.
Holding his ground. There's going to be another gym spawning. This is a fight against the clock, but eventually these gyms are going to run out. Back and forth the gym count goes. It's going to be a roll forward. This time a distribution, a bubble to the right-hand end of Vex.
Oh my god, bro.
Taking advantage of the opportunity.
Holy.
digit gyms, and sure enough, Havoc pull off another miracle.
Oh my god, that was crazy.
What a banger! This was not on my bingo card. And Havoc are again performing so well under immense pressure. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know why SLB died
ever I
from the
saw
freaking
until
Juju
that
Super.
missed draft in the third set. Now Havoc are coming back and starting to reverse sweep the situation. And Elevate have now got one opportunity to get this draft right. But I mean, it wasn't a bad one in that set. Just simply that they just wanted the Ash over the Daryl, in my opinion. But back and forth every step of the way. What an exciting one to have go the distance.
Never underestimate what a set can do for a team, especially a team of youngsters, some unproven talent, some guys that have not yet made a grand final in their career. This could be a first.
Was not familiar with Havoc. I was, unfortunately.
Set, I think, has propelled Havoc forward.
But I played it against the worst version of them. Not was the Eagle Gamer on their team.
They squeeze by in this fourth set. And now they've got a real opportunity to take down what was seen as one of the top dogs in this region.
Yeah, you talk about what one game, what set could do for a team in Havoc, but I want to know, you know these players, you know Zar, you know Ace Levy, you know Juan Carlos. What does a turnaround like this do to their momentum? Is this going to hurt them? Is this going to slow them down?
That was insane.
What's their mental like right now, Ark?
I think it's going to hurt them. I genuinely do. I think that all these players are very momentum based. I think certainly as Libby back in the Tribe days, you know, that was when we saw Tribe crumbling, and that they would never really be able to kind of recuperate themselves along the way. You can see that Juan Carlos as well, definitely getting, you know, visibly irritated by the situation as well, because they know they're better than this. That's the problem. And I really feel like if they had just drafted the Berry themselves instead of the Kenji in that third set, they wouldn't be in this position. They would have got it done there and then. And it's playing on their conscience. They know they made the mistake, and they know that that's, you know, only needing to be one to lose a monthly final. And now they're paying the price. So as we go into the fifth and final set, this kind of pressure's mounting. It's going to be very much on their minds as to the gravity of getting this one right, knowing that they've got no more safety net. And Havoc can sense it. They can smell it. They're so close to making the grand finals, which is insane to say. To be honest, coming into this month, this was not what I had on my mind. And not only did they take down, you know, Code OG, but, you know, now looking likely to be the victors here, unless Elevate get this right. Sneaky Fields is the map, Brawl Ball is the mode. The bans being the Stu, the Nita, and the Lou for Elevate, the Poker, the Nita, and the Rico for the side of Havoc. What an important draft to get right.
All on the line here. And because Juju escapes the ban phase, can't blame him. Elevate, give it away. So Havoc are going to take
Yeah,
advantage.
I'm cheering for Vegeta here.
Great overall selection. I know it's Sneaky Fields. I know we oftentimes get aggressive
Fantasy
brawlers here, but the
kids.
success
Oh
rate of
yeah,
Juju,
Evex.
very solid this weekend. The ban rate really high. So if she's going to escape, whatever happens, I can't blame the thought process here.
Amber coming in, and I was saying this earlier today, I don't think that's a bad shout. Literally, in the draft Sneaky Fields, I said that, you know,
Hey,
they were bringing in
Juju.
Amber to
Don't
take
we
away
all?
the bush. It does take away what Juju's bringing to the table, and I think that's not the worst of ideas. I would still prefer the Elevate Bandit in the first place. That's my reservation. I mean, why take that risk? I think that it's a must ban.
Ash,
Every which way you
again.
look at it. Ash for Elevate, but again, where's
Wait,
that
why did
synergy gonna
TT
land?
say to Lorax? What did I
You want
miss?
your Ash really to be within the bush, playing sneaky, and closing the gap quickly, having the speed gear in the bush. The Amber's job is to burn it.
Could it be a Buster game? Nah, I mean,
Again, you're looking to now close the gap with something
doesn't
else.
Ash
to meet
beat
his max,
Buster?
but
I think he
Elevate
does.
can't show that hand just yet. It just doesn't really provide, the best synergy in that regard for me.
Oh, Diego. I see.
Conflicting strategies for sure there. I mean,
Buzz,
even if
really?
you want Ash to reign free. Like you mentioned, grass gone means less speed gear opportunities, less sneaky kills. Look, they've made it this far. He's phenomenal on this brawler. Why not put your faith in it for one more set? This guy has had some unparalleled mechanics today, to be quite honest with you. I've been super impressed with what Havoc has brought to the table. Buzz, a brawler that maybe isn't the most popular in the meta in North America, a little more maybe than some of our other regions, but clearly this is a power pick for them. This is a confidence pick. It's set 5. It all comes down to this. Why not do what you do best?
Byron coming in for Havoc.
I don't really like Byron on this map.
For it, if I'm honest, you know, it's not got the best lines of sight. Only really down the left and right hand side lanes. It's just there to support the Buzz, and that's certainly a concern. You know,
I don't like Byron on this map.
I mean, that's a winning draft, despite it not necessarily feeling like one to me.
Yeah, I feel like Max would have been better.
Convincing their set was early today in Brawl Ball, and they've been left open with that comfort brawler pick. Cordelius is designed to eradicate what the Buzz is going to bring, but it's not a pick that LA would be picking otherwise. You know, it's very much just a response rather than going.
They could have double tanked this, to be honest. Double tank Ash.
Probably a max, but they are now playing into the hands of Havoc. I think that Havoc took back a bit more control in that draft, and it was more reactive.
Yeah, Cord is good on this map. It's anti-tank.
Tough to say, really, for me, how this one's going to go, but Havoc getting consecutive sets to lead us to this 5th and final, you've got to feel like they've got a draft which they're happy with.
2-2 overall. It all comes down to this. Havoc could pull off the upset, but Juan Carlos with a breakaway, intercepted by Vegeta.
Oh,
he survives with 640.
My,
Buzz will hold on, and it will be enough for them to branch out and take over the grass.
Oh, very clutch. And again, this Buzz pick, I feel like it's going to be quite the spectacle as time goes on.
He's using vision. Wait. No. Wait. Diego pass it up. If Eve went up, maybe.
Grigri will not be fighting him until he comes back out. And then the shots, well, Eslivy's going to take care of it himself. It's quite nice to elevate on the defense. But
using vision here is
quite
interesting.
Smart play for me, as Livy doing a good job to really just open things up. But again, how's that going to affect Zar as time goes on?
The X-ray shades are one of the reasons that Buzz has certainly come to more relevance as of late. The dash through, he makes the connection on Desar.
Holy!
Well.
No!
This is it! He's been perfect all day, but now he's gonna have to make up for it. You can't give up opportunities like that.
Nah, that's crazy.
That was such a fumble. And I didn't expect to say it on a man like FX on this
Metro Navigator good first round. It happens, Asher. It happens.
Some nerves coming into play as the less experienced team in this stage of the competition. So
yo, Jackson, how are you, bro?
Until that moment in time, it was perfect. It
was
a
Evac
goal
is dead here.
Scored, but now Havoc have got
Vegeta's dead here.
And just ignore the fact that it happened at all. Elevate got gifted that moment there as
Yeah,
well. They might
dead.
then find the game off the
They're
back end. The
falling.
Rats coming into play. Take care of the Grigri now. The pass for Eslavy will be there. And Juan Carlos has got to score this. And
Eve, use your super!
And it wasn't good enough to defend it. Elevate now have been gifted this goal. MX now feeling himself with the hypercharge coming into play. Gets the stun off, but then forced straight to the realm by Juan Carlos.
Perfect play there by Juan Carlos. They're taking advantage of the opportunity given to them. Can't fault them for it. Doing everything they can here. 15 on the clock, and Havoc have a lot of work to be done. Ball in the bottom right-hand side. Diego Gamer moving forward. A jump in from Juan Carlos.
No, that could have been a play.
Impossible to put it in anyways, but Juan Carlos gives them the dagger here, and Elevate will
Oh
be on
no,
match point.
Asher, that's cooked.
Oh, Havoc,
Yeah, he is,
Havoc,
Tori.
Havoc, not
He's playing
like
it well.
This. Not like this. You come this far, wide open net, and it just clips the ball off the box. I mean, it's just PTSD for me. You know, back to the World Finals. You know, I think it was Joker that had that fumble there, and so similar.
Drink a Monster? I don't even drink energy drinks except for coffee.
That Havoc are going to be kicking themselves, specifically MX4, but they've got to pretend like it never happened. Now the ball being brushed through, everyone from Elevate falls, and this should be, if Eslavy can't do anything about it, a goal pushed through in the opening 22 seconds of the match.
Quan
Havoc
is
been the
so
better team most of the
chubby.
set, unfortunately for them,
Bro.
by giving away that gold, it was enough of a counter push to go to the other end. Juan Carlos
Wow, Quan
trying
played
to
that
help his
so
team out a
well.
little bit. That was a good way to jump away. Used a gadget plus a super to stay up. Now it's Diego Gamer in trouble. Juan Carlos right hand in as Levy cleans up with the gadget and a little bit of a flamethrower in the middle. They're still holding on, but they have to find a way to keep progressing up this map. It's been a lot of success so far for Havoc.
Well, let's see what Elevate can do here. Already, good suppression of Zar there on the left-hand side. Again, that gadget going to leave nowhere for Juan Carlos to hide.
I don't know,
Looking
TT.
to try to counteract the buzz. Oh, good taps on Diego as well. Big flames coming in from his Livy here, opening up the map.
Surely we
Again,
finished the
there's
reverse
Elevate there
sweep.
still behind. They need to get this goal. There's not much time now. Ticking 1 minute 15 on the clock. Esvax as well on this defensive.
Oh.
Bit of a miss done there. Zar not going to be able to do much with the ball though. Forced to the side. This could be an opening.
He's hovering on
That was
that
a
super
great
right
recovery,
hand in.
Loki,
Looking
even though
for
it cost
another
his
big
hyper.
play. He's made plenty of them so far. There's
Eva
the dive.
X?
He has to end Juan Carlos. That is the brawler that can bring him down most easy. Doesn't quite do so. Now Juan Carlos has a hypercharge available. Same can be said for Zara.
Oh, whoever they said that is so good.
Blue side. And here comes a lot of rats and a missed shot coming out of
No.
Buzz. It allows Elevate to move forward. Diego Gamer falls as well. Weak brawlers right hand in. It's going to be Vegeta dueling as Livy. Is Livy trying to move this left hand side? Look for any
Wait,
angle
30
he can.
seconds. They got a goal.
Instead, it's
30
this ball being
seconds.
cornered top left hand side. Now it's Elevate's turn to try and bring it out.
Yeah, Zara and Juan Carlos were just too low. That's contested. Good splash damage
Good
there
hook.
now. And Evix coming back through with more
Finish that
contesting
kill,
damage.
Diego. Finish that kill.
Juan Carlos thing surviving on
Actually,
there.
it's fine.
As Livy can't really do
He
much
had a
though with the
super
green
now.
coming in. They bought enough time on the side of Havoc. I feel like it's going to be going to a match point.
Get a
double
kill.
match point
All right.
situation here now. One
Match
final
point,
ditch
double
attempt.
match
Not
point.
enough time realistically on the clock to get the ball out and then score the goal.
Insane.
The bodies that are left.
Insane.
Gets it back. And now it's all for the taking for either of these two teams. Double match points.
Over 80% of the community are riding with Elevate. The entire casting desk riding with the history, the name brand, but that hasn't stopped Havoc today. This would be the second team they've conquered on their run to a grand final. One more to get the job done. This is what we live for, Brawl Nation. It's going to come down to one final game.
Again, the X-ray shades. Evx showing up everyone there.
Good
For his
pick.
teammates to get the goods. No shot
Good
from
pick.
Carlos, but the
Team
splash
wipe.
down.
Team
What's
wipe.
going
Get the
now?
ball down to Eve.
Stay standing. Good. Fast.
Put that ball in the net. Oh my god, one more goal. One more goal.
If nothing changes from making the grand finals.
More than made up for his mistake. 24 seconds on the goal. As Livy and his new teammates for the year have to be better. There is
All right, we got a
around it. They
kill.
have to be
Okay,
perfect from here on out. Two
he's
straight
going too
goals
hard,
is
bro.
what they
Too hard.
need.
Calm down.
Carlos has a super. And for now, it'll be Havoc.
Nah, please. You can't lag here, bro. You cannot lag here. Nah.
This is irony, isn't it?
You cannot lag at the worst.
And whether Elevate
Wait.
can bring this one back as well and get a goal scored. Because they are behind and they are feeling the pressure of it. I think they can do it. They've got a comp that can definitely have a moment to say for themselves. It's going to be very, very tough. Havoc really could do this. And what a moment it would be for their careers to make a grand finals.
Doing our best to be patient here, folks. Bear with us. Just waiting to see how this all unfolds. Currently, it is match point.
Bro,
match
we're all
point. It
zoomed
was a
in on his
1-0
iPad
lead where we
screen.
last left off. Havoc had an early bucket. Lots of
Crazy.
great gameplay coming out of these guys, and this momentum swing started with an outdraft from the other end. And that's set number 3. When it came down to the end, Havoc just beat Elevate.
Oh, we're
Pretty
back.
convincingly.
We're back. We're back.
Here we go. Jumping
Let's
back
go.
into what we can. It's going to be Elevate on the back foot. 3 brawlers standing tall in the mid, and Zara on the left-hand side. Juan Carlos, super available. Drags Vex down to the Shadow Realm. A one-on-one is
No.
forward. 30 seconds on the clock, and Zara will have a wide open.
No.
They're not going to make the same mistake Havoc had earlier today.
Oh, thank you for that script. The perfect timing to see it happen as Elevate now tied things up. But in an overtime scenario, that's my sort of thought coming into this one. Is it going to be really on their side? They would like to get this goal right
We
now.
need an Evex
Final
super.
seconds, but the box is
Wait,
about to
Diego
go
won
down.
like
And with
Evex?
potentially a grand finals appearance opportunity now. Elevate with the takedown. A 3
Team wipe. Team wipe. Team wipe. Team wipe. Team wipe. Let's go. Reverse sweep. Reverse sweep. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Havoc.
Havoc have conquered.
Holy, that was insane.
Underdogs for the month. One of the best
What a
stories
reverse sweep, bro.
2025. These fellas came to play. These fellas dangerously close to being eliminated in a 3-0 fashion. Nope, not today. New blood from North America, giving it some new life and showcasing to the world we are great.
Nah, that's insane. That's insane, bro.
It's madness. Absolute madness to me. They've taken out as Livy, Juan Carlos, Czar, OG, Charles, second best in one day. They are slaying the legends of North America, and they've got their eyes in the grand finals. How nuts? How
Nah, that's actually insane. That was actually insane. But look, he didn't up it, bro. Czar got harassed by Epex.
Absolute madness.
And the stats to back it up. Look at the Ash versus the Buzz. 16 kills.
Bro literally got harassed, bro. That's crazy.
I can't understate this. The brawlers that he has faced off against, the teams that he has gone against, legend killers you call them. Some of the best to ever do it, some of the biggest legacies we've ever seen in North America, and for some of them internationally as well. We've got guys on this other roster that
Okay, but there's no way they beat Tribe, right?
These guys, I don't know if they have a first.
There's no way they beat Tribe, right?
So the fact that
Right, chat? There's no way they beat Tribe.
Final boss of this region, it's something special.
Yeah, this was a story that was maybe supposed to be for the SK Kalalas NA
He did,
division, but
Sam.
these Havoc roster players are our upsetters all the way to the grand finals now in incredible fashion. We've seen some of the most brawler variety in their drafts throughout this, and I can't wait to see what they're going to bring to the finals here. Gonna take a few minutes for them to relax before they face off against Tribe Gaming. We're gonna take
Alright,
a
I'm
look
gonna
at
put my
that last
charger again.
match
I don't know where the hell.
against Tribe, against Elevate to see how they got there. Then, wow, the grand final, Tribe and Havoc.
Charger just like up and disappeared. What the hell? Wait, no, damn it. It's Tribe and Havoc, brother.
Nah, this is cinema. Nah, why is this more entertaining than EMEA? Bruh. I think Tribe was gonna win. This bro Jiggle is crazy, TT. Literally, Sim. Literally.
This is the Brawl Stars Championship. We're in the North America Monthly Finals, the first one of 2025. We've made it all the way to the Grand Finals with a team perhaps a lot of you expected, Tribe Gaming, and Havoc, a team that none of us saw coming and that has made an incredible run all the way here to now face off against these greats. But Tribe Gaming, nothing to shake a stick at. They've had a little bit of a rest.
Who's in Tribe roster is old Elevate. So is Luffy, Zeus, RBM.
Messing around when it comes to Grand Finals. So tell me, Uber, Kenny, we're getting into it with Tribe here. They've got everything on the line. Will they be the last team to fall to Havoc?
I mean, I just think this is so emblematic of what
Damn,
Havoc
you're on
have been
PC,
like
right?
the last couple of years. Each year, it's been the young guns that have come up, that have taken the scene by storm, that have understood the metagame and have put the time into becoming mechanical bosses, and also develop comps that counter out a lot of what the meta looks are. Someone must have kidnapped Ender at 18 because Vegeta is popping off. This Havoc team entirely are
Vegeta's
absolutely
momentum,
stellar,
yeah.
and they're crafting some great counter comps, against what we saw from Elevate. Tribe, though, are truly the final boss, and I can't predict against them still. They are, as far as I'm concerned, as of now, the top team in this region.
Now, Havoc here, they've got Prince of the Saiyans, they've got Diego Gamer in his name, and Evex to round it out. So much of what they brought today has been so exciting, Kenny. But tell me, what has excited you most about this team?
Honestly, the way they're doing
Secretly
it is just so
Luffy,
unique.
then
I mean,
you wouldn't be a
Havoc have
monkey in
been
that case.
a completely different roster than
Where the hell
did
did Sim go that fast?
Truly, that's made it this far in any of our grand finals. They're doing it their way. I mean, they're not some team that made it out of the upper bracket to get here. Tribe Gaming have been the most consistent, and unfortunately for Havoc, the reason Tribe Gaming got here is because of the insane amount of work, preparation, mechanics, and draft knowledge that they prepared. But heck, Havoc had done it twice already today. I'm still betting on Tribe. They were my favorites going into this. I'd kick myself if I changed my mind on that now, especially considering that they've been
Vegeta's
great today.
squinting.
But what's one more?
Crazy
I mean, if Havoc pulled
TT.
this off, it would be something special, and it would be a true parallel between a team and Tribe Gaming that Zeus was talking about it. Signed by his dream organization, playing in front of people with one of the biggest orgs in North America, and on the other end, they're the little guy. They're the upset, the guys that weren't talking about it. Boy, were they confident, and if you're going to talk trash, they certainly backed it up.
I mean, look at this here. But this is like what we saw last year, right? This is what NA was like.
Iris, you can at least
So
say hi
unpredictable. And all
before
these
you
free
come in
agent
here
rosters, like
with
you're seeing
some
here,
negative news.
yeah, the Taco, that's Juan Carlos' team, by the way. MTM is Motomami's FA. That is all players that basically ended up becoming part of that Elevate team and that Pioneers team, right?
Oh, Ace.
you know, these free
Okay,
agent
what is your
teams
negative
already
news,
last
Ace?
year were shaking
I don't need
things
a
up and
reminder,
winning,
Tori.
monthly
I know
finals.
it's
That's what's
still in the
impressive
game.
about them. We have a history in this region of underdogs, dark horses.
Just
taking things
lurking.
over.
Thank you for lurking,
Today,
Iris. I
maybe
appreciate
no
you.
different.
My babe, we've got our map pool and our game modes ready here, and from what we've seen from Havoc Gaming, have we noticed any trends of success, any maps that they seem to excel at, any game modes that they have an extra handle on here, Kenny?
If you can play Buzz, it's certainly been good to them. I mean, heck, they even rocked a Fang at one point, but Kaboom Canyon, and looking at this, triple,
that's
just
positive
to name a
news,
couple, you know, he
Ace.
can grapple onto those things. I think it's possible. Now we're even seeing Buzz enter the ban phase. I mean, we saw it with Elevate just a moment ago. I think it's going to be really hard to draft into Havoc, honestly. I mean, they've pulled out some stuff from the back burners, some brawlers that we literally haven't seen all weekend that aren't meta relevant. So how do you prepare against a team that's hiding that many well-kept secrets and playing them so well?
We've got our predictions right here, Uber. Maybe you can answer Kenny's question.
Yeah, look.
I
think
respect
a lot
it,
of us just
Ark.
felt like,
I respect
you know,
it.
What we've seen from Tribe is it's really hard to, in the first monthly final,
If Havoc beat
put another
Tribe
team
your
in
stream,
position to sort of take them down.
shit.
I appreciate what Ark's
Keep
doing.
your
Any
word.
one of us
I
has
will
to
be
do it
screenshotting it.
because, you know, voting with your heart over your head is very reasonable after what we saw in that last game. Tribe Gaming can also play Buzz. Just pick Buzz.
Hello, Ali.
Take it away. You know, again, I don't.
How you doing,
I honestly
little bro?
don't think it's like objectively. I think the reason why we joke
Oh.
about it because it's not
Okay,
objectively
Sam.
the best pick on a lot of maps, especially this one. But it's just been a stylistic decision for Evex, and he's just so talented on that brawler that he's been able to overcome some of the limitations that he faces on some of these maps. The open maps, though, I think you're alluding to it, Kenny, are just not appropriate to try and play Buzz in. It's just far too hard, and you just get lit up with poke damage all
Tori,
the time. But
you
hey,
have been
you can leave
screenshotted.
it in the drafts and then bring it out when it really matters. But to start this map, of course, Kaboom Canyon, a lot of the, you know,
Hey,
usual
Monkey, are you on
suspects
PC?
Jesse and Gale, brawlers that control that middle part of the map really effectively. Earlier today, we saw
Is that
Lily
potato
Ears
comp?
get a
Yeah, it
lot of
is.
value on this map. That was someone I think you've got to strongly consider banning, especially because it's a good option against anyone who's trying to use like an
I have faith in
style,
Havoc.
like Lily, for example.
They
We've
can
seen
make
a
it
bunch
work.
of teams just trying to run
Oh.
it down on some
Monkey, I
high
was just
stats,
gonna
put down
say
some
if like some ads start
options
when there's
here.
a game about to start, you can
And
skip the
Tribe
ads.
Gaming, of
But
course, you know, should have a really deep
you're not on your PC right now. Was bro screenshotting?
Definitely an interesting one to see
Axis, I'll show
unfold.
you what I
And to your point,
screenshot.
I think the only two teams who really talked about Buzz today have been Tribe Gaming and Havoc, so kind of interesting to see them clash. Will that be a factor? Will some of these surprise picks kind of come through in our band pick stage? Regardless, Tribe Gaming are where they are for a reason, and I honestly respect Ark for making this pick. He said
Axis
he's
is
going
at
with
work
his,
right now,
his heart
Monkey.
over his head, and honestly, after what we've just seen, I agree with you. Somebody's got to believe in these guys. It doesn't really feel like a 90% chance of Tribe Gaming winning this thing by any means. I mean, the
I hope
audience
this
still
goes to
siding
set
with the
5.
favorites. When push comes to shove and you're picking the team that has to win, that's the narrative you're going to get. However, what we don't get is how people feel about the score. I mean, genuinely, this is now twice where I
RPF
feel like
is
Havoc were going to
also
bring it to
eating
5. And
crazy.
sure enough, they win the first one 3-0, the last one a reverse sweep. These guys have made magic all day long, and I mean, it's down to one final match. Maybe they can do it.
Come on, Vegeta, we got a Tori stream on the line.
They need a couple moments here is what we're hearing from our League Ops admins. So You give them a chance to rest up a little bit here. See, Zeus is consulting the holy Bible of how to beat Buzz. For a matchup like this, I'm quite sure the Tribe Gaming have got what they need. An RBM, of course, whether it's a tank or, you know, a different kind of style of pick. Looks excellent. I do think that we've got to look very closely at the Ashberry comps on a lot of these maps. This one less so, but you know, when we're getting over towards Hot Zone, when we're getting over to those really sort of space control centric maps, that is a combo that probably just needs to be looked at in the ban phase and dealt with. We're at the point now in this game where there are simply too many brawlers to ban out. You cannot eliminate all of the quote-unquote, you know, busted brawlers from the mix. You are going to have to pick some. You're going to have to face some. That's just a, you know, a fact of the matter.
Oh, Sam, I was going to say, if there's some ads starting when the game is about to start, can you skip them or push them back or whatever?
It's that simple, right? We just gotta nail these 3 picks and hopefully it works out. It's hard, man. It really is. This game only continues to grow in strategy and
I think there used to be like a notification that popped up when ads are going to start for mods,
and everybody
but
becomes a little more evened out.
I don't know if it still works or not.
Of somebody running away with this region
Yo,
in quite
Senpai, how are
some
you?
time now. Back in the NA East, NA West days, it was even to that as well. There were at least 2 to 3 teams contending.
Am I rooting for Havoc?
We've come back together the last couple
I
of years to one
mean,
giant region, and it's just been
it'll be nice to see them win,
We'll see if that can come through one more day.
but I don't know.
Bracket versus the
I'm
big dog
happy
Tribe
for both
Gaming.
these teams, I guess.
Should be a real fun one to get underway. with
Just
this
'cause
grand
Vegeta's
finals,
the
but
GOAT.
I'm curious to see what happens. You never know. I mean, maybe Tribe Gaming are just them and they walk away with a convincing win. But nonetheless, Havoc has certainly shown us something to make us believe in them.
Yeah, we talked them up even at the
Hello,
start of the
lads.
day, I
How
think,
you?
about especially the mechanics, right? But I think what
I do gotta vote
they've
for
just had so
a
many
Tribe
great
here.
answers to certain brawlers in the pick and ban phase, and comps that suit
I'm
them
happy that Vegeta made it
themselves so
to
well. Again, it looks like they've got the entire brains trust in that one room. there,
final,
so
grand
they've
final.
got
So
access to a large number of intellects, maybe enough to power CERN, honestly. So they're in good hands there. But again, I do think, you know, having a large number of people to crowdsource opinions from, whether it's coach, analyst, or whatever, is really important. And clearly, whatever combination of minds that Havoc have been using to drive their macro strategy has been excellent.
wait, was he
Diego,
Sam?
bro. He's just
I
chilling
think
on his
I saw someone
own,
say that, but I
all
wasn't
the
paying
boys over
attention
there,
when it
obviously,
happened.
Diego's in Mexico, so obviously a bit of a trek, I think, to join the rest of his team. But you know, hasn't looked like
Yeah, they
that's
beat
affected
as every one
whatsoever.
is
This team is so locked in that they're on the same page. Let's see though
How you doing,
what our draft
lads?
has in store for us. Do you have any special looks left?
About
if you're a
Tribe Quad?
Gaming
Yeah,
team? I
this is
expect
grand
maybe
finals right
something
now.
in reserve. If Havoc do, I mean, that's even more impressive. Let's see. As Kaboom
Nah, Tori. You've already been screenshotted.
They're going to take their time getting
I'm
these
chilling,
bans through.
lads.
Every second matters, and these draft stages fly by so quick. Making decisions on the fly, one of the most challenging things. We'll see what each team locks in. Tribe Gaming versus Havoc. Match number 7 of the day in our grand finals.
Iris.
Maisie, Crow, Lola on that right
If
hand side.
Vegeta wins, you gotta get Tori to
They've
stream
got
so he
the
keeps
first
his
overall pick. Those
promise.
are the more unique ones, the more focused ones on the left-hand side. Gotta get rid of the Melody, gotta get rid of the Juju. Amber, probably not a frequent and, you know, a must ban, if you will, but I think definitely a good one to just kind of throw out.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I do think that a lot of these tough brawlers have been dealt with, but Gale's open.
Having get some
Cordelius is
Mexican
open.
dip, just crazy.
Mortis is an option on this map. You can even
On a
bring
bit,
down,
hell no, Tori.
on here or any other sharpshooter. Angelo pretty good. Remember, on
Tier
pure
3
offense,
players?
Angelo doesn't
Where's the
always,
tier
like,
3
have a lot of
players,
safe pressure,
Taj?
but is really good at controlling the map. You definitely
And
need
where's the
something
tier
like
1
a rate of
pros?
fire or something that can, you know, snowball the game out of control in your favor once you do get the control. Angelo is to get control, not to abuse it.
Definitely agree. It's
Juan
somebody
made it
that
the
solidifies
furthest
the matchup, not
in their
necessarily there
team,
for the
and
high
Vegeta's
save
not a
damage.
tier
You have to
3
look at other
player.
brawlers if you want to do that. I think you do need a good blend of it, but he can at least win the one-on-one duels.
What
which I
does
think
lurk do? It
is
just
very
shows that
important at
you
times, too.
have the stream
Tribe
open,
Gaming
but you're not
giving us
chatting.
2-3 turn, 8-bit going to be their selection, so very beefy for somebody like Angelo, for the Pipers of the world.
Yeah.
For the amount of damage they do.
He has
8-bit's
the-
so
the
healthy with
numbers
their
to back
baseline of,
him
like,
up.
10,000 health points that it's going to take them several shots, especially for somebody like Angelo, where it takes him a while to reload to that full potential. It's going to take a lot to bring him down. And also 8-bit phenomenal at high safe damage. Of course, the con with him is going to be really slow, so it takes him a little bit to get across that map, but once he does, you have to make it count.
But worth pointing out that when Angelo is charging a shot, he cannot heal. It counts as if he is in combat. So just a little bit of poke damage taken from the 8-bit. If Angelo wants to keep fighting, that damage sticks. you can't passively heal that off.
It's not glaze, it's
try and pull pressure
facts,
down.
Todd.
So,
Just like it's a
little by
fact that
little,
you're
they can
an
put Vegeta
actual
in a position where
monkey.
they will have to give up space if Vegeta can't consistently hit these shots. This is why it is quite strong against Piper as well. They can soak those shots. They have the health pool and the range to match some of the nastiest sharpshooters, and you don't want to be caught slipping by them. What are your thoughts on the thing that
Yeah, it's
come up
Lotus
here? I guess
drafting
you
for
can
them.
generate a lot of
Lotus
pressure.
is
Obviously,
like
it's
the
just
best
decent in its own
drafter
right, but surely Tribe Gaming
for
have to have had
everything.
something ready for
Yeah,
this, you know,
I am.
all-in
Because you act like a monkey, Todd.
Yeah, Colette's still on the board too, so
Like,
I wonder if right-hand side
the
just
gameplay
goes
is
ahead
right
and
in
scoops
front
us
of
up
you. You
one,
see them
two with a
playing
bit
good,
two to make sure that
and you
they
still
have enough
doubt
high
their
save
skills.
damage on top of that,
He's
but also
literally in
gonna
the
be a
grand
great counter
finals.
mechanism into this Lily. So that's kind of where my eye's going. I'm sure they're going to take their time, think this through it in the final second.
Pin
That's kind
message
of
is your
a baller to
question
keep my
too. I
eyes
don't
on.
remember what the
Instead,
pin
they're
is.
gonna go with
Ace.
Barry. That's certainly a way to apply a lot of pressure
You
to
act,
keep the Lily afloat,
Todd,
but
it's the monthly
again,
finals.
it's gonna be a
What does it
challenge to
mean?
get somebody
Their
like
first monthly finals and they're in grand
wins.
finals.
The Eve's
What does
gonna
that
be
mean,
good, I think, at
Todd?
doing something like an Angelo as a
What does
single
that
shot
mean?
brawler, you have all these extra projectiles. That could be helpful, but to your point, it's kind of like Angela, right? It's not really there for the high safe damage.
Yeah, just being able to traverse in and out of the middle part of the map is
Good,
just
Ryan.
kind of
You see who they
flexibility
beat to get there,
that,
right?
goes a long way. So it's Berry getting mixed up here. So this also means now you can actually use Lily to control the
They
middle of the
beat
map.
2
Berry stays
LCQ
safe
players
on the
and a
middle side of the
World
ball.
Finals
Lily
player.
comes in and is kind of sticky, hard to shift, and neither of these teams have any real wall
And they
breaks.
swept OG
So
second
that
and
obviously means
Charles.
that, like, someone like the Berry
Charles
would
was
say,
a Worlds player.
they are going to stay,
OG
so that's why it's important that you have
is
someone
OG.
that can just go around
And
and close
second
the
is a
games
Worlds
and blow them
player
up.
too.
Vegeta, a previous match MVP, I believe it. Sky on the screen here has been absolutely brilliant today. It's just great to see this level on display from NA, and it bodes well for the future because it doesn't matter who wins here. These teams are going to fall
OG is
into,
OG.
you know, legitimate threats on the world stage because, let's be honest, a really tough LCQ for NA. They didn't have the number of teams at Worlds that I think, you know, a lot of NA fans would have liked to have seen them, and a lot of those teams just fell short. SSG were frankly disappointing, and Elevate couldn't quite get there. And typically, Worlds has been dominated by East Asia, EMEA rosters, with the exception, of course, of STMN making it all the way back in 2023. So, you know, I think this is still a very good sign. It shows that the future is bright for this region.
Definitely a breeding ground for what we hope to be some more international competition. Like you mentioned, STMN in 2023 were a team that made it to the grand finals, but we've yet to have a winner emerge from this region.
Hyper,
We're here in our
welcome,
grand
welcome,
finals, folks, trying to get in now. And Tribe Gaming gonna have a substantial lead, I would say, but potential for damage on this right-hand end. RBM gonna be fighting with the Vex, who's playing
RBM
the Lily
looks
here.
sad.
Zeus on the back lines, and Havoc taking a little bit of control. Long way to go, though, if they want to try and eliminate this high safe.
I like the Berry. It means you no longer are just using Lily for a one-dimensional all-in ploy on the enemy safe. You can actually use it to stick around and be a legitimate threat here in the middle part of the map. Diego Game are going to be annoying, just working around these water. They're actually watery areas, by the way, for those that aren't familiar. So that's why that Eve and Angela respectively will be able to cross those without being hampered. And Diego Gamer, there it is. That Angela gives you the control, and pretty important considering there are hatchlings all over the bloody place. Diego will need to address those. God, the safe pressure's been very good.
Oh, no, it's
They haven't allowed Tribe to escape.
Yeah, I hope you're
quite
doing
yet.
well,
They're
Hyper.
going to hold on to the lead for now, but this is where things could get out of hand. It's going to be a dive forward. It's going to be one kill, and they need another one. Diego Gamer able to bring down RBM.
Nah, they
and
lose
now
in
they're
this game.
expanding. The pressure applied, 5%
Wow.
being shredded down. They just need one more sliver of damage, and there it goes. The final tick coming between Angelo and Barry. It was a close call. Came down to the wire.
Yeah, generally a great game. I love that we're seeing.
I was
like,
even paying
some
attention
mind
at
games now
the
happening with
beginning,
Lily.
but
Just when, you know, Tribe think that the Lily's just going to go over and hit the safe, they double back with a super and blow up one of the defending players before returning to their job. God, once you have control of the map, once you can use your berry just to keep throwing damage on the safe that simultaneously heals up the, you know, Lily that is hitting it, it's just really annoying to try and peel this off. And you've noticed on a couple of occasions, right? The Angelo is not shooting the safe when they can. They're instead wanting to make use of their shots and getting a player advantage, and they're shooting the opposing brawlers. They know they can get some damage, but it's not the best use of that uptime of Angelo. They'd much rather clear the way for the Berry and Lily to collapse onto the turret.
And they're playing through game number 2. As a point of clarification as well, we brought it up in yesterday's broadcast, but just know that competition is still good. It's just a spectator issue on our end. Getting into the game is where we're struggling. These players, all their internet issues are on their own, should be untouched. They're all, a lot of them playing together too. A little frustration coming out of Zeus's face. Certainly
I will
big
TT. Can you give me
in
one?
this grand finals. Here we go. This is our second game. Havoc with a small lead here, and red roster with some mid control once again.
Okay, here comes Diego wanting to push up now. Zeus, a little bit sticky here through mid, and Diego again not great. Sometimes on defense here. And
They're already
just
down
never really stop.
29%.
They just keep coming, fam. It is pretty absurd. They are going to be dealt with though, and Tribe Gaming need to really turn this mid control into some damage because look at their save. Luffy comes in.
If you can win Matcherinos, then you can get the Worlds because Matcherinos have all the NA pros in them.
And try and beat it on up. Vegeta now as well, just not quite there in time to give some healing to Evex, but that's still a good chunk on the save taken by Havoc.
Diego Gamer still working this right-hand lane. Vegeta alongside him, popping a hypercharge, but RBM somehow surviving it all, cycling in his super to get those frequent heals, and Vegeta is forced to use all of his resources, kind of travel with him, and finally he goes down. Barely
they've been
surviving.
using it a
Diego
lot
Gamer
apparently,
still
and it's
maintaining
working.
control in this mid, and Zeus put all the way back. What a frag there out of Diego Gamer.
I don't
That was a
remember
nice
who
extra
created the
bonus
Lily
out
and
of that
Hires.
Yeah, respecting of course the Sam
I don't remember who created it. I know you typed that like as I said it, and you got delayed, but yeah.
Evex was slowed up and drawn in, but they're still going to go over to the safe and do what they do best.
Yeah, I didn't
That
know.
was a little bit scary.
I didn't know how to join the team. Literally toxic. But now, low-key, that's the reason why I stuck it to day 2.
A great draft, again, making use of the Lily. It's just a component of this comp that is not being respected enough by so many teams, and they will be punished
They lost the
accordingly.
set. Crazy.
Beautifully done, Havoc, a solid lead and a great set.
Wow. Starting out 1-0 in our grand finals. What a crazy world we live in. I mean, I can't say enough.
Alright, warm-up game. You know, warm-up game. Tribe didn't play for like
they were more than equipped.
45 minutes.
Maybe not the favorites. I mean, I didn't think they were favorites going into it, but it didn't blow my mind that they ended up winning that one. Now that they've made it through the semifinals, now that they're here in the grand finals, the fact that they've had a lead at all, wild stuff. Tribe Gaming were the team to beat in this region last year. They got a couple grand finals under their own belt. And obviously 2025 is a new year though, everybody unproven, and Havoc certainly earning their turf and their footing here.
Absolutely. Love to see this. And this was really well-composed play from Havoc. I really like the picks they come out with. Excuse me. The Sam's always a wild card, but it's an RBM team. So, you know, I won't let that shock me too much. At no point did he really... was he able to really get on that safe? Even Vegeta in that instance there, making use of the super to shut the Sam down. And the best berries do understand what they have the damage to actually win out some of those encounters that, you know, Berry's not necessarily designed to succeed in. This is great though for the youngsters. Ark's got to be pleased about this one, an important first set taken in this grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. Ark thinking with his heart on his head.
Sounds
maybe
like
we should
TT
all
getting
follow
me in
Ark's
live to a
heart
new
here,
iPad.
but
Right?
Havoc gotta be feeling awesome. How does Tribe even begin
Should I
to respond
seriously
to this
don't
game?
even it's 22 today.
Get back to basics a little bit.
So
I mean,
I
the
pick
Sam
Lily
is a
and
bit of a
Heist.
risky play. I think that's a very
Yeah.
RBM-esque pick.
I don't
like
remember who
Uber
started
mentioned,
it, but I know
I
it
feel
was,
like we're
it's been
just
a
kind
thing for a while.
of zigging away while other teams zag. This truly has been so interesting. Every single set that Havoc have played, I feel like it's almost I mean, kind of a first time for a lot of things, right? I feel like they're bringing new things to the table. They're mixing it up.
They
with
can
the
be
bands and the pick
OCR.
stage. They're keeping teams on their toes.
Maybe.
And it's really working
Probably.
out. 1-0 lead for them. Now that we go into triple dribble, I feel like there's potential for so many crazy tank
I mean, you
options.
think
I
it'd
mean,
beat
we've seen
everyone
these guys
except
go with
like
the Lily all day, which
Humble.
is a little more of a surprise
right?
pick. I'm curious to see what Havoc throw at Tribe to make them kind of rethink things and reimagine on the fly.
I mean, Ash has got to be hotly contested on this map. We've just seen them with their hypercharge.
Make it monthly final.
propelled
I'll
into,
try to.
dominance. Lily here's great as well. It's pretty absurd to see like how much
Your draft is tier 2.
rather Gregory is
Tier
with the star
3.
power that gives them a shield when they come out.
My draft is lower tier
burst
1
down.
when I
They
actually
are
try.
legitimate nuisance
I'm not
here.
Lotus
Again, any
at
tools
all.
that can spawn other entities onto the map. You know,
Tribe is
the
just trolling for
variability
sure, for sure.
He has fallen off, I think, in their usage rate in NA a little bit, but obviously Nita is one that you sort of can't forget. I want to see Surge potentially as an answer to some of these tank picks and a way to really just sort of lean into and steamroll your opponents. And maybe, you know, a combined tank with heals if you want.
You've only drafted better than me a couple times, Sam.
Classic to you, but Havoc have shown us they can kind of play a bunch of
Like, you
different
did
pieces,
make a
so
couple Daryl calls.
I don't know.
I
Like, I
guess.
really don't think that they're going to be limited in terms of their brawler pool.
But I call
Totally
so many
agree. I
of
mean,
these
they've caught
drafts.
several teams by surprise today. They've caught us on the casting desk off guard with some of their
But
picks.
it's also weird
It's
because like you gotta
unpredictable.
draft
It's
around
really
your
difficult,
team
so I kind of feel for
too.
Tribe Gaming in
Hell
this
no,
instance.
Sam.
When
That
you're
is not true.
picking and banning, you're kind of going with the standard. I mean, but these guys don't play like the rest. I mean, it's part of the reason I think they've made it this far. I mean, just look at the band stage. We see Hank banned,
Literally,
Nina banned, and
lads.
on the other end, Larry
I've been
Laurie,
calling
who's a
these
good
drafts in
brawler,
like every
not
region
frequently
except
banned.
APAC.
Frank,
APAC
good
was
brawler,
doing their
not
own
frequently
thing, bro.
banned. So clearly, two of these teams have different ideas of
Okay,
how this is
General.
going to go than what our other teams do in this tournament.
I mean, Hank doesn't even have his hypercharge yet. I mean, and it looks really good. I get triple dribble is the kind of map I guess.
Oh yeah, I saw that. So I said that's crazy.
I mean, he's so susceptible to throwers. He's pretty weak against those. So I think the Havoc's picks make plenty of sense here. I don't
Who is
think we see a whole lot of
Saitama?
Frank, but obviously he's
I only know
ability
the
to
one
open up
from
the
One
map
Piece.
entirely. When it
I
suits
mean,
him,
One Punch Man. What the hell? I only know One Punch
go
Man
up against.
Saitama.
And that surge ban comes out in the end. I like the max pick here. Lets you take advantage of moments where your opponents are low on brawlers.
Hank ban is crazy.
Really feel like we haven't seen the Frank much either. It's just interesting.
Shut up,
considering
Labs.
coming into
It was a
the
miss-
fourth
a
most picked
miss-
across our other regions. Stu a very safe
misspeak.
standard pick in response. They're going to go with a double support combo.
He
It's
was
gonna be
in my
one that heals,
club?
one that speeds you
Huh?
up a little bit. Curious to see what they kind of pair
One
this with.
Bleach
I mean,
Z is
obviously, it's
crazy.
going to be something interesting. They banned the Nita and the Hank. I feel like that's very intentional. I feel like there's probably a brawler in mind that they've got. With the Frank banned on the other end, maybe it was that, maybe it wasn't. Like we mentioned, that Ashe pick is still available. So curious if Havoc scoop it up, if they go a different direction. We've seen them get aggressive all day long, so I'd be kind of surprised if they stray away from that.
Okay, Ashe is going to get taken away from Tribe here. Going for what?
Masters of Power League? That don't mean shit.
To look out for.
Trying to drop a ban
You can try
on Tired Duck, right?
to close the gap and blow up some of these brawls pretty well, especially like the high
Right,
mobility.
right,
brawls
right,
too,
right,
but That feels like a bit of a risk. You also don't have to play a tank with this.
What do you
Probably want
last
someone
pick
who,
here?
is going to benefit from being somewhat more static. God forbid.
You're mad at it?
Try and make
I
it
mean,
work here.
I literally couldn't get Masters Power League because my Wi-Fi was too bad.
like it a lot.
Like, I don't think I have any old clips from when I was actually playing Power League, but anytime I played, I had red bars on my screen the whole time.
And honestly, against like a Maisie and Stu.
What peak with your Power League? Like
I think it makes
L2
sense
probably.
too. I mean, I definitely see the picture. Max and Buster is honestly a very underrated duo in Brawl Stars. Oftentimes, you'll see that with a Gene and Knockout. Instead, we're going to get a Barry here, but Barry can kind of
One
keep
meme
himself
that made-
afloat with the amount of
ATT.
heals that he gets, so he's going to be able to power up Buster or Max and
TT,
charge his
my
super
favorite
that way.
person.
Going to have a little walking ground for Buster, who can walk up with a shield. They've also got the max speed, so you can
I would
speed plus
say
shield. That's an immediate
legendary
retake for
range, my
any
bucket,
composition almost,
for
especially
you.
ones with projectiles like the Maisie and Stu, as you mentioned. Here we go. Set number
Peak 3, D3, oh no, back it up.
in the early game, a gadget to go out, expansion and a little walkway coming down.
Buster doesn't beat Ashe though, does
Sides
it?
just looking for that first interaction kill.
Why do you Buster into
Again,
this? I don't get it.
enough to force FX away for the time being, but Tribe being corralled slowly. Look at Vegeta. Slowly working up for the south side of the map here. This is about to get all good for Tribe. In they come. Viego Gamer though.
What is? Oh my God! They just ran him over. What the hell?
Tribe Gaming, more than happy to play close together. They bust through the line.
I think they have to play as a unit. I think that's what makes them shine. Oftentimes, Max couldn't be able to be support for Buster, and now that they've got the barrier,
They just ran him over.
these aggro brawlers
They
can pick him
but
off immediately.
I'm not
Vegeta goes
repeating
down.
that.
The attempt for the second goal. Now an opportunity for Tribe Gaming to
Buster
dribble up
for
the map.
Maisie,
Ash gonna
fair
be
enough.
playing the lone defender as Vegeta
What's
respawns
up?
speed to go through. RBM gets the first.
You know what?
Zeus expands. RBM
You know
dashing,
what?
trying to dive back. Diego
I-
Gamer goes away, uses a gadget, but it's not enough.
All
They
right,
slide
Sam.
that ball through. A slick one coming in for
Okay.
Tribe Gaming.
I
Alright.
like that their comp
You
was
know.
resilient enough to deal with the fact that their
Ah.
action was to pick them and almost certainly going for was going to get banned from them or taken away from them, and they're still able to find something that works. And honestly, the Maisie pick plays.
Imagine being able to
into
scrim
Buster.
against this team though.
Buster takes space away from Maisie so well. I mean, her biggest strength is that she has relatively high damage and is very effective at range.
No, it was Sandy on Free Moon.
Also, as good as Stu is, they don't have a way to do damage outside of leaving trails of fire on the ground, outside of those shots. So, and Buster also just passively builds that super, Kenny. He just hangs out with his teammates, and all of a sudden, bam, he's got the wall.
So much retake potential. Here's one of them. Max speed being distributed. RBM popping a gadget. He's looking.
Oh my! Wait, Diego. Diego.
Bring two of them down. Vegeta versus Luffy.
Keep
on
your
the
team in
right-hand
the
side.
game. Why was
Super
that
available for
dash?
Vegeta. He's gonna
Kill
cycle
the
this in
Max,
and
kill
out. He's
Max.
ringing around the Rosies for Luffy as he tries to maintain some ground, buying as much time as possible so Zeus and RBM can respond appropriately.
Okay, well, Zeus trying to control this space a little bit more, at least hamper the movements of Havoc to come forward. Will help us there, going to be cleared.
But Diego's been playing for like a couple years in comp scene, Taj.
Vegeta, a bit of a nuisance in mid, a bit of a hypercharge coming out from Berry, though, and you've got the safest of safe zones to play amongst. Well, you'd think so. RBM, though, actually gets burst
Oh my god, Diego's so good.
Plenty of time for Havoc to regroup.
A little bit of a team wipe too.
I don't remember who he used to play with, but he's been playing comp for like 2 years.
Give his team a little bit of ground. Before this, we saw that ball being pocketed on that top left-hand side. And so it's going to be in control for Havoc. They can either keep it there, dribble it out. For now, I think they're just
It'd be nice if we could watch the rest of the game. Did he lose?
Hard to say, of course, but
No.
I think ultimately it's still 0-0 in this game. Number 2 is convincing
They're
one
still
for try
playing.
off the start, but a lot of dashing in and out.
Bro,
Just
give us an iPad view, please. Please give us an iPad view.
Yeah, definitely still a lively game that's being held. Maybe another very hypercharge being used there. I'm seeing a very large field of that healing.
It's
so
ads here.
getting put on now is-
I just know a lot of Mexican players play like
closely out of score.
a lot of
Strike
Mexican
team,
players
they get
switch
forward. Yeah, looks like they get themselves a
teams
goal.
with each
Nicely
other for
done.
fun.
That's going to make this quite the interesting game.
Gonna be a reset here. Here we are casting off the tablet screen of Zeus as best as we can, but at least it gives us a glimpse into what's going on. Yep, that's what's going to
Guys, they're gonna give you
1-0.
buzz it.
15 seconds on the clock. Vegeta
Oh.
working the left hand in. Diego Gamer super available, and it's Ash there to try and strike them down. It's a
Diego
reflection from
Posture
RBM.
sucks.
Zeus
Is
going
it?
for
I
the
wasn't
super
paying
low
attention.
HP, and that ball kicked away. It's in Zeus's hands. He throws it back at Vegeta. Not going to be able to cover the
Look at that
distance
ping.
in time.
Oh my
This time It's
god.
going to be Tribe Gaming.
Give me that ping, bro.
Okay, I'd love to see that. Some life in this Tribe team. There was no way they were going to get swept by this Havoc team. A little bit of a misstep in map 1, but now I think they have a bit of a better sense of what they're dealing with. And maybe Havoc kind of picking up the Ash into their comp works against them. Maybe they don't really have a shell that works all that well with it. You can see here there's nothing that sort of like ostensibly synergizes with the Ash, nor sets it up for success. These are all, in a nutshell, or in a vacuum, excuse me, three very, very powerful brawlers. The Stu, the Ash, the Maisie. But together, they don't quite synergize the way the Tribes comp does.
Feels like a real sink or swim, right? They're all on their own. If they're getting the kills and they're running it down properly, it's going to work out. But Tribe Gaming more than equipped on defense, I think, between the Buster, the Max, and the Berry. As long as all of them are sticking together pretty closely, I think for more times than not, it's going to work out for them. I think this is a really strong composition, one that definitely didn't come to mind immediately, especially for triple dribble, but I love this Max Buster synergy.
It was funny. RBM just hit him with the gadget, and then Barry comes up with the super finishes him.
100%. I already enjoyed what we saw out of the draft here. It definitely helped Tribe that they were so flexible and bounced back from a bit of an awkward pick being taken away from them.
Yeah, I was just looking back at Havoc's earlier matches, seeing how they'd done in Brawl Ball. That was 2-0 in games over Code OG, and they went 2-1 with Elevate there. So not what they wanted to see in that game mode for sure, but hopefully their momentum hangs tight through this one. What are you expecting to see as we head in, Kenny?
Oh no,
overall, I mean, that's a pretty
bro.
good spot for Havoc. Considering they took the first one, sets themselves up for a little bit of a
Kinda
cushion,
in
but
disbelief, but GG's to Havoc. We'll try again next month. No need to be in disbelief. After this Havoc performance against Elevate, they clear you any day. That's actually insane.
So gotta see continued success from Havoc in this draft stage. I think that last set, probably one of the ones where it didn't necessarily work out as well. 3 really good brawlers on the map, but like we mentioned, just kind of know
Who said that? It's on Twitter. Under
OG's
OG's tweet.
You gotta really run it down, make sure you're getting every single opportunity and kill. Can't give up an inch.
Who owns Havoc owned
Tribe Gaming
OG's
showed it. They're gonna
team.
take a mile.
100%. I think that they have a redundancy built into their comp such that the cheeky play of like, okay, so it's one thing if you're Havoc to know what Tribe are going to pick. You know, like you see the draft play out.
OG said he was in disbelief for losing, and someone under his comment said they own him any day.
Necessarily should steal that tank away because there are enough.
Who owns the
tanks
org? I don't know who
or
owns
stuff
any
that are just
orgs,
made
Taj.
vastly more powerful on virtue of having max speed and Berry to heal them. So, you know, just taking the Ash away obviously wasn't enough to stop them. On a map like this, it is Ring of Fire. It's a bit more open. It's not like dueling Beals per se, but the same strategy is still valid. You can still try and set up like a healer tank composition. I can't believe we're going back to this era. Poker double tank used to be such a oppressive setup and one that was abused frequently in this region. Here are our bans though, and again, none of the components of this tank and healer combination have been looked at. It's the kind of map where 8-bit definitely gives you a good start in comp.
As a first overall pick, pretty
Literally
interesting. I couldn't
insane.
help but chuckle. I mean, throwback to
Actually
the Poco double
insane.
tank days back in the blind format. How far we have come in just a few years over. Pretty
That
wild.
was a
Lose
shot,
to a very
bro.
standard one as well. Since Tribe Gaming were the first overall selection in our draft, they get more
A Draco
pointed with their
game?
bans. It's not necessarily always
Fair
the next 3 best brawlers.
Have we
It's
even
more
seen a
of what do we
Draco
want to get rid of to kind of set
today?
ourselves up for success here? And again, 8-bit,
Oh,
a very solid
never mind.
brawler. I think a really good one and maybe an underrated one to the public's eye. Somebody that's going to get utilized a little bit more in our pro scene.
Oh,
But I
SSG
just
call
don't see it
uploaded? Let's
frequently
see.
drafted on this map, and especially as a first overall pick.
Maybe it's a good thing we didn't see Draco.
The Draco come in here.
Draco Gray?
Tells us kind of
It's an
what we need to know. I
8-bit.
mean, this is a brawler that you're expecting to see get eliminated, but it's really good at just taking up a lot of space and spending a lot of time on the point. Also, once Draco gets into the enemy bushes,
Really,
it's
Touch?
such a nightmare to deal with.
Who are
them.
we missing?
They're in
That's
dragon
actually good
form,
at the
they're
game.
Obviously throwing those cones of fire. And Colette here is going to come in. I think the star power push is
Colette.
really
I mean,
good. She's great at shutting tanks down. And
yeah,
you know,
but
while 8-bit
no.
isn't strictly a tank, they have the health pool that allows Colette to be at her most effective because she does percent maximum health damage. So you have good pressure on these tankier brawlers. You have the ability to
loading.
displace people and some sustain with her gotcha gadget.
Great call out with the star power, and I think Colette, like you mentioned, 8-bit is not labeled as that, but has the health pool to certainly be countered
There's
by
the
Colette. And
berry.
traditionally in other
What
maps
did
and
he
modes, I would
last
say
pick
it's more of a
here?
heist interaction that we see, not necessarily a hot zone interaction.
Amber
because
is
Colette can
banned.
be a
I don't
little
know
more
what's
rare,
thinking
but
Amber
I think
though.
when they pair this with Draco, would have been one of the better ways to do with Draco too.
See,
so
me and
kinda
Labs
get a
were
little
thinking the
2-for-1
same
value
thing.
out of that turn. Barry, a solid selection.
Eh,
We know how
Nita?
good this
I don't
brawler
know
is.
about
Went
Nita.
right through the roof this weekend, one of the
Probably
most frequently
blaming his
played
loss
all
on
of
lag,
Legends
bro.
leading
He's
to
not
today.
stabby,
Of course,
though.
North America has been no exception.
All right. Well, I think that's
How is Nita
healing
great
pretty
against
good
Colette?
even if those large health pools aren't. That's not really a factor against she really interacts with. So, giving your teams more staying power and Surge having these windows of invulnerability where you can pop up.
I don't
get
really
level
like
and sometimes
Surge,
land on someone
but
doing that extra damage.
there is a
It's gonna
Draco,
be very
so
powerful.
maybe.
This Tribe Gaming comp is we are setting up shop and we absolutely don't want to leave.
You could
kind of
Byron
style.
this, low-key.
That doesn't mean necessarily they've got anything built in here that, you know, like will answer obviously what Draco can do with that gadget that will allow him to stay alive for that extra couple of seconds. And Vegeta's hoping the Tribe
Picker
line up
ban
free,
Barry,
so those
yeah.
impalements can be as effective.
Oh my, bro.
Byron will
You
be,
see,
in
Labs?
here.
You see this?
Byron really feels like he shuts down that healing with his own super. Obviously, that sort of that burst of damage is big, but also that damage over time can negate, you know, what Barry tries to provide for his team.
I was kind of scrolling through in my head some of the more played
Like
brawlers
Maisie
this
over
weekend, and I was really
Surge?
looking for a mid,
Probably.
somebody that not necessarily there to be aggressive like the Draco, for example, but
Yeah,
somebody
Malaysia
kind of to lead
Byron.
the team. Gus came to mind, but Byron, I think, to the same effect. And honestly, the more I think about it, I think to your point, I like it a little bit better.
Low
replacing
tier
that
one
Barry
drafting
healing a little
Labs.
bit more. Not
Both of
necessarily
us.
easy to bring down something like an 8-bit, but I think it will power up the Draco pretty well to add to his already great survivability.
Okay, here we go. Once again, it's playing around these healing fields. RBM able to dodge some damage and get up to the point. And again, Zeus
Holy
just keeps moving that
lag,
healing
bro.
zone up with RBM. Hard hitter. RBM obviously can pop up and dodge that damage, but wasn't able to avoid that time to collect there from Diego Gamer, who actually is opted for the shield instead. So a little bit of a different selection in star power. Still very effective for sustain and survivability.
Byron going to be a good synergy with Colette as well. It's something historically we've
Good
seen in
clips
Heist,
from
but I
Luffy.
don't know, Ring of
Oh,
Fire
Zeus
might
got
work
hyper.
too. So far, so good for
Oh,
Havoc.
oh my god, bro.
Responding with a lot of ground control.
Nah,
All the
so
buttons of ice cream
cooked.
going down from the intergalactic unicorn. This is impressive stuff.
Okay, I was about to say, how's RBM so low?
Counteracting the effects of the healing, right? Tribe cannot just simply just spam heals and survive this. So I really love this comp from Havoc. These guys have honestly really thought it out. And they're putting some of the professional coaches to shame here, I've got to say. Diego Gamer's not going to walk away. but
Some of the
look at that
professional
swing lead
coaches
effect.
is shame.
Probably has a
Wait,
gadget that
which
can
team were they
do
talking
heal.
about? Havoc?
Heal as he goes into dragon form
I mean, they
star
both
power is
have
pretty darn
good
clutch, and
coaches,
now he's
right?
vomiting damage in the direction of
I don't know who
Tribe.
coaches for
And
Tribe, though.
cycling those supers. Now Havoc have reached, I guess, a critical mass of strength.
Yeah, this is grand finals
Percent
mythical.
climbing. They're doing phenomenal work. Vegeta there to keep his teammates up.
They have Lotus. What do you mean? Wait, who drafts for Tribe? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why 8-bit is not on the other step part. Oh, it's not Lotus. Let's see. They drafted for Elevate.
So good from Havoc.
Interesting.
What better way to counteract that persistent healing than just throw this Byron damage in? And presumably, if you're taking the star power that lets you, penetrate with your shot every now and then, you're inflicting that ticking damage.
Yeah, Vegeta's cooking it.
It's kind of scary at times. The berry is able to be more aggressive, and the rest of the tribe can come forward with that hypercharge. But outside of that, there's no guarantee that it's going to be enough healing to keep them healthy on the point.
And game number 2 underway. We'll get in there whenever we can, folks. But for now, it's going to be Havoc with a 1-0 lead. And, the more we've gone into this,
send them stop the ads. I'm just kidding. We can't even see what's going on here. It's okay.
The draft has been crazy today. It's been out of the box thinking. They truly have put everything into thought, and the execution's been great. I mean, no complaints from me at all, regardless of the result in their grand final. I think these guys have escalated up the power rankings for North America for sure.
If you've seen on Twitter, Vegeta sort of posted
really, lads?
An iPad.
BO3, no, it's BO5, Taj.
And, pretty well-known Brawl Stars.
Wait, Taj, have you been... Okay, I was about to say, have you been watching at all today? I think it's BO5, so...
Now, we weren't able to load into that game, which is, unfortunate.
I might honestly be try, bro.
Again, with the power of my 2 eyeballs, I'm going to try to relate to you exactly what is going on here. I must say that Tribe not looking quite as animated as we saw from them early in the day. They definitely are locked in. And you can just see how effective all of that berry splash over the point is.
Nah, that's actually insane.
Yeah, honestly, putting in that investment of a new tablet to good work. For now, it's going to be Tribe with a narrow lead.
I need a new tablet.
20%, they have to hold on here, though. Job's not finished. Luffy.
Nah, wait. No, they got time.
This could be a retake from Havoc.
Oh, it's going to be tough. RBM's going to be able to at least trade 1-for-1 here. Just needs to step on the point for a couple of seconds.
RBM,
the fact that he gets everybody with the help of Luffy is going to be more than enough to secure things there. Nicely done from Tribe. Good way to fire back here on Hot Zone.
To your point, honestly,
Sophia Love, crazy.
These fellas are locked in.
RBM moment, bro. Who's surprised there's an RBM moment?
Their names were known, but they weren't the guys in this region. They were A guys for a while. They were competitors for a while. Now they've got a target on their back, and they're facing down some new blood from North America who have more than proven themselves today. It's just a different mentality when you're coming into a region where you're supposed to be the guy. Having expectations versus not having expectations changes everything.
RBM's in a bit of an annoying spot here. That one eventually gets broken through, and now FX doesn't really have anyone to challenge him. The Byron heals.
The only one who, the only player here that really didn't have too much, I guess, is Diego. Unless he had expectations from like his homies or whatever. But I guess like no one really knew Diego was gonna join unless you're in a comp scene, I guess.
Yeah, of course, Luffy on your screen. RBM as well, who's definitely had some difficulty, I think, so far in this game.
I enjoyed the part where I could actually watch the game.
There's enough healing set up behind a Draco that is in super.
Diego's back is cooked, bro. Look at that.
They are chilling. That point is blue. That's a pretty good sign.
Yeah, I think you're right too. I'm gonna need everybody at home to join in with me as I have my fingers crossed right now.
Wait, who, Taj?
Hoping we can jump back in here. Bear with us, folks. But yeah, it does kind of look like a little bit of a back and forth. I'm really trying to use my terrible vision to kind of zoom in on that Zeus screen and see what the percentages were looking like.
Yeah, I think Tribe might actually just put this into their favor here. Now, of course, really starting to get cooking with this berry healing. There, look at Zeus spinning like the best.
Really?
That looks like they've.
I mean, I was only in the first fantasy server. I wasn't in the new one.
That means they're in a good
So
spot.
I wouldn't know, to be honest.
Here, so I like how things are looking for them now. If I was a betting man, which I'm not, I'd put it all in on them.
Looks like percentage points ticking up for the red side. Now back to blue. Again, bear with me, folks. There's a reason I wear glasses, and it looks like the final few.
Wow, that was close, bro.
Been a close game, 100%.
Holy.
But in this set, Tribe Gaming will take advantage. It's gonna be a 2-1 lead for now.
Oh, they're working for it.
Literally, Axis. It's a just chatting stream.
Come on, man. Like, why is this so hard?
What a match! You know, I love how close it was. It was very action packed. Holy sets.
Pushed like this by Havoc. Come on, man. Like, dude, I get it. But that's what competition is all about. That's what the BSC is all about, especially in this
Okay,
region.
call it Sam.
What a game that we saw.
Call it
RBM
Sam,
and
call
Luffy
it.
With unreal levels of damage. Enough at least to cut through, this healing that Vegeta was diligently providing to the rest of Havoc. Healing like crazy and also putting out 313 DPS is no mean feat. I'll say that much. But once again, the Berry comp just seems a little too good. And I hinted at it. I think it was back during Brawl Balls that you don't necessarily need a tank to combine with this Berry. It's the kind of map where just have these hard healing brawlers, maybe with a shield gadget here or there, there's some invulnerability frames, and you're cooking.
I know you
I think
called
it's a
it.
good point out of you. Honestly,
I'm
Barry's
just
kind of
yapping
proving
right
his
now.
own worth in, especially in Hot Zone,
First
where
one into
it's a
BSC,
control-based
and we
map.
still
I
can't
think
spectate the
Barry can
games
kind of
correctly.
stand alone and shine for what he brings to the table, the healing or just keeping himself up. The longer you can keep your teammates in the middle, well, the better for you.
And I gotta ask you guys, touching on the attitudes you can see on the player cams, like you were Uber.
Stop
Zeus,
asking them. Say something for
team earlier
yourself.
on, laughing, joking. You know, we see a little of that when they squeak out a victory here. But who is it ultimately of these three players that's going to be responsible?
I
for
don't
kind of turning
understand
the tide
either
of the attitude on the
ZGs.
team? Or is it Killer off in the corner, the coach, bringing his competitive experience to bear here?
No, I mean, I would, if it needs to be someone that drags them up, I think it would be Luffy, right? But I think this team is probably feeling pretty good, albeit tired, but I think they're probably feeling pretty good about the result previously. RBM doesn't strike me as the most sort of, animated individual. But again, sometimes you need that cool head on the team as well, especially when he's the one that's being put in the tank role, which is often the most important. We get a bit of lay cake here. We have
What's the
had lay
requirements?
cake in the BSC
I mean, being a
for
caster
long
is
time.
different
It's a
from
bounty
being the
map that you
host.
can actually play
I think to be the host, you just gotta have
hideout where it's all about these sharpshooters at long
you know,
range. Kenny, we get to
just
see a little
have
more
some
close
kind of
range comps on this map.
fan
Even
base.
some throwers mixed in even more.
For
True,
sure, I think that's
lads.
one of the reasons I always enjoy kind of seeing a flare of it in the BSC is because it's so contrasting to
Literally
the Shooting Star-esque
exists.
maps, right? Where it's the Pipers, the Bells, the Nanis of the world. At least historically, nowadays with the draft, we get some crazy stuff out there. But this is a map where I'm going to look out for Kit as a realistic option. I think this is the time and the place where that could be a realistic ban or a pick. We see Kit, Daryl, and some other combinations as well work out quite well.
She
So
still
there's
should
a few
have
different
some
directions
kind
you
of
can go,
knowledge
including the
about the
throwers that you
game,
mentioned.
though. Lambo.
Will be,
So I just be like,
just a
oh,
second.
what do you think
Again, this is the
about
kind of map where, like, there's no reason
our
to not
tribe
play
is
tanks, but I think
winning
Buzz is
or
particularly
whatever? the
dangerous
fuck?
here because
I
of
don't
those
know.
walls.
Mhm.
His hypercharge can allow him to really get across the map and also dig people
But
out.
no,
So
you should at least give
also,
them like
Buzz
some
can
kind
charge
of
his super
like
passively by being
give them
close
some
enough
kind
enemies on
of something
the
to
outside
work
of
with,
things
bro.
that
Like this is
a lot of the time when
terrible.
there are going to be engagements, he's going to be ready to throw down and get a stun. But it's bounty, so you don't always want to take the risk of your tanky brawler just getting picked off by thrower pressure or something similar. Such a varied amount of brawlers being banned here, but most importantly, that Gene Max combination is not on the table for this team.
Yeah, I think that's a good call as well. Gene Max can be very solid. This would be a map as well where that kind of Gene Max Buster synergy has been very solid. Another Byron selection. This is the first overall pick for the right-hand side, so it's going to be a 2-3 turn for Tribe Gaming. No Janet available, and of course, the menacing Juju is going to be removed from the equation. Also love seeing RT on this map and this mode, so definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit and pull out something a little more creative.
Okay. I mean, obviously they can still go with these very comps, right?
We definitely want to hear from Axis saying Grom game, Grom game, Grom game. Grom is not banned, Grom game.
It was brought out in that last map.
Janet is banned, Sam.
I think it might be their answer to mitigating this constant aggressive healing that's being used by Tri Gaming, but on its own, it's not the silver bullet you're looking for. It's not the answer to that. It just goes a long way to counteracting it. Luffy here, I mean, yeah, telegraphing that this team wants to basically just cycle some supers here, lock people up, and be really scary.
Thank you for the
whether
like,
on
Duck Duck.
offense or defense.
Workhorse back in action. They're going to pair this with Lou, so They can kind of remove the
I hate
takes on the
layer
other
cake.
end if they want. That's gonna prevent
I'm not gonna even try to
injuries,
draft layer
to tell
cake
Havoc to be
or
a little
Gem
fearful
4.
if they do
Like
go that
I'll leave that
direction.
to Sim.
To your point, I mean, Barry has made me a believer this weekend. I think Barry has been very solid, and the numbers show it that he's one of the more pick brawlers.
You didn't know that Barry was a solid pick already, Kenny?
And if
Ain't
he
no
doesn't,
way.
I think on a map like this, where assuming there's no wall
No,
break, depending on what
fucking
Havoc
layer
would do
cake is
here,
ass, bro.
I think it can still work out for him pretty well.
Okay. I mean, you say workhorse. More like the work unicorn leading the way.
Literally X's.
There's no reason to stray away from this. If it's not drawing a ban, if it's not being respected, then you can abuse it. But now, Kenji has someone who's really going to allow him to play ultra aggressive in people's faces. Kenji also, has invulnerability frames himself during a super. And when he reappears, being able to maybe get a Byron super to back him up means that, like, there's not... What are you supposed to do to stop this guy? You're going to freeze him solid as Luffy? That's an option.
Hank.
Oh, we got the Hank. It is happening, folks.
Zero chance for what?
This is the map for it. It's probably one of the
Literally,
best
it's
maps for Hank. One of the only maps that you can really make him work and try. Well, they didn't think to ban it.
I believe this is the second
Why do
time
we
we've
keep
seen him
going
on
Hank?
this map today. I believe he showed up in our quarterfinals. It's a really interesting one. So we're gonna go Byron double tank, and say what you want about Kenji. He does have the health points, I think, to be considered that, especially with the self-sustaining shots that he has. But Hank is kind of menacing on this map, especially when there's no real easy way to get quick kills on him. He's got a lot of health points already. He can hide behind these walls, pop out with a bubble at a moment's notice. Now he's got Byron backing him too. Byron's gonna have to be really focused though. He's gonna have to really distribute the heals for both of these guys to give them a long-standing chance. I don't know if you're Tribe Gaming. Why not the Ash? Good brawler.
Weird.
You're one of the best in the world with him. Yeah, I'd say go for it.
Yeah, the most, and again, Hank wants to be the one that's sort of, out and sort of dictating the game. I've used that phrase a bit here, but what I mean is that Hank is really vulnerable in between those balloon bursts.
I want to
while
play
he's charging
Eve on
up
layer
balloon.
cake.
So try and get him to run him down. He actually doesn't have the DPS to stop this comp with all his healing in its tracks. What it does have, of course, is that burst damage that can blow a brawler up or half health a tank like we just saw there. But when Tribe decide to go, especially if
I do
there's
like the
a
Byron
super,
pick.
a hyper being put down, there's not a whole lot that Frank can
Nah,
do.
they're gonna
Frank
lose
can
this.
really do to argue with it. Arbium's dead here.
They're gonna lose this.
And the connection with that bubble. Zeus is in deep trouble. They get hit by both slashes of that super. And things are going about as bad as they could for Tribe.
That's okay.
I mean, they even use a super there to try and freeze Kenji, and it's not enough. He just skates away. He uses his regular shot, doesn't even exhaust anything. There's RBM getting one for his team, but it's still 7 stars for the other side. RBM gonna match this. Blue star now the only separator here. Immediate bounce back from Tribe.
Yeah, and now you've got this map control. Wait. Operate both tropes. One of them with the Ash, the other one with the Lu. And Diego can't actually get close enough to get big bubbles.
Wait. RBM decided to turn his flower on.
There's a lot of little helpers that can be downed with a slash, but again, easy enough to dodge that super. Zeus is
Bro was about to have 7 stars.
Oh, buddy,
Nah.
Hank might not really have a say in the matter, Kenny.
Ain't no way he's about to have 7 stars, bro. That's crazy.
And now he's got another Ash back right-hand side, and it's just enough to get a kill. Match point going to Tribe Gaming.
Wouldn't it truly be the ultimate flex?
Bro, he's literally the best tank player. Literally the best tank player.
BSC monthly finals, be underestimated by everybody. Win all the games up until the last game, and then pick Hank and troll. Doesn't matter what the result is. Don't worry about the rest of it. We sort of cut the end of the clip off at the Hank pick, but I mean, it's the ultimate flex. Honestly, what a way to stick it to the establishment to get into a match point scenario and play Hank, bro.
You're making it hard not to cheer for him, Uber. I mean, that's
no way you think he's only good on one brawler charge.
How can you not pull for him?
Yeah, I know, but they're playing Hank, which is tantamount to trolling at some point. I'm gonna be honest with you. They are going to have to really set Diego game up for great success, and you can heal obviously pretty well.
Yeah, I did see. You can actually like do stuff during his super now, right? Access.
Sometimes it's a little bit scary to be back to back with the brawl that gets a lot of attention. So RBM's going to be kept honest for the next few seconds by that super. You notice that they are picking down in some damage, but here comes Diego Gamer. Where that bubble going, we know already. And players at this level also.
Is damage shot? Oh, I didn't see that part.
Charging a bubble behind him.
Wow.
RBM knows how much
I love the
space
part where I
remains,
can see the
even though
game.
there is no bubble between them at that very moment. It's sort of gets flicked across them. So you'll notice that RBM is purposely maintaining a staggered
There's
distance
Ash,
away
bro.
from Hank.
He's literally him on every tank.
In this game
Except
already
maybe
playing
Hank.
out very
Who
differently
knows?
than our first. I feel like a lot of kills are going underway, and we obviously hit that 20-star
No, this Wi-Fi of whoever's
on to this
spectating
next
is
point.
actually
Today,
worse than my
Windows game number
Wi-Fi.
2 will be the end of our
Who
monthly
would've
finals,
thought?
and Tribe Gaming will be crowned Kings of North America once again. They're the defending #1 seed, obviously under different stripes and a new organization name. But Havoc have certainly been spunky. They've shown a lot of flair and are definitely a team that I'm be looking forward to regardless of what happens here today and upcoming months.
I'm just saying it would be so based just to troll with Hank in a game like this. I don't know. I would like that. Anyway, it does look like there's a couple stars being picked up here by Tribe. Oh, there are a lot of stars.
This
I think
production is
on
ass.
Luffy there right now, if I'm not mistaken. They're smiling. Okay, I like that.
I mean,
Still kinda locked in,
they
though.
switched it from
Still playing
the
far
the
up on the
website
map. Ooh, yeah,
from
hell of a
Twitch
game.
to
We're heading into the countdown. Kenny, the
YouTube.
final
So
moments here. Havoc have gotten close with a blue star. They need more than just a 2-star.
all the
They need
viewership
to
is
pick
on
up two
YouTube
people
now.
or Luffy, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh,
And Tribe Gaming pull away. 8 stars.
you know, it would have been nice to actually see what happened there. Great grand finals. Thank you.
They're going to continue to be
I loved
North
watching
America's
it.
#1 leading off in 2025.
Oh man, I mean, it takes a lot to be a champion here in the Brawl Stars Championship of NA, right? Not only do you have to take on your ghosts of your past, these teams of yesteryear, the ones that have been nipping at your heels the whole time.
Thank you,
but then
production.
Pivot on the back foot and immediately address the threat of a team coming out of absolutely.
It was
bloody
great to
nowhere.
see all the action happening
Really
in
put them to
in
the
time.
test. Honestly, put many teams to the
Surely, like the
getting rid of
players
Elevate.
can just like
They just
record
pulled
the
up short against
the
Tribe.
games.
The Hank pick, a head scratcher, one I'm sure they would sooner forget.
Clear difference here in the stat lines. 5 kills. The entirety of Havoc in that final set. 9 kills for RBM. He outpaced him. Luffy as a Lu outpaced the entire team. I mean, this
Okay,
is
Sim.
simply a huge
Now predict
difference in
Stabby Dog going to Worlds.
Major credit to Havoc. They were a lower seed in this tournament. They did not make it through the upper bracket, but here they are standing 2nd place in the region and a huge start towards our midseason Brawl Cup.
Yeah, Havoc has really shaken things up and set a line in the sand. That is going to be a lot for other teams. to
Nah,
live
no,
up
no,
to,
no, no,
but
no, no.
Tribe, I'm happy for them because they had a lot to prove coming into this, not just against the
100% remove
roster
FC House.
of Tribe
True.
Gaming, not just against everyone else that be coming from that #1 seed, but against this unexpected threat now from Havoc, and it's an incredible story. They rose to the occasion, and I'm glad to see them make it all the way out here. But gentlemen, you've watched this team year over years. You've seen these people play. What do you think of the performance they brought here today, Uber?
Look, just really rock solid. This is exactly what you want to see a team who've come off a break after being the best team in this region. It's quite clear to me that Tribe have
We will
kept their
be in the
sights
FC
squarely
house.
on, really performing internationally and aren't just satisfied with being the best here. So I'm sure they're going to be happy. Hey, it's 100 circuit points. It's really important. But their eyes are set on Brawl Cup in mid-year and, of course,
It
those World
says
Finals.
Sophie.
You want to have your
Ali.
sights set high if you're a team like Tribe Gaming, such that, teams here domestically don't have a chance to catch up to you because you're still pushing yourself harder and harder to compete internationally.
That is so
Kenny, I
cap
have to ask you,
Taj.
you've been keeping track
So
of
cap.
the drafts, the picks, the bans. Tell me a little bit about the variety that we've seen out of North America.
Havoc
this
did well
weekend.
today.
I feel
I
like
agree.
after watching all 4 regions of this first monthly finals for all of them, this has been the widest variety of brawlers that we've seen out of all of them.
I totally agree, and honestly, I think Havoc's survival is.
Tribe went 3-1 every
Yeah,
single
honestly,
game.
I mean,
It's
these guys
crazy.
have reinvented the wheel a little bit when it comes to draft. We've seen brawlers that.
What do you mean, bro? Taj, I've been here for too
So I think that
long.
certainly changes things up. I'm interested to see how it all
Ain't
tallies out after
shit
this 4th and
happening.
final monthly final for our opening month. But nonetheless, a lot of fun, entertainment value. at
Shut
10
up,
out of 10 for
Sophie.
sure.
You fucking monkey.
And we've had some thrilling games here. If you're just tuning in now, you've got a lot of fun VODs
True,
to watch.
Sam.
But I would stick around because we have an interview with Luffy right now.
Is it on
from
streaming later?
Tribe.
Nah, I'm gonna take a break because the new season is supposed to start tomorrow or on the 25th, right? So I'm just gonna chill tomorrow. I need to start taking more off days.
How you guys doing? What are the vibes in the room?
It was good. It was good. We were like having fun.
I'm glad to hear it. I'll pass it on over to Kenny and Uber for some questions.
Lagging, you don't count.
Yeah,
But still, it's annoying, bro.
Obviously, last year you guys
Fucking lag pisses me off.
very good players, but this year the expectations kind of changed. You challenged Crazy Raccoon at Worlds. You were the #1 seed last year. How has the environment and the team
That's
mentality
fair,
changed
Exis.
this year now that you guys are the top dogs?
They were the top dogs
We wanna-
last
We
year.
wanna win it all, so we're grinding like the same as
Hello,
last year,
Tyler. How are
so
you?
We're grinding the same as last year. Yeah. You know.
Obviously, you guys, you have an idea of who you think the best teams are going to be, the ones that you're likely to play. Did you expect to go up against this?
Iris, I know, Iris. I already told you I know, Iris. You don't gotta keep reminding me to do shit pig, bro.
I thought Elevate was
No
gonna win,
worries, so
and yeah,
you
they
doing good?
I don't know,
What do you
they
mean?
firm. The way they peak is really hard. Like I don't know, they
Where do you
always
find
run
Anita,
some,
bro?
like,
It's just
crazy
Brussels.
brawlers, I
Man.
don't
Show
know.
me where.
Crazy comps.
If you went to
it's kinda
if you went to
annoying to play
Worlds,
versus
you
that.
could get it for
Yeah.
free.
You did seem annoyed at some points, Luffy. I won't lie. I could see the frustration. It looked like an intense series.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, Luffy, I want to give you a chance. I know you all work hard over there, and I know there's some unseen faces that are working hard alongside
Alright,
you.
keep me
Anyone
out of
wanna
that,
give a
Sophie.
shout-out to?
I did not need to know that information.
Shout out to my team, my mom, my family. Shout out to all the fans.
Well, thank you so much for coming on for the insights and
Can't you get
congratulations
skins
once
from a
again
Mega
as
Pig
the
Touch?
winners of our North America Monthly Final. We'll let you go and enjoy the
Thank you, thank
energy, the fun vibes, and wow, the victory well earned with your team there. And I'll turn it back to you, Kenny, Uber. We had a incredible, beautiful, delicious day of matches. Saw a lot of fantastic plays, but you know, if somebody had to go
Don't
back
do
just
what?
one VOD, one moment that you'd recommend, off the top of your head, Kenny, where'd you send them?
Gotta go to semifinal #2. Yeah, got to. It was honestly, Havoc were a huge storyline for this. I know Tribe Gaming ended up being the winners, but I
Those
think the
first
biggest
rounds.
surprise had to be the nail biter that was that second semifinal.
I got to agree. Honestly, the Tribe Gaming Pioneers game, the Pioneers SSG games were good.
No,
They
I was
competed in such a
asking. Don't you get
nail-biter
skins from
scenario.
Mega Pig?
I also think Elevate Havoc was the game we got the most footage of, so go and check that one out because it's definitely well worth watching.
I told you it's not
And I
happening
think
this
we got
time.
Ark hanging around still. Ark, I know you had a prime view for some of those matches, and you were right in the mix for the rest of them. Where are you going to send somebody to get a, just a little taste of today?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so much more to come as well. I mean, next month especially.
Apparently they
changes
misclicked
in the
Byron.
game. Some new hyper charges coming in, complete and utter gadget rework as well. So I think that this year is gonna be so spicy for esports. I just love that North America. It was the way that we kind of ended on with Havoc, just that run. It's what I want to see more of in other regions too. Is an up and coming team really causing a big upset. And as those changes go into the game and the updates that we're gonna see as well, it's only going to get crazier.
It's only going to get crazier, but I couldn't think of a more incredible team to cover the action. Anything else you gentlemen want to say? Kenny, Uber, Ark, anything to the people?
SKT versus Havoc.
All good here. I mean, it's been an excellent start to the year. Honestly, I think it's going to be a really competitive one. We've had the privilege of covering South America and North America this weekend. I think all of these semifinals, grand finals have been quite the bang. So definitely stay tuned for future months, especially like Ark mentioned. There's going to be some crazy stuff going down in Brawl Stars, the game itself.
Yeah, big changes coming. Keep your eyes peeled. I'm also looking at regions with the young teams that are really starting to push the old guard right now. NA is one of them, but they're happening all over the world. So there's a change coming, as there is every year. So keep your eyes peeled on our regions in our monthly finals because they're pretty tough to predict, tough to call.
Buy the sprays.
Buy the sprays.
Buy the sprays. Code Ark, right? That's my code that I'm using?
Code Ark.
Code Ark.
So on.
Fantastic. Thank you everyone for watching. I hope
Blind
you
to save,
enjoyed
good
the action.
idea.
We'll see you for more Brawl Stars esports soon. Follow the socials.
Alright, I guess that's all from me for today. Yes, good idea, Sam. I don't think I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I think I'm just gonna chill because the new season's supposed to start tomorrow. So Yeah. I want to raid Dev. He's on the ranks right now. Appreciate it for hanging out with me though. I think so, Sophie. Let me raid out first, Monkey. Gosh, Monkey's literally been asking since yesterday to do open. Rage? I didn't see that. Alright, let's show up the beer back screen, I guess. Or the iPad screen. I get a black screen with Elgato on it. Because we about to read out Juan Rage. Oh, I see. Oh wait, I don't even have Twitch open. What the hell? Good luck with work access. And yeah. Appreciate y'all for hanging out with me. I'm about to log off here. We're gonna raid Alex. Have a good rest of your day or night or whatever. Loading. One thing about me, I hate homework. So I don't know if it's gonna get done. We'll see.